The F1 2026 season pack is here, and now our F1 26 My Team Career Mode with 24 cars on the grid can begin. With the biggest set of regulation changes in this sport, with all new cars, aero, chassis, and that all-important engine with the 50-50 split, this is going to be a massive stab into the unknown and a huge learning curve. Like, truly, for the first time in years, even I am going to be learning on the job as we go, as we click in to this 2026 career mode in the menus for the first time on this game. And a brand new Aarava Archer Racing can begin. And with that, of course, straight away, a brand new title sponsor decision at the very start of our save. And I'm actually going to go with Exanon, as we did X-Forming this time last year for F1 25, my team. So this time going a little bit different. And to be fair, this fits the bill of modern F1 teams. They love AI brands at the moment, so we'll go with Exanon. But the next choice is probably the most intriguing one for you guys at home with this new set of regulations, as we can now pick from Honda, Audi, Red Bull powertrains with the Ford partnership, Ferrari, and Mercedes. And there has been an update, by the way, since the preview build that I played. There's been an update, so Mercedes out and out the best on performance and durability, as they should be in real life. Ferrari coming up next, Red Bull, and then Audi and Honda. So a good positive update from the preview build that we played. But for me personally, at the start of this new career mode save, I don't think we should be going with one of the top 3 power units. So I'm making a decision between Audi and Honda, and my mind was made up quite early. I'm going with Audi. It's the brand that excites me the most out of those two. So with the engine decided, it's now time to choose our 2 starting drivers. And off the bat, I got very lucky with my choices, because it's quite random who you could get a pick of, but I had to go with Alexander Dunn, previously in the McLaren Driver Academy, then left and maybe got left in a bit of limbo, so we're almost saving his potential F1 career here in the game. And then out of the next pick, I had to go with Gabriel Mini. He's the current F2 championship leader by a decent margin. I think this is the strongest pairing we could pick from my selection. But yes, just like last year, you must pick 2 real-life drivers to manage and then drive as. And at the start of this career, I'm sure we'll be swapping between the 2 quite equally to try and just maximize the team's performance. But I think this is a pretty tidy little lineup for the start of a save. Audi engine, Dunn and Mini. And if you watched the prelude video that I uploaded yesterday, you might already have a hint at the sort of backstory for this version of Aarava Archer Racing. But before we get to that, here is the calendar for Season 1. We will be doing a 16-race calendar, as we have done for the last couple of years. It's the perfect length for a YouTube series, in my opinion. We're going to be kicking things off as it was in real life. Australia, China, Japan, skipping over the 2 cancelled races and Miami, and then going to Canada. Monaco is very nicely going to fall on the real-life Monaco Grand Prix on Sunday now. Catalonia, Austria, Silverstone, Spa, Hungaroring, Monza, the new Madrid Grand Prix, which you may have already seen in action on the channel earlier today, Singapore, Brazil, Vegas, and the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix. And it always seems like quite a daunting challenge at the start of a new My Team save. You know, we're right at the bottom for the standings, the fan rating as well, level 1. We have got so long to go to grow this team to, you know, the max heights that we've seen in previous F1 games. In terms of the performance and where we stack up at the very start of the season, you can see we're pretty much level pegging, just edging a little bit ahead of Cadillac. There's a sizable gap to Aston Martin down below, and a smaller gulf to the midfield teams of Alpine, Haas, VCarb, and Audi. And then obviously the top teams, they're not even in the conversation for now, but a decent start point, maybe fighting Cadillac, and they might be our first rivals, I think, of the season. But now let's finally get on to the presentation of this team's color and all new look for this new save. We are going to start off with our main colors of yellow, black, and white. It's a color set I have never done in a My Team save, and this is our very first car for Season 1, with the Audi badging on the nose and engine cover to show our partnership with Audi, along with the fuel of BP. And this is a really tidy little number. We've got a little satin silver on the matte black finish on the edges of the engine cover and the nose. We've got flashes and lines of yellow across the engine cover, a yellow Union Jack on the rear, and the main staple of the chassis and nose is all in brick yellow. This is a color set, like I said, I've never done, but this is really a nice nod to the legacy of why I even have Archer in this team's name. Because for those of you who aren't aware, you may just think it's a random name I picked out of nowhere, but it's not. It actually comes from a motorsport manager team that I played with 10 years ago that was called Archer. So I thought it'd be very fitting, 10 years on since we first came across that brand and name, that we now use in our My Team saves, that we'd go with the original color set. And yeah, like I said, we're done in Mini together. I think this is a really tidy looking team. And yeah, as I've said before, the FOM chassis for this set of regulations is beautiful. So now, of course, before we head to the first race, we have to do some housekeeping and some admin with the HQ facility upgrades, looking to try and purchase the ones that are important to me, doing things like developing 2 parts at the same time. We're starting off this save in phase 2 for the different departments. That's because if you watch the prelude, the backstory is this team technically was in F1 already in 2025 with a Renault engine. Renault left the sport. It was a terrible first season in F1, and this 2026 season is a reset, a hard reset, with now Audi coming in. So that's why we've got a few facilities already installed onto the car, but we have got no upgrades installed. So we have to purchase those, and so we are purchasing our first aero upgrades and 1 engine power upgrade, although unfortunately they won't come in time for the first race, which maybe is also a good thing. It kind of, you know, shows us where the baseline of the car is in a way. But there's also the potential of delays. And if you can see that calendar timeline, China is so close to Australia. And Japan, there's a gap there, but it's not a huge gap either. So we well could have a car that has no upgrades until we get to, like, the Canadian Grand Prix, which in a weird way maybe is somewhat realistic, because a lot of the real F1 teams this year, they only brought their first major upgrades to Miami/Canada. So in a weird way, the game's maybe got it spot on in terms of some of the upgrading timelines, basically. But with those upgrades purchased and pending, we are now going into our first race weekend, and we are going to drive as done for the first race, and we'll be swapping back and forth as we go on through the season.
And a warm welcome, everybody. We're here in the heart of Melbourne. It's Albert Park, and it's qualifying for the Australian Grand Prix.
Now, these won't be my first ever laps in anger with the F1 2026 content, but with this specific car, it will be. So this is going to be interesting to see where the performance of this thing is, because compared to the Red Bull, let's say, that I drove in our Madrid 100% race video to kick off gameplay from this content pack, this car lacks a lot of downforce, a lot of, you know, chassis balance, and, you know, the only thing it's got going for it is maybe the Audi power unit, but even that, I don't know where it stacks up compared to the Red Bull in theory. Obviously, we know the performance stats are a little bit down, but how does it actually drive is a mystery. So hoping that the drivability is all right through the corners, as well as obviously managing the battery.
Okay, mate, so plenty of changes this year. In terms of the engine, you've now got overtake mode. It's a boosted battery mode that'll kick in automatically when you're within a second of the car ahead to give you more power over the following lap, so you can get that overtake done. And don't worry about draining the battery, you can recharge more accordingly.
So a nice little summary and some tips from Mark as we set off on our first ever flying lap. of the Australian track with a little bit of Lyco around the quali lap to try and regen the battery, because you'll see that we do need it to have enough boost available for the entire lap all the way to the start-finish line. So the first lap on the border, 120 dead. No idea if that's competitive or not. It's not. We're down in 22nd. And unfortunately, Oscar Piastri, number one enemy of this team from the get-go. What was that? That was the worst timing ever. And he just parked up at the apex exit and stopped our second lap. And because we've only got, I think, under 5 minutes of the session to go, I am going to have to just continue on. Go to none ERS basically and trundle round and then go again on the same set of tyres. So this will be my second and only lap thanks to Piastri there. We're 22nd at the moment. Mini is in last place, 24th. They're going to have to get used to that. 24 cars on the grid. So yeah, we're going to need something here. We're, just over a tenth up. We've used a lot of boost. We're down to 1% battery. Lot of Lyco needed into that quick chicane. And we're down to 0%. We were up 4 tenths, but now we're losing so much time because we've not done a great job of managing the regen over the quali lap. We've gained a decent chunk of energy back into this last sector. So can we do enough to regen through the second last corner? We get up to 30%. We're going to take the last corner much tighter than we did on the first lap. So that's really just the aero and me turning in earlier gains us 3 tenths back. So in the end of it, we go 6 tenths up, and that will be enough for P17. Let's see how it goes at the end of this session. Well, quite surprisingly, oh my word, Albon is the fastest man in Q1. That seems like a little bit of a crazy time, to be honest. But we end up in 19th then. And so, unsurprisingly, that's us out in Q1. But honestly, I wasn't expecting to make it out of Q1 on this first run. And even though we're both out, Mini down in last place, to be expected with a under 70 rated driver, I don't think we'll be expecting our AI teammate to be doing much until they're at least over 75 rating, to be honest. But apart from where we are, which is still not bad, 19th, the car itself was actually really nice to drive. Even with the My Team car with no upgrades, the new chassis and aero for 2026 is beautiful. Forget the engine, the actual chassis itself, it's a joy. It's so much more fun, more responsive than the ground effect era cars. Like, it's night and day for me at least. So much more enjoyable. The engine side is going to take some getting used to, and as I said, these first few races will be a big learning curve. And with that, let's get into the race.
It's a new day, a new dawn, a new era for Formula One. This is the 2026 World Championship. New regulations, new cars, new fuels, new drivers. Ladies and gentlemen, let's ride. Off the back of a fantastic qualifying session, it's time to see how our starting grid looks like for today's race. Charles Leclerc lines up on pole position, and Lando Norris lines up alongside. Considering the rest of the grid, we have Hamilton, Piastri, George Russell and Verstappen, Antonelli, Sainz, Albon and Isaac Hadjar, Gasly, Behrman, Franco Colapinto and Bortoletto, Lindblad, Alonso, Lance Stroll and Alex Dunn, Bottas, Perez, Ocon, Hülkenberg, Mini, and Liam Lawson rounds off the grid. It's almost time for those 5 red lights to go out then. Let's see who can prevail today. And joining me in the commentary box today with the best view on what is about to unfold and some strong views on the action we're about to see, Naomi Schiff. A new season, a new dawn, and now 24 cars and 12 teams on the grid.
First of all, this is such an exciting time. But for them today, I guess you would be really nervous. It's the first time you're going to be doing this. There is so much to learn. But at the end of the day, they've got to remember that expectations aren't that high. They've all been there before. They've all had their first race, and no one is expecting them to land on the top of the podium. So just learn to walk before you can run.
Okay, mate, this is it. New regs, new modes, New opportunity. Let's go.
So surprisingly, not a single Merc on the front row, but that can happen in the F1 game where the simulated quali can throw up some surprises. Strategy-wise, could it be a 1 or a 2 stop? I'm thinking a 1 stop, considering we've got a worse car than our surrounding rivals. I think trying to get track position is going to be quite important in this race, and also clean air if we're just like in a different phase of the race compared to some other 2 stoppers. I'm not expecting points. Obviously, it would be a welcome surprise, but really, honestly, I'm just trying to hopefully have a decent race where I can actually battle with the AI a bit and, you know, learn a bit more about how best to deploy the energy. I'm not expecting a lot from Mini, our AI teammate. I won't be expecting a lot from my AI teammate for a while, because honestly, until they get to about, you know, over 75 rated, they're just never going to perform that well. So it's really just focusing on ourselves and not hoping out for too much from their side of the garage. But overall, I think our objectives should just be trying to beat the Cadillacs and the Aston Martins. Anything else would be a bonus. If we can ruffle the feathers of our engine supplier, the Works Audi team, that would also be quite nice. And then we can go from there as we rev up now towards 5 red lights and the start of a new 2026 journey in My Team career mode. Lights out, and it's a good start for us. It's a sluggish one for Bortoletto as we're going to try and slice through him and the Aston. Big dive bomb into turn 1, and we catch Lindblad napping a little bit. Colapinto ahead of us, tucking in behind Ollie Bearman. We use a fair amount of boost and open up that straight line mode straight away and get the jump on Colapinto and Bearman. These guys are sleeping on lap 1, and we're up to P12. It almost reminds me of Arvid Lindblad's real life lap 1 on his rookie debut in Australia. Remember when he shot up the order, and also Fernando Alonso from the back to like P10. Very similar essence of 2026 down under in real life, where we've had an insane start where, because we've used probably a bit too much boost, we're now actually on the back of Max Verstappen. The 2 Red Bulls have really struggled off the line, and they've fallen down the order. So this is, well, not exactly where I expected to be, but he was such an electric, quite literally, start with the battery use that we find ourselves in P12. But I can assure you now, if you're maybe sighing and thinking, oh, this seems a bit easy, I'm telling you now, knowing the way the race goes, this is just a momentary brief flash in the pan, and I am going to very soon get humbled by our AI rivals. The midfielders are actually going to show how much pace they have, and you can maybe already see a little bit of the understeer kicking in. Yeah, it's a heroic lap 1, and it's going to be a heroic lap 2 as I'm going to try and have a go at the Red Bulls, because right now they're getting held up by this fight ahead of us. Gasly is actually slower than Piastri there, and he's backing up Piastri, the 2 Williams, and the Red Bulls in towards us, and even Bearman Colapinto are sticking with me behind. So right now, just making the most of this period, because look at the mini-map, you can see how much slower Gasly is compared to the top cars, to the point where we fly by Verstappen, we wave goodbye to Hadjar. Hello 2026, where we can just fly by people and then they fly back past us. It's the yo-yo racing we saw in Australia in real life coming to life here in the game. Say what you want about this formula in F1, but at least Codemasters and EA, they've pretty much nailed it in terms of replicating it, I feel, from what I've played of the game so far. As Hadjar repasses us, we try to go for the switchback, doesn't quite work, and now that Hadjar's got some clean air, he may just show what the Red Bull's got, as it's, 3 wide! The Mercedes, did you see that? Antonelli just made a double pass on the Ferraris. What action we've got! 3 laps in as we repass Hadjar, actually, as he had no battery to work with into turn 1. But I'm still floored by Antonelli there. Double pass on Leclerc and Hamilton, and these two are too busy fighting each other that they've just let the Mercedes walk away, as it's Lando Norris that leads the way then. Russell chasing him down, and we are still surviving in P10 for now, but this is pretty much where we start going backwards from this point, because we have got no one ahead of us to give us overtake mode, no one to slipstream, and now I am going to be waving goodbye to these Red Bulls the opposite way. Is, well, that's just ridiculous. Verstappen's pace there was unbelievable, laughable in fact. Is yellow flag? Oh no! Antonelli! Kimi Antonelli, having made a fantastic double overtake on the Ferraris, is out. In contrast to real life, it is the bad luck for the Italian driver in the Mercedes team. He is out, race 1, and that's a big opportunity for Russell then, as, well, Mini in last. As I said, I'm not expecting much from our AI teammates for now. As Fernando Alonso in P16, though, if you remember how far down the order Aston Martin are on the performance chart, this kind of shows, I think, on this 2026 content pack, I think more than ever, the AI rating makes such a difference. Like the fact that Alonso is miles ahead of Mini, even though our car is so much better than the Aston, I think shows, because Alonso's like 90 rated, Mini's only like 66 or whatever, it's going to be really tough to know where we'll actually place in these races because of that discrepancy on the rating. As the tyre wear is kicking in already on lap 4 on this medium, you know, maybe showing how much of a starter car we have. And, well, Hadjar already flew past us. Colapinto now. Anyone out? Behrman? Oh, Lindblad as well. My God. How much do we want to lose in a straight line? Well, I mean, albeit I maybe could have used, in hindsight, a bit more boost to defend, but I'm thinking the long game in this stint, you know, because if you over-defend, you're then a complete sitting duck if you don't manage to stay ahead, which isn't a guarantee with this car that we have right now, that even if I use enough boost, that we may not stay ahead. So it looks quite a disastrous, you know, lap there to get passed by 3 cars. But as I said, from lap 1, if you thought it was going to be easy, it's not. You just wait until, you know, the actual race pace kicks in. You know, lap 1, as we saw in real life many, many times, is just chaotic, and you can make places, but you will lose them then as the real true pace kicks in of all the battery management. And it's very clear that the Mercedes engine is the best by far, and that it is going to be McLaren versus Mercedes for the start of this save, as it's Russell making the pass. He's made the pass before he even crossed that bend on that camera angle. They need to update that camera angle for the 2026 cars. There's no point having it that late down the straight because the move's already done. Is now sitting behind Behrman and Colapinto. We've actually got into a bit of a phase where we've got overtake mode permanently behind Behrman and Colapinto, so I'm kind of using this phase of the stint just to learn a little bit more about where's best to lift, where's best to regen, and then also where's best to deploy the energy to keep up with the cars ahead. You'll also notice there are a few instances where I lift off mid-straight just to stop the deployment, you know, going as much as it has after you've hit boost. And then you'll, you know, if you look close enough, you'll understand some of the corners where I'm lifting so early to get the battery back and then to use it later on. Is, oh, uber realistic retirement happening here. Fernando Alonso is out.
I've got some information on Alonso. They're retiring from the race.
Yep, and that is the Honda engine up in smoke so far. It's felt like quite a realistic career race, to be honest, as we now have a chance at getting Behrman. A little bit of overtake mode used, and now, well, all of us start regenning here, and then Behrman clearly has used a bit more boost to try and get back around the outside of us. We're trying to stick with Colapinto, but both of us were regenning into the left-right, and then we choose to lift off and not go for the pass on Colapinto because I'd rather stick behind him and regain a bit more energy before we try an overtaking pass, and that may just happen here on lap 8. So that's going to be a common theme, especially with a slower car. we have to really pick and choose when's best to maybe make an overtake. I've mistakenly decided to try one here, not really the best place, because I don't have the downforce compared to the Alpine to make an outside pass. You know, it's quite easy to forget about the aero performance when you're so focused on the battery management, but in these kind of instances, you can really tell now when the tyre wear starts to kick in how little downforce I have compared to the Haas and Alpine, because I'm wrestling the front end trying to get it in. Having said that, even though it seems like a handful to drive, it's still above and beyond more enjoyable to drive than any of the ground effect cars, even when it's like this, because at least it feels like you have control of the sliding. I am trying to wrestle it through as best you can, so I can't speak more highly of the actual chassis itself. It's yeah, been a lot of fun so far. We've only had 9 laps, and we're doing quite well actually to keep Behrman behind. We managed to repass him, and trying to, you know, stay as high as we can, but potentially it could be inevitable that these passes come as we choose not to deploy down here. Behrman uses clearly quite a lot and gets ahead of us. This entire race I basically chose not to deploy too much on that straight, because I thought you just, well, do this. You can yo-yo back, basically, and repass him, as the closing speed there was pretty brutal on Behrman. We almost creamed him in the rear on the gearbox there, as we now are going to go side by side. Oh, it's going to be a nice one as we try and keep it around the outside now. Can we go for this switch? Absolutely not. We don't have the grip for that now. We really don't. And through this final corner, oh! Code Brown. How have I kept that out of the wall? That was an unreal save. Really unfortunate though, but top tip. You may have noticed there, I clicked overtake way too early in the middle of the corner. If you're too eager and you've got some tyre wear or don't have the downforce, you can completely spin the car out. And you can see Lawson gets the back end out. Nice to see the AI having maybe similar issues with the back end and maybe deploying a bit early. But yeah, we're very lucky. Very, very lucky that we kept that out of the wall. That would have been a DNF, I think, if we hit the wall at that kind of speed. But that's, again, kind of shows the nimbleness of the new chassis, that you can actually kind of catch that sort of massive spin and keep it going, basically, with a bit of a lock on the front end as well, as we are desperately trying to stay ahead of Lawson and Ocon now. And I'm also looking to extend this stint just a little bit, just so that I can be a little bit quicker on the hard compound, because remember, we're doing a 1-stop compared to maybe others around us doing a 2. I don't know if they've come in already, because we've gained a few free positions. So I'm trying to extend the medium tyre stint just a little bit, and honestly just keep up with these V-carbs, because if we're fighting them right now, you know, if they're going longer, we need to try and go longer. And this is a nice squabble with Lawson, bit of a desperate dive down the inside, but we've actually made it work and stayed ahead of him, and to be honest, probably pissing him off quite a lot there, because he should have been past this by now, as our tyres are brick red on lap 13. We've done some mega work extending that first stint, and now we come on for our first pit stop of the day, of the save, in fact. But look at how bad those rear tyres are with all the extra torque coming out of the electrical part of the engine. It's a good 2.4 pit stop, decent, and now this is us to the end, basically. And where are we going to come out? It's going to be P18? Yeah, 18, just ahead of Bottas. It's going to be very close with the Cadillac. We graze the grass, and well, Bottas actually switchbacks me from left to right, and now we're going to go toe-to-toe with one of our main rivals. Remember, our main goal surely has to be trying to beat the Cadillac and Aston Martins minimum at the start of this season, and anything else is a bonus. Well, we got Bottas initially, but then the Cadillac here, watch this, flies by. How much power is he using on the left-hand side? I've obviously chosen to lift there to regen some battery, so it's very much, you know, if you've watched my videos before, you know I like to use the phrase Formula 1 chess. You know, even in previous generations of F1, you've had to, on the F1 game, do a little bit of F1 chess, be a bit tactical about when you fight. That's like times 10 now with this new formula, and so there might be instances where it almost feels questionable why I've lifted off and let them by, but it's because there are better opportunities to overtake. Like there, we were opportunistic on Perez. He was going real slow, and now we have 100% battery to go chasing after Bottas, who is also closing on Stroll. So now we can try and get 2 cars for 1 potentially in 1 sector, as Bottas makes quick work of Stroll. To be fair, Bottas has got some insane pace here. He's just overtaken 3 cars in a row for me, and now leaves us to overtake the remaining Aston Martin Honda. And, well, I'd be surprised if Stroll doesn't retire. His hands must be hurting with the vibration, surely, on the Aston Martin. We're up to P16, and now we can look to repass Bottas, finally, a couple of laps after he overtook us, as Mini is in. I believe Mini started on hards, and now is going on to mediums as Bottas gets the rear end out. He's closing to Bortoleto, and Bottas is actually going to go for a move, and he's going to slow them both up. And I feel a double pass coming. Can we ruffle the feathers of our engine supplier, the Audi Works team? We're going to get 1. Can we go for the move on Bortoleto? The temptation was to dive it on Bortoleto there, but instead, what was that from Bortoleto? Did you see that? His tyre wear must be unbelievable. Bortoleto almost spinning it off that corner exit. I was going to say, you know, instead of making the dive straight away on Gabriel, we just lifted, got a bit of energy, and now we can tuck up behind, open up active aero, and then use a bit of overtake. I've used it a bit late, though, and Bottas comes back at us, but trust me, this is going to work out, as we'll repass Bottas into that left-hander, tuck up right underneath the Audi, now use the overtake mode, just a little bit, not too much, just a little bit, and then under braking, try and get this move done, get to the apex first, clout the curb, and up to P12, and we can try and get away because we've got 40% just about battery. We'll get a bit more as we go into the final corners, and so that will hopefully allow us to pull away. Bortoleto, no surprise, with that massive tank slapper, comes in for his pit stop. And can we try and close up to Ocon and hopefully get rid of Valtteri Bottas, who's been a bit of a thorn in our side so far? And oh my god, what is that? That's a horrible corner, way too late on the brakes, and Bottas comes back at us. So it's been a relentless fight with the AI. As I said in the Madrid video, when they want to overtake you, they will very much so try and overtake you compared to, you know, the baseline F1 25 cars and previous F1 games. I think the new regulations, as much as you might want to hate on them, for the game, for the AI, they've definitely gained a new lease of life in terms of overtaking when they have the overall pace. At the same time, what you're seeing here is a crash down to reality also of how much we have to improve this car. Remember, we've had no upgrades on this car whatsoever, and it's showing. Like, we are down on pace for downforce. Clearly, the battery, the ERS, and engine upgrades, we're going to need to look into that as we see a race swap once again. Lando Norris just gets Russell for the lead of the race. Leclerc's in 3rd. Verstappen up to 4th. Hamilton 5th. Albon, quite amazingly, in P6 right now. If you remember the performance chart, Williams were the bottom of the midfield. They're the next car higher than us in the performance chart. So Albon is well and truly outperforming the car, and the opposites can be said for Piastri. He only gets up to P7. His teammates are leading, and Piastri's looked nowhere today. Maybe an early car issue, I don't know, or getting stuck in the traffic, is we stick with Arvid Lindblad, and we're trying to just follow him through, because potentially, can he lead us to overtake Bottas? Because Bottas, can I just say again, I kind of already said it before, but his pace is unbelievable, Valtteri. He's gapped us by like 8/10. We've kind of closed back up to him again just with this one straight slingshotting from Lindblad, but I'm very impressed and concerned at how quick this Cadillac looks, because I thought it would be a shoo-in that we'd be thrashing them and Aston, but they're actually pretty damn good. I mean, they are level pegging with us on the performance chart, but you know what I mean. You know, when looking at real life, I thought, oh, well, we'll easily have Cadillac in our back pocket, but no. And instead now we continue to swap with Lindblad, who gets back up into P10, obviously making his rookie debut here in the game, and his 26 save. And Bottas is now going to come in And he's actually on a 2-stop. So although Bottas's pace was impressive, it's because he was able to push so much harder on the 2-stop. But we're on a 1. And we've only got 7 laps to go, to be fair. And right now, we are sitting in the points. The 1-stop's done exactly what we wanted it to, giving us the track position. But now, there are some much quicker cars coming at us at a rate of knots. Lawson, Colapinto, that was a horrible angle to look back on board. As both cars were either side of me. Lawson's absolutely minced us. The V-carb is well and truly much quicker than us. We're trying to hang on to Colapinto, drifting our way through these corners to give Franco the big old squeeze. But you feel like it may be inevitable that Franco gets us. We're in P10. I'm desperate to stay in P10, but it may be over. The points dream in the first race, because now Behrman has got Colapinto, and we know how quick Behrman was because he minced this before, and he's done the same again up into P10. And to be fair, not putting up much of a fight, because you have to be realistic. This car shouldn't be scoring points. And we are just, if we're able to hold on, we're just holding them up, basically. Like, you can see every time these guys get in clean air, they're just walking away from us, unless I can come back at them with overtake mode. But it's short-lived in a way, as we are maybe looking to close back to Behrman. We'll use overtake a little bit, but look how much quicker the Alpine is. So we used a blip of overtake, but Franco clearly just like mashed his button and got it through. As Behrman now ahead of us looks to chase after the 2 racing bulls who might just swap. Is it going to be Lawson making a move on Lindblad? Not yet, as they both slam that active aero shut. Open it again out the chicane, and meanwhile, oh, it's a scrap and a half between the 2 world champions. Verstappen and Hamilton going toe-to-toe. Verstappen trying to defend his P4, I believe, because they've been there before. Leclerc's had no bother in P3, but Hamilton on the outside, trying to get Verstappen. Verstappen gives him this squeeze. Lewis is still there on the inside. This is insane. Insane stuff from Lewis and Max. And that was a little bit of 2021 coming back. That was unbelievable. And now for the race lead, Norris on the outside of Russell and gets back into the lead, because he was ahead previously, but clearly the Mercedes got him again. And now he's back in the lead. But Russell may just come back at him, as Lewis does get Verstappen on that curve. And this is a replay, because as that was happening, this was the pass then that we did see live from Lando. But then as we were focused on Lewis getting Max, Russell actually came right back at Lando and yo-yoed right back on him. There he is. And he's back into the lead. So Russell leads. And then this was Ollie Behrman on lap 25. This is going to be an unreal double pass on the outside of both V-carbs. Look at that. What a move. Some of these overtakes today by the AI, incredible, incredible stuff. As we are now looking at Albon behind. He was one of the 2 stoppers then, so he was in P6. That was a false flag. Albon was only that high because he was pushing hard on a 2-stop. So Albon overtakes us now on his much fresher hard tyres, but to be fair, we actually come back at him. We're saving battery. We're both kind of regenning, as you can hear the engine notes going down, as we're both playing a bit of cat and mouse game here with the battery use. But can we use it now? A little bit of a blip, not enough to make an overtake, but we might just go for the dive bomb. Let's try and check how late we can go on the brakes. Oh, the back end steps out. You know what? We've successfully drifted that through for the overtake for P12. At this point, with 2 laps to go, I think P12 is the highest we can hope for. So if we can maybe frustrate Albon and Ocon even, who's closing up to us for P12, I'll try and do it. It's worth the fight now as we go on to the last lap, as Russell leads the way. The tyres are going off though, and Albon and Ocon both pass us. Now that may seem concerning. You may be wondering, Arav, why didn't you put up a fight there like you just said you would on the last lap? Patience, patience. What you're about to see later on this lap is the most ridiculous use of built-up battery, as it's going to be George Russell, surprise, surprise, that wins it down under for the first race of this 2026 My Team Career Mode for Mercedes. But here we go. Let's go back to our POV. P14. We just lost 2 positions, but you're about to see monumental strategic battery work as we are going to dump our entire battery here, squeeze through an Albon. Look at the closing speed, and we get ahead of Ocon. We've gone so quick. Look at the top right. We've set a purple sector. We've gone quickest of anyone at the end of the race, just because of that dump of energy on the last lap. So I'm going to remember that for future races. Maybe that's a genuine tactic to use in this car when it's not so good. Save battery for the last lap if we're in a fight, and then just blitz by them on the last lap. That was ridiculous, as we don't have the tyre wear for this, but we are going to manage to stay ahead and finish this first race in a very respectable P12. I will take that. I will take that. It was a real heroic first opening laps, but then reality set in, and we have a long way to go with this car. But that's a solid and very fun start to this entire career.
We've seen a brilliant display of the Russell hustle. It's George Russell who wins.
To take the win at the first race of the season, now that is important. You get straight in to your competitor's head, and they now know that you are the one to beat.
Well, it's been a long wait for many of our drivers, but the wait is always worth it. Bring them out to the awaiting crowd. It's time for our podium celebrations. By George, he was good today. The top step awaits for George Russell.
A tale of 2 halves for Mercedes today, with, remember, Antonelli out of this, Russell winning the first race, so already Kimi on the back foot. McLaren clearly looked quick, and Ferrari and Red Bull very close together. And for us, no points on the board, but it's only the start. It's only the start. That has been a mega first episode to this F1 26 My Team Career Mode. Round 2 for the Chinese Grand Prix, and still on the hunt then for our first points in Formula 1. We weren't even really that close in the opening round, but to be fair, we've got no upgrades on the car, and we still won't for the Chinese Grand Prix, as, you know, obviously development slots are very limited at the start of the save, so we're purchasing some HQ facility upgrades to try and open up that development window, but we're still pending on upgrades, and the races are coming quick and fast. There's only 1 week in terms of the actual calendar between Australia and China, of course, so we're getting straight into it. And of course, last time out we drove as Alex Dunn, so we'll be swapping over and driving as Mini for this one, and it is a sprint weekend around Shanghai. So I'm a little bit nervous, to be honest, because Shanghai's never been my strongest circuit, and we have 2 races where we could get shown up a little bit, and I'm quite nervous of how this car is going to perform around it, and also how the battery's going to work around Shanghai. In Australia, we somewhat got to grips with it. It was a very decent learning first race, but Shanghai's got that infinite back straight, which we're about to come up to now in our one and only qualifying lap in sprint quali, because as usual with the sprint weekends, we move to the shortened qualifying format, so effectively it's almost like a one and done lap here, as we only have one single set of softs for this entire short quali session for the sprint. We get a little bit of a tow from another fellow rookie to F1, Arvid Lindblad. Russell just in the way, doing nothing on the racing line. To be fair, if you looked at the bottom right, we had plenty of battery to work with, but that potentially means I just underused it in the first sector and second sector, because I was so scared about how it would go at the end of it. And as we cross the line, it's 19th. And by the time we get to the end of the session, it will still be 19th, to my surprise. I really thought some others might go quicker. Colapinto will be disappointed with that. Fernando Alonso, ironically, actually will be disappointed with 24th, because Stroll's up in 16th, for goodness sake, as we now roll straight into this sprint. Now, if you watched the opening episode, you'll know our lap 1 was pretty magical, and it seems like the AI at the moment, I think they could do with a patch patch that makes them just a little bit quicker or use a little bit more battery on lap 1, because I think that's probably what it is. They're not using as much boost on lap 1 as the player can, you know, obviously just having complete decision over that. But what that does mean is potentially these sprint races actually might be quite good for us, and might even be a bit of a cheap way to score some points. You never know as we get underway, and it's 4 wide ahead of us between the Audi, Aston, V-Carb and Haas momentarily, and we barrel in to the long right-hander, trying to wrestle the car through. We're already up into 15th place, so it's been a good start. 4 places gained as we get through the left. Oh, massive amount of oversteer though, as that is clearly where the limit of the car is, and I think more than Australia, this race may really show up how underdeveloped this car is in terms of downforce. And then we got away with it a little bit in Australia, but only time will tell around here. But we do make a nice little move, or an attempted move, on Lindblad. The first phase of the corner was pretty good. The second has been understeer, and we've kept understeering all the way through the next part of the track as Hulkenberg tries to go around the outside in the works. Audi, of course, we are powered by Audi for this first season, so always good for our sake to ruffle the feathers of the works team and show them up a little bit, much to their dismay. It's Hamilton and Verstappen side by side. Is it ahead of us? No, it's Hadjar, sorry. And Lindblad is all over the shop. We almost push him through the mid part of that sling now onto the long back straight here in Shanghai, and we manage to pass the V-car, but then we start to regen and he comes right back at us. A bit of yo-yoing, of course, familiar for this part of the regulation change, as we now make it 3 wide though into that brake zone. Perez, I don't know what he was really doing. He's kind of just caught napping there. Open up the door for Lindblad and yours truly, and we've walked on through into P14. But now Checo coming back at us on the left-hand side, so maybe that's what Cadillac's regen plan is. Cadillac regenning a lot more into the hairpin to maybe then use the boost on the main straight, whereas in my opinion, I think you regen so much because it's such a heavy brake zone into that hairpin that I think you can get away with not lifting and coasting into the hairpin around Shanghai. I think, you know, this circuit, even though you've got those longer straights, some high-speed corners, there are some very decent corners to recharge at, including this corner right here, as we try and feed the nose in. You can see the car's a little bit more nervous on the rear end than it was in Australia, but we've got a good run on Sainz. Here we go. We tried this on Lindblad. It didn't work out. This time we used a little bit more battery power, and we've been more aggressive into the corner, and we've made the overtake, although we are all over the shop, so we've made it. Now can we actually maintain position? We're up to 13th place, so all in all, it's been a pretty alright sprint so far, but it's only been 3 laps saying that, so it's a bit early to speak about it. It's side by side now for so many cars. Norris versus Antonelli, Piastri, Russell, Leclerc fighting, Lawson, Behrman is that, and then behind there's a massive train here that we're a part of Albon, Gasly, Hamilton, Hadjar. They're out of position a little bit, 9th and 10th. You know, Behrman and Lawson pretty lofty in 6 and 7 at the moment. Sainz behind in 14th, still trying to repass us maybe. And Antonelli and Norris swap again. And look at all these side-by-sides into turn 1. So plenty of AI action on lap 3 and 4 of the sprint. Lap 5 for us, it's going to be, guess again, the Cadillac once again coming through on the left-hand side. Definitely using the battery on the main straight, whereas we are choosing not to. Maybe in hindsight, it might be worth potentially matching the AI, as that's a way we can maybe stop the yo-yoing, because the yo-yoing definitely slows you down. As much as it's quite entertaining in part of the regulation from what we've seen so far with the way the battery works, it's definitely losing us time. As Albon suffers an engine failure. That's us up into 12th place then. We need 4 places to get points in this sprint, so the notion that we can maybe get some cheap points in the sprint has kind of fallen flat, because we just don't have that out-and-out pace on this medium. I think it is the medium though. The tyre wear is very high, which is good to know for the full race. That's at least one thing with the sprint as we continue to defend Perez. It's a nice dress rehearsal for the full race, so now I know. I reckon it might be a nailed-on 2-stop for us around Shanghai in the full Grand Prix, and definitely looking forward to using the hard compound, because the tyre wear has been very high around here in this sprint. I think that's mainly where we're losing pace. And then, of course, just the guys around us managing to repass us, and we're coming back at them, so we're losing time to the cars ahead. But we're not, getting, unlike in Australia, we're not getting completely rinsed in a straight line. We're actually holding our own and repassing quite quickly on these guys. Oh my, Sainz, what was that? Did he just lift off on purpose to get overtake mode? I think he did. What a cheeky bugger. Sainz playing an absolute blinder on me. I'm pissed. Nah, I'm not having that. Oh, Lawson's off. Oh. I'm not proud of it. I will admit I, on purpose, squeezed Sainz towards Lawson. I saw Lawson spin ahead of us, and I thought, I'm getting payback. I'm getting payback, because listen to the engine. He lifts off at like 150. I don't know whether that was just his regen plan, or like I said, lifting off on purpose to then get overtake mode enabled. But then I took matters into my own hands, and a little bit of tomfoolery there, and well, like I said, I'm not proud of what I just did there, but the game's the game, okay? When you're in one of the lower cars, you need to do some things to, maybe get ahead. Oh, no. Oh, Kimi Antonelli. Someone's transferred George Russell's real-life bad luck to Antonelli here in the game. What's going on? Oh, Kimi. Oh, that's such a shame. He's out of the sprint, so he is yet to finish a race in the 2026 save so far in this career mode, as Gasly now is flirting with maybe one sprint point ahead of him for Hadjar. Behrman still holding his own in P7. And ever since that hold-up with Sainz, we've had mountains and clean air. And this is quite promising. In clean air, despite this level of tyre wear on the right-hand side, I actually grew the gap to Perez and Alonso behind me, and we didn't really lose too much time to Gasly. The gap stabilised at about 6.5, so that means in clean air, even with this tyre wear, the pace is actually quite decent around Shanghai. So despite it maybe feeling like an uncompetitive sprint for us, I'm actually quite... I actually think we have a chance around Shanghai in the full Grand Prix to do something, because with the tyre wear and the strategy at play, maybe in clean air, we've got a decent race car around here, actually. But Max Verstappen then wins the sprint in a bit of a surprise, as him and Red Bull were awful at Shanghai in real life. So he wins the sprint, and we move on to full qualifying.
Welcome along to Shanghai, ladies and gentlemen, where it's Chinese Grand Prix weekend. But before we can race, we need to qualify. And who's going to take that coveted pole position? How will our grid line up? We're about to find out. Welcome to qualifying.
So it's very clear so far that my one lap pace in this new era is awful. It's not been a great qualifying so far. In Australia, the sprint was 19th, not that great. In the race, clearly we are quicker. Now, obviously, if you watch me enough, you know I've never been a great qualifier anyway. I always gain more pace in the race compared to where I have been in quali. But even more because of the battery management, well, not to toot my own horn, but I think I'm doing quite well at managing the battery, especially with this starter My Team car, which is even worse than the top cars. You need even more clever tactics to make the most of the energy. I think we're doing quite well at that in the races, and that's why we're gaining so much, apart from also the slower AI on lap 1. But in quali, I'm still trying to learn the best way to get the most out of the car. And it's a bit of like, driving against your intuition, because you honestly do have to do a bit of lift coast on a quali lap to make sure there's enough battery to use on the straight. So I tried to deploy a little bit of that around Shanghai, and so far in Sector 1, not looking that great. Historically, I've not been that strong in Sector 1 around Shanghai. That first turn I could just never get right. Here we've done much better, though. It's a bit of a tighter corner in that previous section. We're now half a second up, and I reckon we could still gain maybe over a second here. But the problem is, Charles Leclerc is also on a quali lap here himself. We're both on our second lap of the session, and he comes through and races us. And so immediately we were 7/10 up, and we've just bounced back down towards 5/10 up. We're still gaining time though in the last corner, and we're going to end up being 6/10 up. I reckon we could have been 1.5 seconds up, and in the end it's a shocker. 22nd. That is awful. That is awful. George Russell and Lando Norris, by the way, in a world of their own. I don't know what planet they're on. They're both 7/10 quicker than the third place car. Crazy stuff from those two. But yeah, I mean, I guess maybe that's where the car is, because we're 22nd and 23rd. Might have to be a heroic lap one at this rate.
The Chinese Grand Prix, then, is upon us once again. It's a race that saw Michael Schumacher claim his final Formula One victory in 2006, as well as Red Bull's first win with Sebastian Vettel in 2009. There's no doubt there's plenty more drama to come here in Shanghai. It's time to take a look at our starting grid for today's race. George Russell will begin today's event in pole position, edging out Lando Norris, who'll start from P2. Considering the rest of the grid, we have Sainz, Behrman, Oscar Piastri and Hamilton, Lawson, Hadjar, Verstappen and Esteban Ocon, Albon, Leclerc, Fernando Alonso and Bortoleto, Gasly, Colapinto, Valtteri Bottas and Nico Hülkenberg, Perez, Mini, Dunn, Stroll, Lindblad and Andrea Kimi Antonelli rounds off the grid. Now it's almost time for lights out, so let's go down to the track.
Starting 20th then because of grid penalties for Antonelli and Lindblad. So Antonelli's having a real rough start to the season, to the campaign. It's going to be tough to come back from there. We've seen already, because the fighting is so ferocious, there's a lot of back and forth with the battery, the yo-yo racing. It's even harder, I think. I think we're going to see a pattern here that the AI are going to have an even harder time coming back through the field, even if they're in a quicker car compared to previous F1 games, because the midfielders are able to actually give them more of a fight because they have that energy to use to come back at them. So it's going to be interesting to see if Antonelli can actually recover at all in this season, really, because this is quite a big devastating start for him. For us, of course, it was a difficult quali, but I'm actually quite chipper that I think we can actually still do something in this race. You know, we have a good lap one again, as we have done so far. Then if we can try and get some clean air, the sprint showed we do have some good race pace. Forget the one lap quali pace. Over a race distance, even with some tyre wear and clean air, it was very good in the sprint. So let's hope that we can find a pocket of clean air to work with later as the grid revs up into life and we look to 5 red lights to get the full Chinese Grand Prix underway. It's a good start for us versus the 2 Cadillacs that have bogged down considerably on the right. Hülkenberg spooks us a little bit into turn 1 and cuts us off as he tries to go on the inside of Colapinto. We'll now have the pocket of space to go down the inside of both of them, and can we make a double pass here? Maybe 2 more as we go around the outside of the other Alpine and Audi. It's been another heroic start on lap 1, up into 14th place. But remember Australia, that unfortunately started off amazingly, and it's going to continue for us as we catch Alonso napping. And why is Leclerc down here? He's had an awful getaway off 5 red lights. We've just overtaken a Ferrari. We've got an absolute nosebleed at this point. We're up into 12th place, but like in Australia, potentially reality will come crashing down upon us once we get into the race properly. But for now, we're living a dream as... okay, maybe the dream's over. Ocon has made us go a little bit wide there as we touched his rear tyre. That just sent our car spinning off into the distance a bit. He's having an absolute scrap and a half with Albon here, and I'm trying to get involved. Leclerc obviously is trying to recover. Look at the gap to the next car on the mini-map there. That's insane. We're not even at the end of lap 1. And there's a monumental gap to Lawson, is it? Yeah, Lawson in P9 ahead as these two are still going at it. And I'm just waiting patiently for the right time to make a move, as this might just be it as we really go quite tight into the final corner. Overtake mode available, active aero open, and we are 3 wide, and then it's going to be 1 as we brake as late as we can, lift a little as well to regen a bit of battery, and we're up into 10th place. It's a double move, and we're into the points for now, but there are 26 laps to go, and you saw how Australia went. We were up in 8th at one point in Australia, and we eventually went all the way down to, what was it, fighting for 12th to about 15th, and if it wasn't for some heroics on the last lap, it may have been 14th in the end, but yeah, did quite well there. Still very, very happy about how that last lap went, but look at this, oh my days, it's another incredible fight between a Red Bull and Lewis Hamilton. This time it's Hadjar's turn, because Hadjar is very much showing up Max Verstappen so far here around Shanghai in 5th place. Verstappen down in 8th behind Behrman, who is having a fantastic weekend, it must be said. Although in general, Haas look a bit stronger than they were down under, as we look to just keep it going. You know, there's a bit of clean air ahead of us with Lawson, but the problem is Ocon is within 1 second, so he is going to try and come at us, but it looks like Leclerc might be closer to making a move. That Ferrari gains, and the Ferrari pulls out on the left-hand side and looks to make the pass. Surely Ocon doesn't put up a fight. The Ferrari engine in the back of the Haas, a customer surely waves by the prancing horse, and I think that is going to be the case, and there you go. Leclerc's through as Hadjar gets Hamilton, but Hamilton comes back, and look at Sainz. Sainz maybe goes for a double pass, not quite, but at least makes one move. He's on the hard compound. The Williams is on the hard compound and is looking to make a move on a Red Bull running a medium. Williams so far make no sense, because I think I said this in the first episode. As it stands, Williams are the next car above us in the performance chart. But what we're seeing here is on a harder compound, Sainz, look at the traction he's just got. He's actually looking to fully overtake this Red Bull. And, I mean, he's putting up a much more of a fight than you expect from a car that is just one above us in the performance chart. So I think it just shows even more maybe in this set of regulations, the driver, because of the more nimble chassis, I believe, the driver, who is higher rated, can really make a difference, you know. The Williams isn't a great car, but Sainz is making a big difference here compared to Albon at the moment. And I think that's why you're going to see us as a player, no matter who we're driving as, because it's us driving, we can make a big difference compared to our lower rated AI teammates. So I think we're going to have to wait until we sign a higher rated teammate to really see where we stack up with the car potentially, as we now go for a move on Lawson. Hard on the brakes, regenning plenty, and we nearly catch Behrman's rear end, but it's a good move on the V car. But that was only because of Sainz, really, because Sainz and Hadjar fighting basically backed this all up and towards us, but the rear end's getting a little bit loosey-goosey. Remember, higher fuel levels, so that tyre wear we're facing on the mediums and the sprints going to be even more apparent. But for now, the focus was on Behrman, because Verstappen and Hadjar are getting away, because Sainz actually is pulling away as well. So Sainz showing some amazing pace in the Williams. Can we get Behrman? Plenty of overtake mode. Both of us, obviously, with the active aero open. We go through to the left, give him a bit of a squeeze, and then we stop deploying, and thankfully it doesn't look like Behrman's going to get repasses, because we just got to the point where we all start lifting off, and we're up into P8 at the moment, lap 4. So unlike in Australia, we've actually carried on going forwards in the race past lap 2. Is this maybe an outside chance for points? You wouldn't have thought it based off qualifying, but as I said, the sprint pace at the very end in clean air maybe showed there's maybe a little bit of a dark horse sort of pace I've got in this car around Shanghai. Leclerc's now going to finally come knocking, and I put up a little fight, but eventually I just thought, you know what, there's no point in fighting the Ferrari. You know, this is not our fight. The fight is Behrman, the fight is Lawson, so we'll let him by and we'll see what we can do. But at the moment, Lando Norris leading the way, Russell in second, so those two continue their battle for the win as they were in Australia. Bigger gap to Piastri, so those two are in a world of their own, but it's Piastri, Hamilton, Verstappen's now ahead of Hadjar, and there is swapping going on behind me. Lawson and Behrman are fighting. And you can see on the timing ladder, they've fought so much that we're nearly going to break out of the 1 second gap, which would be really crucial for us. Antonelli's only recovered to P15 so far, as we now come in for an earlier stop than most, because I am committing to the 2-stop. The tyre wear was so high in the sprint. Sure, we did all right in terms of pace, but I think it's clear that the hard compound also, based off Sainz's amazing pace on the hard, I think the hard tyre is the tyre to be on for this mid part of the race, as we see Bottas with a 10-second penalty. A bit harsh, don't know what it's for, but that will definitely stop him in his tracks, I would say, as we come out just ahead of Lindblad, who I don't know if he's made a pit stop or not, so potentially has, actually, because Lindblad was kind of, you know, in the fight with us at the start of the race, as we now close up to the man with a 10-second penalty and looking to get down the inside. Easy does it, inches away from making a bit of contact with him, and now looking to line up Nico Hülkenberg, who is on the hards from the start of the race, and we're going to stay on board for this entire sequence of corners, just so you can see us hunting down the Audi Works team, as this will be quite satisfying, obviously, as the customer Audi team overtaking the Works team is always a good thing, and using a bit of overtake mode here, lift off a little bit and then commit, lift off again. But we've had some really great momentum through this right-hander, and then we go late on the brakes, get it to the apex, one tyre on the grass, because Hülkenberg was pretty adamant not to give us some room there, but we've made it work, and we're up into P12. So at the moment, we're on course to upset the Works team. I think we could be ahead of both of them, Hülkenberg and Bortoletto, as we now look to see what we can do on Sainz even, because Sainz now makes his pit stop, having come off the hard tyres, and he was fighting the Red Bull, so the fact we were near him is pretty good. Obviously, at this point, I think Red Bull have pulled away from him, but still pretty good to be near Sainz, but ultimately he's on the mediums now, so at least initially, he's going to have the pace. So we try to give it a good old go, but again, I'm kind of focused on my own race. I don't want to get into a fight if I don't need to, because I actually need clean air. I don't need cars around me. I need clean air to operate this car successfully, as we did at the end of the sprint. And that's working for us so far, because Sainz has pulled away by 2 seconds, which I think is going to be another common theme, as we said in the first episode. Not only can the AI now overtake you when they really want to, if they've got more battery, once they're past you in clean air, it becomes very, very painfully apparent how much more pace they have than this My Team car right now. So, yeah, no upgrades on the car yet, and I'm desperate for some downforce. Honestly, we really do need some downforce in the corners, as Leclerc, some deja vu here, repasses us, because my undercut was so good with that early stop that we actually jumped the Ferrari. The problem is, I reckon the Ferrari and the top cars, I think they're doing 1-stops today, so it won't really matter too much. But hey, it does show that we had some good pace on that fresher hard, you know, in the clean areas. Antonelli, painful to see him go down the order. Can he still make it to the point? And look at that, we've jumped Verstappen. Verstappen was so slow at the end of his first stint that we've got ahead of him, and he actually takes him a whole lap to come through to maybe overtake us, as Leclerc sets a fastest lap of the Grand Prix, and we wave goodbye to Verstappen. Hamilton right behind us. I think we're going to have to wave goodbye to Hamilton as well, because then the next car's Behrman. So honestly, I'm not going to fight Hamilton here, because then we've got 5 seconds to Behrman. That's beautiful. That's exactly what we want to see. So we're going to just stay in medium, and Hamilton's going to come through. Easy does it. And we're now just focused on our race. And speaking of being focused on their own races, Norris and Russell, they are head and shoulders above everyone today. What is this? They've nearly got 10-second gap to Piastri from Russell to Norris. Then it's Leclerc, Verstappen, Sainz, Hamilton having to recover a little bit in this race then because he went longer in the first stint. And we have maintained a decent gap. Not to Hadjar, because Hadjar's in a quicker car, but to Behrman. The gap has stayed to what it was, but Hadjar is gaining on us because he's in a quicker car. But to Behrman, look, the gap's still 4 seconds. So we've got matching pace to the Haas in the clean air. So this is working beautifully for us. It's just a case of, does Hadjar come and overtake us? As there's yellow flags for something. I potentially thought there might have been a safety car. It was wishful thinking. The tyre wear is now kicking in. Oh, okay, Ocon's out. Okay, so something did happen, but there's no safety car. But I'm going to come in anyway. Doing my best impression of Lewis Hamilton in 2007, wasn't it? Thank God there's no gravel trap there anymore. As we're in now for our second stop onto another set of mediums and hoping to maintain where we are, because as it stands, I think even if Hadjar overtook us, I think we could be on for one championship point, but we just lost 2 seconds there in that pit stop. Thank you very much, pit crew. Beautiful. Remind me, we need to do some pit crew upgrades on the HQ facilities then, yeah, it's going to be pretty awful with mistakes over the course of this season then, isn't it? But I hope that 2 second loss isn't going to undo us. Where is Behrman? Because, of course, we've got a bit of an undercut here, having gone earlier, and Behrman is now past us, behind us, I should say. And what's the gap? It actually looks pretty big, to be honest. I think we've gained a lot. Oh, my days. 8 seconds. 8 seconds. That's an unreal gap. So we lost 2 seconds in the pit stop, but we gained so much more with the undercut. The undercut's been incredible around Shanghai here. And to be fair, in real life, it was pretty strong, wasn't it? I think, thinking back to that race. So, looking good for P10 at the moment as we go on to lap 26. Norris now is in his own world compared to Russell. Nearly 6.5 seconds ahead. And then, oh, maybe this is why Russell was suffering engine issues, and now it's got to the worst possible scenario. It's an engine failure. Ooh, Mercedes Works team. They are 100% not getting their 2 cars to the line so far in this 2026 save. And this is going to mean it's going to be a 1-2 for the reigning Constructors' Champions, McLaren. And it surely is a nailed-on victory for the reigning champion, Lando Norris. Verstappen in a surprising 3rd place, having been quite slow in the first part of the race. Then the Ferraris, Hadjar, Sainz, and Antonelli gets up into 8th. So Antonelli actually jumped us at some point. We didn't see when it happened. I think just in the pit stop phase. So Antonelli will recover to the points, but it's only a P8. It's not really massive. So Antonelli's still going to be down on his teammate. But this is big for us because now we're into 9th. 2 points could be on the cards, but you can now see I'm really suffering with some understeer. And over the course of the last 6 laps, since lap 21, where Behrman was 8 seconds back, he's now 3 seconds. So he's gained 5. In the last 5 laps, essentially. So it's been very, very strong pace from Behrman as Lando Norris does indeed win the Chinese Grand Prix. So it's, 1 apiece to Mercedes and McLaren, but both with a Mercedes engine, clearly the best out there at the moment. Verstappen with a solid podium and the sprint win. It's a much better Grand Prix weekend for him than it was in real life in Shanghai. As we come on to the last lap, as we go so understeery, we break the straight line board. Behrman is actually going to close within a second by the end of the lap. So I think he used a lot of energy to close on us. So I'm very glad the race is ending now because he could have ruined the party if this race was a little bit longer. But we are going to come through somehow for an amazing 2 points on the board for our first points in Formula 1. An unexpected weekend, but actually in clean air, the car really wasn't that bad. It was a very, very solid race from us and a clever one to not get into fights when we didn't need to. And we got a little bit lucky then with Russell DNFing as well, to be fair.
And here he comes. It's all go, go, go for Lando Norris as he takes the checkered flag and wins.
it was a joy to watch today, honestly, because the driver was clearly able to read the conditions well on track, to use the information properly from the team, and usually come up with the right solution at the right time.
We had drama from start to finish, but in the end, there was only ever one that could take that top spot. He raises the trophy over his head. Lando Norris, head and shoulders above the rest today.
So early on, Lando Norris, the reigning champion, leads by 15 points. A massive gap compared to everyone else who is very close. You know, there's only 4 or 5 points covering P2 to P5 in the standings, and we now sit in P12 with Gabriel Mini. McLaren are the leaders ahead of Ferrari, Red Bull and Merc. Merc are 4th. That's how awful that reliability has been for them. Surely they're going to come back through, but there we are in 8th place with 2 points on the board. We are going to have our first ever wet race with the new 2026 cars, and it is as chaotic as you might imagine. Very, very exciting times and nervous times, I might say. But at the moment, pre the race weekend in Japan, looking to still try and bring upgrades to the car. But as you may have just seen there, some delays in the development. Of course, being a new team to the grid, we're getting lots of failures. And so we're going to end up only having one upgrade to assign to our drivers. You can see the ones that have been assigned have all been supplier upgrades. So nothing that we've actually done, basically. So yeah, it's been very slow progress on this performance chart. You can see though we are still just ahead of Cadillac and just behind Williams, although to be fair, Williams definitely overperforming compared to the performance chart. So I think early on we can already kind of say that the performance chart is not the be all and end all, and as I've said before, the driver ratings are making a massive difference because the two Williams drivers being over 80 rated are clearly outperforming where the Williams car is on the chart. We do have a brand new sponsor to the car, very cool logo, Highland, so that was a nice addition to the rear wing and an additional training point. And after some thinking about where I want to spend that training point, I'm going to go down the middle of the engineering tree because I really want to get the development time reduced, because so far that's our biggest bottleneck as a team, is the development is just taking far too long to get the upgrades on the car. Like, we've got the R&D for it, we've got the HQ facilities at the moment at this stage of the career, but the time it's taking to get those upgrades on the car is quite a while. But we're going to swap over and drive this done once again as we did in the opening round and head to Suzuka.
A warm welcome, everybody, from a venue that has seen plenty of sensational laps over the years. Remember, Verstappen in 23, Vettel in 2019, some phenomenal pole laps. But whose will it be today?
So it's another chance to maybe get this car out of Q1 for the first time. Of course, we had the full qualifying in Australia, the shortened version in China due to the sprint weekend. So this is our second opportunity, technically, to try and get this car out of Q1 and also just understand how to go a bit quicker over one lap. So the first lap was more of a banker, just, you know, driving quite normally, a little bit of lift and coast here and there to regen the battery. But initially I thought, oh, sector 1, there's a lot of lift off corners typically where you're rolling the car in, so maybe not a lot of LICO is needed and maybe the regen will be enough. But by the time we get to 130R, we're down to, you know, just over 10% there. You can hear the engine cutting out, and we lost a bit of speed. So I think actually on my second run, we are going to try and regen more aggressively on the opening part of the lap to ensure that we can deploy more consistently everywhere. So this is our second run then on a new set of tyres. We're going to lift into turn 1, and weirdly this actually gains me time through that corner, I suppose because we're coming in at a slower speed, and with the car's downforce it could actually handle the angle I was trying to turn at. And even with, well, what I feel like was some more aggressive lifting throughout the entirety of sector 1, we're up nearly half a second. Now that could just be the track improvements, but by the end of the lap I'm able to deploy the overtake mode all the way through 130R. We're now over 1 second up. A little bit of a mistake in the final corners with a bit of a tank slapper, and ultimately it will only just be 1 second gained. I reckon we could have even done 1.3 seconds gained if I got that final bit of the chicane correct. and that is going to be us through into Q2 for the very first time. Just about in 16th compared to the cutoff at 18th, but Mini also improving a little bit. You know, 21st, that's definitely an improvement compared to how the two AI teammates have done in China and Australia. So maybe just generally the car is better suited to Suzuka. Remember, the one and only upgrade that we've managed to develop so far in this season is on this car, my car, Dunn's car. So we do have this slightly better performance. I think the upgrade we had was rear downforce, so that should hopefully help us in the traction zones. But unfortunately, because we'd used 2 sets of softs in Q1, I only had 1 set in Q2, so I don't really know if this is a good lap or not. There's no yardstick. I think it was a pretty alright lap, but in the end, the AI rivals of ours in the midfield really speed up. Haas and Ocon doing amazing to be up there in 6th place. Franco with Alpine in the top 10. Usual suspects, though, the Ferrari, Mercedes, McLaren, and the Red Bull. Alonso was a bit of a surprise in that horrible Aston Martin. He's up in 11th. He was only a few thousands off making Q3, which again just shows the drivers are making such a difference compared to the car ratings. But we're in 15th. That's respectable, I think. And now we go on to a wet race around here. This is going to be very interesting, to say the least.
No fewer than 12 world champions have been crowned at Suzuka, but who will be tasting glory today at the checkered flag? We're approaching lights out, and we can't wait for the Japanese Grand Prix. It's time to see how our drivers are stacking up after yesterday's exciting qualifying session. George Russell will begin today's event in pole position, and Oscar Piastri completes the front row. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Leclerc, Hamilton, Andrea Kimi Antonelli, and Verstappen, Lindblad, Colapinto, Ocon, and Fernando Alonso, Lawson, Bottas, Lando Norris, and Albon, Dunn, Hadjar, Carlos Sainz, and Pierre Gasly, Stroll, Bortoletto, Mini, Hulkenberg, Behrman, and Sergio Perez completes our grid. Which of these talented drivers will come out on top today?
So it's very doom and gloom around Suzuka. The water is falling down at a considerable rate, and we're all on intermediates. And this is our first time in the wet with this new era of cars. Indeed, the first time that F1 is in the wet, because in real life, very strangely, we've not actually had a wet racing condition yet. We could have done Miami, but they brought the race forward because of the lightning concern. So for us, we've got no reference point. We literally don't have a real life reference point apart from Pierre Gasly in pre-season testing saying that these cars were terrifying in the wet when he did a little shakedown around Silverstone. But that was a lot heavier rain, I think, compared to what we've got here in Suzuka. And the forecast says it should get dry by the end of the race. So not only is this a wet race, it's a changeable race, which makes it just that much more exciting. And hopefully we can get the crossover correct. But from 15th, I'm not expecting points, but it would be nice to see. In the past, my wet weather performance has not been amazing, but potentially it's known that the AI with this new season pack maybe aren't as rapid as they have been on previous F1 games, so there might be a chance for us to still do something. But for now, we prepare ourselves for an opening lap of the complete unknown as we all rev up towards 5 red lights for the Japanese Grand Prix. It's not a very good start. We've bogged down a fair amount, and there is no boost mode available. Boost mode is locked off in the wet, as is overtake mode, as we get swarmed on the outside by Sainz and Hadjar. We're down to 17th for the first time in the career. We've not made up places, let alone like 5 or 6 on the opening sector. We're down to maybe showing the lack of pace of this car ultimately in the downforce department. Hadjar and Sainz side by side, and there's actually quite a few side by sides up this hill, which is amazing to see as the spray comes off all the tyres. We're just sitting pretty, though, in 17th. We're not really near to these two guys ahead of us, and we've got Gasly right behind, sniffing around as we're trying to keep up with Hadjar as he slows up a bit due to the concertina effect. And can we do anything to the hairpin? Sometimes a bit of a cheeky place to make a pass. We're going to go for the outside. Hadjar a little bit unawares on the inside, and we actually get some really fantastic traction, and we're able to get up into 16th. To my surprise, the traction was actually unbelievable there. And what we do have on the right-hand side, you may have just seen very briefly, is I did get the ERS deployment mode into hot lap. So in the wet, like in real life, when the FI deem it too dangerous, they lock off overtake mode and they lock off boost mode. And of course, in active aero, there's no rear wing opening. You just saw there, I activated active aero, straight line mode, and you couldn't physically see, but my front wing was opening, but the rear wing was not. So just like in real life, because I know a few people are asking whether that would be simulated correctly. Yeah, it is. So again, look, that rear wing's not moving, but I do have straight line mode activated because the front wing, which you can't really see from this angle, is open. But yeah, no boost mode. There is hot lap mode though, so maybe that could help us, because the hot lap mode, you know, like in quali basically, has a, you know, predetermined sort of profile of when to deploy the battery, so that might help us. But for now, I'm in medium because I didn't think to actually try out the hot lap mode. At this point, I was honestly more worried about Hadjar overtaking us and trying to navigate this circuit in the wet as Hadjar just minces us on the inside, because I actually went a little bit wide as he started to understeer towards the right-hand side. So for now, I've not really figured out that hot lap mode can actually be quite beneficial. And I'm going to say this now, I do feel like in the future, in the next recent patch, whenever that's going to be, I think in the future they need to patch it so that the player can't use hot lap mode, because I don't think the AI ever use hot lap in a race condition. I think they only know how to use none, medium, boost and overtake. I don't think they ever use hot lap, whereas the player, as it stands right now on launch week, we can use hot lap mode in the wet, and it is quite beneficial. And I don't realize that until about now, and then you're going to see as we go on through this first stint, we basically start to get a bit quicker than we looked in the opening laps, because I start to realize, oh, actually there is some decent deployment with hot lap mode. So for now, we're kind of just settling into the race, trying to navigate it. Like I said in the opening episode, though, even though the car's a bit nervy, it is still so much better driving in the wet with this new era of car than the ground effect boats we had before. You know, the nimbleness of this chassis, it is just so much better in every regard, dry or wet. As on lap 7 then, 5 laps later, Russell leading the way, clear by 4.6 seconds. Piastri in second, hounded by Hamilton, Leclerc, Antonelli, Verstappen, all close behind. Then there's a bit of a gap to Colapinto, who's doing a fabulous job in the Alpine in no man's land on his own. Lindblad trying to defend Ocon, so Ocon's actually gone backwards, you know, from the starting grid, I think that was. And Alonso sitting in P10 at the moment. Obviously, the wet conditions may be the great equalizer in terms of engine performance, and so the Aston Honda faring well and faring in the points. Lando Norris having won the last race down in 12th, so he is really having a bothersome time around Suzuka. Bottas actually looks pretty high as well in 13th place, and so compared to us, we're actually underperforming, really, looking at the Cadillac and Aston and where they are. But at this point, it was kind of weird and frustrating, because I was actually definitely going quicker, because I finally was starting to use hot lap mode basically everywhere. And you can see I've now gapped Gasly. We're going to have a little moment here that loses us some time, actually 2 big moments of oversteer. But again, I'm able to control the car really nicely, and it's a lot of fun sliding about and trying to keep it in a straight line. But yeah, we've gapped him, you know. He was right behind us, and now he's 5 seconds back. But we're still losing out to Hadjar 4 seconds. As now, that's Mark telling me that we might switch over to dries, which is very surprising because the track looks still quite wet. There are still droplets of rain. and I'm going to make sure that he's not talking gibberish. And lo and behold, I ask him for a weather report and he says, no, the Inters are still fine. So it's kind of a false flag at that point on lap 9 to tell me that it's an interesting decision for the tyres. But we may not be far off. Maybe one more lap, 2 more laps. Russell's going quicker. I mean, we all are. All of us are gaining time because the track is slowly drying out and the Inters are getting faster. Yeah, just weirdly for me, I mean, it's almost like a paradox because I'm going so much quicker now than Gasly now that I've discovered hot lap mode, but I just can't close on Hadjar that much. We are gaining 7/10 here almost. The gap's now down to 3.3. But it's a little bit late in the stint, knowing that we are probably going to come onto dries soon enough. And on lap 11, we are still 3.6, but the gap is now 7.7 to Gasly. So, again, just not quick enough for the car ahead, but we keep on putting distance between ourselves and Gasly. The tyres are looking incredibly second-hand. Any longer, they might become into slicks at this point, so I'm really hoping that we're going to go to dry tyres soon, because otherwise, if this gets to 70% on the rear, that is going to be a problem. But for now, we're just trundling along. A little bit of an error there, but we will survive and we'll carry on. And I'm just hoping, please, Mark, tell me something good.
We think it's time to box now.
Okay, brilliant. This is what I wanted. This is what I wanted. There you go. The change to dries. I don't know why they're saying 2 hard tyres. I reckon a medium and a hard would be the way to go, because you want a softer compound when it's still a bit damp to give you better purchase on the tarmac. And I reckon the tyre wear's not that bad, that we could definitely do a medium to hard rather than 2 hard tyres. So we're going to swap that and go onto mediums on my heads-up display. But that was much needed, because that tyre icon is red, basically. So the tyres are going to give away. So we're in for mediums, and there are some cars with us. Hamilton's, though, the highest car that's come in. There are plenty of drivers that have stayed out, including the race leader Russell, who just had a little moment there. Piastri, Antonelli, Verstappen, Colapinto, Ocon, Alonso, Bottas, both Williams and Hadjar, all of them going for one more lap at least, I assume, on the intermediate tyre. So it's a bit of a peculiar choice because, I don't know, Ferrari might just be splitting their strategies. And actually, sorry, no, they haven't. They actually double stacked. So Ferrari think it's definitely time for dries, that they double stacked and they compromised Leclerc because he's now down where Norris is. And Norris was obviously out the points in traffic previously. So very surprising that Ferrari definitely think it's dry and then Red Bull and Merc don't, as we are now gaining on Lawson. And this is early vindication that my decision to go on to mediums was the right call, as we've got yellow flags, and I actually think that might be for our teammate. That might be Mini out of this race, so we are the only car still in this one. I mean, to be fair, we were the only one competitive so far in the race, but alas, not a great thing to see the other side of the garage retire. But look at the traction we're getting. This medium is performing so much better, to the point where it looks like Cadillac have joined us. Our rivals in Cadillac, they've seen us on the medium and thought, yep, let's go for that as well. So Perez has copied me, whereas everyone else is on hard still. Hadjar out the pits, super cold tyres, still a damp track, and so we're going to get the Red Bull, the car we just couldn't catch earlier. We get him, and we bridge that 3-second gap due to the undercut plus the warmer medium tyres. This seems like a genius choice to go to mediums. It's performing really, really well. It's a really tricky track, though. You can see I'm constantly soaring, letting off throttle a little bit. It's almost a moment where I'm channeling my inner Jenson Button, being a massive fanboy, sort of, you know, embodying JB. How many times have we seen in the past when Jenson was in F1? He could just wring the neck out of a car in these sort of conditions where you have to tiptoe around, you have to feel the grip corner to corner, and that is exactly what we are doing as we're closing on this pack now, tail-ended by Norris, but ultimately held up by Alonso, because you can see Albon trying to go for a move. So now that we've switched to dries, Alonso doesn't look as quick, and we're going to try and catch the papaya car. napping completely. We have just overtaken the reigning world champion in these conditions, and now we go on to almost push Albon through the last corner. Alonso has lost all the pace he had on Inters, and we're going to squeeze through in the middle, and we're going to squeeze out Fernando Alonso into turn 1 and get up into P12. This car's come alive in this exact scenario. A little bit damp. We're on a softer compound. We're using hot lap mode where others aren't. We are coming alive, and this is turning into an overtake fest, which it didn't look like it. You know, the whole first stint, apart from Hadjar, we had no action. I was a little bit concerned about the episode, but this is now turning into a really interesting one as we get Bottas, and look at the confidence we have to get Sainz now on the inside. I'm in the zone, man, and I said it before, it's even more fun now. This right now is some of the most fun driving I've had in the wet or changeable conditions for some years. Usually, it's an absolute torture fest because the AI are just so pin-perfect accurate in changeable conditions, but with this new car, I feel like I'm able to drive a bit quicker in these sort of conditions, and it's great for us. Obviously, the AI probably do need to be a little bit quicker, I would say, as I said, in a future patch. But in terms of my pace, I feel like I'm going quicker than I usually would because of the way the car's handling now, as Hamilton makes a move on Piastri, but goes wide. Big AI mistake. Hamilton goes straight on and lets Piastri back through. It's still Russell, by the way, in P1, but Verstappen has jumped up to second in the Red Bull. It's Antonelli in third. Leclerc's now down to 8th because of that double stack, and we are in P10 on for some points maybe. Lando Norris down to 14, stuck behind Albon and the other Cadillac of Valtteri Bottas, as we now gain on the other rookie in this season, Arvid Lindblad in the V-Carb. And next up would be the Ferrari. So I think after Lindblad would basically be in clean air to try and just settle down and just, you know, get our head down and drive consistently. But now, oh, you can see on the bottom right, there you go now. So the FIA think it's dry enough where they've unlocked boost mode. So now we are immediately going to make use of that, dive on the inside of the V-Carb and get up into 9th place. Leclerc sets the fastest lap. I'm sure there's going to be lots of purples now as everyone can use boost mode, and the AI will finally probably be on level pegging with me in terms of using the battery properly, because up till now they've just been doing medium and none. So now we have to kind of go back to actually thinking about the regen, because so far in this race, 19 laps, I've not had to do any lift coast and think about regen at all, but now we do. And potentially could be a problem, is there comes Lindblad, so now he's got a good run. We go defensive with our boost mode. That was Leclerc. We just overtook him. Leclerc's in the pits then for his second dry tyre stint. But as we come through onto lap 21, we've got more cars in. We're only 6 laps to go to the end of the race, and I'm still gaining time. I just said a purple last sector. I reckon these mediums could go to the end, you know. I don't think we need to make another pit stop. Everyone else is coming in. But we've only got now 5 laps to go. I've just said a fastest lap with 5 laps to go. This medium is a god tyre. I don't know what's happened here, but the pace we've got on this medium is unreal. Verstappen now is right behind us. He's on a fresher hard. So although our pace looks godly, very soon I think we'll start to now encounter how quick a fresh tyre is, as Leclerc goes quickest on a fresh hard. And I imagine Verstappen is going to come through. We're not going to put up a fight on Verstappen, even though we've only got 5 laps left. Verstappen, this is too early. Verstappen's not on our fight. Look at the tyre wear we've got. It's pretty high, but the car still feels pretty decent. But we have got too many laps to go to fight Verstappen here, in my opinion. So if he comes in for an overtake with boost mode, I won't put up a fight. Russell's going to win this race. Verstappen, I think he might come through just about now as we go towards Spoon Curves, or he might get us through to 130R. He will overtake us probably. But look at the gap then to Antonelli. 6.7 to him, then 1 more second to Piastri. 5 laps to go. That is a fight worth having. A fight with Verstappen will just relegate us down further. It will slow us up by many seconds, and Antonelli will be on us closer and quicker than he otherwise would be. So we've tactically let Verstappen by because, well, using my experience of career modes over the years, I know when to pick the battles when you're in a much slower car. That's not one to pick. But now I'm in clean air, and I've got 4 laps now as we go on to lap 23 to try and keep this gap. 4.7. We're not going to keep it probably, but hopefully 4 laps is enough for us to maintain, I can't believe I'm saying this, maintain this third. Yes, I actually reckon we could get this podium. Hamilton's flying though, by the way. He's overtaking Piastri. He's up into P5, and he is completely trouncing Leclerc this race weekend. And I said he's flying, quite literally, because he now goes on for an overtake on Antonelli. So Hamilton is going to be up into P4. So he will be the man chasing us down for the last podium place. But we're already now on lap 25. The gap is 1.5. The gap is now 0.4 of a second. Hamilton is the fastest man on track. This is pressure like no other. But we have spent this time studying when best to regen and deploy. So I am now, the plan is regen hard into spoon curves. I've noticed the AI like to deploy really early off this exit, so try and get on the power and deploy boost as early as we can. And you can see there, we pull away a little bit. Hamilton, though, has the ultimate pace, the better engine, the better deployment, so he does close. But if I hadn't have deployed boost mode there, he would have overtaken us at 130R. Instead, he has to try and move in the chicane. We go defensive. We've got enough battery to now boost mode all the way down the main straight. You can see now, though, my tyre wear is really kicking in. We're having to wrestle the car through the final corner, but we've used so much battery, about 50%, to stay ahead of Lewis into turn 1. But now, this is where I can regen it all back through sector 1. So we're just lifting and coasting through this entire sector, getting battery back for after the hairpin into spoon curves and out of it. Russell still leads by a whopping 14 seconds, dominating this one. Verstappen 4 seconds ahead of us, much quicker today. And in the top 10, Ocon and Lindblad bringing up the rear. Bottas in a pretty high P12, to be fair, and Hadjar and Norris are going to be really annoyed at this race in 14th and 16th. Again, lap 26, same again, using boost as early as we can off the exit. This time Lewis gets a really good run, so we have to carry on using boost all the way to 130R, then lift off a bit. We've managed to stay ahead on the inside. Again, we go defensive, we leave the door open, but we're then ultimately going to get to the apex for the second part of the chicane, and now this time trying to get a better exit than we did last time. That was a much smoother run through the final corner. On to the last lap. This is it, and we're giving it everything, deploying everything we have. Again, down to 20% battery into turn 1, and in Suzuka, the best way to defend is just staying on the racing line. There's no point doing the inside line at Suzuka because you actually compromise your entry. So we just stayed on the racing line. We didn't blink. We didn't get scared off the road by Sir Lewis Hamilton, and we have just got 2 sectors to go to survive the onslaught of Lewis Hamilton and even Antonelli there in the background. Are we going to do this? This has been an insane first wet to dry race on F1 26. My team, are we about to do the unthinkable and get a podium here in Suzuka? We've got one very important section to go, but look at the management we've done. 96% battery, so we used a little bit of boost, and look how far Hamilton back is he. So just that little bit of boost mode out the hairpin, maybe the Ferrari hasn't got that much energy, so that helped us there. Russell's going to win this one, of course, ahead of Verstappen. Hamilton's all over me though through the spoon curves. We use a lot of battery. more than we ever have because he's fully alongside us, side by side into 130R. But we have the inside line. We continue to deploy and into the chicane now. Easy does it. Don't lock up. Don't make a mistake like that. Oh my God. We've kept it clean. We've kept it going in a straight line across the curb to the line, across the line. We've done it.
And that's a podium. Excellent drive.
Oh my
The whole team
days.
worked especially hard
What
this
have we
weekend,
done?
And that, my friend, is a
What have we
fantastic
done?
reward. Well
We
done.
just got a bloody podium in race 3 in a wet race. Come on.
Here's the checkered flag. Here's our winner. By George, he's done it. Russell wins.
I mean, it looked like they were in a different category at points during the race, led every lap. I mean, what more can we say?
We had drama from start to finish, but in the end, there was only ever one that could take that top spot. By George, he was good today. The top step awaits for George Russell.
That honestly might be some of the best driving I've done in terms of, first of all, that period where we were overtaking cars left and right on the fresh medium, perfect. And then managing to beautifully, tactically play the ERS. It was pinnacle F1 chess in the last laps, and that has got us up to 17 points. Another wet race coming up for the Canadian Grand Prix. If you watched last time, well, we had an engine failure for our AI teammate, and that gave us 460 R&D points, surprisingly, which I'll happily take as we make our way towards fan rating 2 for the first time, which will open up some possibilities in terms of the car sponsors. In terms of the R&D, speaking of that, we're still trying to get more upgrades on the car. There are some really long timelines when you are a starter team for these developments. So although we've got, like, look at this, we've got 4 research parts in the pipeline, one's been delayed, but we've still got, like, I think 5 parts being developed still. So it is still taking a while. We're now coming to the Canadian Grand Prix, where in real life, so many IRL F1 teams will bring their bigger upgrade packages, or they did so in Miami. So this is the same sort of rough time when, you know, real teams were bringing upgrades in 2026, and we're still only mainly getting upgrades from our supplier, which is Audi. We do have 2 upgrades now added onto the car, so we have 3 in total that were added by me, and then 6, I think that is, or 5 that were added by Audi, our power unit supplier. But we've still got, like, I think 5 others in development. So we're still lagging behind what we've actually researched. But you can see we've moved the needle a tiny amount on that R&D chart. So we are now a little bit further ahead of Cadillac, but still not bridged the gap to the quote-unquote midfield team. But a wet race coming up in Canada would not be the worst thing in the world, as if you watched last episode, we had a fantastic time in our first wet race around Suzuka, although that was probably more coming from the transition period from wet to dry, whereas Canada, it seems like it's going to be majority a wet weekend, even maybe in the sprint. Yes, I said sprint, as like in real life for the first time. It is a sprint race weekend here around Montreal, which I'm not mad at. You know, most of the time when there's a sprint weekend, it's a little bit long because there's just so much more to do in one race weekend, so to speak. And, you know, when you've not got the best car, potentially a sprint weekend could be double pain. You know, in China, the sprint was pretty painful for us. It was a bit of a learning race, but it wasn't, like, you know, very competitive. But around Canada, as you guys well know, it's one of my favorite circuits, if not my favorite circuit on the F1 game, at least, to drive. And we qualified in 17th, which seems pretty decent, especially compared to Dunn. But when you look at Bottas in the Cadillac, he's starting 13th for this sprint. And we've just edged a bit further ahead of them on paper. So there's still clearly some time to find for us around the circuit. And maybe also just to get an indication that the R&D chart isn't the gospel to read on. But as we load into the sprint race, unlike the weather forecast, are you seeing any rain there? No, you're not. It is dry, it is overcast, but it is dry as we get going to 5 red lights. From 17, a little bit of a delayed reaction compared to Sergio Perez, who bolts off the line. So maybe the Cadillacs are just feeling very racy today, with Bottas obviously further ahead as we look to try and wrestle this car, quite literally, round the outside of Fernando Alonso and Checo. So they may have had a better start than us, but we have navigated the first 2 turns much better as we try to prove that Canada is indeed one of my favourite places to race at, and we're feeling racier after the slower start, trying to get down the inside of Bottas, looking to squeeze him out on the exit. Of course, Cadillac are our nearest rival on paper, so it's satisfying to get those overtakes done as we go up into 14th place. I got to say though, oh my days, some very aggressive movements from Hadjar to defend Lindblad and then go for the overtake on Carlos Sainz. So Hadjar struggling in that second Red Bull and maybe feeling a bit punchy to not get overtaken by the new guy in the Red Bull family stable, you know, looking over his shoulder maybe. But I'm asking for a weather report, and there's no rain expected for this sprint, so the weather forecast lied to us. And as we continue to be in the middle of the action, as we get attacked by Perez, what I was trying to say before was the setup that we've got going on, the default recommended setup was for lower wings around Canada. Now, that may have been gaining us some pace here initially as we overtake Lindblad, as we nearly get into 3 wide, as the energy usage is a little bit lopsided around Canada. You can conserve so much energy in Sector 1 and then use so much of it in the 3rd sector. But basically, as we went on to lap 3, you may have noticed a little bit there on the exit, I just started understeering into so many of these corners as we try to come back on Lindblad, but he shuts the door pretty damn well. We're back down to 14th place, and the car did not feel comfortable around this sprint. So like in China, this race is giving us some learnings. I think come the full Grand Prix and full quali, we're going to put the wings up on the front and rear, because this default lower downforce setup is not the one. We are sliding about, you know, we're managing to, you know, just wring the neck out of the car to repass Lindblad. But you can see there now, that's what I'm talking about. There is no grip. Whether there's like a tiny bit of like mist in the air and maybe the track slippery, I don't know. That's probably just an excuse I'm trying to find. I think it's just the fact that we trusted the default setup too much, and it's far too low downforce for what this car can handle, as it is a 1-2 for Mercedes right now in a dominant fashion. Piastri 3rd, and also what's not great is the tyre wear. Look at the bottom right, orange, brick orange on lap 8 out of 12. So this is a mental note. Even if there is some rain to come in the full race, if there is a dry period, the medium may be a bit questionable. I don't know. I think it also might just be all the sliding we've done has not been great on the tyres. We get passed by Gasly and Behrman sliding in. Oh!
That looked bad. Are you all right? Let me know.
We have slid into the wall of champions. That was a horrendous corner entry, and then mid-corner, the car just snapped, and we could not catch it. Hey, maybe it's a good omen. Maybe it's a good omen. We've slid into the wall of champions. Maybe there is a championship in the future of this team. But for now, that's us out.
Welcome back, everybody. We're here in Canada at the wonderful Circuit Gilles Villeneuve. Who's going to come out fastest of all in the next hour? Yes, it's time for qualifying.
Right, we put that sprint behind us. We reset. We're going to apply a higher wing setup for the front and rear because, yeah, that was clearly not the way to go. And I'm not going to lie, that didn't fill me with much confidence. That actually knocked my confidence, I can't lie. For the first time ever, I questioned, oh, is this finally the F1 game where I'm not that great around Canada anymore? Because, you know, you've all watched it. If you've watched me for years, you'll know consistently there's something about this place. I'm quicker, but I also just have the rub of the green. I have so much luck around Montreal. But that sprint, nothing went well there. The energy management wasn't great in the last sector. The pace wasn't great. The sliding wasn't great. The grip wasn't great. I really did question myself. And even here in this qualifying, you can see there I finished with 0 battery. I need to do a better job at maintaining the battery levels for the last sector. The second lap's been much better. Purple first sector, green the second. We did lose a bit of time the hairpin though. And we're trying to gauge the battery use and almost allowing ourselves to super clip a little bit into the final sector as we go down to 2%, 1%. That's maybe a lie. I maybe overused it again as we go through the exit again, deploying, and again 0%. I still don't think I've nailed this in terms of the energy deployment, but we do gain a second because that first lap was so bad, and that's enough for 11th. That's a bit better. That's a bit more comforting. But I can't lie, I still don't think I've nailed the energy deployment around the single lap around Canada. Like in real life, as many of the pundits were saying, it's a very awkward circuit for the new 2026 regs because you can gain so much in Sector 1 for battery and then lose all of it in the last sector. But Oscar Piastri, the lead McLaren then this weekend, trouncing Norris so far, and he's on pole position now for the full race. And, you know, even though it's maybe not still a comfortable quali for us, we can take solace in this time we did have Cadillac in our back pocket. They weren't quicker than us, and we were quicker than the Works Audi and both of the V-carbs and one of the Alpines, which is at least something there. So let's try and put the sprint behind us and get to a full race where there is going to be some rain.
We're back once again beside the St. Lawrence River here in Montreal for the Canadian Grand Prix. The event first moved to the variant of this track back in 1978, and it was won by none other than Gilles Villeneuve, the first Canadian to ever win his home race, and in whose honour the circuit would be renamed. So with the race not far away from starting, here's what today's grid rundown looks like. Oscar Piastri lines up on pole position, edging out Max Verstappen, who'll start from P2. Moving on to the rest of the grid, we have Hamilton, Antonelli, Lando Norris, and Colapinto, Sainz, Russell, Leclerc, and Isaac Hadjar, Mini, Lawson, Gabriel Bortoleto, and Lindblad, Gasly, Hülkenberg, Sergio Perez, and Alex Albon, Stroll, Alonso, Behrman, Bottas, Ocon, and Alex Dunn rounds off the grid. And with lights out just moments away, it's time to go down to the track.
So like in Suzuka, it is going to be a wet start, but it will get dry by the end of the race. Now, you might have watched last episode and you know, this same as me, maybe licking your lips a little bit. Oh, okay, I think Aarava can do something again. I'm hoping so. Let's see how it goes though, because the actual pace of the car we already know wasn't that great in the dry, whereas Suzuka we had no yardstick, and surprisingly the pace was amazing, but we were on a softer compound of tyre, so that was also another thing. But what I can say is, like in Suzuka, we can try and use the hot lap mode to our advantage. The AI don't use hot lap mode in the race ever, and in the wet, boost mode is locked, but hot lap mode is not. So we can try and use that to maybe gain on our rivals around us as we all crescendo and rev up to 5 red lights, and we're underway for a soaking time in Montreal. It's a better start for us than it was in the dry in the sprint, ironically, but into turn 1, playing it very cautious, trying to squeeze out Hadjar, and thought about going around the outside of Leclerc there, but I thought the grip just wouldn't be there, and you can clearly see up the hill subtly. Yeah, the rear end steps out, but we do get Hadjar, so at least that's 1 place gain. But then Leclerc, we nearly put it into the back of Leclerc's. There's a concertina effect, and there's actually a very questionable amount of grip, even on the racing line. So right now on heavy fuel, having to suss out the grip a little bit, and the confidence maybe isn't there yet, but that's how the wet goes. You build confidence in these sort of conditions. But look at that, Hamilton's in the lead. Hamilton was 3rd on the grid, and he leads the Canadian Grand Prix. There must have been an excellent start for the Brits in the Ferrari. As you can see, we are now deploying hot lap mode to try and gain some pace. We're also a little bit down on fuel, because on purpose I underfueled the car. I thought, hey, if in this Formula, we're constantly left coasting, especially when it gets to the dry. Why don't we try and be a bit cheeky and start on lower fuel, knowing that we'll save it with the natural Lyco that we'll do later on. So that's a bit of another tactic to gain some speed. And look at this. Leclerc regenning as we deploy with hot lap mode, and we almost have a go at the Ferrari. I mean, in real life, Leclerc was nowhere compared to Hamilton around Canada in 2026, and here in the game, that seems pretty realistically replicated. Leclerc is fighting us for 9th, and Hamilton is in P1. And speaking of, this is a replay from 3rd, Verstappen 2nd, Piastri's on pole, and it's a pretty good getaway, but then it's more about his aggression into turn 1. So he's already got Verstappen. He's on the inside of Piastri, takes a lot of curb, Hamilton does. And on the outside, the Ferrari is just going to get that traction, or I should say Lewis gets the traction, because it's really more about him as a driver that's done that. And so Hamilton into P1, rolling back the years and showing us how good he can be around Canada. You know, speaking about drivers good around Canada, we know how excellent Hamilton can be around here. And in this Ferrari, he is enjoying his time in this save so far. And he's in P1 still. And actually, hang on. He's not just in P1. Have you seen that gap? 3.7. My jaw's on the floor. Hamilton's cooking. This is peak Hamilton. He is absolutely dominating this race. He's left the McLarens for dust. Piastri P1, he's been so much stronger than Norris so far on the weekend, but looks like Lando has gained some pace in the wet here as he pressurizes his teammate. 3/10 the gap, but look at Lewis in the middle of nowhere on his own, bossing it around Montreal. Verstappen in P4 after the sluggish start. Antonelli, Colapinto, Sainz, Russell, Leclerc, and then here we are on the back of Leclerc. And we're using that hot lap mode, 100% battery to use down the straight as Norris pulls out for the overtake to get into second place, is it? Piastri puts up a little bit of a fight, and Piastri remains in second place as we gain on Leclerc. We're building the confidence. We're going to get a really good exit, get on power as early as we can, use that hot lap mode. Leclerc is not, and we are gaining, and we are going to go for a ballsy move. Lock up on the rear, bit of a snap, and we have to push Leclerc a bit wide. It was a little bit sketch. We've got a warning for collision. I put my hands up. That wasn't the cleanest overtake ever, but it was also because the rear just locked on me, so I was a bit of a passenger into turn 1. But we've made it work, but I don't think we can pull off an overtake like that again, otherwise we might have an issue with the FIA. So if we are indeed going to make an overtake at turn 1 again, I think we're going to have to make sure we avoid some contact. But that seems to be a place where we are quickest, basically, because we're able to use our battery down this straight, kind of set up the move in a way, and then into turn 1. I think the regen is so much more than this corner, so that's where we're gaining time as Lewis bangs in another purple. Hamilton's flying, honestly. He is on another level, and can we get his old teammate as he's going to leave the door open, and we're going to push him wide, just like Russell did to Antonelli in the Canadian sprint. In real life, we have done it to him here in the race, in the wet. That was pretty satisfying. But yeah, like in Suzuka, I will admit, we are gaining a lot of time just because of the hot lap mode. So I say again, I really do hope, and I have told the people that I know at Codemasters and EA, I have told them that I think they do need to patch this to make the player be locked away from hot lap mode, maybe, because this is a lot of pace we're gaining. But whilst it's available, we'll use it, of course, because we're in a slower car. You know, typical racing driver sort of thing. Look, if the tools are there, you use them. As we get Carlos Sainz, we're now skating our way into the hairpin, because although this is gaining us time, the amount of torque going through the rear tyres is something else. Look at that tyre wear we've got. The lopsided tyre wear on the rear tyres. So my engineers are screaming at me to maybe come in earlier as we now go for another move on the outside of the chicane. So we got the two quicker cars into turn 1, but we actually have enough pace to get Sainz and Colapinto into the chicane before. But onto lap 15, we've pulled away by 2 seconds to Colapinto, but we're not catching Antonelli in the cars ahead, because now The tyre wear is so much that it's losing me time. We're on a red brick icon. That's never good. And I really thought this could be a copycat of Suzuka. Could we go to the dry period? But I'm going to have to just firm it and come in. I think unlike Suzuka, the rain is going to continue a little bit longer. And I just hope that the AI are also going to come in on the next lap. If they go to the dry period, I'm screwed. But I can't carry on any longer. The tyres, they're just done. The rear tyres are about to get a puncture. So we're in, brand new set of inters, and hopefully this will get us a bit of an undercut going in terms of obviously fresher inters will be much quicker as we come out in a decent amount of pocket of air, to be fair, behind Hulkenberg. But oh my! We are doing a colapinto on the exit, the pit lane exit, like it did in real life, as we skate across the grass and we live to fight for another day. As we now come through onto lap 18, cars in the pit lane, and Verstappen momentarily is behind us, but there he comes. But that means we're pretty close to Antonelli, isn't it? Because I think Antonelli was behind Verstappen, so I think we could be quite close to Kimi. Let's see, on to lap 19. Where is he? Where is he? As we set a fastest lap, we're the quickest man right now. Oh, no! How's that happen? Antonelli's just... Okay. Antonelli made an overcut work. He jumped Verstappen by going longer on his first set of inters. That's quite impressive, to be honest, and maybe shows the pace of the Merc and clean air as Kimi, Max and ourselves driving his Mini trade fastest laps. How about this? We are trading fastest laps with the Red Bull and Merc. This is something else, man. This is something else. The magic of Canada plus the rain is allowing us to do something we shouldn't be able to do. You know, we're on a roll here. Suzuka is something else. This is something else. And next race is Monaco, which is always a place where the player can make a difference compared to the AI. So I will say this, as Hamilton still extends his lead, 2.3, the McLarens have closed a little bit. I will say this is definitely a period in the career mode season where we are getting a lot of luck here. The wet race in Suzuka was a lot of luck. This is a lot of luck that it's another wet race. And then Monaco, we can always do something. Potentially when we get to the next race in Catalonia, unless it's raining there, if it's a dry race in Catalonia, that might be the reality check that we need. Because these wet races are inflating our performance so much. And Monaco always inflates your performance compared to the AI. So if you're thinking this is all looking a bit too good at this point in the season of Season 1, I think you should be a bit patient and just wait for the race in Catalonia, because that, if it's dry, will really be a litmus test for where this car is and where we are, because this wet weather, the AI definitely need to be just a bit quicker, and we definitely need to be not allowed to use the hot lap mode. But now we're in the dry period. Now this is where we gained a lot in Suzuka. Actually, we gained more in Suzuka than we did here. In reality, actually, we weren't even that quick in Suzuka in the wet. We were just quicker in the dry because we're on a medium. Whereas here in Canada, I was super quick in the wet. And now, once again, I have chosen to go on to mediums compared to everyone on hards. And once again, like in Suzuka, because it's a bit damp, the softer compound is giving us the better grip. We've still not got full boost mode, and so we're using hot lap to overtake Verstappen into that right-hander. Supreme confidence on the brake. Verstappen, it didn't even look like Verstappen there. He was so timid on the brakes. And that's what the medium tyre gives us. Supreme confidence from the get-go because of that extra... Look at that traction! Oh, that's ridiculous. Oh, that is ridiculous. The traction these mediums are giving us is on another level. We are laughing right now at the pace we've got. But now, boost mode is active. So now the AI may be on a level playing field in terms of using the energy, but I am still in the advantage of my tyres. We're on the quicker compound right now, and we are going for a move on Kimi Antonelli, who was in second. We are now up to second place, and Hamilton, who's been dominating this one since lap 1, is ahead by 1.2. Unfortunately, though, as I say this, and I'm laughing at the pace we had just then, this is pretty much the beginning of the end of this kind of pace. Because we've got 10 laps to go. But what I forgot, really, is... Do you remember how horrible the tyre wear was eventually on the medium in the sprint? Yeah, I forgot that. I put the sprint behind me to the point where I blocked out any memory of how that race went on the tyre. And I quickly started to lose pace on the medium. Kimi's got me. We're going to maybe look for a repass because we're using the battery so much more here compared to the AI. Like, they're using a lot more around the other parts of the lap. So for now, we do repass Kimi, and we've had a back and forth with the Mercedes, but very soon, Piastri goes for the dive. Antonelli on the outside. We're 3 wide into the hairpin because now, on lap 27, with 8 laps to go, I don't know it yet, but my race is about to go south. It is not going to go in the right direction. This is a false alarm, the fact I'm able to re-overtake Kimi, because this is just battery play. This is just me using the battery in a place where the AI aren't using it. But Antonelli on the inside here, he does really well to defend. We lose the back end, and that snap, that's the cue. That's the cue that my tyres are now going away. As the sun comes out, this is now going to be me getting severely humbled by the quicker cars. As Verstappen goes round the outside of the hairpin, I try to fight him, try to come back. We might even be able to repass him, to be fair, on the exit, because again, the AI don't like to use too much boost mode down this straight, whereas I do. Maybe in a way I'm overusing it, but it's working for us in terms of they're regenning clearly with the flashing light as we come through for P3 again. The Verstappen now is going to come through into turn 1. He's gaining. We go defensive, and he's all over the back of us, and the rear end is twitching. And at this point, now we're going to be in trouble in Sector 2 because we've held it through in Sector 1 and Sector 3. But Sector 2, there's nowhere to hide, and you can clearly see my pace is slowing, that I am now holding up a train of Verstappen, Norris, Piastri, Leclerc, maybe even Russell's gaining and joining that group nearly. And down this straight, even with some boost mode, the AI, this is where they're using their boost mode, and Verstappen gets down our inside. We're trying to defend, but we bang tyres. He's probably really frustrated, and he's got the move done. And now we are swarmed by Papaya, Ferrari and Mercedes. We're on the inside of Piastri, desperate to try and stay ahead. We still reckon, you know, naively, oh, we can probably re-overtake Piastri here. We can, but every Sector 2, we are going to have a problem as Norris tries to make a move. It's only 3 wide as Russell looks to get in the action and overtake Leclerc. And off the exit of the last corner, Norris with a really good run. We're going to have to go defensive here. He doesn't make the dive, but he's going to set the move up as we try and regen a bit, having overused the battery. Norris will use a bit of boost, and the McLaren powers past this. Really good traction for Norris, and he's up into P4. And now we have got Piastri, Leclerc, Russell behind us, and after that, Colapinto's right there. So this could be as low as, I'm not kidding, P9. It may not look it right now, but it's only going to get worse. If you think it can't get any worse, it can. It can. As Piastri gets round the outside, even though we've got overtake mode and we used a bit on the exit, he just has the traction because the hard tyre is much better at this point. That's what I'm on about. We drifted into Leclerc. We drifted into his front end. That's how bad the traction is now for us on the rear. And now Russell is all over us. We're using overtake mode, but even that's not enough. The Mercedes power is too much, and we have to just give it up. We have to just... Yeah, I could have fought Russell into that corner. Sure, maybe. But we would have just lost more time to Colapinto, which is now really our real fight, is trying to keep Colapinto and Sainz behind, the other midfield cars. We were living a dream fighting the top cars there, but reality sunk in, and we're on the wrong tyre as well, and we don't have the pace, and this is the real fight against midfielders. Can we keep Colapinto and Sainz at bay? Well, look at how aggressive the AI are. It's crazy. Have you ever seen them this aggressive? Honestly, I don't know what I think it's the battery, clearly, but it also, I don't know what, maybe the chassis, a combo of both. The AI with this DLC, they're unreal. They're so aggressive, and I love it. It's great to see them catch me out and, just go for a dive either side of me at the hairpin. You just never saw that happen that much with the base game F1 25, and I hope this continues into 2027, of course, as we live to fight again in P8. We got back ahead of Sainz, but we're now into the last 2 laps, and of course my tyre wear is only getting worse and worse as Norris now is looking to try and get on the podium. It's Hamilton dominating still, 2.7 ahead of Antonelli. Norris going for the P3, so he's looking to overturn the horrid weekend he had in the sprint, as once again we are 3 wide at the hairpin. This time it's Sainz on the inside. Hadjar is getting to the mixer, and look at the bottom right. Red. Oh my god, 89% tyre wear on the rear left. If that gets to 90, which it will, that is puncture territory as we go on to the last lap. And we have got Colapinto, Hadjar, Albon, Sainz, Bortoletto. All of these cars might be looking for the overtake here. This is going to be the biggest last lap of defense I need to do if I'm to maintain some points in this race. But it just looks comical in a way how slow I am. This is a big trolley train. I'm so slow. I'm painfully slow right now. Oh, we're tiptoeing because we've got no grip. We're on ice. We are on ice, and we surely don't score points here. There's no way. We're at 95%. 1 sector, and we gained 5% tyre wear. 96%. Oh my days, into the hairpin. We're still ahead somehow, still, as Lewis Hamilton is going to take his first victory for Ferrari in this 2026 save of ours. It's the old Lewis. He's back. Absolute cinema from him. But meanwhile, it is absolute travesty for us. It's going to be 3 wide into the last corner. Can we hold this on Colapinto? We're drifting through 98% tyre wear, trying to get the traction down. Oh, Sainz, no! That was my tyre wear being so bad that the tiniest love tap from Sainz span my car into the wall. That's how bad my tyre wear was. A little love tap put me in the wall.
And extending his already record-breaking winning record, it's Lewis Hamilton to the line for victory.
What a great way to turn the situation around. And you know what they say, it's not about how you fall off the horse, it's about how you get back on it. And today, they've done a great job of turning the page and rectifying their wrongs.
It's time to bring out the bubbly and spray it around. It's our podium celebrations. And back on the top spots that he's taken so often in the past. So well done to Lewis Hamilton.
So in the end of it, it's a fantastic weekend for Sir Lewis Hamilton. It's a Canada race that I want to forget. That's unfortunate. There were flashes of the typical Canada luck and speed we usually have, but the end there was pretty awful. It was too good to be true. We couldn't have 2 amazing wet races in a row. We come to the Monaco Grand Prix, the jewel in the Formula 1 calendar and the most important qualifying of the year. And so it'd be super useful to have a little bit more downforce on the car. There are, I think, one or 2 upgrades to assign in the downforce department, but you can see we've had a few delays and we've still got developments in the pipeline that are just sitting there that we don't have the slots to develop them all, and then the ones we are developing, you can all see they're still not finished yet in time for Monaco. So I think there's going to be 1 or 2 upgrades, but I'm going to be giving them to my AI teammate to try and boost his performance as much as we can in this one. We do have some welcomed, entries to the car in terms of sponsorship, so we may not be adding oodles and oodles of downforce to the car, but we are pretty good in the marketing department and adding sponsors and making it feel like more of a real F1 car is, these days, with the popularity of the sport, the cars are ridiculous with the amount of sponsors they've got on the car, on the overalls and whatnot. So yeah, nice to add those on, but you can see right here, we're just trying to add as many upgrades into development in progress as possible, but we're getting quite consistently failures. I don't remember there being that many failures this time last year on F1 25 base, so trying to figure that out. Maybe there's some upgrades we can do in the HQ facilities, but nevertheless, we'll go into Monaco still with confidence, because this is one of those circuits where the driver can really make a difference, and we are going to be once again swapping over from Mini to Dunn and taking on Monaco. And as one of you guys said in the comments below of a previous episode, maybe a bit of a redemption arc for Alex Dunn, as in real life in F2 last year, it was a little bit of a blunder into turn 1. Hopefully won't be doing too many heroics into Saint-Devote.
Now, if you ask anyone who's raced here, they'll tell you, nowhere in the world is more important to get a high qualifying position than here on the windy, chicaney, challenging streets of Monaco. We're about to set the grid for tomorrow's race, but potentially for the end of the race too. So welcome along, everyone, to the Monaco Grand Prix qualifying.
Well, after the all-inspiring Monaco Grand Prix qualifying in real life, literally yesterday, as I post this on the very same day as the real-life Monaco Grand Prix, taking some confidence and excitement into this qualifying session to drive this era of car around the Principality, a little bit lighter on its feet, able to hustle it around a little bit, and thankfully, unlike the previous races, there's basically no management needed on the battery when it comes to a qualifying lap. You don't need to do any lift coast. There is plenty of battery for the entire lap, so you won't really notice me lifting at all. Maybe a tiny, tiny amount, but we can basically use the boost mode wherever we want around the lap. That first lap wasn't too great, bit of a banker really, and obviously at Monaco, it's all about dialing in, building up the speed, getting closer and closer to the wall. Sector 1 was so-so, I feel, as we understeered quite a lot into Casino. Sector 2, purple though, so like Hamilton, a lot of speed in that second sector, maybe losing out in 1 and 3, but it's a much better lap for us and gets us up ultimately to P11. Leclerc though, top of the session with Antonelli. Ocon in 3rd in Q1 in the Haas, and Fernando Alonso in 5th in the Aston, for goodness sake. So some crazy differences here. The Audi works team not looking as good on paper here as they maybe did in real life in practice. Didn't ultimately translate to the actual quali. Mini, with the upgrades he's been given, nearly made it into Q2. So our AI counterpart nearly made it into Q2 for the first time. So that does show, once all the upgrades that we're developing do come through, it is going to be a genuinely big difference for car performance for the entire team, not just me, but also our AI counterpart. So that's at least something, but we're driving the car without those upgrades, but still trying to make something work in Q2. The first lap, that was on a scrub set. A set I used in Q1. This is now our one and only lap on a new set of soft tyres. Again, bit of understeer through into Casino Square. Mirabeau, though, trying to tighten up as much as we can. Get the exit into the hairpin. Full lock. Waiting, getting on the power, and then using a lot of curb as they do in real life on the inside. Wait for the car to dig in to the circuit to then ramp up the gears. Boost mode all the way through. We're 1.2 seconds up on that first lap, but that delta means nothing because we know it's a slow lap. A lot of curb there, just like Antonelli was using in real life. This car can ride the curbs pretty damn well. Keep it out the wall as Leclerc couldn't. in his lap, final lap around Monaco, and then very close to the walls on the right. A little bit of snap of oversteer, but it's fine. We can control it. No! Oh, we overdid it just at the end. That's lost us a bit of time. Broken front wing, in fact, but we still carry the pace across. 1.7 improvement, and that is going to be us. No! In 12th, I really thought this could have been our first ever Q3 appearance in this series. Fernando Alonso's done it in the Aston. What is that, bro? What is that? Alonso P10. Both Williams in the top 10 as they continue to seem to be our proper midfield rivals with their boosted performance maybe compared to real life. But if it wasn't for that mistake, I reckon we could have got in. We probably did lose about 3/10, which would have got us in there, but we can't rest on that. I still think that was a pretty decent lap overall until that one mistake. Going to be interesting to see who sticks it on pole in the simulation for Q3. Let's go to the grid.
Formula One returns to Monte Carlo once again today, home to the world-famous Monte Carlo Casino that first opened in 1863. And of course, a certain road race first held in 1929. There's no greater an occasion, no more valuable a win than the Monaco Grand Prix. So with the race not far away from starting, here's what today's grid rundown looks like. Lando Norris put in a fantastic lap yesterday, and he'll start from pole position. And it's Lewis Hamilton alongside. As we continue through the rest of the grid today, we have Verstappen, Russell, Alex Albon, and Sainz, Piastri, Hadjar, Alonso, and Ollie Bearman, Dunn, Gasly, Liam Lawson, and Leclerc, Antonelli, Ocon, Franco Colapinto, and Gabriele Mini, Perez, Bottas, Lindblad, Stroll, Hülkenberg, and Gabriel Bortoleto rounds off the grid. Which of these talented drivers will come out on top today?
So it's going to be back-to-back pole positions at Monaco in this alternative timeline. Already we're splintering away from what's happening in real life with Lando on pole in 2025 and here in-game 2026. Antonelli, you may have noticed in Q2 was out with me. He's behind us. So unlike in real life, Antonelli's really been nowhere so far in this season. I'm praying that there is a point in this season where he starts to click, or maybe there might be a driver rating patch update, because in real life he might be on, well, as I record this I don't know, but as I post this video, it might have been 5 in a row if he went on to win the Monaco Grand Prix. Let me know, and I hope there is a driver rating update for his sake in terms of getting a little bit more realism for that teammate battle for the two Mercedes cars. But enough about them. For us, P11, because someone had a penalty, so we're just one place off points today, and this is a circuit where, compared to anywhere, we can really try and do something good. You know, we've gotten a bit lucky in the last 2 races with the wet weather allowing us to be a bit more competitive, and this as a circuit generally allows the player to be a bit more competitive, you know, being able to overtake, and even more so I think with these cars, I think we'll be able to do even more in the race because they're a little bit slightly smaller, may be able to make a pass in a place where we just couldn't in the previous generation of cars. It's going to be a 2-stop race, so strategy and track position is going to play it into it, because traffic is always a factor around here. But let's get ready to go for our first Monaco race with the 2026 cars. It's a race all the drivers want to win. Who is going to do it today in this career? 5 red lights are out, and we're underway for 39 laps around the streets of Monaco, close to the wall as Bearman gives us a bit of a squeeze. Initially, it wasn't actually a great getaway, but then into turn 1, confidence under brakes, and now using plenty of boost to try and get down the inside of Fernando Alonso, because you feel like he might be a bit of a roadblock today in the Aston Martin. He may have had the 1-lap pace, but I don't think he's going to have the race pace, and so we do overtake him just before Mirabeau. We had to have flat-out commitment on the inside into Casino as we go through the iconic hairpin shot. It is still Lando Norris that leads the way. Hamilton second. Carlos Sainz is in third. Albon sixth. The Williams just continues to have the most mental season. So this is the kind of season that they wished they had based off the trajectory from last year, isn't it? As we're all over the back of Hadjar, the Red Bull has been very weak in Sector 2 in real life, and it looks like it's here in the game as well, as we managed to out-traction Hadjar. He just couldn't get out that corner as well as us, and so just into the back, we get the move into P8. So it has been overall a really good getaway for us. And also, to be fair, actually looking at Hadjar, he's got the hard tyre on. So actually, we probably should have been getting that overtake, because he and Alonso are probably going to be a bit slow in this first phase of the race, because Hadjar's hard tyre is not going to be as quick as you want. And speaking of not being as quick as you want, Charles Leclerc, in real life and in the game here, not the fairy tale Monaco race he wants. He's down in 15th and Antonelli 13th. So two big names that will be hoping for maybe a safety car, a red flag to try and help them get up the order. Of course, some chaos needs to happen for that. So for them, it might be a long day hoping for that. We shall see. But for us, P8, now the sights are on Piastri ahead, because he's got Albon ahead of him. And even though Williams are doing very well, the Williams is slower than the McLaren, so Albon is effectively giving him a lot of dirty air, backing him towards us, and we are just mincing through this section. We're getting unbelievable traction. We almost make a move on Piastri on the inside of the back. Good thing we didn't actually keep our nose in, because that would have been a slam dunk crash. But yeah, the exit we're getting through that chicane out the tunnel is unreal. Like I said, the car is riding that curve just like the Mercedes is in real life. And, unlike the Red Bull, where, Verstappen's talked many times about it just being a very, very skittish across those curves. As we, into turn one, lose a little bit of time, so we need to be careful about the rear end stepping out. But like in quali, minimal Lyco needed. Like, there's a little bit of Lyco just to get the regen, but most of the time we're very good on battery. Most of the time we're able just to deploy wherever we want. But the tyre wear is already kicking in, apparently, because my engineer's asking me, can we come in earlier? And to be fair to him, he's not wrong. The rear tyres looking a little bit questionable there. Maybe not having to regen and using a lot of boost. We saw this kind of in Canada when we were using hot lap mode, because we were putting so much electrical energy through the rear tyres. It was almost giving us worse tyre wear. So something meant to maybe think about. We haven't done a tyre upgrade yet, so that also would definitely help things. But maybe there's actually an onus of maybe not using as much boost in traction zones where we really need it. But it's hard not to when you're keeping the McLaren so honest, and he's definitely getting a lot of dirty air from Albon, and we're so much closer through here. Can we go for the infamous La Rascas dive bomb? We've gone for it. Bit of contact with the Australian. It is Monaco. In a place like this, sometimes there does need to be a little bit of contact to make a move. The cars are a little bit smaller, but they're still pretty massive compared to some previous eras of F1, and the FI haven't said anything about that, so we've made it work. I mean, we're practically pushing Piastri through swimming pool, so I feel like it was almost needed, because we are immediately on the back of Albon. But lap 9, it's been a couple of laps since my engineer told me to maybe come in earlier, so we're almost kind of, I'm not looking at the heads-up display on the tyre wear, in the sense of, if I can't see the tyre wear, it doesn't exist in that kind of realm, because the pace still isn't that bad considering how wrecked the rear tyres must be at this point. But if we can try and get Albon before the pit stop, I would really like that, because then that will put us in a great position of P6, as it's Russell in P5. I believe it's still Lando Norris in the lead. Hamilton behind him in second, and Verstappen in third. Oh, sorry, Sainz in third, and then Verstappen behind. You can see on the mini-map, Sainz is, still very much ahead of Verstappen, living the dream in the other Williams. Can we ruin the party for this one, though, as we now creep up behind Albon, and we're trying to line up this move, maybe into Rascas again? No, not the best exit. Can we get something done? the last corner of a lot of understeer now on lap 10, and then on this exit, look at the way Albon walks away from us. That's one thing. I might be good in sector 2, but the AI are unreal that final corner. So unlike previous games, I don't think we're going to be making a move into turn 1 Monaco anytime soon. I think it's all going to come in sector 2, or maybe through the tunnel once we've got fresher tyres, or maybe not even that, because we might have the run using a lot of boost. And look at the closing speed. We almost crashed into Albon. We give him the room to work with, and look at this. Oh, beautiful stuff, side by side through that entire complex. And we've made the overtake still on the inside, despite the tyre wear. We got the traction, but it was my surprise that we managed to still be side by side through the left and then the right and the left again. And now we come straight into the pit. So was it worth it to make the overtake there? I don't know. Let's see. I mean, the pit lane obviously can be a busy place, and so rather just get the move done before we make this pit stop as we come in. And you never know, there could be a mistake on the pit stop. Let's see, as it's still going to be Norris then ahead of Russell. They both come in. We stay ahead of Albon, thankfully, after the pit stop. So Hamilton carries on. He's still going on, as does Verstappen, and Hadjar's up to third, because there's been plenty of midfielders that have made pit stops. And we come out just ahead of Piastri, I think that was, who'd made a pit stop before, and Perez and Colapinto now ahead of us, yet to make a stop. They're on hard, so we really need to get rid of these guys quickly. Perez, oh, I thought he completely shut the door on us in Mirabeau there, but we just squeezed through to get up into 12th place. And we've got our teammate, Mini. We haven't really seen our AI counterpart at all in these races so far. Like, we haven't had to make a move on them, so this is going to be interesting. But oh, lovely move on the inside of the tunnel, but that's really just the tyre wear difference going on here, as Mini as well is going to be a bit slow. But this is awkward. We're catching him towards the back end of the track. Oh, where is the move going to happen? He's so slow. I'm going to go for it. As close as you want. I think we even kissed the barrier on the outside, but needs must, because now we can catch up to these guys, because Esteban Ocon is going to be a mobile chicane, let me tell you, for Sainz, Norris and Russell. And he's already slowed Norris up so much that, look at that, Lewis Hamilton has jumped Norris. So we don't know where Verstappen's going to be, because Verstappen started on hards. Norris and Hamilton were on medium, so that's why Verstappen's going so much longer. But we'll see where Verstappen is. But Hamilton's jumped Norris, and Norris was leading. So potentially Lewis Hamilton could be leading this Monaco Grand Prix. Depends where Verstappen comes. He's in clean air, and Hamilton is now behind Gasly, so he might get held up a little bit. So this might play into Verstappen's hand. Could this be a blinder of a strategy for Red Bull to start Max on the hard compound of tyre? Because look at this, Ocon. Thank you, Esteban Ocon. He's held these guys up so much that we're right here with them. We can see Russell, Norris, Sainz in one camera shot, and they are so slow because of this Haas. And so we are going to set up and move on Russell, and this is going to be actually a lot cleaner than the one we did on Piastri, and we've fully just done Russell there on the inside, and we're up into 7th place now on the road. The Mercedes, though, is really quick out that final corner, so having to look behind us and worry about that and use plenty of boost to stay ahead. But this is our one opportunity to make these moves, because you just know once Ocon gets out of the way, the clean air will be there, and then these guys will pull away. So now is the time, and we go for a move on the outside of Mirabeau. Where has that come from? The two cars ahead of us, Norris and Sainz, they did that usual real-life jink around the bump. We just committed left over the bump. This space opened up, and we just simply walked on through it. This is turning into a really good middle stint, and Ocon, you are my GOAT today. What a man, holding these guys up so much. The gap is so big on the mini-map, we can't even see where the next car is. That's how slow Ocon's going right now. So this basically brings Norris and Russell out of the fight for the top guys, and it's really all about Hamilton and Verstappen. But even Hamilton's got held up. Ollie Behrman still goes on for another lap and holds up Hamilton. Verstappen's finally in. Where is he going to be? Where is Lewis? No, Hamilton goes through. It's not enough for Verstappen, and that will be a relief for Ferrari, because they're, well, customer team of Haas, that you would feel like usually would do them a favour and get out of the way, especially when it's for a race win around Monaco. Behrman is holding up Hamilton to no end, but it's not enough. Verstappen has jumped Norris and Russell and Sainz, because he was behind Sainz and Norris, of course, so he still gained in the pit stop phase, but Verstappen hasn't gained as much as he probably would have hoped in terms of getting Hamilton. So now this fight will carry on, but how fantastic is this? It's going to be Hamilton versus Verstappen for 1 and 2 around Monaco, and in contrast, absolute depression for Leclerc and Antonelli. They're stuck in this train in between Cadillacs, Aston, V-Carb. Antonelli's looking at the back of Checo, who is a Monaco race winner, so he's not too shabby around here, but this is just painful to see for Kimi, for Charles. Hadjar looking to still close on Albon. Piastri's got ahead of those guys, and Russell struggling to actually keep up with Norris despite the train going on. And look at that, Behrman and Ocon. Finally, they've both got out the way, and so this is the genuine running order. Hamilton in the lead, Verstappen second. Sainz, to be fair to him, is still in third because we've yet to pass him. He got that clean air because Ocon came in a lap earlier, and actually we are struggling to now keep up with Sainz now that he's in clean air, and we're having to do a bit of defensive work. Lando might go for the repass in the same place we passed him. No, he's a bit wide. No, Russell comes through. Is it going to be a side-by-side? For AI on AI. Wow, that is a move and a half for Russell. He's actually made it. When have you ever seen an AI make an on the outside move at the Monaco hairpin? That is another positive from this set of regulations. I just don't think you would have seen that move happen with the massive behemoths in 2025. Really great move from Russell, to be fair. Really, really nice to finish it off on the inside. And look at this, though. Verstappen and Hamilton in another world, pushing each other to the absolute limits. Multiple world champions going at it, and Verstappen is relentless with the pressure on Hamilton, on a medium, remember, as Hamilton is on a hard, as Russell now, having made the move on Norris. This is bad news for me. He's on the outside. We have to just get the elbow out, and we survive one lap of onslaught, but it's going to carry on because that Mercedes engine compared to the Audi engine we've got, it is so good on acceleration with the boost mode. So we're using boost to defend all the way down this straight. But again, Russell's there on the braking. He's much further ahead, and we somehow know. Oh, I thought I was going to just say somehow we've managed to defend that. But no, to be fair to Russell, he was pretty much fully ahead of us by the time we got to that apex. Like, my front left was touching his rear right. And so it would have actually been a pretty amazing bit of defence work for me to repass him mid-apex. So fair play, Russell's overtaken us, and maybe now he's going to pull away, as on lap 24 then, Hamilton still soaking up the pressure from Verstappen. And actually, to be fair, I'm sorry, Hamilton is also on medium, so they're both on medium. So that means Hamilton's going to end on a hard, and Verstappen will have another medium to go. So that's going to be the interesting thing. As, oh, smoke for the reigning champion. Lando Norris is slow, and he's actually going to hold up his teammate. Oh, this is awkward. Oh, this is horrendous for McLaren. Oh, my God. Oh, God. Oh, that's bad. That's bad. That's bad. Piastri just lost like a second or two. But Lando Norris, he won here in 2025. And here, instead, from pole to smoking up the joint in the tunnel, It's a slow... I'm actually surprised there's no safety car because he's going so slow on the racing line of the tunnel. Where is he going to park up here? No, he's still going to there. What is he doing? Lando's AI cause it. How have you decided to park up there? Okay, there is a perfectly good runoff on the right, and we parked it up there. And because of that, I don't know how there's not been a safety car. I think Russell's come in because he thought there might be a safety car. Same with the Williams of Albon, but there is no safety car. Unbelievably, if that was real life, that 100% would have been a safety car. If a car parked up there, basically on the exit on the racing line of that chicane, as we remain in P4, Sainz third, of course, and Verstappen continues his pressure on Hamilton, but oh no, it's double disaster for Team Papaya. In real life, it's their quote-unquote 1000th Grand Prix, not actually, but they're saying it is, and in the game here, it's a double disaster. Double DNF at Monaco. Oh, that's massive for the Constructors' Championship. I mean, it's early on in the season, but still. But we now join later on in the race. Lap 26, Hamilton's made his second stop. Verstappen hasn't, and Lewis has caught Hadjar out on track. Hadjar went onto the hard tyre on the second stint, unlike Max. And so this is set up. Well, you can call it tactical, you can call it a little bit of a fudgy way to maybe get yourself into the lead, but this is flashes of Abu Dhabi 2021, this is, because it's the second Red Bull being the Minister of Defence, although around Monaco you don't really need to even do much as long as you can just keep it on the road and just weave a little bit to stay ahead. Hadjar is holding up Hamilton by a massive margin, and Verstappen is still going on in clean air, and you can just see what's going on here. Oh, this is wicked. This is wicked, evil stuff, but you know what? I rate it. It's genius here from Red Bull. Hadjar is holding the Ferrari up, an absolute treat, and this is surely going to be Verstappen in the lead. Look at this onboard. Oh, it honestly is giving me flashes of Abu Dhabi. That shoulder camera was the same shoulder cam we got, remember, in like Sector 3 when Perez was really slowing up Lewis. Oh, Lewis is probably getting PTSD. He's thinking, not again, not again, as Verstappen's in finally, and there he is, way ahead of Hamilton. Oh my God, they've not even got to turn one and Verstappen's through on the exit. Verstappen is multiple seconds ahead of Hamilton. Oh, that is a bitter blow for them as we finally come in, because I decided to stretch my second stint to go on to a fresh soft tyre. A fresh soft tyre that the top guys won't have, because they probably use them all in Q3. So trying to get maybe a bit of a racier car in the last stint. It's a good pit stop, 2.5, and we're going to come out in P6. So we have actually been overtaken by Albon with the undercut, but now we've got a much fresher tyre to go chasing after him. And also, being on the soft compound here, I thought maybe gives us half a chance to close up to Russell, because obviously Russell overtook us anyway in the second stint. I thought maybe on a soft compound, is there maybe a tiny chance we can just blitz some laps in and catch up to Russell? We shall see. But for now, looking to close on Albon, who is so much slower compared to us now. 2 tyre compound difference of softness. Antonelli is climbed up to P7, so it's been a pretty decent recovery for Antonelli. The same can't be said for Leclerc, who you can see on the minimap is in a world of pain of traffic as we close on Albon and look to make the move on the outside. Is it? Oh my God, Albon hardly gives us some room. We're now the ones on the right-hand side, and it's almost a copycat move, but just mirrored on Albon like the one we did before in the first stint. And we're up into P5 again, and now we've got 6.2 seconds of clean air to chase after Russell and see what this tyre can do. Maybe it's wishful thinking, and I can tell you now, it is going to be wishful thinking. We do pull away from Albon, but ultimately we're not going to manage to catch up to Russell. And in fact, actually, Albon comes for the repass here because that Mercedes engine is so good. So, yeah, we actually had to do some defending first of all. But from here on out, we will pull away from Albon and Antonelli will pressurise him. But we're not going to have anything to catch up to Russell, which makes sense. You know, Mercedes in clean air should be quicker than us. But on to the last lap then of the Monaco Grand Prix. Verstappen's been here before, leading Monaco and controlling the race. 6.3 seconds ahead of Lewis. So obviously, it's the tyre compound difference as well, because Verstappen's on mediums, Hamilton hards, but maybe in reality, the Red Bull probably was the quickest car today, and it was just, you know, masterful tactician from the pit wall on Red Bull to get Hadjar in the way, to get Verstappen that leapfrog. But let's just focus on this man, Carlos Sainz, living the dream. What are we seeing here? Williams and Sainz are going to be on for a podium. You know, it may not be realistic to have Sainz up here in third, you know, Albon in sixth, but to be fair, because we have had some incredibly lucky races with the 2 wet races, this is an amazing P5 on merit, I feel, around here. It's kind of almost a good thing that Williams are this good in the game, because Williams, they are a genuine, proper rival for us in the midfield. Like, they're going to outscore us today, and it's going to be really tough to come at them because they're consistently that good. But let's talk about this man, Max Verstappen, winning in Monaco again. It's been an amazing day for Red Bull, for the strategy. Commiserations to Hamilton. He'll be really frustrated with that because he could have easily won this one. And then Carlos Sainz. It's the kind of season Williams hoped they were having in 2026. Here in the game, it is occurring. It's a third for them. But for us, P5, I think that is vindication and a half for Alexander Dunn for his Monaco Grand Prix last year. And that is a really great P5 on merit. But this is the last race that we can maybe fudge and finesse a good result. Next race, Catalonia, there's nowhere to hide. The car will show where we are.
It's another victory and a champion's performance from Max Verstappen.
But another race victory today, and you can clearly see they're starting to believe in themselves more and more. You get to a stage, Crofty, where you become very hard to beat as a driver when you keep putting in performances like this one.
It's what they've all been racing towards, waiting for them. High above the pit lane is our podium. And for the lucky 3, it's time to stand on it. And for those that have missed the Dutch national anthem, fear not. It's back again because Max Verstappen is back on the top step.
Well, it's really been an insane season so far. Verstappen leads from Russell to Lewis. 9 points covers the top 3, and they're 3 different teams. That's unreal. Again, the game delivering us a very competitive season. We're in P6, 27 points, but look at that. Williams, P5, 32. And for us, for the first time, we have got a rivalry in this game with Williams. And I am happy to report some actual upgrades on the car, multiple upgrades on the car. But as I said in previous episodes, Catalonia, there's nowhere to hide. We'll really see where the car performance is at. We've got incredibly lucky in the last 3 races with rain and just the general Monaco luck a player can get driving the wheels off the car. But Catalonia will be limited by the car performance. Let's see where we're at.
It's qualifying Saturday here in Barcelona, and time to see who'll get an important pole position on a track where overtaking is possible, but it's often tricky.
Raring to go, but knowing another thing that could limit us in this race weekend is battery management fully coming back into play. There was no battery management needed around Monaco, and I almost forgot what it was like to really do a lot of LICO, especially on a qualifying lap, you know, compared to the first few episodes. So that's going to be tricky to get back in the rhythm of that. But right now, just trying to get out of the way of cars and find a bit of clean space. A lot of cars here on track at the same time. Oh, big crash for Lawson, and Lindblad comes in. What? Oh, fireworks immediately at the start of quali. Oh, that was a bit awkward there. Gasly was slowing so much that I thought I could overtake him and start my lap, but instead I had to slow, and the V-carbs did not, and they both collected each other and almost blocked it. Oh my God. Oh my God. Hajar, you are one lucky man that there is ghosting on this game when there is a clear car just not going anywhere, because if there was no ghosting, that was real life, that would have been a cataclysmic crash that probably would have red flagged the session for safety for the drivers. But he goes through, so it's maybe the benefit of the F1 game. But yeah, you can see here into the last sector, I'm at 0% battery into that corner, trying to get a bit more back. To be fair, there's quite a bit of regen in through that left-hander, but yeah, we've had no battery management in Monaco, and because it was wet in Japan and Canada for most of it, we hardly had to do much Lyco and regen thinking in the race. So this is the first time in 3 episodes where we'll really have to try and study where is best to regen, where's best to use the boost mode, not only in the quali lap, but more so in the race. That's going to be the bigger challenge. But even here in quali, that first lap in Q1, we just kind of went out there and didn't do much tactical lifting. The second lap we will do. I think this is, at least for me, the best way to do things is that first quali lap, you just go out there and you just qualify like normal and just see where the deficits come. Then the second lap, you pick up the learning of, okay, I have no battery here. Maybe this is better to lift off earlier here to make sure we have battery at that certain part of the circuit where we're losing out. So you're seeing that on this uninterrupted second qualifying lap, or stay on board the entire way. And you can see we're 4 tenths up, despite us doing some decent lifting in the first sector, because we've gained back some boost, able to use some more out of corner exits where we couldn't use it on that first lap, essentially. And so we've ended up with 51% battery out that left-hander. And on that same lap previously, we were only like, what, 25%? So definitely doing a better job at managing the energy through the lap, and we nail it at 0% as we cross the line. And what was that, like 8 tenths gain? So just, complete visual proof right here that, you can get mad at it, but the way the formula is in 2026, you have to lift to go quicker at these circuits that are so energy starved. And that's Catalonia, that's all the races coming up in Europe. It's not like Monaco, and unless it's wet, like we saw in Japan and Canada, we're going to have to go back to how it was in Australia and China, where there's a lot of thinking, and you're going to hear me probably talk about it in the commentary a lot more than we have done in the previous 3 episodes, where I'm pointing out where we're doing that. And you might see a lot more yo-yoing in the race with the AI. But we've made it through into Q2. Dunn did not. I will say that I gave Dunn 2 out of the 3 upgrades that were available to us for this weekend. So I've only got 1 on the car with Mini, just because I know that I can maybe do a little bit more than our, lower than 70 rated AI teammate. But trying to give him a bit of a boost if we can. But even with the upgrades, as I've said, this place, it's where they come pre-season testing alongside Bahrain. This is typically a track where you see a lot of 2x2s on the grid, because this is a real car-limited circuit. There's nowhere to hide, and there's not much you can do as a driver in terms of if your car's just slow, it's slow. So for us, I'm trying my best here on our one and only new soft tyre run. Again, trying to pinpoint the battery, and we end with 0%. So I feel like we nailed it, but it's P14. Once again, we're still striving for our first ever Q3, whereas our new in-game rivals at Williams, they just keep banging in top 10s, and even though it may not be realistic, it does give us a fantastic fight, a very competitive fight with a midfield team in this second phase of the season, I guess you could say, going into the heart of the European portion. But P15 in the end, I'll have to take it. Let's see how the race goes, though.
Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome along to your Grand Prix action this weekend, taking place at a brand new venue. Well, it's not a brand new venue. It's a familiar track that we all know and love. The Grand Prix, though, has changed its name. From now on, welcome to the Barcelona Catalunya Grand Prix. It's time to take a look at our starting grid for today's race. Lando Norris put in a fantastic lap yesterday, and he'll start from pole position. And starting next to them is George Russell. Considering the rest of the grid, we have Leclerc, Hamilton, Max Verstappen, and Antonelli, Sainz, Albon, Hülkenberg, and Franco Colapinto, Gasly, Ocon, Oscar Piastri, and Mini, Behrman, Bortoletto, Valtteri Bottas, and Fernando Alonso, Hadjar, Stroll, Perez, Lawson, Dunn, and Arvid Lindblad rounds off the grid. Now it's almost time for lights out, so let's go down to the track.
So it's an all Mercedes power unit front row, the second best engine on the grid, according to the FIA, with Aduo. Very, very strange news coming out of real-life Formula 1 with that, I must say. With the Red Bull powertrain, apparently the engine side of it is the best engine, but the way they've calculated it is not using the battery part, which I feel like Mercedes have absolutely nailed this year. That's where they're getting most of their PU speed, is their energy recovery and the regen and the deployment. So, yeah, a bit baffling from the FIA in real life. Here in the game, it's very clear how strong the Mercedes engine is, because McLaren is right there, unlike in real life. But saying that, Piastri only ahead of us in P13. You also may have noticed on the grid sequence, Dunn has taken a grid penalty. So that's the first time this game, at least this cycle, that my AI teammate has taken it upon himself to take a grid penalty. So I hope that was a necessary penalty, otherwise that's a little bit annoying that that decision was taken away from me, as you can't manage the components in the middle of the race weekend for the AI counterpart. So that's a little bit mystifying. But for us then, from mid-pack, I think, as I've been saying, this is going to be more difficult. If you've been thinking, oh, we've been on a really good run of points as of late, this potentially could be a lot harder. If we are going to get points, it may just be 1 or 2 at best, because the management on the battery side is going to be a lot more, and I'm kind of out of practice. It's been like 3 days since we've had to really do that, since the Chinese Grand Prix episode, and Catalonian and Torres. It's just hard to make something work if you don't have that out-and-out car pace. Tyre wear is going to be a big factor, although saying that, all of us start on this soft compound, so nailed on to stop, you would say, as we fluff up the entry to our pit box a little bit, and a bit of grass on the front right tyre. That could hurt us, genuinely, so that's a bit annoying. But nevertheless, we all look towards 5 red lights, and that crescendo of high revs is in the air. Lights out, and we are underway, and oh, look at that terrible start. No, the grass on the tyre really did affect us, I think, as we can use a little bit of boost maybe, but I'm trying to just find some space. The Cadillac nearly takes me out on the right. To be fair, we didn't see him in the mirror, so that's my fault there. We've lived to survive that one, but that is probably the messiest start we've had so far with the F1 26 DLC, as we overtake Behrman though through turns 3, and we've got the run and Colapinto. He compromises his line on the inside. Can we find a way round on the left? No, cut in left to right. We're moving all over the shop to try and find the space around Catalonia here, and Colapinto's still there, but we use just a little bit of boost to maybe get ahead. The Alpine though really late on the brakes, as we decide to do a little bit of regenning and get the battery to 100%, because then as we come through here, we start deploying halfway through that corner, and clearly the AI do not click boost mode that early. So I think that's going to be a place where we can maybe gain on them throughout this entire race, as we do finally get Franco and Albon ahead of us. A bit slow. He's on the hard tyre. That is a bold call from Williams, because most of us are on the soft, so that is a very bold call, and it's one that means we must overtake Albon soon, because if we dawdle behind him, we're just going to wreck our tyres early on, and we need to make the most of it, as it's 3 wide, maybe up ahead. Gasly, Piastri and Hülkenberg, as Piastri tries to recover in this race. At the end of lap 1, it's Lando Norris though in the lead from pole position, 2 seconds clear of Russell. The McLaren has come alive at the start of this race, and the Ferraris as well. Leclerc past Russell, maybe Hamilton, no, Verstappen, look at that, amazing. Hamilton went for a move and instead got done by Verstappen. Verstappen going for the double pass. Will he finish it? No, I don't think so. Let's see, follow on. I think he will actually, my mistake. Fair play to Verstappen if he pulls this off. He's still having to fight Russell through the next right-hander into the heart of the lap, and no, Russell denies him, but that was nearly an insane double pass from Verstappen, and already only 2 laps in, you're seeing that, you know, really quick difference of speed that we saw in Australia and China. It's back. There was none of it in Japan and Canada or Monaco, but this is looking a little bit more like a typical 2026 race with some massive closing speeds and yo-yoing already as we go on the outside of Albon, trying to use the soft compound to good use, but that Williams genuinely is such a good car in the game, and frustrating that we can't get that move done on the outside despite the softer compound, as we now try and line up a move onto lap 3. Lando and Charles swapping fastest laps. We've got overtake mode. We've opened up active aero. We're both gaining on Hulkenberg, and there might be a move for Albon on Hulk. Can we try and line up the pass? Slow in, tight line through the left, kiss the apex, and then we get on the boost. Here we go. Oh, it is textbook stuff. Around the outside at turn 3. It's like watching Fernando Alonso at the start of the 2013 Spanish Grand Prix, isn't it? If you watch that one, oh, what a move that is. And that was the most satisfying overtake I think I've done so far in the game. That was inch perfect. It was like a choreographed dance as we tightened up, nailed the throttle, and we're up into P11. Next up is Gasly. Can we actually catch the Alpine? Because Gasly was in the top 10 with his Alpine, a lot quicker than Colapinto so far in this race. So it might be tricky from here on out to overtake and catch cars, as it is still then Norris leading the way. But Leclerc is chipping away at that time. It's 1.7 down from 2. Verstappen up to 3rd, and Hamilton's ahead of Russell. So Russell's falling down the order and not got too much pace now, maybe with tyre wear. And for us, speaking of tyre wear, maybe there is already some tyre wear for us kicking in, because now Albon's coming at us at a rate of knots and has actually got ahead of us, and we're having to defend the Williams on hard tyres. This is really painful after 3 races of some amazing performances. This is a big reality check. It's a slap in the face. This is bringing us down to earth of no, okay, you may have got lucky, you may have had some good races, but your car is still in the mud and still has a long way to go, and we are just fighting for P11. We're not even fighting for points, so this is very much like the start of the season, as now Lewis, having been ahead of Russell, gets overtaken by him and has to go side by side with Carlos Sainz into turn 3. Yeah, that yo-yoing's in full effect. It's only been a couple of laps since Hamilton got Russell, and he's now back behind. And Sainz, oh my word, Sainz, one of the home heroes, the more competitive Spaniard today, you got to admit. And he's up into P5. Incredible stuff for him as we continue to try and, well, just keep up with Albon now, because at this point, honestly, the hard tyre is probably the better race tyre than all our softs. And that is going to be proven true at this point on lap 7. Albon's 1.2 ahead of us. We are gaining a bit here in a straight line, but Colapinto's gaining more. We go a little bit defensive, but not too much, because like in Australia, you know, you're seeing that massive speed difference. And so it's so hard to even decide to defend, because you also don't want to lose time. You know, if you defend too much, even more so with this new 2026 content, you lose so much more time, like you already did, obviously, on the F1 game compared to real life when you're fighting so much with AI. But it's even more exaggerated now this year, because one, they put up much more of a fight, and 2, you're wasting boost mode. You're wasting your energy fighting so much when you're in a inferior car or a car that's level with the teams around you, which it looks like around Catalonia with the upgrades we've got. We're level pegging with Alpine, Haas, Hajar's having a very difficult time in the second Red Bull. Just scored a podium at Monaco, but here in the game, looking like a typical Red Bull second driver compared to Max Verstappen as we look for the repass on Franco into... Oh my, what the... What's happened there, Franco? Oh, my man. What went on there? He's... wow. You saw on the off-board shot, we were nowhere near him. He had that crash all on his own. And so that's a virtual safety car. My God. If that was any indication that the tyre wear is in full effect, I think that is it. So yeah, the softs really catching out Colapinto, and he actually got disqualified from the race for that because he got beached in the gravel trap, I think it was. So yeah, virtual safety car, boost mode came back on, and we actually gained under that virtual safety car. We nailed the restart, and so we've got a bit of breathing room to Behrman behind by 2 seconds as we now watch Leclerc get hunted down by the Dutchman. The Red Bull completely past him, but behind, look at that, Hamilton pulling out for the move on Russell. The 2 former teammates side by side, Lewis on the inside, Russell on the outside. It will swap into turn 3, and that is some fantastic action once again through that sequence of corners. Hamilton fails to get the move done, and Russell maintains P4 for now as we are now in for our first pit stop onto lap 10. Others as well. You can see a few of them had chosen a medium. I think, yeah, Piastri, a Ferrari ahead, all on medium. We're going to come in and swap to the hard compound of tyre because based on that first stint, although the pace was initially all right, I think, we don't have a single tyre upgrade on this car right now. So compared to the other teams, I think a hard tyre is better for us to go right now whilst we've still got a bit of fuel in the car. And then at the end of the race, on lower fuel, then we'll go on to the medium that they're on to right now. At the moment, though, we're getting attacked by Ocon on a soft. Is he done 2 softs? Or is it... He's surely made a pit stop. Because there's no way he's overtaking me having not made a pit stop. So I think Ocon's gone for an incredibly aggressive strategy. 2 softs. He's overtaken us, but classic 2026 will come straight back at him as there you go, he starts flashing, so he's regenning right now, and we're just keeping it in medium. We lift a little bit to gain our own energy, but we get the move done, and now, because we've regened ourselves into turn 1, we've got a bit more oomph out that corner to then use on the rest of the lap and out the corner of lap 3, but Ocon is going to keep the chase, that Ferrari engine working well. And the Ferrari power seems to be better than the Audi power at the moment, as we've got quite equal cars, I reckon, in terms of overall performance. But in race terms, with the engine, where it really makes a difference in a race scenario, Ocon's able to keep up with this, but it is also the soft tyre versus hards. I'm still baffled by that. 2 softs for a Haas. I mean, it's working for him right now because he's annoying me to no end. I was loving Ocon and his work in Monaco, but right now he's frustrating me because he's just re-overtaken us, and we're now losing time to Albon ahead as it's side by side. It's a lovely little battle brewing here, but frankly, this is not great for our race at the moment because now Hajar is going to close up towards us in the Red Bull. 1.6 the gap. Watch that come down as we carry on fighting, and Albon ahead. He's jetted off 6.7 ahead. Are we going to see that Williams again? I don't think so. So Williams scored a podium last race. They're going to be double in the points today, and we might not score points. So this is going to be a proper scrap, and we're going to have to dig deep in future races to try and outscore Williams for that fight, that rivalry, because that in-game rivalry really does mean a lot, of course, in terms of the fan rating and progression of this team. Have to take to the escape road, and it's very iffy coming back on circuit. That was probably my fault, to be fair, because we just tried to lift into turn 1 whilst Ocon shut the door so we just got caught unawares, really. So just going to have to dig, get our head down and come back through like this on lap 16. It's to be fair, this has been the fight of the stint with Ocon. We've been back and forth, but it's all for P11. It's all for no points at the moment, but that's where we are as Norris leads the way by 7, nearly 8 seconds. Verstappen is in second place, and at least there's a closer fight here between him, Leclerc, Russell, as Leclerc gaining, but not enough there into turn 1. Behind, it's Hamilton, and Antonelli on the inside, pulled out very aggressively. Can Kimi nail the throttle on the outside? Yes, he can. Beautiful move from Kimi Antonelli there into P6. There are some flashes of the real Kimi that we're seeing this season, but as I've said in the previous episode, after Monaco in real life, they really do need to get onto patching him and giving him a boosted overall rating, because this is definitely not what we're seeing in real life in terms of the Merc inter-team battle, as we see some fighting for Alexander Dunn. Good to see those 2 upgrades we gave him compared to my 1 are putting to good use. Honestly, it's the one frustrating thing about the way the My Team series goes with 2 real drivers is because they're both under 70 rated, as I've said, there is just no point ever hoping that they're going to fight, because more so than ever with this DLC content, it's very clear driver rating makes a massive difference compared to the previous era of F1. And it's the reason why you're seeing like Antonelli nowhere near Russell on the races so far. Is big snap of oversteer. No, this is going to invite Hadjar in. He's on the inside. We choose to go to none ERS to regen a bit, because he's going to overtake us anyway, I feel. And there's a better opportunity to repass him maybe with the battery. We go so early on boost mode. Can we gain enough to make a dive here? No, we're going to be very cautious. Again, bit of Lyco and into none ERS just to get some extra as we coast off, and then we line up a pass onto the main straight. And it's been interesting. You may have noticed some oddities with me choosing to go to none through the last corner, because my philosophy here is you want a real amount of energy on the main straight. So I felt like I was gaining more time doing none ERS through the final corner, going flat or near flat in 6th gear, and then dumping all the battery. And later in the race, this seems to be working as we're staying ahead of Hadjar and Ocon just about. And I feel like the tactic of going none in the last corner is working. So yeah, I don't know, if you're struggling around Catalonia, maybe try that out in the race for yourself and you might gain a little bit on the main straight. But on lap 21, Russell's just made his pit stop, and both myself and Hadjar have jumped ahead of him. So that's going to be frustration for Russell, and it's good for me because it just gives us another car that might annoy Hadjar, as I'm genuinely trying to keep Hadjar at bay, because he's really struggling in that Red Bull car, isn't he, compared to Verstappen. Again, another tale of the driver rating being so low and making such a big difference compared to real life potentially, as eventually on lap 23, 10 laps to go, Russell gets past this. Verstappen, Piastri behind. We're not going to put up a fight, and we are going to come in soon. We've extended this stint a little bit, because remember, we're coming onto the medium compound of tyre, and so far with this 26 content, the medium's been a pretty awful tyre for me. It was awful in Canada. It was semi-okay, I guess, in Monaco, but I think just wanting to give myself a lot of delta pace on the medium to try and do anything at the end of the race, but it might mean Hadjar is ahead of us, so we'll see if this decision is correct, as we are in now at the end of that lap, having let some cars through. And it's going to be a blitz of 9 laps on the medium. In hindsight, maybe a bit too, maybe overdoing it a bit. We probably could have come in on lap 22, but I really just wanted to see what this car has around here on much fresher tyres, just to really see where the car is, because as I've said, this is the testing place. This is the place where you can really have a good yardstick. So what can I do now on fresher mediums compared to Ocon and Hadjar? Can we get back up to that P11? We aren't going to score points today, but can we just maximize everything with this package that we've got, with a couple of upgrades now in the last 2 episodes, getting on Ocon, and we're going to be flying by because he's regenning at the start-finish straight. To be fair, we start super clipping then into turn 1, so we slow down a a bit. But we do eventually get past, and now looking into the clean air versus Isaac Hadjar. Meanwhile, later in the race at the sharp end, on lap 27, Norris dominant. Nearly 11 seconds it will probably be by the end, leading Leclerc, but there's still a ferocious fight for the last podium spot. Look at this, Merc, Ferrari, Red Bull, McLaren, 4 different teams maybe vying for the last podium spot. Hamilton gets Russell, Verstappen might just get Russell as he commits to the outside line for turn 3. No, Russell shuts the door, so Lewis into P3. It's a double podium for now for Ferrari. Oh, the movements going on here. They're moving so ferociously. They're having to like catch themselves as they move through with the active aero open. It's really quite something to watch with this season's content as Sainz overtakes Antonelli or defends him. Either way, he's ahead of the Mercedes as Kimi continues to struggle. Albon in P9. Yeah, he was so fast that he overtook Gasly, who was way down the road. So we really had no hope of ever fighting Albon in the long term around this race, as it's Lawson versus Ocon into turn 1. The V-Carb recovering quite well in the race. You know, they were both in, last and second last, apart from Dunn, and they've recovered to P13, 14, but it will be Lando Norris that gets a second win of this season for McLaren. Leclerc will be in second. It won't be a double Ferrari podium. Russell gets third, and it's a close 3, 4, 5 between Hamilton, Verstappen there in the end. Sainz P7, Albon P9. So it's 2 Williams points paying positions. So the race immediately after, we get our first official in-game rivalry. That's a bit of a slap, because we're now going to be down in that rivalry, and we're going to have to try and make it up in the future races. But I have a feeling the rivalry may go on for most, if not the entire season, with the way things are going. But a tougher race today. We raced our heart out for P12, and like I said, this is really where the car is. The last 3 races were just, just very lucky with the wet weather, and then Monaco is Monaco. We have work to do. We need more upgrades.
And here he comes. It's all go, go, go for Lando Norris as he takes the checkered flag and wins.
And they led every single lap of the race. It was a light to flag victory, and that is total dominance.
We had drama from start to finish, but in the end, there was only ever one that could take that top spot. He raises the trophy over his head. Lando Norris, head and shoulders above the rest today.
So despite Lando winning 2 races, Verstappen's the one that leads by 2 points to George still. Hamilton in third, 7 points off, but Lando climbs to P4, 11 points off. So 11 points cover the top 4 as we continue to try and bring upgrades on the car and keep in the fight with, well, our seemingly new midfield rivals of Williams. And I am happy to report, despite some failures you can see there on the chassis side, there are finally a number of upgrades coming to the car. 2 on the engine side. We've still got like a 6 pending on the engine side of things. I should say 6 being, 3 each for each car. So you have to do both parts for both sides of the garage. But for the aero side, really into the aero for front and rear downforce, and 1 or 2 drag reduction upgrades. And so that's going to put us in a really good stead. We'll show you the progress chart in a moment, but we've also got an unlock token for the owner training. So far we've been doing all the focus on development and trying to reduce that time, and now I'm going to look towards the personnel aspect. As also I have one eye on, it's going to be contract period soon, so in the background I'll be deciding what my next moves will be for the following season. But we also now have a weekly resource modifier active. Of course, basically the amount of CFD time you get in real life, i.e. the amount of R&D we're able to earn. And because we're in such a strong position early on in the season here, due to all those lucky races, it actually puts us at a deficit in terms of we'll be getting less R&D from now on compared to other teams. But look at that now. We've got all the supplier upgrades, but a wall of upgrades for us. So finally seeing seeing some progress on paper at least, and you can clearly see now we've leapfrogged Williams, Audi and VCarb. Only Haas and Alpine are above us in the midfield fight, but as we've clearly been able to tell, this doesn't mean a lot maybe in reality, because Williams, they're fighting the top team sometimes seemingly, and Fernando Alonso still keeps putting that abysmal Aston Martin on paper into Q3s regularly. So probably compared to any year of the F1 game, this the R&D graph and the upgrade chart probably means the least that it ever has, which is a little bit disappointing because it's hard to communicate to you guys or kind of see where we actually are to kind of gauge our hopes and expectations for the race weekend. Maybe in a way that's a good thing because we just take it race by race and you know, try and go for the results as they come, as we once again swap over drivers to drivers Alex Dunn again as we go into the Red Bull Ring.
High up in the mountains here at Spielberg, it's time for qualifying on what will be the fastest laps of the season. Stand by for qualifying at the Austrian Grand Prix.
So on paper, this is the most competitive this car has been. Austria's usually been a pretty great place for the My Team car. You know, in contrast, the race coming up, Silverstone, at least on the base F1 25 game, was a really difficult race versus the AI. So I imagine this might be an episode in contrast to the next one of two very different stories. So we better make the most of it here. And, well, into quali, I wasn't really too sure what the regen was going to be like around here because it is a bit of a power circuit and you definitely needed a lot of ERS deployment in the middle sector with the 2025 cars. So on this first lap, I was kind of just going about my business, doing a little bit of Lyco here and there, what I thought we would need it, but this is more of a learning lap. As I've said before, I think the best way to do this, at least in Season 1, where it's the first time we come into these tracks with the 2026 regs, it's better just to get a banker in and then do a bit of learning of where we should be trying to regen more and where we need the extra energy. So we're in 15th at the moment, which is not too bad for a banker lap, just ahead of the two Cadillacs, but we are looking to gain a bit more time in Sector 2, going from 1 to nearly maybe just over 3 to 4 tenths. Is it going to be? No, we're actually dropping down a little bit, so we maybe need a bit more deployment in this area of the track. So that's something to think about. If we do get into Q2, maybe we need to save a bit more energy for Sector 2. Having said that, though, through the final two corners, not too bad, but then we lose a little bit. You saw there, we lost about a tenth just on the run from the last corner to the start-finish line. But to my surprise, Gabriel Mini, he's out-qualified us. My AI teammate has out-qualified us, and we both make it into Q2. So that's a welcome surprise and maybe the first inkling that the upgrades are genuinely working on the car. Correct me if I'm wrong, I think is that the first time both of our drivers have got through into Q2? It might be, so that's very promising. But first lap in Q2 then, this is a real banker lap because it was on a worn set of soft tyres, and now this is the one and only new set of softs that we have. It's a yellow first sector, to be honest, but that's probably because I decided to do more Lyco in that first sector. And now, in Sector 2, you can see I'm gaining time in this same place where I lost time previously in Q1. We've gained nearly 2 tenths, so that strategy's worked. Go slower in Sector 1 to go much quicker in Sector 2 and Sector 3 as we come through into the final corner. Do we have enough energy to get to the line and not run out of juice? We'll just about run out, and actually we lost a lot of time in the final corner. I didn't get the entry and exit I wanted, and so it'll be P12 in the end. With the gaps, we could have actually squeezed into Q3. So we're still chasing a Q3. Both Mercs, both Ferraris, both McLarens, both Red Bulls, no surprise, although Verstappen nearly got knocked out. And it's going to be Alpine up there with Pierre Gasly doing a stunning job in P6. For us, Mini couldn't really perform too well in Q2, but for us, we'll take it. P12 in amongst it, right behind Alexander Albon. Alonso again dragging the Aston up to P13. And a pretty exciting race to come, I feel, around here.
This is it then, race day in Spielberg for this year's Austrian Grand Prix. Not long to go before our drivers hurtle off the line and into the first turn, the Niki Lauda curve. It was renamed in 2019 in memory of one of Formula One's most beloved figures. It's time to see how our drivers are stacking up after yesterday's exciting qualifying session. Andrea Kimi Antonelli lines up on pole position. And starting next to them is George Russell. Moving on to the rest of the grid, we have Hamilton, Norris, Max Verstappen and Piastri, Hadjar, Gasly, Sainz and Alex Albon, Dunn, Alonso, Charles Leclerc and Perez, Lawson, Bottas, Gabriele Mini and Gabriel Bortoleto, Hülkenberg, Ocon, Colapinto, Lindblad.
So it's devastation for Charles Leclerc with a grid penalty. He's down in 13th place, and so that elevates us to P11, 1 place out the points. But I mean, very fittingly, our new midfield rivals, Williams, are right ahead of us, Albon and Sainz, and I'm sure they're going to be quick. A lot of us, or most of us, on the hard compound of tyre, which is a bit peculiar, but maybe indicating that there's some high tyre wear around here with the 2026 regs, which is why I'm quite glad. You may have just noticed earlier in the video, I set my tyre allocation to harder because I had a hunch that maybe we'd need a harder set of tyres in terms of it might give us, I think, 2 mediums to use. So the plan, I think, would be going from hard and then 2 mediums to the end, whereas others may not have that second medium. They're going to have to go to a soft, and that might compromise their stint lengths at the start of this race and ultimately their consistent pace, which is my hope, but we shall see how it goes. But in reality, I'm just looking at the 3 cars ahead of me, the 2 Williams and the Alpines. If we can get ahead of them, then it'll be a job done today. But it's a bit more of a realistic all-Mercedes front row today for the start of the Austrian Grand Prix as we all rev up to 5 red lights and we are underway. I think that was a pretty good reaction, but then the grip was just not there from the hard compound. We go defensive on Fernando Alonso. Can we sneak in on down the inside of Albon? No, not quite. We thought about it, but it's so easy to catch someone on the outside. Instead, we opt for a bit of boost mode out that corner. Albon regenning immediately, and so could we get the jump? We give him a big old squeeze. Hadjar's been overtaken by Carlos Sainz. He's down to P9. We managed to stay ahead of Albon. Leclerc gets swarmed by the traffic. He's still down in 13th. We get Hadjar with some boost mode. Sainz goes defensive. We'll go for the outside move. Oh, we've been tagged behind. Hadjar's put us in the wall. No front wing and no grip on the gravel, and it's a virtual safety car, and it's a disaster for us. On lap 1, we're down to 23rd, no front wing, and now we're going to have to pit early off the hard compound. We're looking to go long in the race, and we've come in on lap 1. Oh, dearie me. It just looks so pedestrian from my onboard because I was so focused on Sainz behind. Hadjar's quite far back. It's such a late move, but I don't know. The racer in me wants to blame Hadjar there, but he had a little bit of room, but he wasn't fully alongside, if you know what I mean. Like, it's and the tyre contact there was the thing that spun me. If we didn't touch tyres, like his front right to my rear left, we wouldn't have spun. It would have been just a little bit of damage maybe on the floor. That's painful. I really thought we could do something today versus the 2 Williams and Gasly, you know, especially with the 2 mediums coming up. But now we're going to have to go to one of those 2 mediums on lap 1. So this throws our strategy completely out the window. Like, how are we going to manage this? The only way I can see this working is we actually come back onto these hards later in the race, because there's only a couple of percentile of tyre wear, but we're not the only ones that are in. Hadjar's in, of course he's got damage, but Leclerc's in. So Leclerc got caught up in his own incident. Maybe that's why he stayed down in like 14th into the end of sector 1. Maybe he got caught up with his own damage. So look at this. Bottom 3. I'm in stone dead last. We're done here. Leclerc 23rd and Hadjar 22. So all 3 of us will be looking to make it through some quote-unquote slower cars. But as we've seen plenty of times, when you're in the middle of it, when you're in the thick of it, the midfield can be a very difficult place. Because of that yo-yoing, the regenning, you can get caught up in a fight you don't want to be for far too many corners, even laps, really. So Let's see, but for the first time, the safety car restart catches me out a little bit here because, well, I was ready for us to all bunch up, but I guess the leaders are bolted, and with boost mode obviously being reactivated, there's maybe a quicker exit you can get. So now, lap 4, it all to do. 32 laps to go, and it all starts here. Can we make a comeback of sorts as we look to overtake the Ferrari? Off the safety car, just like in F1 25 base. The AI are a little bit slow off the line on the safety car restart, but also it's because we're overusing boost all the time on the restarts, and it's why we're able to gain so many places on the race start as well sometimes, because I don't think the AI use boost as much as they probably should on the opening lap, but that's going to be to our benefit as we go for the move. Surprisingly, I thought I was going to mince Stroll and then try and battle Hadjar. It's happened the other way around. We both minced Hadjar, and I'm actually having to put up a proper fight against Lance Stroll and the Aston Honda. Very peculiar. And we're on the mediums now, and he's on a hard compound, for goodness sake. So that surprised me, as Antonelli, for the first time really this season, leading a race and looking comfortable out front. Pierre Gasly's in third. Wow, it's just like the Monaco on the road result. Antonelli, not Hamilton in second, but Gasly in third, but Russell this time does come through, and he's up into third. It's ruined the party there for the Alpine, but that's frustrating because Gasly was one of the cars we were looking to race at the start of the race, and now that's where he is, fighting for a podium place at the moment. That could have been us, as we do get Lindblad, and there's a lot of side-by-sides going on. Hamilton trying to get Gasly now, and 3 wide between two Cadillac AI and Fernando Alonso. Unbelievable stuff, and the caddies have actually got the overtakes done. It's going to be Bottas leading the charge, and Perez starts to finish the job on Fernando Alonso, and now the two teammates will go side by side. At the moment, Gabriel Mini in 17th as we try and close to Ollie Behrman, who has got his own issues with a 10-second penalty. What is that for? Because maybe Behrman's penalty comes from his contact with Leclerc. Potentially. I'm surprised. Well, I'm not surprised, but Hadjar's got away with no penalty, but I suppose that kind of concludes it was a racing incident for my incident. But maybe Behrman genuinely made a mistake and hit Leclerc, and that's why he had to come in early. So that won't do his Ferrari hopes in terms of being in the good books of the prancing horses. But we go side by side with the Brits and looking to make the move on the outside. But despite us being on the softer compound, we're finding it quite difficult to fully get the traction done and get the move done. So this is going to be a bit of a struggle and a bit of a slow effort. We're not going to be flying through these cars. I mean, I don't expect to. We're level on performance with these guys, but still, when you're making a comeback with a softer compound, you kind of hope that you can send it a little bit, but it's definitely trickier because Behrman even comes back at me there. For 19, so slow but steady progress, and Hadjar and Leclerc, if you keep tabs on the top left, you can see they're also following me through, but surprisingly we're the ones trying to carve our way through. We have to be a little bit cautious with Ocon because he tried to overtake Mini, so we could have maybe got caught up a little bit in the rear end of the Haas. Instead we wait patiently for this move. No deployment here, and super clipping all the way up the hill as we try and gain energy. Ocon goes for the dive on Mini, so can we try and help out our teammates whilst also improving our chances here? Can we overtake Ocon and give Mini a little bit of relief here? Can we go for the dive? We're going to send it. It's a bit of a weird send though with the 2026 cars, because it's not really late on the brakes. It's almost roll it through and try and just carry that momentum of the lift coast through into the corner. This will be a bit of a send though on Mini through the final corner, but side by side as we both start to regen at the same time, we get it done under braking. And now looking at Fernando Alonso, the two Audis are fighting each other, Bortoleto and Hulkenberg. Will Alonso get in the mixer? Look at him moving all over the shop trying to find some space, and instead Hulkenberg goes for the repass on Bortoleto, and all the while look at Leclerc on the top left. He's just there. He's like a shark, a predator. He's just in the background following me through, waiting until he can overtake me, I reckon, as we get Alonso up into 16th. So It is good progress. Don't get me wrong, it is good progress. And at this rate, maybe we can just get him to a point. But I have a fear that maybe Leclerc might ruin the party if he sticks with us. But oh my days, look at that. The AI all on their own going for a 3 wide. Hulkenberg moved from left to right to go either side of the Cadillac. We've had a bit of a mare on the exit with a rear end that's a little bit loosey-goosey. But on the exit with overtake mode now active, we've got Bottas and now trying to squeeze Hulkenberg out. But this particular section of the track, it's proving a bit more challenging than I thought it would be to overtake these guys. And of course, as we go on through the laps, our mediums are starting to wear. So if any of the guys are on hards, maybe their race tire becomes better soon. There's plenty of action up ahead with the other AI, Piastri versus Albon, and the Williams trying to get into 7th place. Gasly now is down to 6th after his brief 3rd place, and the 2 Williams cars are going to mince the McLaren. And so the McLaren going backwards in this race, and our rivals Williams ascending further into the points as we can't quite get Bortoleto into turn 1. Probably better to get him now as he locks up, and we have way more energy on this straight to make the move, although we decide not to do too much deployment through here, and that's going to re-invite Hulkenberg. And now it's 3 wide with the Audi Works team, and these two almost pincer me in, almost letting me know that they're a little bit upset that so far, as the Audi customer team, we've definitely overshadowed the Works team so far in this first season in Formula 1, and so they almost could have said something about that, but we backed out of it and we played the patient game to make the overtake later on both of them. And now on to lap 12, people are coming in off their first tyres. Oh, Piastri, it's going to be another retirement for him. He was out in Monaco, he's out again, and maybe that's why the Williams got him, because he was, just a stone throws away from the engine failure at that point. So we're up to P9, but remember, we're out of sync of everyone because we're going a little bit longer, having made that pit stop on the safety car. The same for Leclerc, but he's Leclerc, we haven't seen any of his overtakes, but I just imagine he's followed me through on every overtake, and now he's got me where he wants me, in clean air, no car around me to give me a tow, give me overtake mode. It's a slam dunk overtake. It was always going to be. But can we follow him? He's already 8 10 9 tenths. Nearly a second down the road. So that's how much pace the Ferrari actually has in clean air. So if you're doubting maybe the ease of maybe coming through the grid at the moment, you can see the pace difference is pretty crazy. And now my tyres are very worn, orange icon, so I'm letting Antonelli by, letting Norris by, and not putting up a fight with any boost mode, because we are actually going to come in on this lap anyway. So what's the point finding those guys if we're going to come in and they're so far away from us? You know, they've already made a pit stop and they're catching us, so yeah, already not in the fight. It's devastating to say, because maybe without the lap 1 crash, on the reflection of the pace we've had so far, maybe we could have ruffled some feathers of some top names. Who knows? But we're in now, and as I said at the start of the episode after the safety car pit stop, the only way we could make this strategy work again is to go back on the hard compound that we were on. So this is the same set of tyres I had that crash with. They are about 5 to 6% worn, but it's the only way I can get to the end of the race, because now we can go long enough to then go on to the other set of mediums we have. Otherwise, we would have had to gone for softs, and that would have been another extra stop, because we couldn't take the softs at the end after a medium at this point. So it's not the most ideal stint, but this is the way. This is the way we must do it. And looking to close on Bortoleto and Bottas. I have no idea if they pit at this point for a second stop. It's very confusing to kind of figure out where we are in the race. I'm honestly just trying to see where Leclerc is. I don't think Leclerc's come in, or has he? I think he's actually way ahead of us, but if I can judge it from where Leclerc is, that might tell us where our race is. But at the moment, I'm just going flat out looking to overtake any car that we come across. So we overtake Bottas in the middle of that left-hander. That was a really nice overtake with a little bit of overtake mode being used. And now Mini looks like he's actually being held up by Hulkenberg. So Again, the Works Audi team being frustrated by their customer having more pace as Mini goes for the move on the inside. Nice to see the AI counterpart going for it here in the middle of the race, but that's going to slow him up. And now can we make the double pass? Well, first of all, both of us go either side of Hulkenberg. We try to defend Hulk, but he's there, committed, and he goes for the repass on both of us. I mean, excellent to see there, because in the past, if I made that same move to the right, Hulkenberg would have backed out of it. So it's good to see these days the AI sticking to their guns. They stick on the throttle and they go for it as we continue to try and overtake these two. And meanwhile, if you caught on that off-board shot, Leclerc's way down the road. So it's going to be very hard now to tell where we are in this race because he is on a different level of pace. But we get Mini, we get Hulkenberg, and I hope this will be for the last time. This time we go very aggressive, but look at that! We squeeze him out on the right, and he just comes back on the left. This is unreal stuff. You just didn't see this even on the base F125 game. I really do think the 2026 regs have given a new lease of life to these AI. We're diving it back on you because you have to do a bit of regen, and maybe they're not. Finally, we get the overtake, I think, and we can get into the clean air and chase after Lawson and Perez, but that was like 3 laps worth of fighting just to overtake one car in the end. There's now Lawson on the inside of the Cadillac on lap 19. And by the way, I've only just noticed it's very overcast right now in this race. I don't think there was any forecast for rain, but maybe that could be a spanner in the works that could help us out in this comeback drive. But for now, we look just to try and closer these two and make the pass on track and not think about the rain. Oh! Second safety car. That will definitely help us. Although it's a bit early. Can we go on to a medium and get to the end of the race? I'm not too sure, but this is why... Okay, so Ocon spins it, and to be fair, he just blocks the track, so no wonder there's a safety car. And also, well, there you go, slam dunk, that's why there's a safety car. The Aston and Ocon at the same time block the racing line, and Alonso is actually reversing onto the grid, but I think that's Antonelli, the race leader. He had crossed the entry. So Antonelli and Norris and maybe others have lost the ability to come in immediately under the safety car. Leclerc's in, and we're on the same strategy as him. So maybe that's an indication that it is the right decision to come in. But saying that, Leclerc's got 2 hards. Leclerc's got 2 hards because he's... Oh, no. Actually, sorry. No. You know what that is? Leclerc must have come on mediums on the pit stop in the middle of stint, and he's done what I did on the previous stint. Leclerc's gone onto hard tyres that I think he started the race with, which is actually the better way to go because I'm forced to go onto the only good tyre I have left, which is a fresh medium. We've got 16 laps to go. That's a bit longer than the medium tyre stint, at least for what the AI did at the start of the race. So I think Leclerc's in a better shape. But yeah, look at this. The entire top 5 were unable to come in straight away under the safety car. Gasly is, though, so Gasly's gained. Sainz just decides not to come in. Leclerc's in, Colapinto as well. Oh, Leclerc was on soft, sorry. So that's even crazier. Leclerc went from a medium to a soft and now to a hard. So Leclerc actually lucked out big time because he was probably facing a lot of tyre wear before that safety car came out. So Leclerc's a very lucky man. There was a safety car at that point, but we're in P14 then. The safety car stayed out for a lot of laps, you know. So now, all of a sudden, we've only got 13 laps to go. So now I reckon this medium will actually be perfectly fine to the end. But there are a bunch of cars that didn't come in under that second safety car because by the time they came round, the safety car caught them. So there was no point coming in again. So there might be some more free positions on offer with at least the top 5 still needing to come in. So we now get ready to go off the safety car, this time trying to get a bit closer to the car ahead of us, unlike the first safety car restart. And it's Hadjar again. We just can't seem to get rid of the man. We keep seeing him every single race, and especially in this race, we've seen him 3 different times, and 3 different times we're looking to make the overtake. Once it ended in misery with a crash, the other time a bit more successful, and hopefully this time will be the same as... Oh my! We got that a little bit sketchy on the right-hand side. We committed to the inside line and we almost got completely squeezed out of room. But we are up into 13th place and now looking to overtake Perez on a hard, and a few hard tire runners here that I'm not sure if they've come in or not. If they have, even still will have the advantage, as you can clearly see, just a bit more grip under braking with the medium compound. A little bit tetchy with Colapinto making a love tap on his side pod, but needs must as we try and recover up to P11 now. Leclerc is ahead of us in P9. He's almost been our partner in crime in this comeback drive so far, but he's the one now leading the charge. We did our bit leading the charge in the first stint, as Lawson is now in. No one else comes in yet ahead of us, but that's at least one free position, as there's a lot of fighting ahead of Leclerc. Is that the two teammates of Williams fighting each other? As, oh no, Antonelli is in. Antonelli is in, so that's the race leader. It's contact between Albon and Pierre Gasly. Gasly's got damage, I think, as Albon forced his car in the middle. And now look at this. This is chaotic. We're trying to find some space, but we're surrounded by cars. It's like we're being boxed in by these guys. We make the move on Gasly, who's now limping with the front wing damage, and Leclerc, having made the move on Albon, gets repassed. I think that was Verstappen overtaking Hamilton. So there's plenty of moves going on, and it feels like this race is just turning up a notch. The chaos factor is turning up a notch as Leclerc now gets Albon, and we're still on the back of the Williams looking to make the pass. But the race leader, Antonelli's been dominating this one for the first time, looking a bit more like his real life self. But now he's down the order, he's out the points, and he needs to make a comeback drive, as do others, because look at the mini-map. They're all coming in. This is coming towards us in the most amazing way possible as we try and make the move on the Williams, who's being a little bit of a nuisance here. I mean, Albon, give it a rest. Just pit. You know you need to pit. Just come in eventually. We're going to squeeze him out and try and leave him for dust as Gasly looks for revenge potentially. And we're closing to the Ferrari, but the guys behind me won't give it a rest. And again, I feel claustrophobic almost into this corner because there's cars on my left, cars on my right, cars behind me. There's cars everywhere. And Albon repasses us as we're fighting over now all of a sudden. This is for P3. Leclerc, down from third to fourth, comes back again. The yo-yoing's crazy into that corner. Leclerc got past and then he passed again, and all in one brake zone basically, and now he's going for the repass again. This second sector is probably the most yo-yoing we've seen so far. This is an indication for real life. My God, the real life drivers are going to have a surprise if the regenning is somewhat realistic for Austria, which I think it might be, because, you know, so far based on the real tracks, you know, Cody's have actually done a very good job at mimicking the real life regenning, super clipping, what have you, in the boost mode stuff. Sainz is now in. So we're up to fourth all of a sudden, but the Alpines now come through either side of me. Oh my God, we get a little love tap from Gasly on the inside. That could have been really nasty. I was trying to let off because I'd rather not have a crash, because right now, do you realise where we are? We're in P4 and looking to try and get up to third place now to make this move on Albon, but I just wish Albon would just give it a rest. Just come in. You know you have to come in. But he's just slowing us up, and so it means now Leclerc is out in second, and he's been given a 1.4 second gap. Not to say I expected to keep on the back of Leclerc, but we are on a medium, so for now, before the tyre wear kicks in, we probably would be quick enough to keep up with him. But no, lo and behold, you're fighting Albon so much has given him that gap, and dipping a tyre into the gravel certainly won't help things. But now we finally have pushed away from Albon. So as it stands, on to lap 28, Lando Norris leads the race. Leclerc in second. We're in third. We're done. Albon still hasn't come in, so he's in P4. Is that Perez? Perez, look at the ladder. Perez overtaking Gasly, or tried to, for P5, but Perez is running in 6th place. Hadjar 7th, Bottas 8th. There's 2 Cadillacs in the points, and I think they're going to the end, by the way. So, Cadillac, they have lucked out with this safety car timing. I guess they pit under it. They must have done. And Mini is in the points as well. He's just overtaken Bortoletto for points. What's going on? It might be both of us in the points. And Norris is in. Norris is in. He had to pit still. And so, quite amazingly, that is going to be Charles Leclerc and ourselves driving as Alexander Dunn in a 1-2. Reminder, at one point in this race, after lap 1's incident, I was in last, Leclerc was second last, and now we're the two leading the race. Leclerc ahead of us, just as it was at the start of the race, but for the opposite end of the grid. And meanwhile behind, Albon's come in, and so Sergio bloody Perez has just overtaken a limping Gasly with damage, remember, for third place. Cadillac are legitimately in third right now, and fifth with Bottas, but Antonelli, the previous race leader, is coming at us at a rate of knots. He's up to P6. Hamilton fighting Bortoletto. He's overtaken Mini already, so he's up to 7. So, you know, this was the running order before the pit stops, basically. Antonelli was leading. I think Norris was technically in second, but Hamilton pit earlier, so he's jumped Norris in their strategy today. But Antonelli saying that is now catching up to Bottas. So the party might be a little bit ruined for Cadillac, but I reckon there's still a good chance. I think Cadillac could still score double points today, which would be insane. But look at the pace of Kimi Antonelli. For the first time, as I said before, he looks like the same man we're seeing in real life as he charges his way through these laps. He was outside the points, remember. At one point, I think I saw him in P14. So he's charged up 10 places and now looking to, unfortunately, make Perez moan in the cockpit as he goes down from third to fourth, because I'm sure it's coming. There's no way that Cadillac remains in third, surely. I mean, let's see, as Norris is on a charge as well on the soft compound tyre. He's re-overtaken Hamilton then, as it's nearly 3 wide, and Verstappen struggling to try and get past Bortoletto. Russell's behind, so Russell out the points at the moment. Verstappen gets into the points for P10, and unfortunately Mini, our AI teammate in this one, is down to 14. So there was a brief moment where I thought, oh, could this be the team's first double points? No, but surprisingly, it could be Cadillac's first double points. So in game, we're rivals with Williams, but at the start of the season, I was talking about wanting to beat Cadillac. Well, Cadillac, if they do this, if they pull off a double points finish, they've got that over us. They can hold that over us and laugh at us, down the pit lane at this accomplishment. But unfortunately, it won't be a podium because Antonelli, as you would expect, gets down the inside. I mean, to be fair to Perez, he puts up a pretty good fight. He actually tried to outbrake Antonelli there and keep P3, but alas, he's down to 4th. But Cadillac are running 4-5 at the moment. 4-5. What is this race? What is this race turned out to be? Crazy, crazy. Norris trying to chase them, Hamilton's attacking, and Verstappen looking to come through. I imagine Verstappen should be able to come through to get up to P8 eventually, because Gasly, remember, has that damage. But, oh, look at the speed of Norris gaining on Bottas, so I don't think it's going to be P5 for the Finn. No, there you go. Immediately, Lando gets the overtake. He's up into P5, and I think could go chasing after Sergio Perez. Hamilton might get Bottas, his old teammate now. Oh, it's painful. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe these two are going to fall down the order out the points at this rate, because they are tumbling and just showing how much quicker these top cars are. Bottas down to 7th, but Gasly's got damage, remember. So maybe Bottas finishes 7th at best here, because... Oh, Bottas goes for the repass. Oh, wow, he nearly got it. He nearly went for it. Fair play, fair play. Turning back the years there, Valtteri Bottas, having a go at his old Mercedes teammate, as Norris surely is going to get Perez here eventually. Yeah, lap 35, and Norris is up to P4. So Perez is 5th, Bottas is 7th still, and we're on the second last lap. And the gap, thankfully, was so big to Antonelli, because obviously he had to, he lost time overtaking all those cars, that The gap was, what was it, like, I think 6 seconds. He's brought it down to 2.4 in the matter of a couple of laps. So make no doubt, Antonelli is much quicker than us. We're facing some tyre wear, and I'm doing some very tactical work to make sure that I save as much battery as possible for the last lap, because if I can help it, I really want to keep this P2. We, of course, got a surprise, shock third-place podium at the Japanese Grand Prix, but getting second would mean so much more, and especially because of this race. But look at that tyre wear. That's why it looks so slow in these corners, by the way. It's because we are that slow, because these tyres are hanging on for dear life. You know, if there were much more laps to go, we'd be pitting, but look at this. On the last lap of this Austrian Grand Prix, Leclerc leads and we're in second place. Reminder, on the safety car restart after the opening crash, we were last and Leclerc was second last. 24th and 23rd, and now we're the two drivers in first and second. This honestly might be the greatest comeback that I've had for many a year on the F1 game. My memory's pretty poor in terms of the amount of episodes we've done, but I can't remember the last type of comeback like this. Like, this is insanity. And also, this race is insane. Bottas is now down to 9th, so Russell and Perez have got him, but I think he'll finish in 9th. So it's going to be Charles Leclerc from second last place. He's going to win this race for Ferrari. And look at this. On the last two corners, Antonelli closes, but we've saved all the battery. We go defensive into the last corner. And now deploy to the line. We're going to do it from last to second place in this race. Oh my words. I'm almost just as proud though of Leclerc, because I felt like both of us went on that comeback drive together. Bonkers, bonkers, bonkers stuff.
And Leclerc to the line, to the checkered flag. It's King Charles today. He wins.
They had to be decisive with their overtaking today as they worked their way through the field. And those kind of race victories are so enjoyable because it's not just like winning from the front. They really had to work for it today.
It's been a hard afternoon of brilliant racing, but now it's time for some proper celebrations. The podium awaits. And who gets to take the top step of the podium? Yes, it is I, Leclerc, Charles Leclerc on top.
In disbelief still that we pull that off, but also in disbelief that Perez came 6th, Bottas 8th. Cadillac have got double points before us. That's unbelievable. Verstappen still leads the championship, however, because he was so consistent at the start of the season. But it's getting interesting. Ferrari lead the way, though, by a sizable amount. We're in P5 again, though, as we get 5 points ahead of Williams. Now, on paper, we have now overtaken by a tiny, tiny fraction that you can't even see where it is, Haas. And so we're now a tiny fraction behind Alpine and not too far away, allegedly, from Red Bull Racing, which is quite a surprise. It seems like the AI are taking their sweet time at bringing a raft of upgrades to the car. Has me wondering, is there going to be a race later in this season where it's like bang and there's like so many upgrades? So we'll see. And also we've clearly seen the on paper performance doesn't always translate to the actual race. As you may have seen there, plenty of new sponsors on the car as we grow rapidly to fan rating 3 following that amazing comeback at the Austrian Grand Prix. But from the highs we've done to Mini, and I've got to admit, so far on this season, and you guys have noticed it as well, we've had some pretty difficult races with Mini. I don't think, you know, it's just bad luck that every rotated race we've had with Mini has been a typically harder one for me versus the AI, or we've not had the rub of the green or the luck come our way because, well, I mean, this race weekend's the perfect example. On the F125 base game, Silverstone was probably the hardest track for me. I just cannot find the speed around here versus the AI on this game, and I don't imagine the 2026 regs are going to change much. It might do if we're able to nail the energy recovery, but as I alluded to, this is one of the hardest tracks, I think, for energy regenning, because you want to use boost mode so much on some of these long straights, but there's not too many massive brake zones where you're really able to bring that back. I mean, we're down to 1% battery there as we go through into sector 3, and then really having to do a lot of lift coast through into the chicane before we get to the final corner, wanting to use some battery through the final bend. And this is our one and only lap, by the way, because the British Grand Prix is a sprint weekend for this year. So we only have one soft tyre for the entire short sprint quali. And look at the top left. Yep, last. We've gone from the highs of an unbelievable recovery from last to second in Austria to me qualifying last for me as a team owner, my home race, the team's home race. Obviously, Mini Italian and Dunn Irish, but yeah, I mean, this is the highs and lows of a season 1 of my team career mode, and maybe puts into perspective, you know, how much track dependency can change things, and also maybe also just drive at home. How lucky also we got in Austria. I saw a few people kind of going, oh, you know, it's getting to that point already where we're able to do something like that. If we didn't have the second safety car in that race, we wouldn't have climbed as high well and truly. And Austria is a very strong race for the My Team car for me as well. And in comparison here in Silverstone, we're so off the pace to the fact that not only are we last, we got out-qualified by our AI counterpart by 3/4 tenths. So, yeah, this is going to be a bit of an interesting sprint. I really don't know where this is going to go. There might be a saving grace later in the race weekend, because there is some rain forecast for the full qualifying, and this sprint, like in China, remember, all the way back to episode 2, we can use this as a learning race. It's basically a test race for 9 laps to get some extra practice and to try and get our heads around the battery management as we go to lights out. But it's certainly not a high stakes 5 red lights for me, to be honest, as we get underway. It's a good initial start, as we have done all throughout this entire career so far, using plenty of boost to jump up the order. Can we make the dive on Perez, who's trying to have a go at Fernando Alonso? We get caught on the curb, and we're behind them again, and now we go to the left, so we're dancing this car around, as we have been able to for the entire season. Really? Damage. Underfloor damage there. Okay, so now this test race isn't even going to be actually accurate, because now our car's going to be a bit slower mid-corner than it usually would be, and we're still going to have a go at one of the home favourites, Arvid Lindblad, the new British driver on the grid, as we give him a good old squeeze out, use a lot of energy to get Bortoletto as well. And Lindblad was so keen at overtaking me, he actually followed me through on Bortoletto. So up to 17th place. It feels like we've made a load of places, but when there's 24 cars on the grid, you can make so many overtakes and still be nowhere in the race, basically. And of course, in the sprint, we're so far away from points at this stage, as Bottas is regenning, and we're able to make a move on him very easily. So to be fair there, we did well to be a bit cautious through Magnus Beckett, save the energy, and then we got Bottas there. It just seems like around quali, it's so much harder to get the battery management correct, because you've only got that 1 lap to go, whereas in a race scenario, you can, you know, ebb and flow the energy saving from, you know, 1 lap to the other, because you cross the line and you keep going, as it's George Russell that leads the way. Leclerc's in second, but Hamilton looks pretty keen to make an overtake. Maybe Norris as well, as the 2 Brits are looking to maybe make it a 1-2-3 for British drivers at their home race, as Hamilton first goes down the inside, and we'll keep an eye on that and see if Lando Norris can make his way through it. Then Gasly flying high for Alpine in P5. So they're the next team above us in the R&D chart, but Gasly is doing wonders in that Alpine of his, because Colapinto is a bit further down the order, and Williams not looking as amazingly quick today, so maybe that's some solace. But saying that, did you see how fast Bottas was? As Mark just reminds me of the under... Thanks, Mark. He just wants to rub it in my face. Like, oh, okay, decent lap. Oh, you got underfloor damage, just by the way. But yeah, the Cadillac looks pretty damn quick in a straight line in some of those straights there as Norris gets Leclerc. And Leclerc under pressure from Antonelli now, is it? So it is a British 1, 2, 3. And Kimi looks very feisty, having qualified a bit lower. Seems a hallmark of the season so far is Kimi's AI just cannot qualify to save his life, unlike in real life. But he's got some pretty good racecraft, and he's coming through the field as Piastri gets Gasly there. So the Alpine falling away. And what is this? There's a big old train. Who's at the sharp end of it, holding them all up, and it's going to invite us in. Ocon gets done by Lawson. We do a big lift off here to try and get as much energy as we can for the end of the lap. And now Ocon behind Lawson. And we try to make a move. Ocon comes back at us and comes back at Lawson. It's now going to be maybe nearly 3 wide into the final corner. We lift off and then plant the power and get a double overtake done. And then it's Lindblad that comes through. So it's a 4-way fight. All of a sudden, Lindblad gains 2 places on his teammate Esteban Ocon as Verstappen in 13th. What is he doing here? This is like a polar bear at Arlington. What? Okay, well, you know what? I was a bit, flummoxed at the fact that we're quite close to Red Bull on the R&D chart. I mean, based off this sprint right now, maybe Red Bull are that chalked. I mean, at one point, remember, I think still, isn't he? Into this race weekend, Verstappen leads the championship. I might be wrong, but it only seemed like 2 races ago, at least at the Spanish Grand Prix, Verstappen led the championship. And now, Red Bull failing to give him a car to continue to lead the championship at this rate. Because if he's finishing in 13th in the sprint, what hope does he have for the race? I mean, in contrast, Hadjar, for once, is actually outperforming him. So maybe for once, it's just one of those weekends where Hadjar dials in. And Verstappen's got a handful of the car as Antonelli now has all of a sudden climbed to 3rd place. He's overtaken Norris and he's got Leclerc, and Norris has actually fallen behind the Ferrari. So the McLaren's not looking as quick as they were maybe at the start of the season, and neither are Red Bull. And Mercedes are starting to turn up the wick, and Antonelli seems to be getting quicker and quicker through the races, but he needs to sort out quali if he has any hope to get himself into the championship. For now, it's really, still maybe Verstappen to defend. You've got chasing drivers of Hamilton, Norris, Russell. We'll see. But for now, for us, we're not talking about and we're not looking at the Red Bull, because as close as we did get to Verstappen, eventually my pace fell away, and we're now in a yo-yo fight with Liam Lawson and Lindblad. I thought I saw the last of the VCARB drivers, having overtaken them previously, but no. Lindblad on the inside. We go. Oh, did you see? That's a lovely little switch. That was that was the most instantaneous switchback you've ever seen. He overtook us. We went from left to right immediately behind him to repass him. I guess that was a 2026 battery switchback, like an instant, like yo-yo switchback as soon as he gets this. But now Lawson going for the double pass. Look at that ridiculous pace on the inside. He's now going to Le Field. Lindblad gets back through. Some lovely side-by-sides here. So if this is what we can expect in the full Grand Prix, if we have a bit better performance, could be a pretty exciting race in terms of side-by-sides. But you can also very quickly tell in the full Grand Prix, more so than the sprint, over the course of a number of extra laps, the energy management is going to have to be very, very important, because the way that these AI are catching me in some of these straights, like I'm clearly not deploying where they are, and I'm clearly not saving where they are, because on this straight, I get right back past the 2 VCARBs, but I guarantee you they get back past this into Sector 1 after Village, because that seems to be where they're deploying the most, but I'm deciding not to, and it's kind of working for us, because if you think about it, if we got to the end of the race, there's, oh my, okay, I feel like it was alongside enough to not get squeezed out, but Lawson going for full-on terrorism there. I was going to say that our tactic of saving battery for the last straight if it was like the end of the race and we had to overtake some cars, that strategy would work out. I don't know if overall I'm gaining lap time and race time by deploying in the way I am compared to the AI, but it's very apparent I'm doing it in a different area of the circuit. As Norris on the last lap overtakes Antonelli, taking a leaf out of my book. He deployed on that straight to pass him for the podium on the sprint, but it'll be Russell in P1. But to be fair, that's quite nice. Norris overtaking's made it a British 1-2-3 for the Silverstone sprint. But yeah, for us, facing quite a bit of tyre wear as well, so that's something to remember into the full race, that the medium probably won't be better for more than 9-10 laps, especially on heavier fuel. So, well, it's 16th. It's 16th for us. Little bit deflating at the home race. You hope to do better, but like I said, there is full wet qualifying coming up for the full Grand Prix quali. Then it's going to be a dry race, but maybe the full wet quali could jump us up the order. And then if we start higher, we could end higher, because grid position does matter a lot in this kind of regulation with the yo-yoing. So let's go into that.
Welcome along, everybody, to a venue that was built for speed. Once an airfield, now one of the finest racetracks in the world. It's qualifying day here at Silverstone for the British Grand Prix.
It is absolutely pissing it down here around Silverstone. Typical stuff, because remember, this full quali is on the same day as the sprint race. so it's gone from bone dry to this. The full wet tyres for the first time. We've already done inters already in the career, but I was pretty nervous about how this would feel on the full wets, because it's even higher ride height with the full tread, full wet tyre. Because it's quali, there's no advantage also to gain by using hot lap mode, because in quali, the AI do use hot lap mode. So unlike in Japan and Canada, I'm not going to be going any quicker than usual compared to the AI in this scenario. So this is all about just trying to dance the car around some of these corners and try and find the traction anywhere. We fueled up the car for a number of consecutive laps, so we're going to keep on going basically, and as the fuel comes out, the hope is the lap time comes, and also I just gain confidence and learn where best to maybe plant the power, lift off best, and navigate it as we go a bit of opposite lock at the exit of Copse, which is pretty ridiculous to be fair, and that sort of speed. Into Max and Beckett's just trying to go a little bit slower, not going as much full throttle, just to wind in the energy to then deploy it for the rest of the sector. And then through the final corner, very tricky stuff. 3/10 up. Oh, big skate across the line. But look at that. Dunn is ahead of us in P4. Our AI teammate is in provisional P6 at the moment. And we're 3 places back in P8, or 2 places back in P8, and now it's P9, Dunn down to 7th. But as it stands, we're both in a top 10 for the full British Grand Prix. But, as you can clearly see, we are now on intermediates. The track has dried a little bit, and now this is our one and only lap. Everyone's basically just got one flying lap on inters. And the name of the game is trying to stay on this darker patch of tarmac where all the F1 cars, they're the best hoovers in the world for rain, as Martin Brundle's loved to say in the past. And you just basically just got to stay on this darker line, because all the F1 cars have chucked up the water, taken it away from the racing line. And so we're going to gain, well, look to try and gain nearly 2 seconds on this flyer. We're down to 22nd, Dunn 21st. That's tragic. From 6th and 8th to 21st and 22nd, we both better hope that we've gained enough time to catapult ourselves back to anywhere near where we were on the full wet tyres. What's it going to be? 15th only. I say only. 15th is a world better than last in sprint quali. But Russell, in the end, is on pole. Leclerc second. Piastri in a pretty high 3rd place, because Norris is only down in 8th place. Fernando Alonso does some wizardry in 9th. And, oh my God. Really? Really? Dunn didn't even bother to go out on inters. You were 6th, man. You had some unreal pace in the wet. That's upsetting. Well, so we'll never know how Dunn would have done because he didn't go out again. And for us, 15th is, I think, just a lot better than what it was in the sprint race. We've got a full race coming up in the dry, though. So let's see if we can take some of that learning from the sprint of maybe where best to deploy and try and apply it to the full Grand Prix.
You join us in the United Kingdom today, or Great Britain as it's alternatively known. Well, it's certainly a great day today as we welcome you to one of the crown jewels of British sport, a track of speed, history and drama. It's Silverstone. It's the British Grand Prix. George Russell will begin today's event in pole position, and it's Charles Leclerc in P2. Moving on to the rest of the grid, we have Piastri, Verstappen, Isaac Hadjar and Hamilton, Lawson, Norris, Alonso and Andrea Kimi Antonelli, Gasly, Perez, Carlos Sainz and Ocon, Mini, Hülkenberg, Ollie Behrman and Lance Stroll, Albon, Colapinto, Lindblad, Dunn, Bortoletto and Valtteri Bottas begins the race from the back of the grid. Which of these talented drivers will come out on top today?
It's a significantly better qualifying for us, but can we have the same upgrade in the full Grand Prix compared to the sprint? I mean, just for the fact we're starting 15th, we get the same sort of lap 1 that we did in the sprint, minus the damage. Maybe we could be on the cusp of points in our home race as the owner and the team's home race, but the Italian, hopefully, Gabriel Mini is looking for a better result here. I really do want to try and get some better results for him because it kind of is crazy how it's fallen, where we've been driving as both drivers equally, every other race, and it just so happens that every race we've driven as done has turned out to be the banger or the crazy one, basically, or the rub of the green. Let's see in the home race, can we get the rub of the green around Silverstone as we all rev up then for 5 red lights. Russell on pole, lights out, and away we go. Slow start for Fernando Alonso. Look at that, he gets dropped by 2 cars as it's a real poor getaway for him. He's on the hards though, to be fair. A lot of us on the soft comparative tyre. We're on medium though, because I just opted to not go for the least durable tyre, considering the tyre where we saw in the sprint. I just thought probably better to not try the soft, because the AI, sure, maybe they're fine on the soft, but I don't think we have the tyre wear for it. We only have 1 tyre upgrade on the car, as this is Antonelli struggling in the traffic. What's happened here then? So he's fallen away. He's down to P11, for goodness sake, as he jockeys with Carlos Sainz for the last points main position. Sergio Perez behind us. Here comes the flying Cadillac. My God, on this one particular straight into Copse, the Cadillac seems to just dump all of its energy every lap. It's almost comical because Bottas did the same thing to us in the sprint, and Perez has done the same thing now in the main race, as Leclerc leads the way though. So it was Russell on pole, but Leclerc gets up into P1, and Hadjar is really having a much better race compared to Verstappen this time round. He's up to 3rd as we repass Perez off the exit of Beckett, and now we get Sainz just with the extra boost as he starts to regen into that right-hander, and now through to the second lap, and Leclerc sitting a purple, of course, coming across the line first, as you would do, and looking to try and maybe pull away from the Mercedes, but I think Russell will keep him honest. Yes, he will. Literally, as I said it, Russell goes down the inside, and behind, look at that, Piastri and Hadjar are side by side. Leclerc maintains P1, but Hadjar does not maintain 3rd. Piastri up to 3rd place. Verstappen might now look for the swap with Hadjar as Russell comes back at Leclerc. What an overtake! Unbelievable overtake. Round the outside of Copse. and he is into P1. But look at this train forming behind Hadjar. He was looking so quick, but now maybe not so. And Hamilton might be looking for a move here. Racy as ever in this career so far. Both Ferraris have been very punchy in the last few races with overtakes. Leclerc's back into the lead or trying to fight for it. Hamilton's trying to get P4 as, wow, I didn't even notice that. Both Red Bulls just got completely trounced. Piastri's up to third, Hamilton's up to fourth, and Hadjar and Verstappen 5-6 now, and Norris might be coming. So it was a good quali in the wet for Red Bull, but genuinely, in dry conditions, that Red Bull does not look that great anymore. And so Verstappen, I definitely think like he was the championship leader in going into this race weekend. He'll be really frustrated at this because his team is throwing away his chance of winning this championship. You know, we're at the halfway point in the season, sort of. Well, we are actually round 8, isn't it? And so this is a bit of a momentum swing. You know, if Red Bull don't provide Verstappen a car for the rest of the season, he can wave any chance goodbye because the consistency is with, well, the Ferraris really, and George Russell and the Mercedes, and we're waiting to see if Antonelli can reach that sort of level as we have a go now at Pierre Gasly. This is for points, remember, P10 here in the full race, and I feel like lap 4, now you're starting to see the advantage we have on the medium, because I think Gasly there struggling a bit for ultimate grip in the middle of the corner and the traction out the last corner. He might have us in a straight line. So far so good. We've stayed ahead as Antonelli looks to make a bold move on the inside of Liam Lawson and round the outside into Luffield, and he's up into P8. So just like in the sprint, Antonelli looking to make up for a poor qualifying, as meanwhile at the sharp end on lap 5, this is Hamilton going for the move. Leclerc, he tried to squeeze him, but there's no use. He's got that speed, and he's on the inside, just like this man, Pierre Gasly, popping out of nowhere, to be fair. At least Leclerc saw Hamilton coming. I didn't really think Gasly was going to make a move there, but such is the yo-yoing and ebb and flow of the battery, where I am deploying it in very different places, and we've taken a leaf out of the Cadillac's book and used boost mode here into Copse to overtake Lawson. That was, I can see why Cadillac were overtaking us there if they were using a bit of boost, because even just a tiny tap of boost mode and we just went and surpassed Lawson, and now we've got enough battery to try and push away from him and close up to the next train, which is tail-ended by Antonelli at the moment, but it soon might be one of the Red Bulls or Oscar Piastri maybe, is Verstappen is side by side with Oscar. Antonelli just waiting for an opportunity here, but these guys have been fighting so much they've slowed each other down, and we're right there with them. But we've brought Lawson and Gasly into the fight, so this has turned into a 6-car train nearly, and of course the tyre wear for the softs should be kicking in also, so that will give us the advantage as we open up straight line mode. A little bit of boost mode used, but what you're about to see is ridiculous. Watch this. That is crazy. Those two are fighting each other so much that we lift coasted, overtook them into that right-hander, but we just nailed the racing line. But having said that, we again regened through into the chicane, and that's allowed Piastri to come back through in this first sector. We're trying not to use boost mode as much, but that means these guys do use boost mode, and Verstappen comes in for the repass. So although it was an amazingly satisfying and hilarious looking double overtake on Piastri and Verstappen whilst we were lifting into that corner, very quickly their car performance shows a bit, but also equally we're just waiting for the time to use the battery fully. Again, we choose not to use it down in this straight, which is just my decision. Like, I just thought consistently we're repassing them in that last sector, you know, in the sprint, so why can't we just repass these guys into the last sector? So we choose not to use too much in the first sector and wait for opportunity, maybe like now, as we've used plenty on the exit of Beckett's. The engine is now a little worn, 60% ICE, as they're both in now. So the soft tyre can't go the distance. We can. A little bit annoying to see that engine wear, though, because the engine was totally fine before the race weekend, but I suppose that's what you get for having a sprint race. You can start with an engine that's like 40% worn, and we've got about 20% wear over the sprint weekend, so that's going to slow us down just a tiny margin, which is annoying, not ideal, but we'll carry on, have to go on with it. But we're just looking to go a bit longer than these guys on softs, but to be honest, with the way our car is facing tyre wear, you know, only one upgrade, we might end up pitting on the same lap as some of these guys on softs. I don't know. Lap 9, Russell, Hamilton, and we are in. And thankfully, no, we didn't have to pit on the same lap as soft tyre runners, because all three of us are on medium. So I've matched the top guys for the pace, or the stint length at least, on the medium tyre, which is good. So now we're going to be on to a set of hard tyres. And to be honest, I reckon we can get to the end. Like, those soft tyre guys, I don't know if they're doing a two-stop or not. Hamilton's on a soft, Russell as well. So they're definitely on a two-stop. I'm going on to hards. I don't know if this is a one-stop or not. I don't think so. I think we might have to go to another tyre at the end of the race. We'll see. I feel like we put ourselves in a good position, though, going medium to hard and seeing. In the past, this has been a one-stop, but that might be a bit different with the 2026 regs as we come out behind Piastri and Lawson. Lawson's jumped Piastri, surprisingly, but of course we came in later, so we may have got undercut, but now we've got the fresher tyre to go chasing after these two. Piastri might just slow up Lawson as he goes for this overtake. He pulls through on the right. Surely, yeah, he just gets it straight with the soft compound. Puff of smoke as he locks up, but now Lawson is going to be there for the taking. But can we go for a cheeky double pass maybe, you know, maybe again into Stowe potentially? That could be a good place to do it, as Norris and Leclerc swap positions. Fernando Alonso leads the British Grand Prix. That's a glory strategy if I've ever seen it. Aston Martin thinking they can get some sponsorship airtime maybe, being P1 briefly at the British Grand Prix. Their HQ is just literally opposite the track basically, so bit of a, you know, bodge job strategy for Aston just to get some airtime maybe on the TV feed as we overtake Lawson with ease and now try and set our sights on Piastri, but he is on a soft, so initially he should be a lot quicker. We'll bide our time. There probably is going to be an instance where eventually we will be quicker than Piastri and anyone else on softs for that matter, as Hamilton, Leclerc and Norris side by side into Copse, and it's nearly 3-4 cars battling as Antonelli comes out of nowhere really to attack Leclerc, and Leclerc blindsided a little bit, but it's Hamilton that leads the way then. I didn't even notice that at the pit stop phase, but Hamilton leads his home race. The British crowd are going to be going wild for that at the moment, but Antonelli again climbing in this race as we overtake Piastri to get up into 8th place. Is on lap 11. I mean, when did it Piastri came in lap 7, right? So he's been on those tyres for 4 laps. So already he's probably getting near to the point where he wants to make another pit stop. So I think maybe what you're seeing is we're nearly almost as quick as the McLaren anyway with the hard compound. Piastri does come back at this because, of course, he again chooses to deploy into that section, and we again save battery, go nice and easy, and then try and nail the exit off Beckett's. And just a little blip of boost mode and active air open, and it gets us back ahead up into P8. Piastri might come back at us as we super clip a little bit and we don't decide to use any more boost mode, so this is a bit more of a fight than maybe expected, but we do stay ahead for now. And can we pull away a bit and chase after Verstappen, dare I say, if his soft tyre wears away, as Antonelli goes up round the outside and he's up into 3rd place, and he's showing the hard compound is a very good race tyre this phase of the Grand Prix. 11 laps to go then. Hamilton leads the way. Russell 1.1 behind. Antonelli is catching at a rapid rate. I mean, look how he's already a second clear of Norris. So that's how much quicker the hard is then, even to a medium tyre that Norris had. And Leclerc's all over the back of him. And we are gaining on Verstappen and pulling away from Piastri now. And look at this, lap 15, we're closing to Verstappen. So the soft is really falling away. But I also want to say, speaking personally, I feel like in this second stint, I finally nailed the best way for me personally to deploy the energy. And I was noticing that we were catching Verstappen in all the right places. And where we're losing a bit, the hard tyre versus soft was making a difference. So Verstappen didn't want the smoke. He came in as soon as we closed up to him, so he didn't want the embarrassment of being overtaken by the newest team in Formula 1, but that's fine. We're going to carry on and try and extend this stint a little bit, just knowing how high the tyre wear is. I think the longer we stay on hards, the better. It's clearly the best race tyre, and so we stay on a hard until 19 laps, or lap 19 I should say is the better way to say it. Hamilton leads the way at the moment. Antonelli looks like he might be in a net P2. I'm looking where Verstappen is. P8, he's just been passed by Piastri, so that's who we're racing, or who we want to be racing. Let's see how we are after this pit stop. So it's a very short and sweet stint, but I'm hoping for max attack basically. But look at this, Hamilton in a Ferrari leading the British Grand Prix. Unbelievable stuff. Antonelli second, Norris third, Leclerc fourth. Hadjar is in fifth. He's had a very quiet race, but quietly Hadjar's actually had Verstappen in his back pocket today. Piastri ahead of Verstappen, he overtook him just then, and we are going to be ahead of George Russell, who's had a bit of a nightmare second stint. He was a bit high, but potentially has had a disaster in the pit stop maybe, or maybe he's in the walls with Hamilton, because did I just see a little bit of front wing damage? So maybe Russell tried to overtake Hamilton because he was 1.1 behind Lewis. So maybe somewhere we didn't see it, he tried to go for a pass and then maybe make contact, because you would imagine Hamilton would be desperate to maintain P1 at his home race. So having said that, it won't stop Russell overtaking us. The Mercedes is a much better car, and we're on another set of hards because, well, that's all we had left. We didn't have a medium. In hindsight, should we have gone soft? Maybe, now thinking about it. But equally, the hard tyre was that much quicker than the soft, even off the pit stop in the second stint. I thought, okay, maybe we'll just try and find some pace on a brand spanking new of hard and just wring the neck out of it. It didn't matter in the end because the gap was so big, and Verstappen actually recovered in this race. He's up to P5, so Verstappen did some insane driving in the last stint, and he recovered from P7 to P5. Leclerc on the last lap trying to maintain third, a double Ferrari podium, but no, Norris on the last lap gets third place. Antonelli, a beautiful recovery to second, but it's going to be the crowd going wild for Sir Lewis Hamilton in the Ferrari, winning the British Grand Prix again. How many is that now? 9? Is it 9? The British Grand Prix? Well, I've lost count of how many times he's won the British Grand Prix. Hadjar, oh! Hadjar on the last lap also got Verstappen. Brilliant. Isaac Hadjar getting P5 on the last lap, repassing Verstappen then as we just trundle home in P9, Sainz in P10. So our midfield rivals score 1 point, we score 2. So in the end, the needle will only be edged by 1. 1 point we gained on Williams there, but I'll take it. Considering how disastrous the sprint was, I will take a P9 and some pretty good action in there. But Lewis Hamilton winning the British Grand Prix.
And Lewis Hamilton takes the checkered flag and once again wins.
And what a drive today. Obviously keeps their championship hopes alive. And it's a warning sign, isn't it, for the rest of the competition, Crofty. They're not going down without a fight. I loved what I saw out there today from them. And hopefully they can now get on a roll and continue this progression through the rest of the year.
And with that victory, Hamilton now leads the championship by 13 points to Norris. Russell is third, Verstappen fourth. So I must have got it wrong. I think Verstappen hasn't led for at least 2 races then, because he's way down the order now. But at one point he was leading. So that's how catastrophic Red Bull's upgrading has been. And Ferrari's has been amazing, because Lewis now leads the championship and Ferrari have been leading the constructors for some time now. Upgrades are still pending on the car, but you can see we've now got a lot less in development in terms of stacked up and waiting. Now they're actually in progress, or we've actually got them on the car. We're now up to 17 and 18 upgrades apiece, and we've even now got ahead of Alpine. We were ahead of Haas last time, I think it was, or 2 episodes ago, and now we've got ahead of Alpine. So we're technically, on paper, the best in the midfield. And if you look at the graph, the progress has been electric with those developments finally coming in, but the AI don't seem to be upgrading massively, even though these are my current settings since the start of the series. Resource rates on reduced for me, the player, and increase for the AI. The same thing for the cash, so they can upgrade their HQ facilities, you would hope, at a higher rate. But yeah, so far, the AI are upgrading at a very slow rate. Now, I'm going to wait for my full judgment on this till the end of the season, because maybe like us, they are just waiting on parts to be developed to then put on the car. So we might see next episode there might be a raft of upgrades, or later on in the season. So I'm going to wait till the end of this season 1 before I make a bold judgment. But for now, it's a little concerning that the progress of the AI seems a lot slower than it was in the base F1 25 game and just previous F1 games gone by, which is odd because nothing's really changed in the architecture of how this gameplay works from F1 25 base. It's just the regulations that have changed. So I don't know what the deal is with that, but for now, we will just continue trying to develop all of our parts, but I will be holding off on making any further purchases with R&D points, just so that I have that in the banker and I can play that wisely. It might be a case of either saving up a load to deploy for Season 2, or if the AI do suddenly start to upgrade, then we can try and counteract that. As usual, we swap over our drivers from Mini back to Dunn, and this one is for the Belgium Grand Prix.
High-speed straights, heady elevation changes and dramatic corners. What is there not to love about today? It's qualifying day here at Spa-Francorchamps.
And thankfully in this 2026 season of career mode, the Belgium Grand Prix is no longer a sprint weekend, which I love, because I just never felt like the Belgium sprint was worth it in terms of the action you got. It's such a long lap as well. It never felt like a sprint. So, yeah, I think it's just better to have it as a normal Grand Prix, in my opinion. So, we're now into Q1 then for full qualifying. A bit overcast, but I don't believe there is any rain forecast for the entire race weekend. But obviously, a lot of people were already commenting on maybe the super clipping and regen needed at the end of the Kemmel Straight. I mean, the engine doesn't sound very hot, does it? We're not even getting to max revs in 8th gear there, and pretty much staying stationary in terms of the miles per hour we're going in that back part of the Kemmel Straight. So this quali lap was a really peculiar one, because also here it's even worse as we go through towards Blanchimont. I actually used boost mode to try and counteract some of the regen happening through Blanchimont. We're down to 0% battery into the bus stop. Then we gain a load of energy. So we know that we can use the battery to the point where we get to the bus stop at 0, because we know we'll regen enough to have battery just for that little last tiny, push to the start-finish line. But managing the battery elsewhere, it was yeah, it was quite a task to figure out where's best to deploy. I thought, okay, deploy a little bit just before we get to Eau Rouge, because you need to come in with a bit of speed. And then as we go up the hill, I felt like it was worth using a bit of battery. And then on this second lap, I actually deployed a little bit more there just to get us over 200 miles per hour. But we start dipping down below it just as we lift off. And then we gain a load of energy there, back over to 50% battery. And we're actually 1.3 seconds up on the first lap. So that tactic worked quite well in the first half of the lap, deploying in small spurts, but still lifting enough to get back the energy. But what I didn't do was maybe regen enough in the middle sector, so I'm left with only 10%, and we're not even far down towards Blanchimont. So we were up by 1.5 seconds, and now we're coming down rapidly to 1 second, less than 1 second, as we run out of charge. So still not completely nailed on the best way to ebb and flow the energy through the lap. In the end, we will finish off with 1 second gained, which gets us up into P8. And to my surprise, Gabriel Mini is in P10. So the AI counterpart not looking too shabby. We finish P10, he finishes P12. Not too bad, you know. Not too bad. Maybe, as I said, maybe finally some of those upgrades are actually coming into translation to the car. And to be fair, our power unit and supplier, the Works Audi team, they're both through into Q2. Piastri nearly got knocked out. Hadjar did get knocked out. So Hadjar just continues to have a really difficult time in the Red Bull. That's only getting slower, it seems, according to the R&D graphs and the comparison charts. But Oscar was very, very lucky as well. But yeah, the Audi Works team looking a bit better around here. So maybe their subtle upgrades have brought some performance through. You know, it's so hard to call where you think teams are going to be because of the driver rating making such a difference as well. But also clearly the R&D chart, it's probably the most useless it's been in years on the F1 game because, well, it says Mercedes have been top for the entire time, but clearly at the moment there's some momentum with Ferrari because Hamilton won the last race. They've looked really aggressive for the last few races with overtakes, and McLaren have been looking slower as of late, even though they've not really dropped off too much in R&D terms. I mean, they are lower than those two teams, but still. But anyway, into Q2. First flyer on the board, P10. I thought it was a solid lap. I think we did better at managing the battery. And then on the second flying lap, we did even better at managing the battery. We had 50% as we got through to that exit. So I was hoping to use this to good use as we're going to gain a couple of more tenths here. We're going to just deploy boost mode as we get through Blanchimont to the bus stop chicane. But this actually brings me in so quick that I undo any time I was about to gain. We were at nearly 3.5 tenths up as we entered the corner and we lost it all. That's on me. That's a bad mistake to make in the bus stop chicane. I think with those 3 tenths, it wouldn't have even made a difference. Look at the lap times. The 3 tenths would have just got us to, well, 14th, but quicker. Because I think 3 tenths and we would have only maybe just got Alonso in P13. But Cadillac and Valtteri Bottas have got through into... I'm sorry. So you're telling me that Cadillac have got double points and a Q3 appearance before I have? I just need to end it all. It's time to liquidate the entire team because what do you mean they've got Q3 and double points before us?
Welcome to this visit to the Ardennes countryside. Spa-Francorchamps hosted its first Grand Prix back in 1925, and this historic track is loved by drivers and fans alike, and us here in the commentary box too. So it's a warm welcome from the Belgian Grand Prix. It's time to see how our drivers are stacking up after yesterday's exciting qualifying session. Andrea Kimi Antonelli lines up on pole position, and Lewis Hamilton completes the front row. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Russell, Leclerc, Oscar Piastri, and Norris. Verstappen, Sainz, Bottas, and Gabriel Bortoleto. Hülkenberg, Albon, Fernando Alonso, and Dunn. Behrman, Lindblad, Gabriele Mini, and Isaac Hadjar. Lawson, Ocon, Gasly, Colapinto, Perez, and Lance Stroll brings the grid to a close. Which of these talented drivers will come out on top today?
Well, Hamilton's on a consistent roll now, performance off the back of a win on the front row today. But Kimi Antonelli gets pole position. I think that's is that his first pole, potentially, of the season for Antonelli? So maybe finally he is maybe going to start looking like the real-life driver that he is. We shall see, we shall see. But for us, P14 on the hard compound of tyre at the start of this race, the same as Behrman and a few others. I think Verstappen is actually on the hard as well, so in good company, trying to go a little bit different here, because I reckon being a bit quicker on a medium at the end of the race is going to be the way to go. I think it's going to be a one-stop. There is a two-stop that could work if you're quick enough, but I reckon for us, track position will be key, as we see both Audi Works cars ahead of us, the Cadillac as well. So we've got some stiff competition from midfield rivals around us. But the 5 red lights staying on for an absolute age. We're finally off and underway. I don't know if the race director fell asleep there at the comms box, as it's 3 wide into turn 1. Hulkenberg has gone from P11 to P9. Bortoletto's gone the opposite way. Bortoletto down to 14th. It's a horrible run for the Brazilian, but the German's done amazing. And the other Audi, as we commit to the inside, and immediately I wanted to try and get Bottas, because I'm not having this. I can't have Cadillac. Really? Okay, I was going to say I can't have Cadillac overshadowing me, but I've just been absolutely rinsed by the Finn, who's now made it 3 wide with Fernando Alonso and Hulkenberg as we look for the pass on Lindblad, as him and Bottas completely did me in a straight line. But that was such as the closing speed difference with the boost mode for them. We chose not to use as much, because now we've got 100% battery to maybe come at Hulkenberg and Alonso at the end of this lap. But at the moment, look at the sharp end. It's Lewis Hamilton that leads the way. So he's jumped Antonelli off the race star. Russell up to 3rd, Leclerc 4th. It really is Ferrari versus Mercedes at the moment. And then you've got McLaren in behind. Red Bull struggling to keep its head above water. That's Verstappen in P9, just ahead of Alonso. Don't tell me Fernando Alonso and that awful Aston is going to somehow manage to pressurise Verstappen as we look to make the pass on Hulkenberg. We chose a bit incorrectly there. I don't know why I thought there was space on the left, because Hulkenberg was clearly always going to shut the door, but there he is, regenning quite a fair bit. So now that opens up a gap on the outside, turns to the inside, and look at Mini. Mini's with us in P13. He's only just behind Hulkenberg. Is there a chance for double points, dare I say, as we defend Hulkenberg, repass him into turn 1 after a little bit of a mini yo-yo on the main straight, as Russell and Antonelli swap. Russell, good move into a Rouge, up to 2nd place, but now Antonelli may just come back at him, and Leclerc might come through for a double pass. Is it on the left-hand side, 3 wide at the end of the Kemmel Straight? The Ferrari going round both of them. Has he just pulled that off? Yes, he has. Leclerc, what a move. He's on the softs, to be fair, you may have noticed, and the 2 Mercedes are also on the hards, like myself, like Verstappen. So maybe it was almost inevitable that Leclerc was going to make that move, but still pretty damn impressive. So it's a 1-2 for Ferrari, for the constructors' leaders, remember. So Ferrari, in contrast to real life, on an absolute momentum swing here, as, yes, you're watching that correctly, Mini, my AI counterpart, has just overtaken me. Now, albeit I chose, and I keep choosing not to deploy too much into Puon, but the fact that he was even able to be in a position to overtake me is incredible. So this is the first time we've had our AI teammate legitimately overtake us and be ahead of us. We are going to come back at him, because the way I'm choosing to deploy, we've just got all the energy at this last part of the circuit, which I feel is like where you kind of want it, isn't it? Because by the time you get to the last lap, if you want to make an overtake for a last position on that last lap, you need some battery in this last part, as it's now a bit of a train formed by the two McLarens, I think, fighting so much. As we said, a purple last sector. That's how quick we are in the last part with the battery use. And now down the inside of Fernando Alonso, we give him a good old squeeze. Little love tap. Alonso on the curb. We move from right to left. And Mini is there on the other side. 3 wide. No, we can't pincer him. I was hoping Mini would commit to the outside and we'd kind of pinch Alonso out of it. Instead, we've made the move through Rouge. And now I'm trying to give Mini a bit of a tow. Can we now defend Alonso and give Mini an opportunity to come through? Doesn't look like it. I tried my best, but it's now all on Mini. To be fair, you actually might get this on the exit. He has, actually. No, okay. I was maybe going to be disappointed that we couldn't help him, but I think we did somewhat help Mini by blocking Alonso on the track, and so he's up into P11. We're only 1 position away each from double points to come back at Cadillac after they scored double points in the Austrian Grand Prix. And then it will just be trying to get that elusive Q3. But for now, we might have way more points than Cadillac, but they have some bragging rights in terms of... Oh, my... What was that? Mini! Oh, come on, Gabriel! Oh, come on! Oh... Commentator's curse, isn't that? I was praising him far too much. Oh, Mini. Oh, Mini. Well, there we have it then. It's just me then in the race for points as Hamilton leads the way. Russell's back up to second, so maybe Leclerc's softs are falling away. The two McLarens have been fighting ferociously, and Antonelli, what is he doing? He's fighting Albon, is it, for 7th and 8th? He was on pole, for goodness sake. Ah, come on. It's just honestly frustrating at this point to see how not fast Antonelli is in this save and on this DLC as Verstappen goes sailing round the outside of Albon, as maybe now the hard compound tyre is the better race tyre. All these guys on mediums struggling a bit, although saying that, Antonelli is struggling, and I think he's on a hard compound as well, so... But we are now away from Alonso and trying to close up to Verstappen and Albon because they're fighting so much. They are losing each other time as it's a ferocious fight between Bottas, Hulkenberg and Lawson. And Bottas actually managed to get ahead into P12. So there might be some fight still left for the Cadillac after a bit of a slow stint 1 overall. Then Hulkenberg under pressure from Lawson. So it was a really great qualifying for the Works Audi team, but it's not translating into race pace clearly. Is Pierre Gasly on the inside of Lindblad. Some really good fighting going on, to be fair, in the midfield. And then just randomly you see Hadjar stuck in the middle, just really struggling in that second Red Bull seat. And look at this fight between Gasly and Lindblad. Went on for the entire second sector. As we are still slowly catching Albon and Verstappen, they continue to fight. And whilst they do, we're regenning quite a fair bit. The amount I'm lifting into the bus stop chicane is pretty disgusting. Like just cutting off throttle before we even start to get in the brake zone. And the same thing for turn 1, but we really need the energy. And I say this now, just wait, sunshine. Wait till we get to the Italian Grand Prix. Oh boy, that is going to be interesting. But here at Spa, plenty of liftoff needed. But despite that, we are slowly closing. And those two ahead, they just keep on going side by side. Into the bus stop, end of the Kemmel Straight. Albon is slowing Verstappen up very nicely. And the gap is, well, it's slowly coming down. You know, it's like 1.8 to 1.7, 1.5. So we're getting there. We are getting to them.
There appears to be an issue. We're currently investigating.
Oh, for goodness sake, really? Just as we... Are we just close to 1.2? Now you're going to tell me there's an issue? Please tell me that it's not an engine failure. I cannot have this happen. 6 laps in. What's the problem? Oh, no. Oh, no. It's not an engine failure. But, I mean, it almost may as well be. That is an active aero failure for us. But even despite that, I'm pressing on. We had 90% battery for this last sector, and I've used a fair amount, and Albon, with warm mediums, has really held up Verstappen. So even despite, you're going to see, yep, no active aero. I can't open up straight line mode in this straight line mode zone into the bus stop chicane. We are still catching these two because I'm doing such a good job at this stage and managing this battery and using it in all the right places. Like, we're still consistently setting purple last sectors. We're slow in the first sector because I'm basically gaining all the battery back. But having said that, a lot of lift coast into the bus stop has meant that we've got some decent energy for this first sector. And again, Albon repasses Verstappen. Verstappen's going to be so frustrated here because they just keep swapping and losing each other time, and it's painful though. Look at that. We just lost like what, 2-3 tenths in the straight line because of no straight line mode. This is like having a parachute on the back of the car, or like a huge weight attached by a string to the rear end gearbox of this car, just dragging us down. And the only thing that I can use to counteract it is by constantly trying to build up energy. I think we've got to 100% battery like 3 times over the course of the last lap to now here for this next one. And the only reason we're not losing time to Verstappen here is because of Albon. He is so slow now, clearly, on those mediums, and it's giving us a chance to fight. Otherwise, Verstappen would be running away from us. And so we are trying to play this game as Albon basically just backs Verstappen into us, and we've got 80% battery, and here we go, using overtake mode. Oh, Verstappen comes in for the move on Albon, doesn't know I'm there, and so we have to go briefly off circuit. But we've committed, and we've made the double pass. Despite having no active aero, we've still made 2 overtakes. We've made it work, but it's short-lived. It is short-lived, because you just know as soon as Albon's got out of the way, which I think is now, yeah, he's just pit, you just know Verstappen's closing, because now this little straight, we're going to lose time in the straight line, and well, it's basically inevitable, so I'm not going to even put up much of a fight on Verstappen, to be honest, because it is going to be inevitable that he overtakes us. We're on the same strategy as well, so there's no tyre wear difference. And up the hill, just watch the straight line speed difference here, because now he's opened up active aero at this point now, and I've got nothing. 5 tenths. By the end of that straight, he gained half a second on me. That's how much time active aero is worth down the Kemmel straight around Spa. Half a second. That's what I'm losing every lap. So, yeah. I thought we were on for some good points today. At this stage, if I stay in the points, I think that's a great job done, because people have made their pit stops off their first mediums and I'm on hards, it's very hard to tell where we are in this race. Right now, we're 4th on the road, but both Ferraris have already made their pit stops, so that's why they're behind us. Both McLarens have as well. So it's very hard to tell where we are in this race. And apart from Mini, we know where Mini is. He's in stone dead last because of that spin. So now as we go on to lap 13, Verstappen is 4 seconds ahead of us. So you can see in clean air, he has so much more pace now. And this active aero problem. Oh, man, I hope it gets fixed at the pit stop, but I'm actually going to try and extend this stint, because I think the only hope at the end of this race is by going on a soft tyre. I mean, we saw how quick Leclerc was on soft. Oh, no! Leclerc's in again! Oh, he's making a second stop! He's on a 2-stop. Very, very odd stuff for Leclerc. Same for Williams. I think Williams are in for a second stop as well. As on lap 15, as we extend this stint, Hamilton overtakes us. Of course he does. Obviously, we're very slow now with no active aero and very high tyre wear, as we look to try and go as long as we can just to give ourselves the best last stint on soft tyres, because yeah, I think we've lost so much time that we might even be out of the points, and the only way to get back in the points is by a very rapid few laps on the soft compound of tyre. As Norris and Antonelli are ahead, Russell's ahead. Looks like Russell has fallen down. He might also be on a 2-stop, to be fair, because Leclerc's not too far down the road. We're on for a soft tyre, like I said. Gasly is ahead of Leclerc and us there, and we slot in. Okay, we're still in the points, P9. But to put into perspective, I think Verstappen right now is on for a podium or P4, and we were right there with him. So from that to P9, brilliant stuff. But thankfully, in the pit stop, the active aero was fixed, but that was a painful experience around Spa. If it had to happen anywhere, Spa and Italy would be the worst places for active aero to fail. But now, on the softs, we've got supreme pace compared to Leclerc on the hards, although in a straight line, the Ferrari comes right back at us as he deploys quite a fair bit. But I am on purpose saving all my battery for the Kemmel Straight to come back at them, because I just knew Leclerc would immediately repass this, so I'm not using any boost mode yet. We even got none into turn 1, and now we will tactically wait for the right time. Not even the Kemmel Straight. I decided to wait till the next lap towards Blanchimont. 94% battery, and now we're gonna use most of it to gain on the Ferrari and the Alpine, because also this is the only fight we're in, so I have time to try and tactically set up this overtake. And there we are, Gasly regenning so much. To be fair to him, he's done really well to squeeze me out, and we had to dip a tyre onto the grass, but oh, in the end he's come in. Okay, I thought Gasly was in position. Okay, so now we're just in a fight with Leclerc, so now this is going to be a little bit of a more challenging prospect, because now it's just me and him. There's nowhere to hide, really. And I'm trying to squeeze him out. But that Ferrari, I mean, it's very clear to see why it's the leading constructor team at the moment. It is rapid in a straight line. They must have some amazing energy recovery and obviously aero upgrades. But we're trying our best. You know, we're going toe-to-toe with Leclerc. Maybe the soft compound's probably helping us more in this regard. So the worry is, as we try and go for the switch from right to left, that once these tyres fall away, we may not have the opportunity to fight Leclerc. So trying to find any way to get the move done permanently, but every time we get past him, he just flies back through. Lap 18. We don't have too much energy now through Blanchimont. Closing. Both of us open active aero, of course. Leclerc, as he goes defensive, he does. Opens up the door again into the bus stop, but then shuts it. Really good defense from Leclerc, to be fair to him, to completely slam the door through that left-hander. And now we just have to keep at it. But the laps are falling away from us, and time is running out to make this permanent move for P7. He goes defensive at the end of the Kemmel Straight. Round the outside we go, trying to use any sort of soft tyre grip we have left, and we do get the nose turned in and get ahead. But then on the next lap, lap 20, so we stayed ahead through sector 3, but now I can't overuse boost mode to defend, otherwise we'll have nothing for the rest of the lap. So it's starting to feel like some other races where, as much as we want to try and defend a quicker car, the reality sets in, especially with the 26 DLC, that if they are quicker, they will eventually just get you, because there's no way you can outrun the energy deployment. But Hamilton leading this race then with 2 laps to go. Verstappen second! Oh, you kidding? I mean, I'm not insinuating I would have been able to keep up with Verstappen, but the fact that we were so close to him in stint 1, and now he's up in second place, on for a podium, a great podium in fact. Oh man, that active aero failure, so annoying. Antonelli's recovered back to third after that awful first stint. It's a McLaren 4-5, Russell P6, Leclerc 7th ahead of us. Then it's Hadjar P9, the 2 Williams P10 and 11. I think they both had to make 2 stops today, the Williams. So they've done well to actually at least get 1 car on the points. And Leclerc and Russell, I believe, also on 2 stops today. Leclerc regenning a fair amount as we close to the last lap. But you can see I don't have too much energy either, so we also can't really go for the dive and use too much boost because we need some for the last lap, because that might be our best bet to getting 7th place, is overtaking him on this last lap, because then there might be half a chance we can defend into Blanchimont, into the bus stop chicane. Although, even though we've got 100% energy, look at the right-hand side, the tyre icon's orange now, so I don't have the grip anymore to dive it under braking or mid-corner. And actually, it looks like Leclerc himself has saved up battery, because I've gone from 100 to 22%, and we're still 7/10 behind. So, to be fair to the AI, that's pretty good from them. Leclerc's AI has actually done the same as me. He's saved up battery on the last lap to defend, which they didn't do in some previous episodes. But look at this. Lewis Hamilton going from strength to strength in this career. He's going to win back-to-back races to extend his lead in the championship. Verstappen comes through for an amazing P2. It's going to be Antonelli in 3rd, but Lewis Hamilton, he won in Silverstone. He wins in Spa. And for us, well, in the end, we actually have to super clip our way to the end of it. P8 it will be. We ran out of battery, we ran out of tyres, and we ran out of hope. P8, considering we had an active aero failure, it's still pretty good, because we were so slow in that first stint. It was, like I said, it was like having a parachute or a weight attached to the back of the car. So I'll take points. It's actually the best we could have hoped for after that issue in the first part of the race.
And extending his already record-breaking winning record, it's Lewis Hamilton to the line for victory.
And it's always good, Crofty, to get that momentum on your side, and it's really good for your confidence as well. The more confident you are, the further that can take you.
We had drama from start to finish, but in the end, there was only ever one that could take that top spot. It's a familiar sight in Formula One, and here it is once again. Lewis Hamilton, with the trophy held high, celebrating a masterful victory.
Hamilton and Ferrari look insane. 28 points ahead of Lando and Max, level on points with each other. Then it's Russell, Leclerc, and Antonelli breaks 100 points for the first time. But Lewis just looks like the man who is unstoppable at the moment, either winning races or just that consistency. Fireworks coming up at the Hungarian Grand Prix. And for the first time, a title sponsor decision to make. This is for Season 2. The only new sponsor added to this is a familiar one of Duotone, which we had in the F1 25 base My Team series. But I think we're just going to stick with our current sponsor. The money's pretty good, and I think we're building that loyalty as well for all the kind of rewards you get. So we're just going to stick with that. I am going to try and get the more favorable contract. We'll see if they go for it. If not, we can just renegotiate again. And we now are getting to those last few development upgrades coming through. We've got one part to research on the chassis side, because I purchased that a while ago. It's still being researched. But we're now to 20 upgrades, and each car has all the upgrades. And with those one or two extras since last episode coming through, now on the comparison chart, apparently we're ahead of Red Bull on paper, which is even worse news for Max Verstappen. He is in 3rd place, level on points with Lando, both considerably behind Lewis Hamilton. But you've got to remember, like round 4 or 5, Verstappen was leading the championship. So it's really beggars belief for him where this season is going for him in Red Bull. Is that going to play on his mind as an AI? Will that force him out of Red Bull? Or would Red Bull try and pull up their socks? Because this is what the R&D chart looks like right now. And you can clearly see that dotted yellow line. We have bridged that gap to Red Bull. But also look at Cadillac making some good strides. Ironically, Cadillac are the only AI team making considerable upgrades. So yeah, the AI definitely do know how to make upgrades. It's just that Cadillac Cadillac seems to be the only one actually going through and purchasing and developing them all. So, I don't know. I'm still going to give it some time. Elsewhere, things that are going on the up and up and up is our car and the number of sponsors on it. It actually now looks like a pretty tidy and very busy F1 car with sponsors everywhere. So very, very nice to see the development of that visually as we now swap over from done to mini once again for the Hungarian Grand Prix.
No pit stops, no strategy. It's all about the pace today. Qualifying day here at the Hungaroring for the Hungarian Grand Prix.
This, I think, is going to be an interesting one with this year's regulations because Hungary, it's always been said to be a bit like, you know, Monaco without the barriers. And around Monaco, we hardly have to do any regen and recovery over the course of the race and the quali as well. Hungary, it's not exactly like Monaco without the barriers. There is some decent straights, and it's one of those weird circuits where you need aero, but there's also a compromise to make because you want to be quick on that main straight, which is one of the best overtaking opportunities because the rest of the lap, in the heart of Sector 2 and 3, it is all just like Monaco. It's very tough to overtake in the narrow section. So it's, unlike Monaco, there's a fine balance you need to have. So there is still a bit of Lyco needed on the quali lap, but it's definitely not as much. I think you can get most of it done into turn 1. It's like such a big brake zone where I was finding I could basically deploy all the way down from the last corner to turn 1. Lift off there, regen a bunch, then, like you're seeing here, use plenty of boost just before we then get to the technical part of the circuit where you're constantly braking, you're constantly changing direction, the battery comes back into play, and then dump it all as we go to the line. And it's a good improvement, a needed improvement to be fair. So, yeah, like some other circuits, you know, very rapid increase of speed once we started to suss out where best to regen and where to deploy. But Russell leading the way then with Ferrari close behind. Dunn does not make it through into Q2, but the Cadillacs don't either. So, hey, Cadillac went from getting to Q3 last episode to both out in Q1, but maybe showing how unique of a circuit this is compared to Spa, especially a very contrasting race. You know, that aero performance that Cadillac maybe just don't have. But maybe Cadillac's car in a straight line is decent, the chassis all right, drag reduction's all right. Those things mattered around Spa, whereas this is really more about the aero balance, the aero performance, and then maybe a little bit of on the engine side of things to make sure you're okay on the main straight. But Cadillac suffering there, and it seems to be a little bit more of a mixed-up order around the Hungaroring compared to Spa or just even the other races we had beforehand, as we are now going to finish our one and only soft tyre run in Q2, and that won't get us through into Q3. We're still waiting for a first Q3 appearance in quali for this My team, but 14th place, it's pretty decent. I'll take that, but again, the Works Audi team have definitely taken a step. Unlike Cadillac, they still look around the same in quali terms of where they were around Spa. Of course, in Spa, they fell away massively in the race. So let's see if they can actually translate this to race pace and score, I think, even their first point. I don't think the Audi Works team have even scored points this season. So can they score their first points of the season? Williams have come back strong. They were nowhere really around Spa, and now they've both made the top 10 again. So that's a bit frustrating. So we need to limit the damage there in the race then to Williams. But Russell had the biggest glaring result in Q2 there, out in 17th place. Clearly hit traffic, clearly maybe just made mistakes, and so that's given the door open to Alpine, for example, with Colapinto up there as well. But let's go to the grid and see how the top 10 shaked out.
Welcome to Budapest once again for another round of Formula One action. Historically, a good race for first-time victories, with Button, Hill, Alonso and Heikki Kovalainen all reaching the top step of the podium for the very first time right here. It's time to take a look at our starting grid for today's race. An immense lap from Lewis Hamilton yesterday puts him on pole position, and it's Charles Leclerc in P2. Looking at the rest of today's grid, we have Verstappen, Piastri, Isaac Hadjar and Hülkenberg, Albon, Colapinto, Norris and Andrea Kimi Antonelli. Bortoleto, Ocon, Gabriele Mini and Alonso, Behrman, Russell, Pierre Gasly and Carlos Sainz, Lindblad, Dunn, Lawson, Perez, Stroll and Valtteri Bottas begins the race from the back of the grid. Which of these talented drivers will come out on top today?
Of this season, everybody in this garage is desperate for that Constructors' Championship, and today's result could well go a long way to helping us get there. Good luck.
What on earth are you on about, Mark? Go for the Constructors' Championship. Brother, have you been watching the season? Do you even know where your own team is in the standings? We are like 100 points off P4, let alone P1 in the Constructors. My God. I don't know what Mark's been doing. Maybe he ventured into the city here in Hungary and got himself some premium Hungarian lettuce of sorts. I don't know. I don't know what he's on about. But we'll put that behind us. We're up to 13th because someone has a grid penalty. But at the sharp end, it is a front row lockout for Ferrari. They lead the Constructors. Hamilton's now got a massive lead in career mode terms to the next best driver. It is all looking up and up for Ferrari. Can anyone stop them? Can anyone stop Lewis Hamilton in the season at the moment? With all the momentum as we go to lights out. And we're underway for the Hungarian Grand Prix. It's a long, long run to turn one. And Antonelli is having to make a recovery drive because I think he was actually technically on pole position but had a grid penalty. So maybe there is some hope for Mercedes and for Antonelli. But Russell down in 16th will need a miracle to get through all the traffic surely, as there is a little worn component. No worries though, it's only the gearbox. So if you're looking at the orange icon and thinking I'm driving this race with a worn engine for Mini, it's not really a worn engine, it's just a gearbox. So as long as that knock on wood doesn't blow up in our face, that shouldn't affect performance because the rest of the engine is actually a fresh set that I put in. I think the gearbox looked pretty fresh as well. It's just the fact it's worn over the course of quali as we now try and send it down the inside of Lando Norris. Oh, he goes over the bumps and he jumps the curb into us. We stay committed in the second sector and we get up into P11 as we go a little bit off circuit, trying to wrestle the car through. And now, because of that fight, there's a massive gap to Bortoleto in P10. And his teammate, by the way, Hulkenberg, is in P5. So Audi really looking very strong today, which is great for them to score some proper big points for the first time this season. Meanwhile, at the sharp end, I've not even noticed it. When did it happen? But Piastri, he's got up to P2. So the McLaren, contrasting races here. Piastri doing amazing in P2 to split the fastest car and team on the grid at the moment. But Norris out the points as Antonelli gets up into 7th place, gets Colapinto, who's immediately under pressure from Albon, as those two now will have a nice side-by-side. And meanwhile, Russell just over there takes Fernando Alonso for P15. So, yeah, Norris and Russell both need recovery drives. Antonelli somewhat as well with that grid penalty he had from pole though, so he knows he has the pace maybe, but it is still Lewis Hamilton that leads the way then, and Piastri in second, surprisingly, because Norris doesn't have that same pace and the McLaren has not been so hot as of late. But maybe they've turned a corner and maybe it's with Oscar Piastri here giving Ferrari the chase as onto lap 3, looking to try and get the traction down as early as we can. Norris is keeping us very honest at the moment, but like I said in quali, we're able to deploy overtake mode all the way down to turn 1 because you regen so much into that brake zone and this next one as well. So using that to our advantage of tactically knowing when to abuse and when to not abuse the ERS system, as Leclerc now is just going backwards at the moment in this race. He's on the hard tyre, to be fair, as I think Lewis Hamilton is, so there is cause for Verstappen to overtake him, so because for now the hard compound won't be the quickest tyre. But I mean, Hamilton's making good use of it and still staying in the lead. So Leclerc just individually struggling on the hard, as Antonelli now, you saw, has overtaken Isaac Hadjar and is up to 6th place now. So he is picking off these cars at a rate of like 1 or 2 every other lap, basically. So at this rate, Antonelli could recover to at least a podium, you'd say. And then look at this, a contrast from Spa to now, both Cadillacs last and second last. So yeah, track dependency really does make a massive difference, especially when things are very, very close in the midfield for sure, on paper at least in the R&D chart, as on lap 5 we continue to keep up with Bortoleto, who is now making a move on Albon. And is this our chance to catch Albon napping? Because he was regenning so much into turn 1, and we have caught him unawares. He was too busy watching Bortoleto on the inside. He left the door open on the left, and we've walked on through it into P10. Now, can we set our sights on Gabriel? We closed up a fair amount into the chicane as we used a little bit of boost up the hill. And then in this section, you're just trying to get that nose turned in as sharply as you can. Little bit of lifting. And then here, consistently, I seem to have more battery at this part of the circuit than the AI drivers. I think because I'm choosing to regen then so much into this next corner by lifting off early and really diving it in. So I think compared to last episode, Spa, in very stark contrast, I'm actually loving my own work with the regen. I think we're doing very well and have a very good rhythm down with the battery work. And in similar fashion, Antonelli has got a rhythm of making overtake after overtake. He's up to P5 now as we go from quite far back. Bit of a lift coast dive bomb, but somehow we've slowed it down at the apex. And now we're side by side. And because we saved so much battery doing that lift off dive, we're able to use it then to push away and get up into P9. That was a real nice one. That might be the best dive bomb overtake we've done. There hasn't been too many dive bombs from us so far in the entire season because of how much lift coast we have to do all the time to save battery, but that was pretty damn nice. As Antonelli, man, he is on an absolute charge. This is the first, and another one. He got Leclerc, and then on the very next lap, he gets Verstappen. He's up to P3 from P10 in 8 laps. You know, he got pole for the first time, I think, in Spa last race weekend. Technically, he got pole this race weekend as well, but had a grid penalty. I think we're finally seeing Antonelli driving like he is in real life with the confidence in that Mercedes. But is it enough to then go chasing after Piastri and Hamilton, who have been in a bit of a class of their own so far? And Piastri really impressing because Norris is still out the points for McLaren, and Piastri's holding his own in P2. Very, very good stuff for Oscar. As look at the Alpine regenning before we even get to the brake zone. So that's an easy overtake. We didn't even need to use too much overtake mode ourselves to get past the Alpine. And in fact, we can use most of it to try and push away from him and then chase after Isaac Hadjar as we go on to lap 10. And whoa, did you hear that? All these guys are sliding through the final corner. A lot of tyre wear then for even the AI. But look at this, Antonelli, despite any tyre wear, just keeps on climbing. And it's Verstappen down the inside of Leclerc. The two nearly make contact as they try and squeeze each other out. And the Ferrari re-overtakes the Red Bull, is it? And out-tractions him? No, Verstappen gets it done on the braking. I thought for a second the Ferrari would just out-traction the Red Bull and take that place back, but no, Verstappen has made the move. He's up to P4 now, but Antonelli is up to P2. So the question is now, he's got everyone but Lewis Hamilton, the man who's been in the finest form in the last 2 races, having won them both. Can Antonelli take the fight to Lewis Hamilton? We're going to have to keep an eye on that. For now, though, back to our POV, and we are now picking off cars, just like Antonelli, really. But the difference is, I think this is less about our pace and more about the pace of other cars lacking into turn 1. How many times have we seen that rain light flashing? To be fair to Hadjar, we haven't overtaken him yet. He did actually quite well into turn 1 to defend. Made it very awkward. I tried to go around the outside, but he just parked his car in the right place. So we're going to have to go again on to lap 12. But yeah, how often are we, starting this straight with near 99% battery, and then right about here under that bridge overpass, they just constantly start flashing. So it's very apparent that I think I've chosen correctly. I've chosen right to always have enough energy to deploy all the way down that straight, because we are gaining so much there every single lap. And Hulkenberg struggling for some tyre wear there. He was very sideways down that hill. On lap 14, I mean, right about now, it would make sense to feel tyre wear on the medium, and we are also maybe delicately playing the car on a fine needle as into the chicane. The back end steps out a little bit, and Hulkenberg even more so. And then for us, a bit of a wobble on the curb. So all of us are maybe feeling the pain, but whilst we do that, we are gaining on Hulkenberg, but Hadjar is sticking with us, importantly. So we might need to look behind us as well and watch out for that. But at the moment, I can't lie, all eyes are on just going forwards and trying to ruin the party for our engine supplier, the Audi Works team. But a little bit of oversteer there has just helped Hulkenberg gain a 10th or two, and Hadjar waiting for his moment, and the tyres really are screaming out quite a fair bit. Oh, too much, way too much. We've somehow kept it going and brought it back on track, and we've only lost 2 positions. Very quick thinking, very quick opposite lock, and a slam on the brakes to slow the front end from careering into the wall. That's not too far on that left-hand side, but that was a bad one, as it kind of started out of turn 1 with that wobble already, and then just trying to keep up pace with Hulkenberg. And I mean, getting on the power in the same place I have in previous laps, but because the tyre wear was so high, they just gave out. They just gave out. We just can't keep it, you know, planted in the same place, obviously. And so, yeah, frustrating mistake. I mean, good that we kept out of the wall, because if we had kept sliding left, we could have broken our front wing. But that's going to be our call to come in. And to be fair, on the right-hand side, look at the tyre wear, 67% on the left rear, 60% on the left front. So yeah, I'm not too surprised, but obviously you never want to make a mistake like that. So gonna have to just, oh, brilliant. I've made a mistake, and the pit crew made a mistake as well. So now that's a double loss of time. And where are we going to be now? Out in 17th place on lap 17. And we see Russell being very frustrated by Lawson, and Dunn as well. I don't know where Russell is in this race. I don't know if he's made a pit stop or not, but he's overtaking the V-carb here. Now he has to go and overtake Alexander Dunn, our AI teammate, as we close to the RB. Can we make he looks pretty slow, Lawson. I think he has to make a pit stop. So can we make this move a bit sooner rather than later? Oh, early lunge there, but it's needs must. Russell then makes the dive on Alexander Dunn. Can we try and go for this switchback from right to left on the inside? Yes, needed, very much needed, because we need this clean air to get our head down and start pressing on the hard tyre, because now others coming in on the pit stop, and there's Bortoletto. So despite the half spin and pit stop issue, we're actually ahead of Bortoletto because the undercut was that powerful, and that's why we had to get that clean air and put it to good use, essentially.
Okay, it's not good news, I'm afraid. Seems like an engine issue.
Oh dear. Okay, it's not going to be an engine failure. Look at the right-hand side heads-up display. We're stuck in lean mixture at the moment. That's not going to stop us, though. We've got fresh tyres, and we have got very good battery use. And I think Russell isn't on the same strategy as us, and I think he's even got a broken front wing there. I think that was as I passed him. So we're up to P10, and as we make the move, look at the bottom right, we're back to standard. So not a very long engine issue, thankfully, and we can press on and try and close up to Lando Norris, as on lap 19 Hamilton leads a Ferrari 1-2, but the 2 Ferraris have yet to come in. Antonelli has come in for his pit stop, and he's only 8 seconds back from Leclerc. So I think Antonelli gets into the lead of this race. I think the undercut, the insanely big undercut for Mercedes, is going to work here. Surely he'll come out ahead of Hamilton, but then it'll be a question of can Hamilton then chase back after him on a fresher medium, because of course Mercedes went medium hard and Ferrari will do the opposite, as now we're getting some other pit stops for is that Albon, and Leclerc's in. So Leclerc's finally in, so he's going to be down to P6. So he needs to try and overtake Hulkenberg and recover a little bit, although he wasn't that high, to be fair, having been overtaken by Verstappen previously for P5. And we are 2 seconds away now from Norris. On lap 21, Hamilton is now finally in, and we are gaining on Norris. We're under half a second to Norris, but Kimi Antonelli gets into the lead of the race, and now it's a question of, can the championship leader chase him down on a softer compound tyre? The medium versus hards, as Piastri goes for the aggressive dive from left to right on Verstappen, showing that real good performance so far around the Hungarian compared to his teammate, especially, like I said, who we're going to try and catch up to. Hulkenberg also is doing amazingly to be in P5 in the Audi. That is incredible stuff. And to be fair, Bortoletto just about hanging on to P10 as well. And you can see in the background, Hadjar being chased down by Norris, and ourselves driving his Mini. Leclerc coming to ruin the party for Hulkenberg, maybe on the inside, tries to get the elbow out, and the Ferrari surely gets up into the 5th place. No, is Hulkenberg going to come back at him? Oh, he does. He tries it. He's going to have the outside line. The Ferrari, no, shuts the door. He has it. But fair play to the Audi. Gave it a good go, as Hamilton now is 5 seconds away from Antonelli. So he's closing. Will it be enough? Will there be enough laps of this race to go as we close and watch Norris overtake Hadjar? And we're going to be very opportunistic. We catch Hadjar completely unawares. He was so busy trying to slow it down side by side with Norris that he just didn't think to go to the apex there. And it's another nice little tidy lift coast dive up into P8. And having been some ways down the road, Leclerc is now really making a good recovery in this race on those fresher mediums. Overtakes Piastri. Look at how far Hulkenberg is down that straight. So that's how quick the Ferrari is on mediums, as we look for the dive on the McLaren. Slow it down at the perfect point in the apex. And now we can push away. But yeah, that Ferrari is really quick on those mediums, which is more of a compliment to Antonelli, the fact that he's still 2.2 ahead of Hamilton, because clearly in the hands of Leclerc, it is rapid. Is Williams making another stop then? Is that a 2-stop for Williams? So Williams really not liking the last 2 races, and so we've been having an easier time, despite us having a messy race in Spa with the active aero being broken, and the British Grand Prix was also a difficult one. Williams have also been struggling in these last few races, so we've not really gained a lot on them, but we've not lost a lot either. So it's been pretty all right for us versus our midfield rivals, as Lewis now is 1.7 closing to Antonelli. That gap is coming down, and it is now just over 1 second on lap 28, as on the same lap we are now actually having to look backwards, because although we are gaining a bit on Hulkenberg, Norris actually coming back at us. So I thought the move was done and dusted, but the McLaren has got a second phase of a little bit of pace and is trying to repass us, and Hadjar is also right there, so we need to watch out for that and make sure we don't have a 2v1 situation. But look at this now. Hamilton, he is a man in the zone. He is in flow state at the moment in this season. 2 wins on the bounce, and now 7/10 behind Kimi Antonelli in the Mercedes. But this is the real litmus test for Antonelli's AI. Can he defend this Ferrari? Can he get his first win of the season, of his career, in this alternative universe of Formula One, in this save? Kimi yet to have won a race in this save of ours. Can he do it today? As Crofty said in the commentary, there are many first wins around the Hungaroring for some reason, as the tyre wear is again kicking in for us. And it's that curb, that curb is really upsetting the rear end, and Norris nearly had a go around around the outside there in Sector 2. We're still not losing too much time to Hulkenberg, so it's almost like a tease of P6's nearly there, but we just can't quite get it. And meanwhile, in response to Hamilton being under 1 second, Antonelli's opened up the gap again. It's 1.2. Maybe Kimi is responding to the pressure of Ferrari and Hamilton, as Leclerc and Verstappen are very close together. Leclerc trying to get Max, and Norris trying again to overtake me. We squeeze him again to the inside, then take the racing line, because we almost need to block Hadjar as well, because otherwise he would go through on the outside. But McLaren actually is ahead, but through the traction zone with a little bit of boost mode, we get ahead, but we keep yo-yoing mid-corner. The McLaren, then me, then McLaren again. But this time, can we just finish it off with this switchback from left to right on the outside? No! Lando gets the elbow out, shoves us off wide, and we have to accept we're down to P8 now and try and reorganize ourselves for a repass later on. I don't know why I tried that. That was way too desperate into the chicane. Why did I do that? Now we've lost time. We're nearly now 1 second away from Norris. The rear end snaps away from us. It's a huge collision with Isaac Hadjar, and the Red Bull is spun upside down. You don't hear that too often. And he is hanging there like a cow. Isaac Hadjar out of this race. Oh, it's ropes. It is absolute curtains. We just cannot catch a break driving as Mini, can we? Everything bad that happens is usually when we're driving as Mini. It's actually uncanny, as we're going to try and overtake Bortoletto into the pit lane entry, because he's going as slow as me with no front wing at all. So I think Bortoletto got caught up in that, because when Hadjar made contact with me, I basically just slowed, like stopped dead in my tracks, and I think Bortoletto drove into me. I've got a 10-second penalty now to serve, which is fair enough because it was our fault. Even though I was out of control, I was the one who caused it. So 10 seconds before we make the pit stop. This is a replay then. It all started with that chicane. Why did I make a move there? And then at this point, it's very clear that every curb is upsetting my car, and it snaps. And I am catching it, but the problem is Hadjar is catching me as I catch my own car, and so he just comes into me having that moment where I'm catching the car basically, and then that is a comical crash at the end. The way he just like upside down just starts sliding like he's on ice is hilarious. But yeah, we have this moment. And then, yeah, I'm just spinning my way towards where he is. And it's a very dramatic upside-down spin. Yeah, bonkers. Probably the biggest crash we've seen on the game so far in this series. But this is the final replay, just to show you again from the off-camera shot, because I think this is the best shot, to be honest. It's just hilarious the way he spins it. And then, look at that. He just starts sliding like there's like an ice cube just underneath his car. And that's him done and done for the race. Big apologies to Hadjar. We've served our penalty. There's a safety car. Lap 32. So there's only going to be like 2 and a bit laps then, because we'll go for another one, right? So lap 33 will come in. Lawson being very slow, by the way. We're trying to catch the safety car queue. I'm a bit concerned here. Lawson's going very slow, and we are not catching the cars ahead, let alone... Oh, what? Safety car is in. Safety car is in this lap. The leaders are already in Sector 3. I overtake Lawson because he's going so slow, and the FIA say, fine, that's okay, because I think he was going so slow that I was allowed to overtake him or something. I don't know, but Antonelli is still leading this race, of course. It has bunched up, but the difference is, look at the V-carb. There's a lapped V-carb in the middle of Antonelli and Hamilton. That might just be Antonelli's saving grace, as, look at this. What is this? Safety car restart has already begun, and we're nowhere near the train. So I thought we could have recovered still to some points being on a soft compound of tyre, but no, we're not going to, because we're nowhere near anyone scoring points. We have to overtake Alonso, Bortoleto, Behrman, Russell even maybe, as the soft tyre is going to be ridiculous as we make a dive in the final corner to overtake Fernando Alonso up into 14th place, now chasing after Bortoleto, who himself is recovering on the soft compounded tyre, makes the move on Ollie Behrman. Up ahead, Russell looking to make a move on Gasly to get one championship point, whilst his teammate tries to win his first race in Formula 1 as we go bolting around the outside of Behrman, a little bit too wild as we nearly went completely off circuit. Such is the desperation of me to recover in this race. We get Behrman, and now can we get Bortoleto and Pierre Gasly? That would get us up to P11, and then maybe, just maybe, we can close to Russell for one championship point. That would be a bit of a finesse considering the crash we had with Hadjar, considering it was a 10-second penalty, but that's just the way it's gone. And again, in this section, using a lot of battery here to gain the time, and we know the confidence of this tyre to make a double dive. We catch the car mid-corner and finesse the drift out, and we're up into P11. So now there's just one lap for us to try and close to Russell as, Lando Norris ruins the day of Audi and Nico Hulkenberg. That's the safety car's fault. So apologies to Nico there, because he would have been P6, but the safety car bunched up Norris and allowed him to come through for P6. But all eyes are on, well, this man leading this Ferrari, because look at the sliding from Hamilton. The tyre wear's kicked in for him, and it hasn't for Antonelli. He's extended his gap to 2 seconds, even after a safety car. And so this is finally going to be victory for the Italian. Kimi Antonelli is going to win his first F1 race of his career in this alternative F1 timeline of ours. The championship leader chasing in P2, and it's another very decent podium for Max Verstappen. So Verstappen, remember, he was second, level on points with Lando. He'll now be the nearest man to Hamilton, and despite the Red Bull, allegedly being slower than our car on paper, Verstappen is dragging that Red Bull now to podiums and trying his best to stay in the title fight as we try everything to try and get Russell, but we just didn't have that last bit of pace. And so in the end of it, we probably deserved to not score points after the crash with Hadjar, but we could have got one. Frustrating. The tyre wear really caught me out on the curbs, and that ultimately was our undoing today. But today is a happy day for Kimi Antonelli.
This has been absolutely magnificent. Victory today for Andrea Kimi Antonelli.
It's not every day that we get to see such incredible wheel-to-wheel racing. Next time, they might consider making it easier for themselves, but today, we absolutely loved all the action that we got to see out there.
Well, I don't know about you, but I've absolutely loved watching that action today, and I'm sure these three have loved taking part. Here come our podium finishers. A young man with a big future, today's a winner. Well done, Kimi Antonelli.
So, of course, Hamilton is still leading, and technically he's grown his lead to Verstappen and Lando, because Antonelli, who was the only driver who outscored him, he was so far down the order in the championship, he's only climbed up to P6, 1 point off his teammate. So Antonelli winning is not the worst thing in the world for Lewis Hamilton, to be honest. So we'll see how the next races go. Can anyone genuinely catch Hamilton and Ferrari? Monza for the very first time with the 2026 regulations. I bet you can't wait. Some of these replay cameras that you're about to see in the race later on, it honestly looks like we've got the NASCAR mod installed onto the game, but I can assure you there is nothing like that. It is the actual regulations, at least in the game, and obviously we're way ahead of the real life season, so let's see in real life down the line. When is it? In September, if it's going to be anything like this, because this might well be a nice little look into the future. But the contract window now before the race weekend is now officially open, and like we did on the base F1 25 series, I think the best way to do this is to keep you guys in the dark and keep it a bit of a surprise at the end of the season, over the winter break, into season 2 of who I end up signing for season 2. So hopefully you guys are fine with that. You guys seem to enjoy that mystery element. So I'll record all the clips of my various discussions with drivers, and I will reveal it all at the pre-season episode for the next season. But yeah, exciting times. Our first contract window open. We've had upgrades that have come through. We're technically, last episode we were technically ahead of Red Bull, but we've had some really difficult races. Hungary with the high tire wear and the mistake that I made, which was on me. But then we had races like Silverstone where the AI were just amazing at the regenning. I don't know how it's going to go, speaking of regenning, if they're going to be OP around here or not at Monza. Only time will tell. But you can see we've got some upgrades still trickling on in, but we're also at the moment holding fire on researching any further in maybe a bit of a strategic call to have a massive whammy of upgrades for season 2, and also because the AI have been a little bit slower to upgrade, so we're just trying to ease it off and be a bit tactical maybe when we deploy those R&D upgrades. At the same time, you can see we are looking into purchases on the HQ facility side of things. We did actually get quite close to being like below $1 million like 2 episodes ago. So I've had to be very easy with some of the purchases. I think we went a bit too crazy at the start of the season when we had like 10 million plus, and now we've ended up having to be a little bit cautious with where we buy HQ facility upgrades, but they are still happening slowly in the background as we try and push towards the next phase of the facilities. But as we head towards Monza, look at this. Things have changed dramatically in the vehicle performance comparison graph or chart as McLaren go top. Alpine have brought enough upgrades to Monza to climb not just ahead of us, but to go up ahead of Ferrari and Red Bull, the constructors' leaders, with Hamilton leading the Drivers' Championship. On paper, they're down to 5th place. And look at Williams, our midfield rivals. I thought we started leaving them in the dust a little bit in terms of R&D on paper, but now they're back ahead of us. The Audi Works team now, they've had some great results in the last 2 races. Well, on paper now, they're right up there with us, behind us. So things have changed dramatically, just like that into Monza, and I spoke about that, of hopefully the AI were just getting those developments in. It clearly seems like they were all waiting for them to come in, and they've all come in now for the Italian Grand Prix. I always heard Monza was the new Catalunya when it came to a raft of upgrades in the European portion of the season. So now we've got a weird scenario maybe where Ferrari and Hamilton, they're trying to limit the damage because they may not have the best car now for the rest of the season unless they can get some serious last minute upgrades on the car, and they've got 2 championships to try and defend from the lead. This is going to be a very interesting Italian Grand Prix, I think. Let's get into it.
They call it the Temple of Speed, and the pilgrims have come to worship. It's all about the speed today. Qualifying awaits us. Welcome to Monza for the Italian Grand Prix.
So not only is this episode a little bit of anticipation of what on earth the battery situation is going to be like around a track like this, the Temple of Speed they call it. I don't know how fast we're going to be in the race. In quali, that's also a question mark, because you can kind of hear, apart from me hitting boost into turn 1, naturally the hot lap mode starts to regen a little bit before you get to the brake zone. So in quali, we're kind of almost trying to, force through some energy deployment in places where naturally the hot lap mode is not. In the race, we'll have a bit more control over that because we're always trying to tactically pick when to energize, and we're lifting off a lot more in the race compared to quali. But in this first lap, we kind of just went for it, did a little bit of lift off here and there, kind of just saw naturally where hot lap mode was being used. I tried to use some boost mode elsewhere. We kind of didn't get it right on the first lap, but we're never going to, and it was more of a learning curve. But aside from all of this battery talk, we've now got this whole switched up pecking order where maybe Alpine are going to be on it and going to be fast. Maybe Ferrari won't be so dominant anymore, as they got a front row lockout, of course, in the race for the Hungaroring. In the race, it was a situation of Antonelli just making overtake after overtake and undoing Ferrari in the race. But now, is Alpine going to be there? Is Red Bull going to be back in the mixer? I mean, Verstappen, a reminder, is the nearest driver to Hamilton, the championship, despite Red Bull's bad run of form in the last few races. Now does this open up the door for Max to make another late charge to still do something in this championship? And for us in our fight with Williams, if they're back on pace, that's going to be something we have to focus on again as we go up in P11. A much better flying laps on the second and third run gets us up there, as Dunn unfortunately doesn't make it in. But look at that, Gasly up there in P4. I mean, Lance Stroll's in P5 though, so again, Q1 maybe not representative. And some big names out. Lando Norris and the McLaren, technically the best team on paper now, out in Q1 along with Hadjar. So that opens up the door. That's two drivers that usually would have made Q3, you would say. That opens up the door for potentially some surprises. I mean, at the moment in Q1, both Aston Martins were in the top 10. So Aston, the worst team on the grid, with the Honda engine at Monza, are they going to completely flip the predictions on its head? And are they going to make it into Q3? I swear to God, if they do, then we just know that none of it matters. None of the R&D chart matters if they make it to Q3. I'm just telling you now. And you also may have noticed, actually, sorry, I didn't even mention it. I'm driving as Mini. We were meant to be driving as Dunn, but I chose to carry on with Mini because, of course, he is Italian. This is his one and only home race of the season. Dunn, unfortunately, does not have a home race, so to speak, being from Ireland. So I thought, yeah, we have to drive as Mini for his home race, and so we'll make up the race to Dunn by doing 2 in a row now for Dunn after this race is over. But a bit of a weird Q2 run, as you'll also maybe notice, we're on the yellow wall medium tyre because I had no softs left. I used all my softs to get through into Q2 and try and suss out the circuit more, and maybe it was worth it because on the medium, we've actually had a cracking lap, and we're in the top 10 at the moment. To be fair, actually, towards the end of the lap, the soft tyre is getting a little bit iffy. The tyre wear is quite high on the soft. It gets to about 9% after one flying lap, and lo and behold, looks like the medium came in clutch for us, at least. The irony. The first time we make Q3 and it's on a medium versus others on softs, and at the same time, it's when we actually technically lost performance in the R&D chart. You can't make this stuff up. It's just sometimes it's so far with the 26 DLC, things just don't make sense in terms of the pace. Bortoletto doing amazing in P4. Gasly in the Alpine gets on through. At least there's no massive shock and annoyance of Aston making it through into the top 10 with their car, which is still the worst on the grid. But Charles Leclerc, he is in pain. He's down in 14th. He is out for Ferrari in Q2. Just Lewis is left in Q3, maybe showing that Ferrari genuinely have lost a bit of pace relative to others. And just those three big names, Leclerc, Norris, Hadjar, all being out, that also probably, to be fair, if I'm honest, lucked us into Q3. If those three names were in Q3, that probably would have pushed us out, you would say. So now this is the end of our one and only flyer in Q3. One new set of softs are given to us for the top 10 shootout. It's nice to be here. Maybe not so nice on a lap like this where we're doing so much lifting in the last sector. It's ridiculous to make sure we have enough energy then for the corner exits as we get to 0% a few seconds before the line, and we come across with a lap time actually 2/10 slower than our medium run, just showing how much oh my... What? Sacre bleu. What? They've got an illegal car, surely. Sure, I'm calling her now. Referee! FIA! Someone investigate them. Pierre Gasly, 7/10s clear. I know the F1 game has some very iffy, very dodgy, questionable simulated quali times at, quite often actually on F1 25 in the previous My Team series, and it looks like it's come back with a vengeance. The home favourite, the Italian, I guess we're driving as a home favourite as well, but the lesser home favourite we are as Mini, but Antonelli on the front row, doing very well. Hamilton only comes through in P6, but that's still pretty alright if he was to finish there in terms of limiting points damage. Bortoletto in the works, Audi in third as well. What is this quali? Even Ocon in 7th is surprising. And also us making Q3, I suppose, as well. A very nonsensical quali here in Monza. It happens quite often, to be fair, on the F1 game. What on earth have we got coming up in the race? This may be a race like no other for many different reasons. Let's go to the grid.
A difficult race awaits these drivers here in Monza, but glory awaits too. At the Italian Grand Prix, it's time to see how our drivers are stacking up after yesterday's exciting qualifying session. Pierre Gasly lines up on pole position, and Andrea Kimi Antonelli completes the front row. Moving on to the rest of the grid, we have Bortoletto, Verstappen, George Russell and Hamilton, Ocon, Piastri, Mini and Fernando Alonso, Stroll, Hülkenberg, Charles Leclerc and Bottas, Albon, Perez, Lando Norris and Ollie Behrman, Sainz, Dunn, Lawson, Colapinto, Hadja and Arvid Lindblad rounds off the grid. And now it's time to head down to the track.
Well, Pierre Gasly is no stranger to magic at Monza. He's won around here in an Alpha Tauri many years ago in a pretty chaotic and jumbled up race back then. And I guess you could say this is the same. A very jumbled up top 10. Aston's 10 and 11 with a Honda engine around here. Nothing makes sense so far around here, and I don't think it will in the race, because not only do we have these performance levels all differing for the teams with these upgrades, now is the real test of the battery, of the power units in 2026. I think we might just have a big old super clipping Grand Prix on our hands here, but it's also going to be quite strategic because the tyre wear is high around here and there's a default 2-stop for today's race, so that'll be quite exciting actually, because Monza's always better when it's not just a bog standard 1-stop. But Pierre Gasly on pole position alongside Antonelli, lights out, and away we go for a long run down to turn 1. Piastri slow, but he's on the hard, so that is probably to be expected. The Ferraris down on pace maybe. Hamilton on the inside of Russell into turn 1. We're trying to finish off the move on. Checks notes, Lance Stroll. Yep, that's correct. Lance Stroll was the driver on inside. What is going on? And look at the pace difference here as we use boost mode, and clearly the AI don't. We've powered past Hamilton and Russell, and then we lift off early to get the energy back. Gasly still leads. Bortoletto, I think it's up to 3rd or 2nd, is it? What is going on in this race? Antonelli's down to 4th. From 2nd to 4th, Kimi's had an awful getaway in front of the home fans, and now it's an Italian 4-5 as we've had a great opening lap, but it's very clear that we are going to just have, well, this. We're going to have this. They come right back at us. We completely did Hamilton before, and now we're side by side having to defend, and we may have kept him at bay then, but now we've got nowhere to hide as Gasly tries to stretch his legs. The gap is nearly 1 second. Antonelli comes back for 2nd. Hamilton on the inside, and maybe Russell as well, as we lift a little and turn in, trying to get the quicker exit out the corner. But do we have the legs down this straight? No, we don't. Piastri's past us. Stroll's past us. Hülkenberg's. Who else wants to pass us? Alonso, do you fancy it? Oh, yeah, maybe. What is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We nearly got overtaken by 6 cars. 6 in one straight. And now I'm passing 1, 2. Will it be 3? No, not quite, but we repassed 2 in what a much smaller straight into the heart of Sector 1. It's only been 2 laps, and I feel like you can already conclude that this entire race is going to be ridiculous. The F1 game was already pretty back and forth at Monza. I think this regulation set is going to take that to a new level. I actually think that this race is going to be a bit of a farce. As we pass Piastri, we're back up to 6th. Can we catch back up to Russell? To be fair, actually, to Russell, he's actually done really well through the corners. He may have just broken the energy training and yo-yoing going on here, because Piastri's certainly still here with me, and Stroll as well. I still find it crazy the Aston's even able to compete. It is been categorically the worst team by a mile on the R&D chart the entire season. It's never left last place. How is it doing this? As we go for the move on Oscar and instead get passed by Hamilton, maybe even Hülkenberg again. It's 3 wide into turn 1. Stroll versus the championship leader and Piastri. And then look at this. We go for 1, 2, slice through to the left, and it's 3 overtake. It is just absurd. It's a joke. It is a joke. Oh, man. Oh, man. This is just ridiculous. I'm trying to, I'm trying to, you know, commentate it properly and, you know, still try and give you guys a running commentary about the action in the usual way. But it's hard to not just sit back for a bit, let you guys watch it, and it speaks for itself. If you're wondering if it feels as crazy to drive and record a race like this, you are right. Yes, it feels exactly like you're thinking it does to do it, because it's just like you are disillusioned at cars going by you, and then look at the... I'm walking past Hamilton like I'm overtaking on the right lane of a UK motorway, and he's on the left lane as... Oh my God, what? Gabriel Bortoleto is leading this race. Gasly's lost it. He's down to 2nd. The move was actually done into turn 1 whilst I was talking you guys through how mental this all is. And Antonelli now is actually coming through to maybe ruin the party for these quote-unquote midfield teams, as Kimi and Mercedes are into the lead now. Is he going to try and sail off into the distance? Because as I fight Hamilton to try and maintain P6, that's what Russell's done. Russell's actually surprised me. He's broken away from this battery train, and he's trying to chase down the top 4. So is this game over for everyone? Is Antonelli going to walk away with this, or will those guys keep him honest, as I'm trying to do, well, with whatever group this is? That now includes Leclerc? Where's Leclerc come from? Leclerc is 14th. He's climbed up massive amount as we go for the move on the left. Piastri nearly squeezes us. Hülkenberg is now up into P6. The Audi Works team are really hitting a rhythm they already had done in the previous 2 races, but now with the added upgrades they've brought, really looking good. But through this curve, every time I'm overtaking, because as we had in a few other races, I'm choosing to deploy in different areas. And in my opinion, I think it's better to be ahead before you get towards Parabolica, because I think you would have a better chance of defending potentially, or just going for the repass. On the main straight, I'm not even bothering to try and fight any change of position, because it just seems like the ebb and flow. And to be fair, I don't need to now, because look at this. That was Piastri fighting Hamilton so hard, we have been given a gift. Piastri's fought Hamilton so much that I've broken away. We're now in no man's land, but that means I can just focus on a more consistent energy use over the lap, and we are pulling away from the cars behind. So now it's Hamilton and Piastri leading that massive train, and up front, Antonelli is nearly pulling clawing away nearly 1 second. It is now 1 second gap to Bortoleto, and so maybe Kimi can walk away with P1, but it's Bortoleto up into second, Gasly fighting Verstappen very fairly, you know, very directly for third place. Doesn't look like the Red Bull is completely much quicker, which just shows genuinely Alpine have made a massive step here, and Gasly is on merit fighting for this third, and Bortoleto as well. I mean, he's up to second, for goodness sake, as Leclerc now on the inside of Piastri, but then the Audi is also nipping at the heels. Maybe the Williams of Albon attaches to them, and meanwhile at the sharp end there is movement for the other Mercedes. Russell's caught the pack, he's overtaken Verstappen, and he's looking to make the move on Gasly as well. He's done it. In Ferrari's backyard, the Mercedes are coming on strong and may just ruin the party as they start the climb to chase after Ferrari in the championship. Meanwhile for us, lap 8, things looking calm. 2 points
It looks like we might have an issue. Hang in there, we're attempting to manage it.
No. Don't tell me. We are running P3 at the moment because people have made pit stops. Don't tell me there's an issue. I am driving as an Italian. You can't tell me we have issues in this race. Please say no. Nothing's coming through on radio yet. Mark, wake up. Oh, no. Don't tell me. Oh, hang on. I was going to say active aero. Don't tell me that's broken like in Spa. It's actually, it is broken, but it's the opposite way. What? We've got permanent active aero on straight line mode. Surely this is actually quite a good thing around Monza, no? The only thing is, what I didn't realise straight away into these corners is it's not like when DRS used to break. You know, on F1 25 or years gone by, when you would have your DRS stuck open, it would genuinely make you faster at some circuits. Well, unfortunately, with straight line mode, because the front wing is also down, this isn't actually as good as you think. It's okay in the straights, and even that's not really helping, just because of the battery overriding how quick you're going. But because the front wing is also open, it's hard to illustrate because you can't see it from the onboard, but it's open right now, so there's so much less front end downforce. It's actually worse, so this is not an advantage for us. If this was just DRS stuck open like it used to be, this would probably help me. But right now, this is not. This is actually a real issue and is going to lose us time. And of course, it just had to happen to us here in this race. Italy, driving as Mini. These two have overtaken me anyway in a straight line, just because we're choosing not to deploy down that straight. And instead, as we have done for the entire race, we're using it now on this curve. And that's gaining us a bit more time overall in Sector 1 as we're going to fly by Piastri. Can we get Leclerc? This would be for the race lead, you know. Leclerc goes defensive. We go to the right. Oh, he squeezed this a bit. A bit of contact made. It's like Leclerc versus Hamilton all over again. We got squeezed off onto the right. This time it was Leclerc taking a book out of Hamilton's playbook there, that corner. And we're going to come through into the pits. And I hope, like in Spa, that this issue gets solved in the pit lane. Like they can basically, basically just push down the wings on the rear. I mean, I don't honestly, if this happened in real life, I don't know what they would do, because when DRS used to break, you could actually just genuinely thump the rear wing down. But what would you do with the front wing? Thump it up? Like push it up with a hammer or something like that. Honestly, get Jeremy Clarkson in the garage. That might help things. But no, it has actually been fixed, thankfully. So we're back to normal. I have opened straight line mode there. That was me doing it. It's not broken, don't worry anymore. As you can also see on the heads-up display. So now this is a recovery drive, but it's going to be tougher from here because, well, we've just got moving chicanes, basically, of Stroll and Sainz fighting each other. We're on the hard compound now, as I thought we'd try and go longer now in this second stint. Maybe even end on a soft compound. I think that might, like in Spa, might be the only way we make up a bit of this time loss at the end of the race. I mean, to be fair, Ocon's on a soft, so some AI cars are even doing a soft compound in this race, so it's not a complete crazy idea in this nailed on two-stop Italian Grand Prix. But at the moment, I don't really know where we are in the race. We're 14th on the road, but I think we came in a lot later, or even earlier in some cases, than people. So where we are is a mystery until later on in this race. On to lap 13, we're up to 11th place. We are catching up to Piastri. Now, we know we were near Piastri on the road, so if we overtake him, it's basically a repass after we lost out to him and Leclerc. And Leclerc is actually ahead of us down the road by about 3 seconds. So we're kind of where we were in a sense, but I think we definitely did lose a couple of seconds. I think we would have been in no man's land, basically, as we were pre that issue. You know, we were chilling. When I was just on my own, it was a very normal race for those few laps. But once you're near cars again, it's just how it was in the first 5 laps, just back and forth, back and forth. There's just no rhythm you can get in terms of the energy deployment because you're constantly having to use deployment in retaliation and response to drivers, as Ocon now gives us the squeeze. The AI are being quite aggressive into some of these corner entries as we now try and out-traction Ocon and then out-battery him more like through this curve and into P9 and hoping to get into some clean air again as Antonelli then still leads the way, but he's definitely not run away with it because Pierre Gasly might come knocking. Russell, might come knocking because Russell now is into second. So at Ferrari's home race, Mercedes are running 1-2. Oh dearie me. The R&D changes have come at the worst time for the Tifosi here as Bortoletto gets back up to third. Oh my god, is Bortoletto going to get second here? What an exit. What an entry and exit through Parabolica. The Audi Works car is working overtime today, trying to do better than just third, but no, instead Russell will attack Antonelli and Russell going for the late break. It's probably the only late braking move we've seen in the race so far between the teammates at Mercedes, and Russell gets into first. This has been a really impressive race for Russell after a really quiet weekend around the Hungaroring and his teammate winning there. Russell has come back through because he was 6th place at one point, but Antonelli has just clapped back with an outside move. I am sorry, the two Mercs, that exquisite stuff. That was unbelievable. I wasn't even ready for Antonelli to come back at Russell, but he just did it with, it felt like nothing really on the outside. Beautiful move there from Kimi. So he's back in the lead. Russell's now pits, of course, along with a load of others. So we're into third. Leclerc's 1.8 seconds ahead of us, so we are slowly reeling him in. And that medium surely starting to wear out compared to this hard compound because we're going longer into this race to the point where a lap later, or 2 laps onto lap 20, Leclerc is now in, and we now lead the Italian Grand Prix. So we may have had our issues in this race, but this is quite a moment. Gabriel Mini leading his home race. It's the least I could do for him, letting him lead a home race after a very difficult season for him. You know, every time we've driven as him, there's just been something that's gone wrong. Either not the best strategy that I've picked, either we've just had some horrid luck, or you know, we made a mistake, or there's been a crash, or what have you, or the AI have been amazing around the track we're at with Mini. He's not had the rub of the green. You know, Dunn has got so many points, more points than him, and it's not really his fault. But it's just the way the season's gone to the point where, you know, I've seen the comments of a lot of you guys think, like we did with Tramnitz in F1 25, should we maybe look to keep Dunn as the driver that's, you know, got us 2 podiums in our debut season in this 2026 Aarava Archer racing story? Should we keep him on to reward him? And in that kind of same vein, it may just be dumb luck, bad luck that Mini is doomed to be replaced because he just doesn't have the points, you know, to carry the story that Dunn has on that side of the garage, so to speak. Anyway, yeah, just an interesting tidbit of where my mind's at maybe with what we could do with the story and the tapestry of this team in this 2026 save, you know, because, you know, there's important things to think about, you know. You don't, you know, getting 2 podiums in your debut season with a new team is nothing to be scoffed at. But having said that, we're still fighting like like crazy to try and recover a decent position for Mini in his home race. We're in 9th place. We've set a fastest lap because we're the only man, I think, on the soft compound now at the end of this race. So in the corners, for now, before the tyre wear kicks in, we are flying, and we've caught Hulkenberg just as he came out the pit. So he's still warming up everything, and so we get the jump on him. And I'm trying to stick with the Ferraris, who at the moment are 6 and 7, trying to do something more in this race. Maybe a P5 on the cards for them, and for Lewis to limit the damage to the Mercedes drivers for the constructors and his own drivers championship potential fight here, as we can't quite close on Leclerc yet, but I think we might do just now towards Parabolica. Leclerc, like we have been so many times on this straight, a sitting duck, but Hulkenberg comes through. It's 3 wide into the final corner. Madness. I can't believe the Audi actually committed there for a second on the, the first part. Then he kind of backed out of it, but the fact that he actually tried to go for it is crazy. But, oh, look at this. We're trying to go for a move on Hamilton, and instead Leclerc gets us because he's got that run, and he's using way more battery than us. So he's frustrating us because I'm trying to line up a pass now on Lewis as Gasly in 3rd. I was going to say, does it look a bit overcast? Is there maybe some rain to come right at the end of the race? It does look a bit more doom and gloom into turn 1, as we do now pass Hamilton, cut across him just before we get to the apex, and we're up into P6. But can we gain on Bortoletto for P5? Verstappen, P4, Pierre Gasly in 3rd, and it is still a 1-2 for Mercedes, and it actually looks like it might be a nailed-on 1-2 for Mercedes now. And Antonelli is actually over 3 seconds away from Russell. So has George Russell done an amazing recovery from, what was it, like 6th on the grid or something like that to 1st place. Amazing drive for him if that does go on to be a win, as we get past by all 3 cars we're fighting, because I'm having to be so tactical about lifting off majorly into certain corners to make sure we have the energy to then repass them, because these guys are so on it every single time we round this bend. They fly by. We have to make sure we can fly back by them after turn 2, and then at the end of the lap, you know, they're always going to try and pass us into Ascari, isn't it? And then again might pass us to Parabolica, and then we have to try and come back at them. It's a lot of back and forth, and it means that very quickly we've somehow ended up, the laps have flown by. It's lap 25 and we're going on to lap 26 very, very soon. So it's already the second last lap of the Grand Prix, and it may be completely settled at the front now with Russell ahead of Antonelli, but there is nothing settled about this, because Leclerc and Hamilton, you'd think they'd be working together to try and solidify this result, or try and use each other to catch Bortoletto for P5, but no, they're fighting each other so much for the pride of being the #1 Ferrari on home soil that they're inviting myself and Hulkenberg in as again, I go for the move on one red car, the other one goes for the move on both of us. Hamilton goes for the double pass. I try the switchback from right to left, try and get the tighter line, plant the power, go to the right of Leclerc, and then the left of Hamilton as we get back up into P6 just as the tyre wear starts to kick in. So that might be an issue. Hamilton gets ahead as we are now barreling towards the last lap of this Grand Prix. Hamilton gets away quite decently. He's used a lot of energy there. He's nearly half a second ahead. We're still saving, and that's going to mean Hulkenberg and Leclerc passes. I hope this is the right way to go, because we've only got 1 lap left to go, but I just thought saving as much energy as possible is probably the better way to do things. No, as Gasly is now down to 4th. So, oh no, Verstappen has pushed Gasly off the podium. Verstappen's wrestled that Red Bull to 3rd. A fantastic show for him, and Alpine will have to wait for a crazy result then, but clearly they have taken a massive step in terms of performance as we make a very late lunge on Lewis Hamilton. It was a big old dive bomb to get up into P8, but needs must, because very subtly, Hulkenberg and Leclerc have actually started to walk away from us. They're nearly a second clear, Hulkenberg. So if we're not on it, we might have just lost out 6th place and might even lose at 7th. But look at this, Antonelli. Hang on a minute. I thought Russell for sure had this in the bag. No, Antonelli has caught up by 3 seconds to Russell in the last 7 laps. Madness. And now going on to the last straight before the final corner, Kimi Antonelli, the Italian, in front of the Italian fans, all in red, but now maybe switching to silver as Antonelli makes a last lap overtake to beat his teammate and get 2 wins on the bounce. Bravo, Kimi. Bravo, bellissimo. Unbelievable. Forza, Kimi. Wow, wow, wow. Last corner overtake, as we will do to Hulkenberg, taking some inspiration there, but oh my days. What a race finish for the win. Are you kidding me? Last corner overtake by the Italian to win his home race. It doesn't get better than that. But you know what? A 7th place for Mini, the other Italian in this race. Considering that active aero issue, I think that's pretty damn decent. I'll take that.
This has been absolutely magnificent. Victory today for Andrea Kimi Antonelli.
And that's 2 wins in a row now, of course, Crofty. And it marks the fact that it's not a fluke. So, you know, their head's in the right space. What more can we see going forwards?
It's been a hard afternoon of brilliant racing, but now it's time for some proper celebrations. The podium awaits. And it's a richly deserved victory today for Kimi Antonelli.
So this just got very interesting. Kimi Antonelli, like in real life now, has won 2 races in a row. But as I said last episode, Kimi winning is actually helping Hamilton because he had such a shocker first half of the season that Kimi winning is not really doing much for Hamilton's championship lead. So Lewis is still in a very good position. The only thing is Ferrari as a constructor is being caught. So keep an eye on that. And if other drivers like Max win again, it might make a tiny dent, but Hamilton just has to keep on putting the top 5s in and he'll do pretty well. It wasn't a top 5 today, but you know what I mean, just consistent points and he could still hold this over. But it's not over yet by any stretch of the imagination for both championships, especially for us as well, remember, because now not only do we have Williams chasing us down and trying to keep us honest, Alpine have joined the conversation. They're on 30 points now. They've climbed to 30 points. That could soon be near our 57 if we're not careful. So this just got very interesting. Speaking of R&D advancements, we're now researching 3 new parts, as it's very clear we do need to spend more R&D this season because Alpine have jumped us, Williams as well, and so our P5 in the constructors is under threat. So we've got some real good action in both championships in the 2 different tiers for the lead, for the ultimate win, and then our midfield battle as we try and hold off Williams. And Alpine has entered the fight, you know, Pierre Gasly getting that insane pole position, and so things like purchasing dual development, which is opened up for the first time, is going to be very important to allow us to develop parts at the same time in 1 slot in the R&D system to try and speed things up. Because yeah, if we're not careful, we could get pushed down to as low as 7th place in the constructors as we swap over to Dunn, hoping to get back into a good rhythm.
Welcome to the Madring. It's qualifying day here in Madrid and time to see who'll get that all-important pole on this brand new track.
Now, we have an advantage at this Madrid Grand Prix because it's not our very first time coming to the track on the game, on the DLC, because we, of course, did that 100% race to kick things off for the launch of the 2026 season pack. So that certainly helped me, because if we hadn't have done that race, I think on reflection, I absolutely would have just been like a deer staring at headlights. Like, we just would have been so out of our depth in terms of not knowing the circuit properly. You know, we had, over 50 laps in that race to get into a groove around the race. What I didn't have, though, was a qualifying lap, because we started from the back in that 100% race video. So I've not done a quali lap before around here. So I had to try and learn the best place as usual to deploy the battery. I mean, that's been the case for every single track. You know, every single track is new with this new way to go quick, where you do have to sometimes lift off to go quick, as painful as it sounds, really. But looking to gain time on our second flyer, trying to flirt around with 1 second improvement, and it needs to be, because we're down in 22nd place at the moment. Mini has actually gone quicker than us on that first flyer, and in the end we really pushed it. I felt like that honestly was one of the laps of my life in the last sector. We gained 3/10 in the last 2 corners alone, just by really pushing it, deploying halfway through the corner in that final turn, and we end up in P4. So I'm not joking, that honestly probably is going to be my best lap of the entire episode, even in the race, etc., because that was unbelievable from us. And what wasn't unbelievable was the lap from George Russell in the Mercedes, knocked out in Q1. So if Mercedes want to have a driver winning the championship, it really is all on Kimi Antonelli, to maybe chase after Hamilton, but he's not even the nearest man to Hamilton in the championship. It's surprisingly Max Verstappen in the Red Bull, who hasn't really had the best season for the last 6 races. He was leading the championship early doors, but Red Bull have slipped down the order. They've recently brought some upgrades, as many teams did, to Monza. So can Verstappen start the climb back and the push back to Lewis Hamilton? Only time will tell, but a little bit overcast in Q2, which helped us out to see some of the corners, because the sun glare is pretty horrendous around here. Like, some of the shadow work in Sector 3 is a nightmare. Pushed as hard as I could, but like I said, that lap in Q1 was the lap of my life, because we actually went 2/10 slower in Q2 here. If we did do a similar lap like the one we did in Q1, we would have made it through into Q3. Sadly, we've been knocked out by a tiny margin to Carlos Sainz, but this is why I'm worried. Both Williams back again in the top 10. You've got Colapinto this time as the Alpine through, and Gasly gets knocked out in P14, but I think he'll speed up in the race. But the big thing for the championship is Lewis Hamilton leading by 20 points. You may have just seen there, he got knocked out. Leclerc made it through into the top 10, but Hamilton is out in Q2. That is a massive open goal for Verstappen and Antonelli, who looks to be the quickest man out on track, with the McLarens quite close behind. The McLarens, they upgraded at Monza, didn't look that quick, but now at Madrid, maybe their car is working better, and so there's going to be some other people in amongst it for the top places. This is going to be a really interesting one. The championship leader outside the top 10, and for us, our midfield rivals ahead of us. This is a big one for all of us.
Time to get going then, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome along to the Mad Ring. Who's going to take victory today for the Spanish Grand Prix?
It's time to see how our drivers are stacking up after yesterday's exciting qualifying session.
Andrea Kimi Antonelli lines up on pole position,
Edging out Lando Norris, who'll start from P2. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have
Piastri,
Verstappen, Isaac Hadjar and Leclerc, Hülkenberg, Sainz, Albon
and Franco Colapinto,
Dunn, Hamilton,
Gabriel Bortoleto,
and Gasly, Lawson, Alonso, Lance Stroll and George Russell,
Lindblad, Behrman,
Perez, Ocon,
Mini,
and Valtteri Bottas begins the race from the back of the grid. It's almost time for the lights to go out, so let's head down to the track where preparations are underway.
So from the highs of getting points at his home race for Gabriel Mini, unfortunately he's been relegated to the bottom row, struggling for pace. But like I said, I think we have an advantage here. If I hadn't done that 100% race, I think we honestly would have joined him towards the back maybe in Q1, because this is a very difficult place. And typically on the F1 game, whenever there's a new circuit, the AI are usually, well, at least for me, in my experience, so much quicker than me for the first year or two of that track. But I think doing a 100% race really just allowed me to really test out all the best places to gain time, when to use the battery with his new regulation set. And like I said, just the lap of my life in Q1 and Q2, we tried our best, couldn't quite do it, but P11 is still pretty damn decent. And hey, we're ahead of the championship leader, and well, we'll see how far he can climb. Leclerc looked all right, but it's Antonelli on pole. The McLarens, though, look a lot better today, so maybe they're going to be an issue for the Italian. And what can Verstappen do is actually technically the nearest man chasing Hamilton in the championship, as the revs build for our first ever Madrid Grand Prix inside of My Team career mode. Look to the lights, and they're out, and we're underway. It's a good start for us versus Colapinto, who bogs down dramatically off the line on the left-hand side. Hamilton outbrakes us on the outside. We give him the room to work. He goes over the curb. He gets the better exit, but then we overuse the boost mode probably compared to the AIs. We gain Hulkenberg already clipping and gets done by both Williams. And so now we're up to P9, but we're staring at our midfield rivals for most of this season, side by side, both ahead of us. Can we get a bit cheeky and go round the outside of Carlos Sainz at the death corner? I've seen so many clips now online of people getting caught out there, but as I said, you know, having done quite a fair few laps of this track, I feel like we're actually okay around that corner, and we haven't made a mistake there yet. But now we get into the heart of the lap, through the banking, and then to the very technical sector 3. So it's Antonelli that leads the race from pole position. Norris in second. Verstappen is up to third, because I think it was Piastri starting in third place. So the Red Bull trying his hardest, and Verstappen now knows that he is in the best position to chase after a weakened Ferrari, and he's not had the car to do something so far, but those upgrades that came last episode may have just given him something to work with. But Antonelli is clearly the quickest man at the moment. That's because he's on the softs. Norris on medium. I think Verstappen, I can tell you, is also on the soft compound of tyre, and the rest of us all on medium. So there is a 2-stop on the cards I saw on the strategy screen, and it did involve maybe a soft compound. So is Kimi and Max doing a 2-stop here? Do they think they have that much pace to make that second stop work out? Only time will tell. At the moment, Hamilton still outside the top 10, trying to put pressure on Nico Hulkenberg. As into turn 1, the rear end is squirming about all over the shop as we lift off very early to try and get as much regen as possible to then use power down this straight, push away, as ahead of us, Verstappen going for an early move on lap 2. Crucial for his race, because he needs the clean air. He needs to be where Kimi is, in the clean air, using that soft compound. The longer he's trapped behind the McLaren, the worse this is going to be for his potential 2-stop race, and he's not done it. He's not managed the overtake. I would say maybe is there a possibility that Verstappen bails out of this strategy, but we don't really see the AI switching strategies mid-race. That's definitely one thing I would love to see in the future of the F1 games, is having a little bit more intelligence to maybe swap their strategies without, you know, a safety car intervening, and then obviously they change their strategy sometimes there. But when it's all normal, they rarely change. They're very stubborn like that. So only time's going to tell as we skate through the exit onto this main straight with straight line mode, and we watch ahead. Look at Albon go. Albon attacking the Ferrari. The Williams is up to 6th place. Is this honestly how much pace Ferrari have lost in all the AI R&D upgrades at Monza? You know, only a couple of races ago, Lewis would be out clear in the lead, on for multiple wins in a row. Leclerc also supporting, but now you've got a Williams overtaking, and Williams themselves have improved so much, because we had a good run of races where, well, I feel like we had Williams in our back pocket for a couple of races, but now they're back on form as they were at the start of the season, and maybe way quicker than they would be. But at this point of season 1, Now realism doesn't really factor into the analysis, you got to say, in terms of the car performances, because there's been enough deviation already. We're already in a very alternative timeline to real life, where we're well into, the European portion of the season. We're actually at the back end of that, basically. And so now really it's just focusing on what we're seeing in the game, and you can't really compare it at all to real life. As we watch ahead, Leclerc swapping back with Albon, so a little bit of yo-yoing on this straight. And further ahead, I can see Verstappen still very much stuck in between the McLarens. Oh, Albon's a bit slow. He hits the wall. Can we make a cheeky move round the outside? Not for the first time here around this circuit. Yes, we have, although the heads-up display has popped up. Did we get a little bit of damage there on the front wing? The heads-up display doesn't usually pop up with the car damage screen and the tyre wear screen unless something's changed dramatically. So did we just nick the front wing? Or it might have actually been our tyre, because you can actually give yourself more tyre wear if you thump a tyre into a wall too much. So I wonder, just like that maybe, is we're really flirting with the walls, as there's a weird understeer around Sector 3, I find, where I don't know if it's the circuit just being so off camber, but the track just wants to put you in the wall constantly in Sector 3. Just like that. Oh my days. Massive slide for Verstappen on the rear end, as his soft tyres, I think, are already going off. That is horrendous for him. And for Antonelli as well, maybe. The soft tyres only going 5 to 6 laps. That's a really early pit stop. I'm still very sceptical if the 2-stop is the way to go, even for Antonelli with buckets of pace right now, as we make a pretty easy pass on the Ferrari on the inside. Leclerc tried to squeeze this, but we just had a little bit more momentum and a bit more battery use on the start of that section, and we're through into P6. So the race is coming towards us. We're getting into a groove now of this absolute roller coaster car crash of a circuit, and Antonelli is in. He is in on lap 6. Verstappen probably should have followed him in, because he's the one struggling more for tyre wear. He's carried on and insisting on trying to stay ahead of Piastri, on track at least, but Antonelli has gone early for this undercut and this very aggressive 2-stop. I mean, that is supreme confidence from the teenager in the Mercedes and from the Silver Arrows themselves of how much pace they think they have in this race, because he is now going to be in traffic. He's behind Sergio Perez. There's going to be a load of cars still there. If, we're going longer, I think we're going to at least lap 10 or 11 on the medium, so there is going to be traffic for Antonelli to contend with. But look at the lack of pace of the Red Bull in comparison to the McLaren. 2.2 seconds the gap to Norris. I just don't think that's the right strategy for Verstappen and Red Bull. I think they're going to regret that massively in terms of their chances of gaining the maximum amount of points on Hamilton, on Ferrari, because I think they're almost gifting McLaren maybe a double podium here at this rate. It's hard to tell how this race is going to shake out, though, quite early on still. It feels much later into the race, but we've just had so much action already with the AI swapping and moves we've made, as we give Hadjar a little love tap just to let him know that we're there, as he is also struggling even on the medium compound. Verstappen is now in, and so we'll be up into 5th place. We are flying high at the moment, but I feel like it's just that early sort of race pace at the moment, and I'm going to wait for my judgment till later on in the race and see what the pace is like on the hard compound. But at the moment, we're doing very well of managing the battery, all the learning we've done from being in that Red Bull at the launch of the DLC, and now Hadjar is susceptible. I really did think about making a move on the outside there, not going to work out, and we have a snap of oversteer through what I like to call the Madrid sling. I don't think it'll catch on as an official name, but if it does, then you tell people to give credit to yours truly, as it just looks like the successor to the Singapore sling, doesn't it? If you remember the old Singapore layout. I'm sure new F1 fans have no idea what I'm on about, as we now go for the move on Hadjar, and that Red Bull just does not have the legs at the start of that straight, and we're consistently using more battery there, but it's working for us. because I think, personally, you're able to regen so much into this corner that you can overuse the battery on that main straight with the active aero open. And so we've got a bit of a nosebleed here at the moment around Madrid. We're P3, but the tyre wear is starting to kick in, and the rears are struggling a bit now through some of these slower corners. And to that effect, Hadjar coming for the repass. We saw this with the Ferrari and the Williams, some yo-yoing back and forth. And Leclerc has actually quietly kept up with Hadjar and now pressurizes us as we now go for another move on the outside. Is it? No, not quite. Hadjar, unlike the Williams, actually does really well to outbrake us through that right-hander that just dips away, downhill as we now enter the banking. But, oh, did you see that snap? The tyre wear is now really biting us. I'm honestly hoping that the pit stop is soon. I can't remember for the life of me when the scheduled pit stop is. I hope it's within a lap or two, otherwise we've got problems coming. But Verstappen's made that stop and he finds himself behind Lance Stroll in the Aston Martin. Meanwhile, Antonelli's actually got clean air and might be closing up to his teammate very soon. So that might be a bit embarrassing for George Russell versus Kimi. But Verstappen losing time, no doubt about it, behind this Aston Martin. So it's a double whammy of he lost time fighting the McLarens and now he's losing time having made the earlier pit stop compared to everyone else but behind Lance Stroll. But Antonelli went even earlier and has gained hugely. I think Antonelli will make this two-stop work, but I think Verstappen, honestly, is going to be in a world of pain later on in this race as Hadjar carries on the medium. He's the Red Bull on the one-stop. But look at the bottom right. Tyre icon, orange, generally means it's worry time in terms of the rear traction. That won't stop us from trying to gain on Hadjar, who is slow consistently through this section, as we might have the run and go for the move on the inside. Once again, we go for it. It is inches away from disaster. My word. We nearly made contact with Hadjar on the right, and then we nearly made contact with the wall, and instead we commit for this switch from left to right before the banking. A very unorthodox place to make a move, but we've made it work, and we're back up into third, and that means we'll get the first dibs into this pit entry in this train of the Red Bull, Ferrari and the two Williams cars. One of them carries on. We're in, and I didn't notice this in the 100% race because we're in Red Bull, but look at this gap. This is a very weird pit lane. I have never... I can't recall a pit lane like this where there is a monumental split gap between one half of the grid and the other. Obviously, it doesn't matter because you're all going pit lane speed. But yeah, a very peculiar pit lane where half the grid are like miles down the road, and then the exit is, well, I think it's a car crash waiting to happen, really. We're very lucky there hasn't been like a racing incident so far, because you come back onto the racing line, basically, as Verstappen ahead now in P6. So he's ahead of Piastri. So despite maybe not being the best first stint, Verstappen's at least stayed ahead of Oscar in all of that. I genuinely thought Verstappen lost so much time behind Stroll. He may have been behind Oscar, but no, he stayed ahead. But now Antonelli's also caught another Aston Martin of Fernando Alonso. So there is definitely a little bit of traffic to get through here in Madrid as we now watch Norris sliding through the exit, but he's got the run on Verstappen. So the two McLarens behind, but surely this is going to be a slam dunk. The McLarens on much fresher, hard tyres. Verstappen stays put for now, and meanwhile behind you've got Hamilton versus Nico Hülkenberg. Is it the Audi doing well? Look at the Williams go. Hamilton tried to make a move on Hülkenberg and instead has to fight off Carlos Sainz. He's in P9, so the championship leader in the points, but not having the easiest day, and this is in stark contrast to those two wins. You know, it feels like some time ago now in the season, and Leclerc... What's happened to Leclerc? P14. Hang on a minute. Leclerc was ahead of Hamilton in the first stint. What disaster has happened to Charles Leclerc in the Ferrari? He's behind Colapinto, Bortoletto as well. Even Hadjar's lost out massively. I think they maybe got held in the pits, surely. Oh, absolute disarray for Hadjar and Leclerc in the pit lane. They've been pushed out massively. So Hamilton's now the lead Ferrari because they both made their pit stop. So that's a legitimate overtake that Hamilton's made, or jump, I should say, on his teammate. So Leclerc's day's gone from pretty good to horrendous now, because he's now got like 4 or 5 cars to overtake before he gets back to his teammate, as Pierre Gasly now on lap 15 overtaking Albon. This was the pole sitter last episode, remember, and Alpine now the 3rd or 4th quickest car on the grid, and this is a worry for us, because if Gasly finishes this overtake, he's not got clean air to chase after ourselves. And I'm more worried about Gasly chasing us down than the Williams, because on paper the Williams has the Alpine, sorry, has more pace than the Williams, so that's something we'll be concerned about, looking behind us rather than forwards, as Hamilton has cleared Hülkenberg now, and he's up to P7, and Hulk backing towards Carlos Sainz with the Audi Works team, looking better these days, but around Madrid, maybe not the ultimate race pace they showed in Monza, as Antonelli leading by 10.2 seconds. He needs a bit more than that, though, to clear the McLarens on his second pit stop, which I doubt he's going to do. So if Kimi wants to win this race, he will have to overtake the McLarens, I think, to get this on fresher tyres. So that's going to be exciting. We're guaranteed some overtaking action if Kimi wants to win this. As on lap 17, you're watching Gasly closing to us. Hamilton's now in clean air and a bit more consistent. And Leclerc only just getting into the top 10, but he's under attack by Fernando Alonso. But yeah, at one point, Leclerc was P5, so this really hasn't been the best race for Leclerc after that first pit stop. But I think the man in most pain is Max Verstappen. 14th. Verstappen was on for a podium, and because Red Bull were insistent on sticking with the two-stop, a two-stop that I think only Antonelli can make work, really, Verstappen is now in 14th, out the points. And we're well into this race now. There's only 11 laps to go. I don't see a way Verstappen comes back from this, really, as Antonelli now is in for that second stop on a fresh set of hard tyres, and he comes up behind not only the McLarens, he comes up behind us, Gasly, Hamilton as well. So this is very exciting. Antonelli is going to have to overtake Hamilton on track on his way to the race leaders. Oh, we've messed up the sling. We went way too hot. I've got all this pressure of Gasly and Hamilton behind me, and we bottled it for the first time. We've made a big mistake. Thankfully, it's not at the blind right-hander. That's actually probably a worse place to overshoot it, with a wall just waiting for you to crash into. At least there's the runoff. The gravel trap can save you. And oh my God, we're having so many issues at that corner. And now Hamilton and Antonelli, we waved them by because we went so deep into that corner. And to be honest, hands up, I don't want to get into the middle of the championship fight. I want this to be a fair fight. I don't want it to be the reason it goes one way. So as a midfielder, it's not my place to be. So I'm actually a lot more comfortable just waving Antonelli and Hamilton by. And in the middle of that, you may have noticed Gasly's nowhere. Gasly's pit. Very surprised by that. I really thought Gasly was going to the end with us, and so that pressure has been alleviated somewhat. So now I can relax a little bit and just try and solidify this P5. But there's absolutely no relaxing for Hamilton and Antonelli as the two nearly go side by side. They do. Antonelli with a late lunge. They're going to be neck and neck through the Madrid sling under the bridge. Still, and Antonelli commits around the outside and gets the championship leader. That could prove to be a very crucial overtake in this championship fight. That is fantastic. Hamilton and Antonelli going at it for a legitimate position because Antonelli, he pit again and he had to make that move. Hamilton's going to the end, and so that was big from Kimi and needed because there's a 12-second gap to the McLaren of Piastri. It's a McLaren 1-2 at the moment as we now defend against Albon on lap 23. The Williams have caught up to us. They've brought Colapinto along as well, and now we're under pressure from a load of cars as the pace starts to fade from these hard tyres. They've had to go a long way. We were struggling on the mediums, and now we are on the hards. Is Carlos Sainz from nowhere seemingly tries to go for a 2-for-1 overtake, and he might even do it because he's still there on our outside as we go through the right-hander. A little bit of a squeeze. Oh, Sainz is in the wall. Sainz has crashed into the wall, and that is going to be a pile-up that brings out the safety car. And it's actually a red flag. It's a safety car that turns into a red flag. Well, I mean, I've been surprised so far that we haven't had a crash like that up until now. It's taken 23 laps plus the 100% race we did. And, oh, I mean, that was unfortunate. It's so tough to go side by side there. I was trying to even cut the curb as much as I could to give Sainz the room, but he just understeered towards the wall, and it's one of those racing incidents because that corner, it's basically designed like a death trap. Let's be real. Like, there is going to be a crash there in real life, I feel like, because it is so designed for there to be an incident. You know, in an instance like that, side by side, you're either going to get it insanely right, like Kimi did, or insanely wrong, like just happened there. So this is now going to be a 4-lap sprint race, all of us on the soft compound of tyres. And now, this is anyone's to win because no one has a tyre advantage. We are now P5, but it's a McLaren 1-2 as we go to lights out again. What happened? No! What the hell just happened there? We stalled it. The car completely bogged down. We're down to 14th. I've got no boost mode. Look at the heads-up display. I can't click boost mode. It's giving me no button. I can't... What? Oh my God. Are you kidding me? From P5 to now I'm fighting Verstappen for P14. I mean, that just shows how horrendous Verstappen's race turned out to be. No longer will he be the nearest man chasing Hamilton for the championship, that's for sure. It's going to be Antonelli, but I don't think Kimi's going to win this now. It's a McLaren 1-2. It's a sprint race to the end. Everyone on new soft tyres, but what was that getaway? That surely was me not having boost mode. You look at the bottom right. I can only go to hot lap mode and none from medium. I thought maybe something was broken on my button, so I tried to manually cycle through, but I can't. I've got no boost mode. So I don't know what's happened, but over the red flag, where generally you can fix your car if you've got damage or whatever, you can change your tyres, my car got more broken over the red flag. We lost boost mode and also, therefore, overtake mode. I won't be able to use that either. We dive bomb Gasly to get back to 12th place. I'm going to try and wrestle this car as high as I can, but maybe there'll be 1 or 2 points on offer, but oh, this is cataclysmic. Well, it's clearly not, Mark. The system is not all good, is it? I really was hoping that he would tell us, yeah, there's something broken. But no, Mark is oblivious to any issues on the car. Brilliant, brilliant. Well, if you thought maybe that was my fault in the crash with Sainz, maybe that's racing karma coming back to bite me for that one, disabling my boost mode. And by the way, this is a replay of the getaway, because there's actually been a lead change. It's still a McLaren 1-2, but this is Oscar Piastri. Good start. He broke a lot later than Lando into turn 1 and then gets a good run. The two are side by side into the sling, and Oscar commits and clouts over the curb to get P1. So Lando is leading for most of that last stint. But on this restart, Oscar Piastri has managed to steal first place away as we gain on the exit of the banking. To be honest, I've been surprised. We've not had an overtake in the banking yet. And I suppose that was it was after the banking, but we set it up in the banking. And we got the move on Fernando Alonso to go P11. But with only a couple of laps left, there's quite a gap from Lawson to Russell. I don't even think if we get... I think we only get 1 point here. I think we can only get Lawson. I don't think we'll be able to catch Russell with only 2 laps to go after this one. And then there's quite a gap there. So we're going to gain on Lawson. But, yeah, this is frustrating. No boost mode, no overtake mode. All we've got is hot lap mode, which I guess is something. You know, the AI don't use hot lap mode, as we've established in the wet. But... oh, man, that's so deflating. I can't lie, that's so deflating. What was that? I mean, it's thrilling for you guys maybe to watch, because I think that's maybe the first time ever on the F1 game, ever, since we got the manual starts, that it's kind of felt like I've stalled. That's what it felt like. It felt like I missed the gear. But we didn't stall. We just had the most horrendous getaway ever, because there was no battery use compared to the AI. And so, at the end of this chaotic Madrid Grand Prix, Oscar Piastri, I think, gets his first win of the season. It's a 1-2 for McLaren, Antonelli third, and it's actually a pretty damn decent recovery drive for Lewis Hamilton. From P12 to P4 really limits the damage to Antonelli chasing him down, and Verstappen didn't even get any points, so I think he's out the running. Oh, but what a messy end to the race.
And an award-winning day for Oscar Piastri as he takes the checkered flag and wins.
What a wonderful drive to see them come from far down the grid to win the race. Those days are the ones that throw the biggest challenges at you, and to stick out and win it is an incredible job.
Well, I don't know about you, but I've absolutely loved watching that action today, and I'm sure these three have loved taking part. Here come our podium finishers. And your winner today, the man from down under. Congratulations, Oscar Piastri.
So yeah, like I thought, in the championship standings, Verstappen now is actually level on points with Antonelli. So he's not out of it, because I still think Kimi or Max could bridge that gap, looking at how slow Ferrari were last episode. But a race like today, Lewis getting P4 is actually huge. That could save his Drivers' Championship, but Ferrari is still very much under pressure from Mercedes, and we are very much under pressure from Williams, only 4 points away from us, and Alpine still could do something in this one, so it's not over yet. We've only got a handful of races to go. It's the Singapore Grand Prix race weekend here in Season 1, and it is a sprint weekend for the first time, which is going to be certainly an interesting visual, because the sprint race won't be at night time in comparison to the full Grand Prix. But yes, we have got a wet session also coming up, and we might just pull off some magic. But before we get to that, working our way through upgrades and trying to bridge the gap back to Williams in the R&D graph. Alpine still up there, although Ferrari have upgraded to a point where they're back in second on paper, and Mercedes are back to first place, as of course in Monza 2 episodes ago it was McLaren up top and Alpine were quicker than Ferrari. So things are changing, and Ferrari and Merc are trying to combat the potential threat of other teams as they're locked in to a title fight, with Lewis Hamilton leading the way, Ferrari leading the way, but the Silver Arrows and Kimi Antonelli trying their best to chase them both down. Now in this episode, driving is done once again, and now will be even Stevens with Mini when we drove as him for a second time for his home races. We are completely sideways at one point through the mid part of that first section of the lap. This is our one and only flyer, of course, in the shortened sprint qualifying. Only one set of softs, so this is really it, especially around Singapore. The tyre wear is so high that you're not going to get a second flyer around here. So the pressure is on, and also just a massive unknown as Kimi Antonelli goes quickest of all at the moment. Where are we going to place? Initially, it's going to be P7, but others are still yet to go and finish their laps, and by the end of the session, that P7 gets pushed down to a P12. To be fair, considering the R&D chart, that seems about right. Antonelli, though, on pole. Leclerc in second, so Ferrari showing some pace, but it's the wrong Ferrari. Lewis Hamilton, the one in the lead of the championship, down in P8. So far this season, Lewis has been the much quicker man and more consistent man than Leclerc. So this is a surprise for sure. I mean, Hamilton did start outside of the points in Madrid last episode and ended up with a fantastic result to limit the damage to Kimi Antonelli. So it's not all bad, but, and also this is for the sprint, so it may not matter that much, but every point is going to count, you feel, with how close things are getting. You know, the points gap might not be very close right now, but it could be, and so it really could matter in the final race as we now enter the sprint in Singapore. It's daylight. What a weird spectacle this is as we go to 5 red lights and we're underway for this sprint in Singapore. This doesn't feel right, and oh my god, what was that turn 1? Bortoletto, brother, moving in the brake zone erratically, pushes us wide. We're down to 13th. I mean, it's not the end of the world. We were starting in 12th, but we had a good getaway. And now checking for vehicle condition. No damage to the car, it seems like, but yeah, as I'm still taking in the sights of a daytime Singapore Grand Prix, we're looking to recover and re-engage with the Audi Works team, which has been doing better as of late, but we are going to absolutely send it. That was a very big dive bomb, but also, to be fair, they were caught up in the concertina effect, and I was honestly quite angry at that point, wanting to absolutely send it on Bortoletto. Didn't really care where Hulkenberg was in this situation, and now we're back up into P11, but Carlos Sainz and Gasly ahead of us. The two teams looking to try and ruin the party for us for P5 in the Constructors, but of course in the sprint, no points for P9 and 10, so for now, it's maybe not the worst thing in the world for them to be ahead of us, but, you know, trying to get a bit of a feeler for the full Grand Prix. I was going to say a dress rehearsal, but it's going to be a completely different time of day, so how relevant is this session? This might be the most irrelevant sprint race you've ever seen as we try and go for the move on Carlos Sainz. It was actually quite a good launch into the hairpin. He was quite slow, but we don't have the legs out of the corner to get the Williams, and this is going to end up being maybe a common theme of the rest of this sprint. So I actually went quite high on the wings. So the default around here in Singapore is the bog standard middle of the road 25-25 front and rear wing, but I chose to go a bit higher because I thought, oh, it's a street track, you know, yeah, you generally want a bit more higher downforce, but it's maybe not the right compromise for me. So at least this is one thing the sprint might be good for. Having seen how slow we are in a straight line out of these corners, I think when it comes to the qualifying, the full quali, and the full Grand Prix, I think I'm going to go back to 25-25, the middle of the road, the best compromise as we see, oh, Oscar Piastri, lovely little move this will be, as he moves from the left to right. Hadjar did well to shut the door on the left-hand side of the circuit, but Piastri just went, okay, I'll go the other way then, and he goes through into P5, so it's Antonelli leading the way by a second from Leclerc, showing the Ferrari does have good pace to at least remain in second place. Russell in third, then the McLarens, and Red Bull continuing to be on the back foot and, maybe had a little bit of increase in form in the last race or two, but now, having looked at the updated R&D chart, they're kind of back to struggling a little bit. Behind Alpine, is it? As lap 3, the pressure continues, and we're almost pushing Carlos Sainz through this corner. Can we have another cheeky look at the hairpin, I wonder? Oh, it's a late dive on the inside this time compared to the outside, and that will allow us to stick the elbow out. A little bit cheeky there, making a tiny bit of contact with Carlos Sainz to try and ruffle his feathers out of the corner exit. We're drifting through these corners, so yeah, even the higher downforce, we're still sliding a bit, so I'd rather be sliding and still have some straight line pace. Right now, I'm sliding and I don't have any straight line pace because of how high my wings are, so yeah, we've got Carlos Sainz just because we're very opportunistic at the hairpin. But yeah, we're going to need to change this and hope it's going to be better race pace for us on the lower wing setup, as Russell now takes a leaf out of Oscar Piastri's book from the left to right, overtakes Leclerc, and now it's a 1-2 for Mercedes, and this is big for them, of course, just for confidence really in their chase versus Ferrari. Maybe not a massive points difference in the sprint, but everything will count, of course. And to be fair, actually, Antonelli in first and Hamilton, well, all the AI, apart from Piastri and Russell, there's been no overtakes, and then me, of course, on Carlos Sainz. So Hamilton stayed put in 8th, and 8th place compared to first in the sprint is 7 points, is it not? So that's the same as if Antonelli won a full Grand Prix and Hamilton came second. So it could actually mean something for once, the sprint point difference here, just because of where Hamilton is Russell's going slow. And that is going to be the Mercedes out of the sprint. Only 2 laps to go as well. And so Leclerc back up to second. Norris now gets a cheap 3rd place for free. And with the yellow flags, it's slowed up here. Gasly, is there an opportunity here? Hamilton's also a bit slow. It's green flags in this section, at this very corner, as we overtake Gasly. On the mini-map you saw it just turned green, and Gasly just caught napping really in that yellow flag section. And so it's a very opportunistic move to P8. It will get us 1 point in this sprint. And that's good enough for me, because it was a tough old one around here, and it still is on lap 9. We actually might just ruin this chance for 1 point as we get the rear end stepping out. So this is what I mean. We've got no straight line speed with this higher wing setup, and it's not exactly helping us anyway, because the tyre wear is still making me make mistakes. Oh my God. We nearly crashed ourselves out there. We were inches away from disaster. And now this is suddenly turning into an epic, intense fight with Pierre Gasly as we go for the lunge. And we just about get back through on Gasly. We gave him the room, and he still didn't manage to keep it through on the outside. I think maybe he's feeling some tyre wear as well, potentially. But I'm making the bigger mistake to allow him to fight us. And so we will fight tooth and nail for 1 point in this sprint, as Gasly looks for a move, doesn't make anything, and so we get through to the end, and it's going to be Kimi Antonelli back to the top step, or the top step of the sprint, I suppose, winning. But this actually is a crucial 7 or 6 points, sorry, because Hamilton's now scoring 2 in P7. A crucial 6 points. That's actually quite big for Antonelli. He can be quite happy with that, and Hamilton will be frustrated, but not completely distraught, because he's seeing Leclerc in P2. So the Ferrari car has clearly got some pace. Hamilton just needs to do better in qualifying. And obviously in the full Grand Prix with heavy fuel, maybe there'll be more overtaking opportunities. That was the only concern here. Apart from, you know, my overtakes and 1 or 2 from Piastri and Russell, there wasn't too much action for the Ferraris especially. So Lewis is going to have to hope he qualifies well, because it may not be a race with a lot of overtakes, but the full Grand Prix obviously is going to have way more tyre wear and the strategy factor of a 2-stop, you'd hope. So let's see.
As night falls in Singapore, the track starts to warm up, and it'll be red hot by the time we find out who's on pole for tomorrow's race. Time to set the grid then. Welcome along to qualifying here in Singapore.
Yep. It is raining for the full qualifying here for the Grand Prix proper in Singapore. Obviously, a bit of a monsoon climate. It's not quite a monsoon rain coming down. It's intermediate at the moment, but this is well, nervy times. You just never know what the car's going to feel like in the wet, especially when you've had so much dry running. You know, your muscle memory for the brake point, the throttle, everything is thrown out the window. And you're driving by your guts, and I suppose for me on a wheel, driving by my force feedback to kind of tell where the grip is maybe. Is Russell pumping in a quickest lap at the moment? We do have the fuel to go for consecutive laps, so we'll do 1 lap. It's a 1:47.8, and although it doesn't look amazingly quick, through those first 2 turns. We're actually already up by nearly 2/10, so the track evolution is quite strong. Also, just the fuel's coming out and the confidence is building on the intermediate. So, as usual, I always recommend, definitely fuel up for a few laps if you're doing quali on inters, because I just think that confidence building you do lap after lap in a condition like this is so crucial. As we're up by just under half a second. I was hoping for a bit more, to be honest, so this is maybe not going to be the greatest intermediate run you've ever seen, but whilst this was going on...
Okay, I think the track's going to be drying out quite soon. Be careful you don't burn out your tyres.
Because of what Mark just said. He just said the track is drying out, don't burn up your tyres. So as we gain a second, maybe a second point 3 to go P9 now, mini P10 to be fair, so it's a great position to be in, P9 and 10 as it stands. Others going out on inters for a final run in the last 4 minutes of this session. I think, screw it. If Mark is saying it's drying out, why don't we try the soft compound? So here we are. I'm the only driver that has gone onto the softs. Everyone else is still on inters, but the track looks pretty dry now. By the time I've come round for my flying lap, it looks pretty dry. I must say, it didn't feel that dry. It still felt a bit damp out there. I'm not going like full throttle out of the corners as I was in sprint quali, but nevertheless, the time gain is happening.
We've just been pushed down into P18.
P18 at the moment, but look at the top right. We are up by 3.7 seconds. We're just climbing through the delta time. It's a purple first sector, purple second sector. Do we dare dream? Do we dare dream? And do I dare say it? Are we on for pole position here? We're up by 4.2 seconds, still gonna gain time as we come through to the final corner in the heat of Singapore. It was wet at the start, dry enough for the end as we spin it across the line.
Excellent lap. We're all very pleased with that one. Nice work. Come on, I'll see you back in the pits.
It is pole position around the Singapore Grand Prix. The gamble, the risk we took of going on softs when no one else did, and we have got pole by 2.2 seconds. Oh, we saw a vintage Lewis Hamilton in real life at the Barcelona Grand Prix just gone. This is vintage My Team Career Mode, making that gamble against the AI, going different when no one else will, and the risk is high, but the reward is even higher. I mean, it's a topsy-turvy quali. Behrman, P3 in the Haas, unbelievable stuff for him, and Lewis Hamilton is not even in the top 14. That's massive for Antonelli in P4. We've got a race and a half coming up.
Marina Bay hosted a Grand Prix that briefly ran in the 60s and 70s, but the Garden City re-entered the calendar for good in 2008. We missed it for a couple of years, but it was great to come back to the Singapore Grand Prix. Off the back of a fantastic qualifying session, it's time to see how our starting grid looks like for today's race. Alex Dunn lines up on pole position, and it's Charles Leclerc in P2. Considering the rest of the grid, we have Behrman, Antonelli, Pierre Gasly and Bortoletto, Piastri, Verstappen, Hadjar and Alex Albon, Colapinto, Alonso and Sir Lewis Hamilton and Lawson, Norris, Bottas, Arvid Lindblad and Carlos Sainz, Ocon, Perez, Hülkenberg, Russell, Stroll and Gabriele Mini rounds off the grid. It's almost time for those 5 red lights to go out then. Let's see who can prevail today.
This just turned into a massive race potential here. It is a dry race, but we are on pole position. You can make overtakes around Singapore, but as we saw in the sprint, they seemed far and few between here in the game. And so I'm treating this like maybe if we're at pole at Monaco, like, is there a chance we can hold on to this the entire race, maybe with some tactical defensive driving to that effect? I've chosen to go onto the medium tyre. Ollie Bearman has thought the exact same as me. You know, we're kind of both out of position. We may as well try and be as quick as we can in the first part of this race, whilst many others choose the hard compound. So this is the best bet for us to stay ahead of Leclerc, to stay ahead of Antonelli there in P4. At the race start, it is very obvious what our plan is as we face our car left towards the path that Leclerc could be taking from alongside on the front row. As here we go, our first race from pole position is underway. It is a good launch, of course it is, on the medium, exactly how we wanted it. But can Bearman do anything into turn one? Oh, it's 3 wide between Antonelli, Bearman and Leclerc, and it's the Ferrari that comes off worse. It's Bearman trying to attack Antonelli, his old F2 teammate, now in very different situations in Formula 1, and Antonelli has done God's work to get up into second place. It is the most ideal scenario for him to be up into second immediately as we see Lewis Hamilton down in 15th place. We've got 31 long old laps to go. It's the longest Grand Prix on the calendar. But yeah, if it's going to be anything like the sprint, it is going to be tough for anyone to climb up more than 5 positions, I would say. But we don't know what the tyre wear situation is like, what the strategy play might come into it. To be fair, you saw on that strategy screen, apparently it's a 1-stop, which is a little bit, lackluster compared to what I thought it might be around here, with the tyre wear we've had at other Grand Prix in the season so far. So let's see. But for now, the task is keep Antonelli behind as long as we can. Whether that's going to be the full 31 laps, I don't know, because of course once the pit stop comes, then there's a question mark of, in the clean air, can he jump us, does he undercut us? These are all questions to come, but for now my only thought is keep this on the track and keep this ahead of Antonelli as we set the fastest lap into lap 2, of course, as we set the pace for now. But already you're seeing some gaps forming on the mini-map, so maybe someone else might be able to bang in a quicker lap time. As for us, we're clearly, you can tell we're slower than Kimi, and it's going to be very apparent down this straight. Look at the gains Mercedes are making. He's there on the inside. We give him a good old squeeze, but ultimately keep it fair and go back to the racing line. But just that compromise on the inside allows us to take that left-hander better than Antonelli and remain in first place. So, we've done that once. Can we keep doing that lap after lap with the pressure? That's the question in a scenario like this, as Bearman stays put in 3rd place. You've got Bortoletto in P5, so this really is a mixed-up top 5 at least. Pierre Gasly on the back of Oscar Piastri. Verstappen in an Alpine sandwich, as Alpine showing in the full race then that they are really actually genuinely quicker than Red Bull, as it was indicated on the R&D chart. As look at this, purple laps coming from everyone, but ultimately the fastest lap on lap 3 is Lewis Hamilton. So maybe there is some hope at the end of the tunnel here around Singapore. Lewis, the quickest man on track, but he's in oodles of traffic, as on lap 3, for the second time now, we look, we wait, we try and tactically position our car. We give Antonelli the squeeze again, give him plenty of room, a wide berth into that left-hander, but because we keep compromising his line to the inside, we're keeping the Italian at bay. Oh, the Italian car spins round. Charles Leclerc's had a mare, and he's blocked the track to the point where there is a red flag. No, this is not good news for me. This is not good news for me or Ollie Bearman, because now, oh my God, there is the suggested strategy is 2 hards. Even a hard to a soft at the end of the race is actually slower, it says. And the only medium I have is the medium we use at the start. I actually had 2 hard tyres deliberately because I thought we might need them But no, ironically, I would have rather have had 2 mediums, but we don't have that because of the tyre choice I made at the start of the race weekend. Oh my God, we're going to be on a hard tyre. Behrman is as well. And yeah, the others are on mediums. This now just got a lot more difficult as we go to lights out for a second time. And we are going to have to try and cover off Antonelli very aggressively. There's, a little bit of contact, but ultimately just good defence from us to cover off the Italian. There's a warning for collision for that love tap that Kimi gave to us. But Behrman has actually done the job I wanted him to do on lap 1. He's overtaken the quicker cars and he's up to P2. So now Behrman, please make your car as wide as possible. Be the great wall of defense. Oh, okay. Okay, he's been overtaken. That was that lasted a sector. That lasted a good job, Ollie. Just yeah, fair enough. You're in a Haas. We're in first still though. Just if I hadn't have gone across to block Kimi, we wouldn't be in this situation. But now this is a problem because we're on the slower compound and Antonelli is getting a great exit, not only in that first sector, but through the last corner. Got a great launch, so that means into turn 1, we now have to go defensive. In the first stint on mediums, I didn't have to go defensive whatsoever into turn 1. We had the traction, but now that is also a problem area. But this is going to turn into a worse problem because surely he gets a better launch than he has done before. We again go defensive. To be fair, actually, Antonelli not as side by side that time round as he was previously. But that's going to change as we go on through because I'm sure he'll build that confidence again and come knocking. But elsewhere, on that same lap, whilst I was defending Kimi into turn 1, Oscar Piastri, take a bow. Double overtake on the medium. Behrman holding up Leclerc, a little bit, precarious. The junior Ferrari driver holding up the bigger team. But it's a great overtake for Piastri, and he's up to 3rd now and joins Antonelli, pressurising me. Great. Last race's race winner at Madrid has now joined Antonelli in piling on the pressure. And look how close Antonelli is now compared to the previous time. He's going to go for it, and we are going to have to go for another squeeze. We're so much closer this time as we nearly banged tyres. And on the exit, you saw in the bottom left corner of the video screen, Antonelli was so much closer to our car. Like we were giving him room, but because we were almost unable to turn the car as much as him, and he was actually having such a great exit mid-corner, he is that much closer to us on the corner exit. So it's a much harder time now to continuously do that defence as meanwhile down the road Norris has fallen to 14th, I think because he got held up in the red flag pile-up. I think cars ghosted through him, much to his dismay. And he's joined Hamilton then in P15, is now lap 8. Kimi going for it. This time we completely slam the door shut, but he goes for the outside pass, and you can see how good of a job we are doing. We are just narrowly keeping this ahead of Antonelli, and we just got to hope that we're not going to make a mistake, that we're not going to crack under the pressure of the young Italian. It's a second Italian car round. Lewis Hamilton, the championship leader, is in the wall. He's broken his front wing. He carries on. It's not a DNF. It's not a DNF. There is still a possibility to recover in this race maybe, but he has hit the wall and he's carried on. Why is he carried on? Lewis, you've got half a front wing, lad. What is this? Hamilton is down in last place in this race as Lawson is out of this. And in stark contrast, the man closest to him in the championship, chasing down a 30-plus gap, is Kimi Antonelli. In Madrid, I let them both by when they were racing each other. I said I didn't want to get in the middle of the championship fight. The difference here is, this is not about that championship fight. For me, this is about, can I win this race? Can I win our first race as a team in this F1 26 My Team career mode? You know, we just got our first pole position. I would love to get our first win ever of the save, of the series, but that is going to be to the detriment of Antonelli and maybe to the liking of Lewis Hamilton, but I'm not thinking about that. I'm just thinking about number one, me. I'm pointing to my chest in the con box here. Me. That's all I'm thinking about. And I'm also thinking about those rear tyres. Those look a lot more worn than the fronts. And there's a lot of traction zones. And as we go on through, I'm just hoping that Antonelli's tyres are giving out more, but that's a bit of a mistake from me over the curb. Not as bad as the one in the sprint that allowed Gasly to go for the overtake, but this is going to pile on the pressure now from Kimi. We have to go defensive, and we're going to outbrake ourselves. Lock up on the front left, we go deep, and Antonelli is alongside us for the first time in this section. It's now a drag race. We're trying to get the power down. We're using a lot of boost mode to try and send it back through, and we have managed to retake first. How we survived that one, but now Antonelli is as close as he's ever been on this straight, and again we shut the door completely on the inside now, because at this point the medium's still pretty good. If Kimi gets the room on the left, he is going to go for the move, and I'm worried that he'll be able to squeeze us out. So every time I'm having to completely shut the door and make sure that he's just not alongside us. And to be fair, every time Antonelli is able to go around the outside, and we saw his teammate Russell and Piastri successfully make those moves in the sprint, going from left to right on the outside. So we know it's possible for the AI to do it on each other. It's just about Kimi doing it on me. And at this point, lap 17 now is the pit stop window, but I'm trying to cover off Kimi. Is he going to come in? Is he coming in? It looks like he might be moving left. We're coming in. No, he sold me the dummy. He's dumming me. Oh, no. Oh, no. I've just had my pants pulled down. I thought Antonelli was moving a bit left to the pit lane entry, so I had to make a split-second decision in that scenario. You've only got a second to think about it. Oh, so now Kimi's got clean air. The question is now, is an undercut on the hard compound, on the fresh hard compound, worth more than the Mercedes in clean air on worn mediums? That is the big question, because the undercut can be very powerful. And we might just have our answer. The undercut's been so powerful for Isaac Hadjar. He came in, I think, a lap or two ago, and he is undercut and jumped both Leclerc and Piastri. Okay, this just got interesting. Hadjar's shown us that the undercut is mighty around Singapore. Let's see. Now I'm on hot lap mode, using all the boosts we can. We've set a purple last sector. I'm pushing as hard as we can, but Antonelli's still not in. He's carried on for a second lap. So just like Hadjar, we'll get 2 laps of undercut. Will this be enough? Let's find out. Lap 19. Kimi is in. Bortoletto as well. Oh, this is a long pit lane. This feels like a long pit lane and a long wait. Right, Kimi's in. Hard tyre goes on. Where are we in this instant? We're coming through the second last corner to the last. Hot lap mode engaged, using all the boost down this straight. Where is Antonelli? We've set a purple, pushing so hard to ensure we still get back up into first place, and it's not even going to be second for Kimi. Oh my. Hadjar is up into second, Piastri's third, Leclerc fourth. Antonelli's come out behind Fernando Alonso. There could be hope for Hamilton yet. Kimi going longer. Mercedes arrogant that their clean air pace, even on warm mediums, would have got them ahead of me. But no, they're not even ahead. They don't even bother about me. They're behind Fernando Alonso, for goodness sake. They're behind Leclerc, Piastri, Hadjar. They've got it all wrong. That was a strategic misnomer from Mercedes, and so we lead this race again. Hadjar is now in second, and I'm really hoping, just like in Monaco, what Ocon did for us. Hadjar, can you exude that energy Ocon did in Monaco? And can you just block them all, please? As Lewis Hamilton is in 21st place. He's still got that damage, so he's not changed his wing at the pit stop. Has he just maybe accepted that this race is an absolute mess? and he's not going to score points. Doesn't seem like the Lewis that we now know in real life, and the Lewis we've seen so far on this season that has led to him leading the championship. It's what a move from Antonelli. His team have got it wrong today, but he's getting it all right. What an overtake on the outside. That's a very unorthodox place to make a move. You know, there is that long straight, but usually you would think you make a move on the inside, not the outside of the corner. And so Kimi now is in clean air to chase after this pack of Leclerc, Piastri and Hadjar. Hadjar is holding these guys up. We've got a 2.3 gap with 10 laps to go. I'm not saying anything yet because everything can change still, and it will change as Piastri is showing Kimi how it is done at that corner. It's a copycat move to the one Oscar Piastri made in the sprint. Goes to the left, gets shut out. Okay, I'll go to the right and we'll just floor it through mid-corner and get up into second place. It's a move that Antonelli was unable to make on me all race long, and now Oscar Piastri is the one right behind. Oh my God, he's got a good launch to turn one. He's trying it. We don't blink though. It would be so easy in that regard to go too defensive, and like we did with Antonelli, outbrake ourselves. So that time, I did not blink. I just stayed on the racing line. Piastri can move about and move as much as he wants. I know where I'm going, and it's the same thing here as we go through this straight. To be fair, we don't even need to block Piastri. The McLaren, unlike the Mercedes, does not have the legs on that straight as we see Leclerc flirting with a crash. Watch this. This is a code brown. Oh! Well, the Ferrari, it may be looking a bit quicker than it did in Madrid, but it's certainly tail happy. 2 spins, one for Leclerc, one for Hamilton, and Leclerc nearly put it in the wall there, but listen to this. That is an ungodly amount of Lyco from Piastri in that corner, and that is the sole reason I am staying so much further ahead than Piastri. So he must be doing that every lap. He's lifting off into that corner. I don't know why, because this is just like Monaco. There's no regen needed, no regen whatsoever. But Piastri is regenning through that right-hander, and so he's not getting the same launch Antonelli was getting in the first part of the race. So he's nowhere near to attacking us. But as the laps go on, the tyre wear kicks in, and maybe that will be an issue for us. We'll have to see. But for now, Fernando Alonso flying high in P6 for Aston Martin, blocking Verstappen, Bortoleto, Albon, Hulkenberg. It's a good double points for the Audi Works team, and Alpine will be disappointed that they're not making the use of their upgraded car. And they're both out of the top 10. But Kimi Antonelli not looking likely to overtaking Leclerc or Hadjar, and definitely not Piastri or me. And so Hamilton, he's not going to score any points today. He's in stone dead last. But maybe this is not too bad. Antonelli, P5, it could be a lot worse. As on lap 30, 2 laps to go, we stay ahead of Piastri for another turn 1, but this has been a race to forget for Hamilton. But the Ferrari has pace, so he shouldn't be worried. The only thing I'm worried about for Hamilton here is we know the AI, if they lose focus after a difficult race, they can lose momentum, they can lose pace. So this will be really interesting next round. I think it's Brazil, actually. So Hamilton loves that place to see if he bounces back in some sort of fashion. But as we go on to the last lap, the tyre wear is definitely there, but we are holding this P1. Piastri less than half a second behind, and we have just got 1 lap to go. We have been living the dream this entire race. We started living it from yesterday. The only driver to go on the soft compound when no one else would on intermediates. The big gamble, the risk, paid off with a high reward of track position around the Singapore Grand Prix, and we have had to try and convert that. We have taken 30 laps and we are still in the lead of this race somehow. I say somehow, I know how. You've seen it. It's been a defensive masterclass out here on the streets of Singapore. also helped massively by our usage of the boost mode. Like Piastri lifting in that right-hander before the main straight has been a real blessing, because it's meant we're so much quicker onto that straight. And Leclerc and Hadjar holding up Antonelli. I think Antonelli honestly was the only man today who could have overtaken us. He tried to multiple times, but we held him off, and now Hadjar and Leclerc are doing their part to hold him off. For the championship fight, Antonelli's P5 and the sprint win will still be a load of points. Hamilton will be distraught, but one man who is not distraught today is yours truly, and Alexander Dunn. As we come through the final corner, what have we done today? It is pole to the win of the Singapore Grand Prix. Oh my, oh my. What a win. What a result. I can't believe it. What a win, man.
And the checker flag is out for our winner today. It's Alex Dunn.
There was never a moment of doubt today. You could tell that they completely had it under control, and that is a sign of greatness.
Well, what a thrilling end to an incredible Grand Prix weekend. Our top three finishers should be incredibly happy with what they were able to achieve out there today.
Alexander Dunn etches his name into the history, the tapestry of this team in Season 1. Multiple podiums, but now a pole position and race win to add to the lore in this early part of the series. But look at that, Lewis Hamilton still leads by 16 points, but the gap is basically halved to Antonelli. At this rate, it is game on until the last race of the season, but Ferrari showed some signs of pace and some mistakes. Let's see in Brazil. Hamilton loves that place. It might be a clapback. We have to, of course, celebrate our victory in the activity timeline. Have to put that event in the calendar to celebrate an insane last episode around Singapore. If you're wondering what on earth I'm on about, please go watch it. It's probably the best race we've done so far in the entire season. You know, gambling big and the reward being pretty big. But the upgrades continue on the car as we still have making up to do. We're kind of level pegging with Williams, Red Bull, maybe even Mercedes. I know it's very hard to tell. Everything's so close, actually. Unlike in real life, the fuel spread is tiny from the Audi works team below us to Ferrari. But Ferrari topping the R&D chart at the right time, maybe, as they try and defend Lewis Hamilton's lead and their own lead in the Constructors' Championship. Mercedes chasing with Kimi Antonelli. Singapore wasn't the ideal race for Antonelli or Hamilton, but Antonelli did gain some good points on Hamilton. So it is all defense for the Scarlet Red and all attack for the Silver Arrows. And for us, well, after the win, we can rest a little easier about the P5 in the Constructors. It's more about trying to maximize these last races and ending the season on a high.
It's a Saturday showdown. Anyone fancy some hot laps around Interlagos? It's qualifying day here for the Sao Paulo Grand Prix.
So the Sao Paulo weekend returns to a normal race weekend for once in 2026. No sprint race, but as you can clearly see, it is doom and gloom, and it is soaking wet around the track in between two lakes, in the water coming down pretty hard at the start of the session. But the wet tyre, the full wet tyre, no grip, and I actually am going to find out soon why.
Okay, the intermediate tyre seems to be the right choice for the current conditions. I think we should pit to change over now.
Okay, so maybe that's a bit of a sigh of relief, because it was a real struggle, let me tell you, around that lap. Didn't even bother to show you most of it because it was just struggle town for any sort of semblance of grip on the rear end, and even the front end locking up a lot. But that's maybe because there's not enough standing water for these full wets to really be working well. So So we're on the Inters. It still looks pretty damp out there, you know, a lot wetter than it's been previously in intermediate conditions in the season. But nevertheless, there is a very subtle, darker line indicating, you know, the water elsewhere is still standing, but the best hoovers in the world for water on the racing line, chucking up that water and making the Inters better on the racing line. So it's a case of just trying to stay on that darker patch as much as we can, but still facing a fair amount of understeer on the front end. We've set the car up for a dry race on Sunday, so maybe we're lacking a little bit of downforce that ideally you'd want in these conditions, but a purple middle sector and just about 1 second gain as we start to regen and super clip a bit at the end of that lap. We did go again, but yeah, we actually ran out of time. So at this point, I was bricking it. Are we going to make it? Yes, thank God. Whew. Okay, that could have been quite embarrassing and would have been very on point driving as Gabriel Mini again, of course, after we evened out the split of Mini and done races 2-2, you know, giving Mini his home race. It was a couple episodes ago, so we're now back driving for the Italian, and we've made it through into Q2, done out of it, just showing that even though the car's come a long way, the lower rated AI counterpart is just never going to do anything. I'm really excited to see what we could do in this car with this team when we have a higher rated driver from Season 2, as we will be looking at our options in the background and keeping that a secret until the end of the season into Season 2 for you guys. So yeah, I know a lot of you are excited about where that development of that storyline is going to go for this team, but for now, trying to do the job in Q2. A purple last sector this time, up in P5, but then very surprisingly, rapidly, the track dried out at the end of this session. Unlike in Singapore, no funny business of us being the only man on the softs. Many people on the soft tyres, and we're pushed down to 16th place. It might be 17 by the end of it. Yes, it is going to be 17. So Russell's got a good lap to put in. He's only down in 15th place. Oh, Hamilton! What was that, man? Are you joking me? Oh, that's it. Well, that's us out. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. We maybe did Hamilton a favour somewhat by winning the last race, you know, with Antonelli behind traffic and ourselves for most of it, not scoring as many points as he could have, whilst Hamilton scored 0 in Singapore. And he's not repaid the favour whatsoever. He's blocked us on the quali lap, and well, maybe that was his tactic to maybe stay in the top 10, because we might have been able to knock him out. I don't know. Down in P9, as Antonelli and Russell looking stronger up there. McLaren looking pretty feisty. Obviously, Piastri was very competitive around Singapore, so McLaren might be a factor in terms of taking points away from the Mercedes, from the Ferrari, but that is our quali over. I guess the good luck had to end at some point with Mini from Q1 to Q2, and so we've got it all to do in the race.
Welcome along then to where heroes and history are made. It's where the 2008 title was decided in the very final corner. And just 1 year later, Jenson Button stormed through from 14th on the grid to claim his one and only Drivers' Championship. It's time then for the Sao Paulo Grand Prix.
Andrea Kimi Antonelli lines up on pole position.
And Lando Norris lines up alongside. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Russell,
Piastri,
Charles Leclerc and Hadjar, Hamilton, Ocon,
Behrman,
and Nico Hülkenberg,
Colapinto,
Verstappen, Carlos Sainz,
and Alonso,
Perez,
Mini, Gabriel Bortoleto,
and Liam Lawson, Gasly, Bottas,
Dunn,
Albon,
Stroll, and Arvid Lindblad rounds off the grid.
So because we're down the order, but I reckon we have the pace to be in the top 10, I feel. I think we would have been on for a Q3. I'm going to go aggressive for the first time in the season, try something out, going 1 lap less of fuel and on a 2-stop, with, well, it's going to be a planned soft medium, whether we maybe swap one of those softs out for a hard compound, depending on the tyre wear. Of course, this car has had higher tyre wear than our midfield rivals, let alone the top teams. You know, we've only got one tyre wear upgrade on the car right now, probably into Season 2, looking to upgrade that area to really try and take the fight to some higher people. But I reckon this will be a fun way to go for this one. From 16th place, we're driving as Mini. What could go wrong with a two-stop? I hope not. I genuinely hope we can have a good race here with Mini. We had a decent enough one for his home race last time out in Italy, the last time we drove as him. But obviously typical that we swapped over to Dunn, as you guys said, and ended up winning. I actually loved a comment, by the way, of someone, I think it was the top comment. Someone said, if we were driving as Mini for that race, the soft tyres wouldn't have worked in quali, and I would have got an engine failure in the race. But looking to do some good work. This first stint's really important. If you thought we were fast on the opening laps of some races prior, now that we're on the softs and some people are on hards, let alone the mediums, we need to go like the absolute clappers to make up for that extra pit stop as we rev up to 5 red lights. 3 rounds to go. Make no mistake, this is a crucial race. They're all crucial now for Lewis Hamilton and Kimi Antonelli, as it was a good start. We got kind of blocked by Alonso and Carlos Sainz, and we had to try and go to the inside and have to give a wide berth to Alonso on the exit of the center S to make sure there's no funny business. We're 1 lap of fuel below. We're already at only 0.7 below, so already saved some fuel then from just from the formation lap alone, it seems like. Up into P13, Verstappen along with Hamilton struggling for pace in the last 2 episodes. He was nowhere in Singapore compared to Isaac Hadjar, and here he is struggling, and we overtake the multiple world champion with ease there, and almost Carlos Sainz has a little nip in the Williams. So what is going on with Verstappen and Hamilton? Because Hamilton, we can see ahead of us, he's only in P8, I think, ahead of Esteban Ocon. So the momentum is definitely shifting from silver to red as we try and line up a pass on Colapinto. Didn't want to make an eager dive on that left-hander, but look at this, using overtake mode all the way up the hill. Ridiculous. And this is going to be a common theme of this episode, as is this maybe. It's just so... I'm still not used to it in a way, the back and forth with the 2026 regs. We overtake Colapinto, he immediately repasses us, and then we go for the second repass as it's Antonelli in first for now. But here comes Lando Norris round the outside in the McLaren, the Papaya on the charge, but the Italian trying to defy him to remain in the lead, and obviously wanting to convert this all the way to the end. But we've got a long old race to go as we now overtake Nico Hülkenberg, using this soft compound to good use versus the mediums, and then even more so, you've got to say, versus these Haas. Trying to go around the outside of Ocon. We nearly do it. Surely we go down the inside here. Yeah, the grip difference is a joke for now. Before the tyre wear kicks in for this soft compound as we're up into P9. So we're laughing a little bit at some of these overtakes, but we need to be. We need to negate an entire pit stop versus some of these guys. Like, for sure, these guys on hards, they're doing a one stop. They're going hard to medium. But again, we abuse the overtake mode up the hill, and we climb and climb as we carry on deploying for the double pass on Behrman and Hamilton. And now Hamilton is under threat from Ollie Behrman. What is genuinely going on with Hamilton now? This is a man who won 2 races on the bounce just a few races ago, and now instead we're watching him floundering down in the bottom 10 positions as it's 3 wide momentarily for the McLarens versus Antonelli. And to be fair, the McLarens are probably helping out Ferrari a little bit, really taking the fight to Kimi at the moment. And now it's Piastri's turn to have a go on the outside of the exit of the center S as they go through the subtle left-hander, planting the power. The wings open up, and then the battery is deployed. And again, Lando comes knocking. Russell comes through, and all of a sudden, hang on a minute, all of a sudden, in one straight, Antonelli's gone from being side by side for first place down to 4th. Is the luck going back towards about Ferrari, because now Leclerc is only just behind Kimi. He could do an absolute job for his teammate and his own team, of course, is Ferrari looking to try and limit the damage to Mercedes as a whole. So Leclerc, being the team player, trying to score as many points, but Leclerc could also help out his teammate by overtaking Antonelli for sure in this opening stint. But yeah, Lewis down in P8. We've built a gap to him, and even though Hamilton's got a 1-second gap to Hulkenberg, that is closing, so maybe he'll be under threat from Hulkenberg, from the Haas. We're going to have to see, but at the sharp end, it's actually all very close. Look at this. There's a bit of a train, a little bit spread out, but they're all kind of together, you know, deploying, getting overtake mode on each other from P1 down to P6. And now Russell has entered the party for maybe the top podium spots. Russell, with ease, overtakes Piastri. And so for the first time in a good while, you know, it's been like maybe 6... you know, maybe 8 races even, where we've not seen Russell be the #1 man at Mercedes. You know, like in real life, we've seen Russell fall off a little bit, and Kimi's been the star of the show. But at the start of the season, it was all about Russell leading the charge. And so now, at a crucial point for Mercedes, he is back at the front, attacking the McLarens as we go for an easy pass on Hadjar, I hope. Yep, we've got him. And instead, ahead, Russell. This is what I'm on about. This is a Russell we've not seen for a few races, attacking Norris for the lead as we are now edging closer to this train. Remember though, on a compound 2 steps softer than some of these guys and 1 step softer than all the medium tire runners. We might be in P6 right now, but that extra pit stop will push us back down the order outside the top 10. So all of the work we're doing now is just to negate that second stop. It might seem a little bit far-fetched, and why are we doing a 2-stop? But I think in reality, the only reason we've overtaken Hadjar, for example, so easily while we're on the back of these guys is because we're on a soft. I think we're on a medium, on a hard, we wouldn't have this pace. So this is the only way we're up here, and maybe the only way we're going to convert this into a good result by the end of the race. So keep the faith for now. It may seem a little bit long-winded, but I have the faith that this is the better way to go. Maybe inspired a little bit by Sir Lewis Hamilton from the real-life Barcelona Grand Prix. And we're now all over the back of his teammate here in-game. Leclerc, we couldn't quite make the move into turn 1. The Ferrari actually has a pretty decent straight-line speed, but under-braking just with the tyre difference and tyres that have held on pretty well. You know, lap 10, not too much oversteer, a few moments here and there, but generally very good, and more so using boost mode and overtake all the way up the hill. The AI clearly aren't, and so this is gaining us a lot of time because I'm able to regen a fair amount. Like, you gain about 30% through into turn 1, so I just see no reason to not use overtake mode all the way up the hill. But it's a lovely little side-by-side fight with Antonelli, because he did quite well actually into turn 1 to come back at us as we went wide trying to regen, and he actually swings back for the repass. We're gonna have to really try and finish this off in the corners then on the exit up into P4 now as we watch Russell versus Piastri, and the pit stop is coming soon for us. We're trying to extend a little bit just to get all the life out of these tyres, as now behind us Antonelli under pressure. This is actually quite important. Leclerc on the outside. Does he finish it off on the inside of the center S? Does the Mercedes have something more? He's on the medium, so at this point you would kind of think the hard tire is maybe getting better than the medium. But to be fair, if you look at us, we're still performing very well. But no, Leclerc does get it in a straight line, and that is a very important overtake for Ferrari, for Hamilton, who is in P10, and Leclerc pushes down Antonelli to P6. Meanwhile, out in front, it is a McLaren 1-2 now. Norris stretching his legs ahead of Piastri by nearly 2 seconds, as here is the painful watch of Hamilton, the man leading the championship. He's looked so fast this season, but what has happened today? What has happened in the last 2 races? I mean, to be fair, as I post this video, there was a driver ratings update, I think, or someone told me there was this morning. So maybe that's changed something? I don't know. You would think Hamilton would have got quicker with a driver rating update based off the start of the season. So I don't know. It's very odd. Obviously, you know, we're not in the title fight, so it doesn't affect us too much. But obviously, hopefully you agree, we've all been enjoying this potential scrap between Antonelli and Hamilton. You know, Hamilton with a big lead. I mean, that's just great to see Hamilton doing as well as he has been doing in real life here in the game with Ferrari, and seeing Kimi actually finally look a bit more like himself in recent races. It's been really thrilling to see that fight together. You know, AI on AI, you know, just showing how good the game has come along from many years ago, where maybe you wouldn't get this kind of fight. But then at the same time, it's still the F1 game. There's still these instances where just on a dime, things can change, and there's just no explanation for sometimes where drivers start to fall off or perform when they do. But now back to our race, we make quick work of Lawson. And on fresh tyres, of course, he's on very worn mediums at this point. You may notice, though, we're on the white wall hards, because I'll put my hands up. At this point, I wanted to leave my options open about whether doing a 1 or a 2 as we try and make quick work of Sergio Perez, although to be fair, he's actually going to follow us through on this overtake on Bortoletto, because watch this, into turn 1. Where on earth has he come from there? That is an unreal send by Checo Perez in the Cadillac. He actually out-tractions me here as well. The Cadillac having a good go at me, and we actually have to watch out because he actually starts to close here as I choose not to deploy. We go defensive, so yeah, I mean, we may not be fighting him for too long, but I was genuinely surprised by the Cadillac having a good go to repass us as we now gain on Behrman and Albon. So we're already gaining on Behrman, someone who we were fighting for the bottom top 10 positions previously. We've already gained on him having made a pit stop. So just showing you, compared to our midfield rivals, this 2-stop is definitely the best way to go. But if you compare it to the content... Oh! Behrman spun it! We've overtaken Albon, but Ollie Behrman spun it. Let's watch a replay of that. What? Not for the first time. Remember Colapinto in Spain? What on a... Sometimes these spins from AI Tyre, I reckon it is just comical. I mean, it's good to see some genuine big mistakes from AI, more so than the base 25 game, but... Just like Colapinto, Behrman actually ends up getting disqualified because of that. So we're now flying along, gaining Alonso. Now people are in the pits, so the first pit stops for the one-stoppers are in. Couldn't quite get close enough to Alonso into turn 1. Instead, we'll be patient and play the waiting game to use boost mode, overtake mode, and then go for the move there, undercutting his racing line and up into P9. And look at the top left, ahead of Oscar Piastri. So for now, we have jumped the race leaders on this more aggressive strategy, but that's also maybe proving that the only reason we're here is because of this 2-stop. And even though we're on hards, and even though I thought, okay, maybe we could do a 1-stop, let's see how the rest of this stint goes, because now the McLarens are out on fresher tyres. Norris leading Piastri and Russell. That's your effective top 3. We don't know where Ferrari's going to place. They're 1-2 right now. They were the only guys in the top teams that started on hards. So maybe Ferrari just looks slow because of that hard compound. Maybe they're going to come back in a thrilling last stint on medium tyres. You kind of hope so for Hamilton's sake, but... don't hold your breath. We'll see. We'll see. Now closing on Ocon on the outside. It's some of these passes up that hill are laughable just because we are using all the boost. And the AI clearly are just not, ever. They're using like a little bit, but they're very much saving it for elsewhere. So we're finding good pace, good overtaking opportunities there, as do the two McLarens, to be fair. Maybe the McLarens have taken a leaf out of my book, and they've both overtaken Ocon, but they're actually both interested in fighting each other. Piastri making a move on the Haas, and then eager to pass his teammate straight away as well. So the two McLarens having an interfight, as they now rapidly, though, close up to me as we gain on Hamilton. Leclerc's pitting, Hamilton carries on, and look at that, he's regenning all the way down this straight, so we overtake Lewis, and Piastri follows us through. Norris trying to overtake Hamilton now. This is the worst thing you want to see. Hamilton yet to pit, and he's already getting overtaken by the quote-unquote race leaders. I say quote-unquote because I don't think I'm a part of it, as Piastri now sends it down the inside, and lock up on the front left. You saw that he sent it and he almost spooked me into the lockup. We've managed to repass him with the switchback, but you could audibly hear the lockup on the front left. So the McLaren's putting the pressure on me, and it's working. We're making a mistake here and there as we try and extend this stint to maybe make a mega last stint because, oh, the tyres are crying out. It's a snap of oversteer, and maybe these guys can make a one-stop work, but I now reckon, based off these mistakes, I think we need to pit. We need to bail out of this. It was a nice idea, maybe going to the end on this hard, but as we repass Norris, to be fair, I think the better way to go is stick to our guns, stick to the aggressive strategy. We've opened ourselves up for a very quick last stint on the soft compound of tyre. If we just extend a little bit longer, and then on lap 24, we are in. We are in for the soft compound of tyre again, and looking to push like an absolute stabbed rat. But for now, Piastri leads the way. Lando Norris in second. So it's a McLaren 1-2. So they've clearly bounced back in the R&D terms as Hamilton struggles behind a locking up, I think it was a Williams in front of him, as we're going to be out then in 16th. Yeah, 16th. We might just get Bortoletto on the exit here. So we're going to be 16th. So we've got it all to do to climb 6+ positions to get back in the pot. Antonelli! Antonelli's in 21st. What's happened? What's happened to Antonelli? Has he pit again? I think he did. I think he was on the softs as we overtake Bortoletto. Kimi Antonelli. Yes, Antonelli, the only top car. He's bailed onto a 2-stop with me. But the difference is he didn't commit early enough. When you're doing a 2-stop, like Hamilton showed in real life at Barcelona, you need to commit early. If you dabble around with a 1-stop, then go to a 2, it doesn't work. You need to pit early for that first pit stop, at least minimum, to make it work. You can extend then the second stint like I did and still be in a good position, but Antonelli has left it far too late to bail onto a 2-stop. But I don't know, is this overthinking from the Italian, the teenager, in his first championship fight? That looks like he's overthought it. He's overthought his own race. He's maybe looked at us and thought, oh, okay, they're going really quick. Let's try a 2-stop. And kind of forgetting he could have just came home for even a P5 or 6 would have been okay for him, because Hamilton, as it stands, is out the points as the two McLarens squabbling. It was Piastri in the lead, I think it was, but now Norris coming through to take the lead back. Previously in the first stint, Lando then ran away with it from Piastri in clean air. So let's see. But Russell in P3 holding it down for Mercedes. Nico Hulkenberg in the Audi Works car in a P4. Fair play, fair play. But then look at this. It's the train of pain. Hamilton and Verstappen. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. What are these two doing? Like, Hamilton, obviously, we spoke about, but let's talk about Verstappen as we send it on Ocon. What's happened to Verstappen? Because last race, he got beaten by Hadjar comfortably, and now today as well. What's happening to Verstappen? Have the Red Bull upgrades, or the lack of upgrades, worked in Isaac Hadjar's favour? Hadjar is looking like the lead Red Bull for the last 2 races for sure, as we now close to Lewis, having made an extra stop, just showing you how much quicker we are, but also how slow Hamilton and Verstappen have been. It's pretty crazy, to be honest, to think about this. On lap 28, on to 29, Lewis defensive, Verstappen going for a move on Colapinto. We're confident on the brakes, but the Ferrari's still got a bit of performance there to try and outdo us, so we have to control a snap of oversteer to finish the move. And now looking for the double pass, overtake mode all the way through from left to right. We slice through those two like a hot knife through butter. Oh, that was satisfying. That was a beautiful double pass. Really is. Now the question is, how high can we climb? I reckon we could get up to Gasly. Gasly and Hadjar are fighting each other quite a fair bit. So I reckon if we dispatch of Sainz quick enough, maybe there are enough laps, like 6 laps to go, 5 laps to go now onto lap 31. Maybe there's enough time for us to gain on those two on hard, so 2 steps softer and fighting each other as we climb up into P8. So at this point, we have outdone where I think we would have been. I think we would have finished P8 on a 1-stop. So now everything here from this point onwards is a plus. And look at this, Leclerc. He was right behind Hulkenberg before, but now on that medium tyre, nothing's going right for Ferrari. They tried to go the opposite way, you know, hard to medium, and both drivers on their medium are struggling at the end of this race. And Colapinto is looking for the overtake on Hamilton on a hard. This is turning into a nightmare for Ferrari. But because Antonelli, remember, because Antonelli's bailed onto a 2-stop, it's actually not the end of the world for Lewis. But it may not be great for Ferrari because Russell's still up there scoring points for the Constructors' fight. But have a go at this. Hadjar, the man of the moment at Red Bull, thoroughly thrashing Verstappen in this race. Overtakes Leclerc for P5. Gasly's in the mixer. And there we are with 2 laps to go. Could we, dare I say, get up to P5? Can we overtake all 3 of these cars? Leclerc, his race is going down the toilet. Gasly overtakes him now on the hard compound. Leclerc was fighting for a podium, fighting for 4th place, and now he is nowhere. Hulkenberg, meanwhile, hands up. Absolute cinema here for Nico Hulkenberg in the Works Audi P4. Fair play. Really awesome result for the German driver. Lando Norris is cruising out in front, dominating around Sao Paulo. A 1-2 for McLaren. I think it's going to be their first 1-2 of the season ever. So that's pretty big. That's pretty big. That's a big comeback on R&D for McLaren. And the opposite for Ferrari, even though technically the best on paper. As we've said many times this season, that has meant very little so far in the season. It's probably the most useless the R&D chart's ever felt on the F1 game. As we overtake Leclerc up to P7. Last lap. Last lap. This is it. And Hadjar and Gasly have just swapped positions. Can we get P5? This would be the biggest vindication for this 2-stop working. An absolute treat. Hadjar goes defensive because he knows we're right there. But look how slow he is on the corner exit. A tiny blip of overtake mode. And then a bit more to finish off the move into P6. But now we have to try and regen a bit and try and... What was that? Hadjar, what was that? Hadjar absolutely shat himself in the last lap and went off track. Hamilton's out the points. Antonelli's out the points. Neither of the 2 championship protagonists are going to score points today. Can we score a P5 though? We've been doing it all race long. The overtake up the hill, a little snap of oversteer. Oh, could that be our undoing? We're now charging with overtake mode, full send, open up straight line mode, gaining, but Gasly deploys too. No, we can't do it.
And that's the end
I really thought we had that. Well, maybe that snap of oversteer actually hurt us there. Fair play to Gasly, finishes P5, but that's a fantastic P6. Driver of the day. That's a really solid and fun 2-stop finished.
And here he comes. It's all go, go, go for Lando Norris as he takes the checkered flag and wins. And it's time for that special moment for our special 3 today. The podium awaits our top 3 finishers.
Oh my God, guys, are you seeing that? I have spent so long talking about Hamilton versus Antonelli. I wasn't doing the maths. I wasn't paying attention to that little papaya car. The reigning champion, Lando Norris, is up to 2nd. He's only 7 points off Lewis. And McLaren are now in 2nd above Mercedes. All of a sudden, in the final 2 races, it's a 3-way battle in the drivers and constructors. Insane stuff. Ferrari, McLaren, Mercedes, Hamilton, Norris, Antonelli. It is all getting very tense, especially after last episode where all of a sudden, out of nowhere it seems, this two-way fight has turned into a three-way fight between Lewis Hamilton leading the way, now Lando Norris, the reigning world champion, in second, and Antonelli in third. And in the constructors as well, it is Ferrari v McLaren and Mercedes as we continue to try and develop the car. But no upgrades will be coming in for this race weekend, in for the final one. And speaking of the final race, we are actually going to be driving today as Mini again to then end this season as our talisman, our lucky charm, it would seem, of Alexander Dunn. But hoping to do well with Mini today around what should be a very interesting, maybe super clipping ridden Vegas GP.
Stand by to see cars at more than 210 miles an hour blasting their way down the strip. F1 has taken over. It's F1 Fever, Las Vegas.
Really don't know which way this is going to go in-game with the new 2026 regs around Vegas. It might be towards Monza, which was a bit comical at times with all the yo-yoing and regenning at the end of straights. You know, typically in the last couple of years on the F1 game at least, Vegas has actually been a really fun and dramatic race to have, especially just before the season finale. To pardon the pun, it really is a bit of a gamble around here in terms of which way things can go in various different fights in the championship. Of course, for us, our fight is a little bit less pressurized now, having won that race in Singapore. It means that Alpine and Williams, even if they score very highly, probably will be unlikely to catch us now for P5 in the championship. But never say never in Formula One is the thing I always say, and that's something that Lando Norris and Kimi Antonelli will be saying as they both try and catch Ferrari, a limping Ferrari, a Ferrari that seems like they've shot themselves in the foot at times with where the pace has gone. And for Hamilton especially, maybe as an AI driver, has lost a bit of focus, and now for the first time in the season, Leclerc finally again looks the stronger of the two, whereas it's been Hamilton being the team leader for most of this season with the F1 26 DLC. So yeah, curious to see how that shakes out. But for us, the job is just trying to maximize things to the end of the season. As I said, no upgrades for this one. There might be an upgrade or two in for next episode, the finale. So equally so hoping that we can really end on a high with Alexander Dunn. But saying that, you know, we've tried our best to have some good races with Mini. I think we did around Monza and we did around Sao Paulo. That was a really successful, aggressive two-stop. Couldn't quite get Gasly on the line, but we narrowly only make it through into Q2, as it was a real head-scratcher around Vegas to know where on earth to deploy battery, where on earth is it best to regen and deploy it tactically. I mean, regenning, to be fair, I think, you know, definitely trying to get most of it done into turn one and then through the sphere section where it's a lot slower. But because the straight is so bloody long, it's a bit of a question mark of how much do you deploy, because you need enough then for this straight after the chicane, as we're now here in Q2. But because I burned 2 sets of softs getting into Q3 narrowly, we're actually doing what we did at Monza and going to a medium tyre in the middle of Q2 just to set a banker lap. But Ollie Behrman, you notice there, out of the race. That's the only replay I got, basically. We didn't catch the start of that crash, but we have caught his end plate. We drove over, I think it was an end plate. It was a body part from the Haas. And so now we've got a front right puncher as we are coming back to the paddock, to the pit lane, and we've gone straight on. We've kept it at the barrier. We've kept going because, remember, crucially, in qualifying, if you do not get back to the pit under your own steam, you are out of that session, no matter what tires you have left, etc. You can't be towed back. So we now have to do a 4.5 point turn and spin this round in the rather comical front right tire popping up over the wheel drum, so to speak. And yeah, a lot of dragging of the tire. I think that was the the rear tyre must be, or the front left, dragging along the floor as we've got 3 wheels on the wagon. We do make it back. Over a minute and 20 seconds it took to get back to the pits. But we have made it back under own steam. And it's actually quite good that we were on the mediums then. Can you imagine if we had gone for our one and only flying lap on softs on that lap and got a puncture then? We would have been royally screwed. So it means now we can go again. Although we've not really gained much. We're only just over a 10th gained on softs. Maybe showing, like in Monza, maybe the tyre wear is so high that the medium's actually not a bad qualifying tyre. As we come across the line, we narrowly improve, and that will get us up into P8. So after a very sketchy Q1, we do get into the top 10 shootout. Although the same can't be said for Lewis Hamilton. This is bad for him. This is bad for him. Lando Norris is top. Leclerc's in second, showing it's not even the car. Ferrari clearly still have a good car. This is just individually Lewis Hamilton's AI. This is probably the biggest, change of pace and fortune that I've seen in the F1 game from memory. This was the same man who won 2 races in a row. He's been dominating Leclerc for most of the season, and now all of a sudden it's just not there for him. You have to wonder what's going on, and honestly, in a way, it's a bit of a shame. It's classic F1 game stuff where you just you're left mystified of what's happening to a certain AI. Is it focus? It might be. It might be the focus is just plummeted for him, and so no matter if he's, still 90 rated or whatever he is right now in the career, he's not reaching that full potential because his focus is so low. And it's the reverse for Lando Norris. Maybe he's incredibly focused now after winning a race. Antonelli the same maybe, although he maybe had a bit of a bump in the road because he, bailed out and overthought a 2-stop in Sao Paulo far too late. In Q3 then, we've gone late because we only had 1 set to go. I'm trying to get a bit of a long-range tow from Antonelli. Can our fellow Italian, as we drive his Mini, help us there, get a bit of a slipstream? Right now, the 2 McLarens haven't been very good in Q3. Maybe they have buckled under the pressure of only 1 run each as well. As we cross the line, what is this going to be? It's P8 again. P8 in Q2, P8 in Q3, so at least consistent, but maybe that's where the car is. Leclerc does the job for Ferrari. This is not even just about him versus Hamilton. Remember, Ferrari are leading the constructors, so Leclerc is doing the job for the team when it is really crunch time, under pressure, ahead of the 2 Mercedes. Lando Norris will be very upset with P10. A topsy-turvy quali for McLaren and for at least Ferrari on Hamilton's side of the garage. But you can overtake around here in Vegas, so who knows what's going to come of it. And for us, well, pretty good start in Q3. Let's see if we can try and move forwards into the top 10 when it comes to the race time.
It's the entertainment capital of the world, and our entertainment tonight is high speeds down the Las Vegas Strip. Welcome along to the Vegas Grand Prix.
Charles Leclerc lines up on pole position, just ahead of George Russell, who starts this event from P2. As we continue through the rest of the grid today, we have
Antonelli, Colapinto,
Alex Albon and Hülkenberg,
Piastri, Mini,
Verstappen and Lando Norris, Gasly, Sainz, Isaac Hadjar
and Alonso, Lawson, Behrman,
Valtteri Bottas
and Gabriel Bortoleto,
Ocon,
Dunn,
Stroll, Perez,
Hamilton, and Arvid Lindblad rounds off the grid.
And now it's time to head down to the track.
So Lewis Hamilton has taken a grid penalty. He is lining up with 2 races to go at the back of the grid. His rivals in P10 and P3. Nervy times for the man in scarlet red, but maybe showing that maybe in Brazil his performance was so poor because his engine was worn, and that's why he's had to take a penalty now to get a fresh component. Maybe you can say the same for Verstappen, who was also equally as slow in Sao Paulo, and once again, he's being outshadowed by Isaac Hadjar. You know, we've been talking about the title fight, but that's also another sub-story to all of this. Like, madness for Hadjar. In the last 3 races, he's been comfortably the quicker Red Bull. There's going to be an interesting conversation over the winter going into next season of the dynamic of Red Bull and that partnership. Is Hadjar coming into his own after being so slow in the first part of the season? And for us in our title battle, or championship battle I should say, in P5, of course, Colapinto actually qualified amazing in P5. Albon's up there as well, ahead of us. So our 2 rivals closing us down, Williams and Alpine, they are ahead of us, but there's only 1 car per team ahead of us. So that's the crucial thing. So I think we can only be concerned if 2 of the Williams end up ahead of us or 2 of the Alpines. And even then, we've got that cushion. We just need to basically limit the damage. And it just goes back to going race by race, maximising this race weekend, and then maximising the final one. So I think not a worry for us. I just want to try and do well in the last race for Mini of this season. We've not had the best time of it with him, trying to end on a high. We did so in Sao Paulo, so taking the momentum into this one, hopefully. But it's all eyes at the sharp end. Ferrari on pole, Mercedes chasing, McLaren chasing as we go to 5 red lights. This second last race of the season is underway. It's a really good getaway from us as we jump Piastri, looking to the right of Hulkenberg. It's 3 wide into turn 1. The 2 Mercedes are either side of Leclerc, and they've squeezed him out. Ruthless stuff from the Silver Arrows, as it's going to be Antonelli leading the race now. Russell in second, Leclerc third, Colapinto slow. We're closing with the toe from Albon, looking to go to the inside of both of them. Oh, lock up, we nearly hit Leclerc, and we've had to take to the escape road. No, we've kept it out the wall. It's the same runoff that we had to go to with the puncher, and it's a disaster for us on lap 1. If we hadn't backed out of that, though, we would have crashed with Leclerc. You may be wondering why we so quickly went to the runoff, but if you watch it back, we double locked up and we nearly hit Leclerc. If we had kept going, we would have taken him out, taken our front wing out. At least my front wing is still intact now, but I just know some of you are laughing at the moment, because this is vintage Mini bad luck for us in this first season, isn't it? Oh, for goodness sake. Okay, well, we're going to have to regroup now from the back of the grid. It's not the first time we've come back, Austria, but something tells me this might be a bit harder. As meanwhile, there's a change at the front. Russell has passed Antonelli. The 2 Mercedes, though, running away with this early on, and those 2 can swap as much as they want, as long as they don't lose time to Leclerc for their sake, for their constructors' fight. Leclerc maintaining third. Hamilton at the back of the grid, still at the back of the grid, as he's not made any progress. What is this? We've overtaken him actually now on lap 2. I'm mystified, honestly. I feel for him. It's the first time I've really felt for an AI driver that we're not even in a fight with, because of where he was. He was like 30 plus points clear at one point. And, you know, if I was in a fight with him, obviously I'd be jumping for joy. But in terms of as a neutral, it would have been insane to see a proper fight with him in a Ferrari versus Kimi in a strong Mercedes, and even Lando in a McLaren. But this is just sad. This is just sad. This is just frustrating to see that the F1 game again delivers just a weird thing of, on a dime, an AI driver's changed so much. I don't know whether it's the driver rating. As one of you pointed out in the comments of last episode, in fact, Antonelli allegedly has lost 1 rating. Like, what are EA playing at? Very, very odd stuff. Yeah, as it's 3 wide into the last chicane. Leclerc is being attacked by Colapinto and Albon, and Franco Colapinto trying to go for 3rd place in the Alpine. Like in Monza with Gasly, Colapinto and Alpine here showing a bit of that pace of being a quote-unquote top 3 team now on paper, as okay, we just got overtaken by Hamilton and Lance Stroll. this is feeling like Monza again. I had just overtaken these two, and because we overused battery on the main straight to try and close to Lindblad, we didn't have much to defend, and we've been repassed by Stroll. We've now repassed him, and we'll go for the repass again on Hamilton. This is really feeling like Monza. This is Monza 2.0 right now, and I've got to say, you saw there the understeer. The grip levels are just non-existent. It feels like we're driving on an ice rink, which is pretty realistic because that's how the drivers feel in real life, especially if the conditions are colder around Vegas, around November time, IRL. It can be very cold out there, and it seems like it's the case here in the game. There is no grip, even on this medium. It feels like we're sliding all over the shop, and we're lifting off very early into turn one to try and gain as much battery as possible to then wind it through after this right-hander as we try and go for the move on the outside of Arvid Lindblad. We're going to get the power down a bit earlier, open up that straight line mode, a little bit of boost mode used to try and get ahead, but he's still there on the inside. And now we're meeting Dunn, who is struggling as well for pace here versus Hamilton. Lindblad will slot in behind this, and we will slot in behind these two going side by side through the sphere section. So Lewis Hamilton making slow progress, but it is progress nonetheless, up to 20th place. I mean, anything's better than last and second last from where we were, and we're now looking to make a pass on our teammate, and hopefully not going to be too much of a bother, although through this right-hander it's a bit awkward because you make the overtake, you then lift off to regen, and the AI clearly don't lift off as much, and so Dunn actually got back alongside us, and now he might even go for the repass. I think compared to Monza as well, I think the AI are quite OP down this straight. Like at Monza it was like bearable, but you saw there I was deploying for most of that straight, and yet somehow Dunn comes in for the repass. It just makes no sense unless he's like, I don't know, there's no actually explanation, because if I'm boosting the entire way, how is he actually overtaking me? Because if he's boosting the whole way and I'm doing it, where's the difference? Unless there's a setup difference, which there shouldn't be, because we should be on the same setup as typically I've just run default. And the AI do default as well. I've always done it that way to give the AI the fairest fight. So, yeah, very, very odd compared to Monza. It feels a little bit unfair around Vegas, but, you know, I'm not going to complain any further. We'll just get on with it and try and do the job and try and make up time in the corners as we do here on Ocon. A large dive bomb. We almost spooked him off the apex, basically, and we're up into 20th place, but we've had so much fighting, and it's only for 20th. Like, that's crazy. And now my engineer asking me to maybe move to a 2-stop. You may have thought after Sao Paulo, maybe it's worth doing so, but for now I'll stick with the 1. But yeah, so much fighting, and we're nowhere near the top 10 points. It's a bit depressing, to be honest. There's a spin! Ah! And we've crashed into Behrman. Oh, for goodness. And now we're ghosting through car. It's a mess. It's a mess. It's no surprise there's been a crash there. Many a times on the F1 game, there's been a pile-up there. But usually I've never been involved. But that time we directly just slammed into Behrman because you come in so hot, it's a bit hard to react to everything. And I honestly thought we were going to start ghosting through all the cars. But no, Behrman's car was very solid. And so no front wing, we're in. Hamilton's got damage as well, so he's in for a front wing change. But because he started on hards, he has to go to a medium. The leaders and most of the top 12, they're so far away from the pit entry, so they will have to trundle around and miss this opportunity for a free pit stop as we come out on the hard compound looking to go maybe to the end. So in a weird way, this crash, this safety car, might be a blessing in disguise. All started by Valtteri Bottas spinning it on softs, although Antonelli and Russell are in. The safety car hasn't caught them. So actually, there may not be an advantage compared to these guys because they're all coming in. Although, oh, they're double stacking. Oh, Mercedes are screwing over Russell. to make sure Antonelli gets his pit stop first. But everyone's in, so no one is not coming in. So it's not like Austria, where we gained a massive advantage because they hadn't come in under safety car. Although, why is he on softs? Why is he on mediums? Oh, he's on they're all on mediums. Softs. But, oh, Verstappen's the only one on hards, as well as Russell. But why is Antonelli, Gasly, Leclerc, Albon, Piastri, they've all chosen softs or mediums, which guarantees them a second pit stop. So by the end of this, could Verstappen be leading after a difficult part of the season for him? He's the first man on hards, and Russell as well. Could this fall into the Dutchman's lap for a race lead? Because I think I can go to the end, so surely Verstappen and Russell think that as well, and all the others will have to pit in again. They have to. There's no way a soft for Antonelli goes 15 laps. No chance. As on the restart, we've got Behrman, we've got a good run on Stroll, who's going to squeeze us all right to the wall, but we didn't blink. I kept my foot on the throttle, and we just trusted that I had the spatial awareness to slot that in. Now the move on Lindblad, and we're up into P16, but that was very close. Make no mistake, look at this replay. If I hadn't judged that correctly, we would have either crashed with the wall or crashed with Stroll. Oh, I'm basically grazing it. Crazy, but that is the commitment that we need to recover in this race. As it's 3 wide ahead, Alonso in the middle of Bortoleto and Ocon, and Sainz is opportunistic, as are we. We both overtake Gabriel in the Audi Works car, and now Sainz looking at Ocon and Alonso. They're all regenning though, and we look for the lift coast dive bomb in the middle of the Williams and the Aston Martin. How have we managed that? Once again, we get away with it. We are really flirting with a crash here. If we're not careful, we are going to crash at some point, so maybe we need to rein it in sooner rather than later. As further up the road, just ahead of us actually, is Lando Norris fighting with Hadjar and Hulkenberg. So the luck has turned, and Hadjar is now the second Red Bull on the road, and Verstappen's up to P7, but he's been overtaken by Russell. So effectively, Russell might be the new race leader of this Grand Prix once these guys all come in. Antonelli pushing hard. He's got to stretch his legs on the softs. 1.4 ahead of Leclerc, who is just narrowly ahead of Gasly and Albon. Those guys pressuring as we now go for the move on Esteban Ocon. Awkward again as we have to lift and he comes back at us. We have to get the elbow out to make sure we stay ahead. And now pressing on though with over 80% battery to push away and close to the Works Audi ahead. Norris in the fight as well, as I can just, if you squint your eyes, you can just about see them up the road, and they're 3 wide actually. I can't tell who's in the middle though. Whoever is, they're in a very precarious position. It's Hadjar, and oh no, to be fair, okay, fair play, Hadjar. I was unfamiliar with your game. He was in the middle, and he was the one who came out on top in that fight. But Hulkenberg comes right back at him. But look at the time we've gained. We've closed the gap in just one sector because they're fighting so hard. And now we've got plenty of battery to attack Lando Norris. But Norris right now out the points. Hamilton out the points, way back behind me. So the biggest winner at this stage in the race is Kimi Antonelli, and the two who are top 2 in the championship are not scoring anything. So nothing will change for them in the standings if it ends like this. And at this point, I think you can tell that soft is already going off. That soft's just horrible. Why any of these guys went to softs is beyond me. Actually, I know why. Because do you remember when Mark, before the crash, suggested I should go to a soft? That's why. Because the in-game engineers reckon a soft is worth it around Vegas here. But I just think that's absolute bollocks. It's just not. It's just not. The only way to play this is by trying to go to the end, which I assume Verstappen and Russell are doing with me. And as we go on through this race, you're seeing the hard tyre is clearly the best race tyre, because I'm now gaining on even the medium tyre runners. I think these guys are probably sliding around in the same way I was in the opening stint, as we now get Hulkenberg, and for the first time since that lap 1 incident, we're in the points. It's taken 13 laps in a safety car, but we're in the points. But it's probably been the slowest sort of comeback we've ever made. But now we are on a bit of a roll and a charge, because I feel like I'm finally sussing out, okay, that straight and the back straight, we want all the ERS. Everywhere else in the race, we can kind of save on battery as we now fly by Colapinto. We're up into P8. The irony is, my team want me to make another pit stop. Look at that. They're on the heads-up display saying a change of strategy. No chance. No chance. But we are catching Verstappen now. So Verstappen and Russell, they've slowed up themselves. And they're in such a fight with the cars ahead of us that all of a sudden, are we going to be fighting for P7 as Norris is in then, off those softs? Is Antonelli going to follow soon? He's still in the lead. He's still not come in, but very soon he could be. And now Hamilton is ahead of Norris, but Hamilton's on mediums, so he's going to have to come in again. Antonelli's going to... So all the championship leaders and protagonists, they all have to come in again. So who's going to be leading this race? I thought it was Verstappen or Russell, but I'm not too sure. But this was the replay of before. So this is Leclerc going for a double pass, and he's on the outside. He doesn't make it work here because he gets over the curb. He gets repassed by those two. Then he gets passed by Russell and Verstappen. So Leclerc's gone for a double pass and instead gets overtaken by two cars. Three cars! Oh my God. Oh my God. Ferrari imploding again in this race. They did in Sao Paulo because Leclerc fell away at the end in Brazil as well, having been fighting for a podium. And he's going so slow now that we're going to launch it at Leclerc. And he's got a wife at home, so he backed out of it. He backed out of it. I've got nothing to go back to, so we've just dived it. I guess I have my dog, but yeah, that's it. I've only got my dog. So we dived down the inside and we got Leclerc. He blinked first for his family at home, and we're up to P7. And we might be on the back of Piastri here on the soft. Surely he's struggling. His teammates already come in. I've already just realised where we are. We're P7. We're P7, and my plan is to go to the end. Is this race about to become amazing for us? I'm putting my hands up. I don't want to speak too soon. I'm not speaking too soon. You can see where this might be going. This is actually... Oh, Piastri's in. Piastri's in. Antonelli's in. Look at the mini-map. Antonelli is in. And so as we gain on these guys, we can't actually make a move until maybe the end of the lap because they gave each other enough of a battery boost in the first and second sector. Verstappen's actually gone and overtaken Gasly, so Verstappen's third. I think Colapinto's running second now on the road. Russell leads. We pass Gasly, who's regenning. He's on the medium, so he's going to be coming in, surely. He actually comes for the repass, so we go very aggressive to defend Gasly, but... oh, no, it's not Colapinto in second, sorry. Colapinto's behind. He's pit, maybe. Albon's in second, okay. But Albon second. Russell's leading, but Verstappen's in. Why is he coming in? What are you doing? Verstappen's in. He's just forfeited a podium there. What are you doing? What are you playing at? The tyre wear's not that bad to not go to the end from here. Russell's leading. Surely Russell and Mercedes have the sense to go the distance. Because if they don't, what is this race turned into? I cannot believe the stupidity of the AI today with this strategy. He's come in. I'm speechless. How am I leading this? I am leading this race. And I have no plans to pit. Unless there's a safety car red flag, I am not changing tyres. And I have got a... Oh my God. Oh my God. I have got a 14-second lead to Antonelli. It does not matter how much tyre wear I get. As long as it doesn't get to over 90% and I'm going to get a puncher, it does not matter how slow I am in the last 5 laps of this race. There is no way Antonelli closes that gap, right? Surely not. Even at a rate of a second a lap, that's not enough. There are 8 laps left to go in this race. He needs to do more than a second a lap. Are we going to win this? Are we going to win this race? Right now, as it stands, though, by the way, Hamilton's out the points. Leclerc's out the points. So devastation for Ferrari. But Norris is P8. So if it finished like this, Norris would score 4 points. So that wouldn't be enough for Norris to take the lead the championship into Abu Dhabi, because Hamilton's 7 points ahead of him, I think it was. And Antonelli was 16 points away. So if Antonelli finishes second, he would take the lead the championship. So into Abu Dhabi, it could be Antonelli leading the championship by only 2 points to Hamilton, and then Norris would be 3 points back, I think. Stay tuned. I mean, we'll keep tabs on how this goes, but somehow this could still be, there could still be a race fight to come for Hamilton in Abu Dhabi. But right now, as Leclerc climbs up to P11, Hamilton's still not looking anywhere near to scoring points. What is going on with Lewis Hamilton's AI? It's a fall from grace for the 7-time world champion. He's slow. Yellow flags. Maybe this is why. Oh, his car is giving out. He took an engine penalty to change components, and still his car has failed him today. And he is going to be out of the Vegas Grand Prix. I'm starting to think the only reason Hamilton's been so slow in the last 3 races is because Ferrari's AI has been so poor at managing component wear. I think, you know what now? Maybe it's not even Hamilton's AI. Maybe he's been driving all these races with significant wear on all his engine components, and so that's why he's been so slow. That's why, even with taking a grid penalty, he still had worn components today, and why one of them's failed. That's got to be the only logical explanation here, I reckon. Let me know what you think in the comments below, but I think I've nailed that. I think that's why he's been so slow. It's piss poor management from Ferrari with his components. And maybe Leclerc's suffering them as well, because he's been quick, but not so quick at the end of races, where maybe his components are wearing by the end of the race. Saying that, though, he is looking a bit quicker now in this last stint. He's climbed from P11 to P7, nearly P6 on lap 20. Norris, though, has been pushed down to P9. Piastri's in 3rd, by the way, so the McLaren's actually working quite well at this point in the race. So Norris individually just not doing that great in P9, and mystified at how Piastri's going so well. Having said that, though, maybe commentator's curse, Russell now overtakes, and all of a sudden it's a Mercedes 2-3, and Gasly committing to the inside. Look behind Russell. Gasly dives it, and Gasly gets up into 4th, so the Alpine's working really well. Colapinto's just in the points, but Gasly now flying high in P4, and can he keep with Russell? That's the question. The gap is now down to 8 seconds to me, with 4 laps to go. Still not enough to close on me, I think. Oh no, Piastri's slow. Piastri's slow. That's why the yellow flags are out behind us, is we are taking this opportunity to go very easy. I am trying to eke out these tyres. With a 14-second gap, there is no point trying to go too far. So I am saving battery everywhere. I am easing it in. I'm trying to tiptoe on these hard tyres. But at the same time, I've got to say, the tyre wear's not that bad. So I think I've actually done a very good job at tiptoeing. And also, because we're not near any cars, when you don't need to play a game of out-deploying your rivals around Vegas, I've hardly had to use too much boost anywhere. The medium setting on ERS deployment has actually been all right. You know, it's one of those things where when you're on your own, you can take it very easy and just, you know, let the engine CPU do its thing. But when you're fighting cars, that's when you have to do a lot of LICO, a lot of regen. I'm not having to regen that much, so it's a massive advantage, not only being so far in the lead, but because of that, we're actually running a more consistent race compared to these guys who are up and down with the regen. They are catching me, make no mistake, but because I had such a big lead, I'm not worried, I'm not concerned. 3.5 seconds, and now Gasly, hang on a minute, Gasly's having overtaken Russell. Gasly's just got Antonelli. Gasly overtakes for P2. Norris is still P9, by the way, so now if it ended like this, Norris would only gain 2 points, not enough to overtake Hamilton. And and Antonelli, oh, he's got back into second. If Gasly finished third, Hamilton would still lead the championship by 1 point, by the way. So there is a scenario where somehow, Hamilton still leads the championship into Abu Dhabi with what you hope for his sake is a fresh power unit for the last race. But Antonelli is back to second, so he would take the lead. But Gasly's there, Russell's there as well, and Leclerc's doing a job for Ferrari to limit the damage for the Scuderia. He's up to P5, but behind us, Gasly closing, but not as much as Russell. Russell now into third. Is Russell about to ruin his teammates' chances? Can you imagine if Russell overtakes Antonelli on the last lap and gets him? And doesn't let him take the lead of the championship. Oh, that would be a bit awkward in the Mercedes garage. But here we are. I can't believe it. We take the last lap, and we're still in the lead of this race. We were stone dead last on lap 1 after our mistake. And thanks to the safety car and making a pit stop onto hards and the stupidity of the AI of doing a 2-stop around here, we are still leading, but now they are closing rapidly, and this is when the pressure builds, and oh, we've got a bit too hot there. We locked up in the same place we locked up on lap 1, and that's maybe overdone our tyres. For the first time, our tyre icon is orange, and now these guys are under a second. In a flash, they've caught up to us. This is what I meant. One mistake there. I talked about pressure, and we buckled under pressure a little bit there into that one corner, and now we've invited them in. Oh no, please no. Don't tell me this is going to be another mini bad luck. Oh, Antonelli's gone for the dive. Antonelli's clouted the curb. I think he's broken his car whilst he's done it. What was that? Desperation from the Italian to take the win. He's broken his car whilst breaking the bollard, as now I'm using all of the battery we saved up. Russell goes for second. We go defensive. We cover off the inside. Russell alongside us, but we have got the better racing line through the corner. We've got over 80% battery to power through on out the corner. Antonelli takes it, but it's going to be... What have we done here? Oh my God. It's a second win of the season. And this time, vindication with Gabriel Mini. Oh, you know what? That's grand. After such a painful season, watching Dunn take multiple podiums, take a win, that's class. But look at this, the desperation from Kimi Antonelli to take the win. He broke the bollard and he broke his own car on my side fence because he was just so desperate to get the win, to really nail the championship lead into the final race, and Russell almost ruined that by taking second, but Antonelli was determined through the final corners to just get somehow the traction and then boost away for second place. So Antonelli will take the lead, but we don't care about that right now. We care about the Italian on top, Gabriel Mini.
Through the final corner we come, the checkered flag is out, and it's victory for Gabriele Mini.
They had to be decisive with their overtaking today as they worked their way through the field. And those kind of race victories are so enjoyable because it's not just like winning from the front. They really had to work for it today.
Well, I'm thoroughly exhausted after the excitement of that race, but I'm sure it's nothing compared to our drivers here. They've worked hard to make it up there, and it's great to see them make their way onto the podium now.
It's a 1-2 for Italy in Vegas, and it's the lead of the championship for the young Italian. 7 points covers the top 3. Antonelli leads by 2 to Hamilton, and then 5 further back is Lando Norris. It all goes down to the final race between 3 drivers in 3 different teams. And the constructors, Mercedes, are now leading by 4 points though. So Ferrari still in the fight. McLaren a little bit out of it now, but it's going to go all the way down to that last race. But we have just got a second win and a win with Mini. We have a three-way championship decider finale in today's F1 26 My Team Career Mode episode as we come to the end of Season 1, Round 16 for the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix. But first things first, a podium and a victory celebration off the back of an incredible Las Vegas Grand Prix for Gabriel Mini. Finally, some luck for that driver on that side of the garage, and it means we are sitting pretty in our P5 and comfortably can now not be caught by Alpine or Williams. It's very close though at the top, and everything could change at the top between Andrea Kimi Antonelli, Sir Lewis Hamilton, and the reigning champion Lando Norris, all separated by only 7 points, 201 to 194. It all comes down to this for them. And in the constructors, there is only 4 points between Mercedes and Ferrari. So a big race on our hands coming up for the top guys. And for us, the job is simple, trying to maximize things and trying to end the season in the strongest way possible. And that includes also purchasing a final research part for us. It's going to be on the front downforce end to balance out the rear downforce, and we're trying to squeeze in developments because there has been a regulation reset, or there is going to be one over the winter break, affecting the chassis and the powertrain. So my game plan here, because there's just simply not enough time in the activity timeline to adapt all of these parts for this regulation change, was to go for the biggest parts, basically the ones that cost the most, that I believe are the biggest upgrades basically, and all the minor upgrades we can readapt, you know, when the season begins, basically in the kind of pre-season period before the first race. I don't know if we'll adapt everything. Hopefully we just adapt more than some of the teams above us, and there's actually quite a few teams above us as we come to the end of the season. Williams obviously jumped back ahead of us, but it's incredibly close. Basically, if you look at it, we're level pegging with Red Bull, surprisingly, and Williams, and Mercedes, really. They're only a tiny smidgen ahead. And then Ferrari, Alpine, and McLaren in a group of their own. Alpine's the big standout in second place, but at the same time, as we've seen many times in episodes this season, this has rarely meant what we've actually seen in reality, and the track-to-track dependency this year with the 2026 content, even more so, is making a difference. On top of also driver rating clearly is making a huge disparity with some of these teams and driver to driver, you know, teammates, etc. So who knows how this one's going to shake out. I imagine Alpine are going to be strong though, as they have been in the last few episodes, so they could ruffle some feathers today in the title fight, and maybe we can if we're in the mixer, because obviously we directly affected the championship fight by winning the race. But for me, that was just about maximizing our own race. I don't care about what's happening behind me. So, you know, tough luck if it went one way for us by winning that one. But we now swap over to Alexander Dunn, our main talisman of the season, I think you'll agree, for the final race of Season 1.
Welcome along, everybody. It's the fastest day of the week, qualifying Saturday, and we're here in Abu Dhabi.
It's always nice actually coming to Abu Dhabi in Season 1, not having the pressure of being in the title fight. We can just kind of enjoy this race for what it is. Usually, you know, you're kind of second thinking maybe about, oh, do we cover off this person? Do we tactically try and, you know, do anything? For me, it's just as usual in this season, maximizing everything, and as usual, learning the circuit for future seasons for the battery deployment. And let me tell you, I mean, watch the liftoff and the regen here. It's actually painful a little bit into that corner. It's actually crazy, but we use so much energy down this straight. And then the next one, you gain a fair amount, obviously, in the chicane, but I found that, yeah, we were actually using quite a lot in the first sector. just getting through this tiny straight and winding our way through to the hairpin. So in Q1, I was playing around with a lot of Lyco into that hairpin. Might change tactics a little bit in Q2 to see if we can find some more time. And I got to say now that we're in the last episode of Season 1, reviewing how it's all gone, I think it's been fun to learn it. It's been very tactical and it was something completely new. And even though maybe there's grievances with it's not maybe flat out racing, it's got another side of it where, because we're playing a game, let's forget about real life, because we're playing the game, it feels very gamified. So it kind of adds a layer of gameplay that you didn't have before, which you can find some enjoyment in that. But we're in Q2 then. You may have seen at the start of the lap, I showed you the engine because there is a worn part. So our icon is an orange and it's going to be for the whole race. But it's not really a concern. It's just the turbocharger. It's just ticked over 60%. That's not anything to be concerned about. It's not at 70 or 80 where maybe the performance will really start to, feel it in terms of the deficit of acceleration with the turbo. So if you're wondering about that, I don't think that's going to be an issue. The rest of the engine is pretty fresh. For Dunn's side, and for Mini, I think he had already taken a penalty before as an AI, so I think he's got a pretty fresh engine. Not that it will matter for the AI counterpart, but in Q2, using 2 sets of softs to try and find more time, and we did find more time, almost a half a second on the second flyer, and needs must, because we were down in 13th across the line here. It's going to be 6th place. Pretty damn good. Verstappen has a penalty. Well, Verstappen got knocked out, first of all. Both Red Bulls have, so they're ending the season horribly. A season to forget for Red Bull Racing with their new Ford and own powertrain, and Verstappen's going to be even further back. But Antonelli's a lucky man. He only just gets in. And Lando Norris, P9 in 10. Hamilton in P1. He had an engine failure in Vegas. So is this finally, as I alluded to, for him, he was maybe carrying worn engine parts for the last 3 episodes. Is he finally got a fresh engine in the back of that car and finally going back to how he was performing before those races? P1 in Q2 and his rivals in P9 and 10 feeling the pressure, and it's all now down to this in Q3, but into this crucial brake zone. Maybe just overdid how late we started braking, because it's so hard to tell when you lift off. And we were deep. You saw our compromise line there. We also went heavily over the curb on the right-hander. So I feel like this is not going to be a great lap, to be honest. I think our Q2 lap was much quicker into the final corner. Not great as well, as we're a little bit tight on the line. Over-driving a little bit, getting in my own head. And that's maybe not my finest lap to end this season in qualifying. It's going to be P10. We weren't too far off getting to where Ollie Behrman was, but it'll do. But I think we could have maybe got up to at least P7 ahead of Piastri in the McLaren, because that's a poor lap from him, as there's a big gulf from Antonelli to Norris. But there you have it, a Ferrari front row lockout after all the difficulties of the last few races for Ferrari as a team. Maybe they're both carrying engine issues. Have they finally turned up with a fresh engine at the right moment in the final race? Norris P4, Antonelli the championship leader in P5, but all in the top 5 at least, so it's going to be a fantastic showing in the race. Let's go to the grid.
It's time then for one final race in this year's Formula One World Championship. 2010 saw 4 drivers in contention for the title coming into this race, with Sebastian Vettel prevailing to become the youngest world champion to date. Is there one last sting in the tail awaiting us today? Well, it's time to find out. Here at the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix, Lewis Hamilton lines up on pole position, with Charles Leclerc alongside. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Russell, Norris, Andrea Kimi Antonelli and Gasly, Behrman, Sainz, Albon and Franco Colapinto, Dunn, Alonso, Max Verstappen and Perez, Piastri, Ocon, Gabriel Bortoleto and Lance Stroll, Lawson, Mini, Bottas, Lindblad, Hulkenberg and Isaac Hadjar rounds off the grid. Which of these talented drivers will come out on top today?
And striding into our commentary box to join us today, the man, the myth, the legend, Anthony Davidson. So it's the final race of the season. We've had a brilliant time this campaign, but as one team principal told us a bit earlier, today we finish this campaign, tomorrow we start the new one.
Absolutely, Crofty. Before you go into the long winter break, you want to show the rest of the world how good you are. The championship's done and dusted. This one is for your own personal pride.
Okay, mate, final day of the season. Everybody in this entire team has worked incredibly hard to give us the chance to get a good result today. I need you to do your bit and go out there and bring it home for us.
Sterling words there from Mark for our final race in Season 1, and I think we can do really well even from this poor qualifying relative to others. Because of a decision I made at the start of the race weekend about tyre allocation, it means I've got 2 fresh mediums for this race. So we won't have to go to a 3-stop. We can do a 2, a confident 2-stop, and we've swapped it round to go on hards in the middle and end on a fresh medium, start on a fresh medium. Others around me, Colapinto on a hard, Alonso behind me on a soft, but Aston have been doing that quite a lot just to get some, I don't know, some airtime in the first part of the race really for Aston Martin. They've only scored 10 points over the season, even though it's felt like we've seen Fernando Alonso everywhere in qualifying, but they drop off massively once it comes to race pace. But yeah, I think others are going to have to, when they do their 2-stop, I think they're going to have to use 2 sets of hards, or maybe even try and stretch a soft tyre. And I think we're in the best position for a consistent 2-stop with the 2 mediums sandwiching that hard compound. So I'm pretty confident about our chances today. We've got our quote-unquote midfield rivals all ahead of us. The 2 Williams, 2 Alpines. So it's all there for us to attack them and finish the season strong versus them. And then at the sharp end, of course, all eyes are on Lewis Hamilton, Lando Norris, and Kimi Antonelli. We're either going to be crowning a new world champion or making someone a double world champion, or could it be the eighth for the man in red? Let's find out. As 24 drivers look at 5 little red lights for the last time in 2026, it's lights out and we're underway for the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix, a 3-way title decider for us. We're just guns blazing into turn 1, trying to get Colapinto dispatched because he's on the hard, so we really do need to get rid of him as he could hold us up today. Now looking on the outside of Albon, who lifted off in the middle of the corner. Oh my, what the hell happened there? Gasly, he's broken the board for straight line mode, I'm pretty sure it was, and that gave me a real shock as we exited the corner. So we're down to 11th now. Verstappen right behind, Perez up in 13th for the Cadillac as we go down this very energy-stricken straight, and there's multiple cars moving all over the shop, nearly 3 wide for the 2 Williams and Colapinto, as we frustratingly have to try and repass now the Alpine on the hard, but we get the much better exit as he goes over the curb, and now we pick off a second, maybe a third. Can it be 3 overtakes for 1? Yes, it will. On the inside, meanwhile, Ollie Behrman has just sent Lando Norris. We go wide, and Albon has switchbacked us in the banked corner through the left and then into the hotel section, still side by side. Daren't try and go a bit too wide because from past experience, the AI love to give you the cold shoulder through that complex of corners. So we stay behind Albon, but it's Lando Norris down into 7th. Piastri's in 16th at the moment. So at the worst possible time, is this a track the McLaren is not working well at? They weren't that quick around Vegas either, and so maybe maybe the energy-stricken circuits just aren't great for the Papaya team compared to the Works Mercedes, who are lining together in 3rd and 4th. But Antonelli is all over the back of Russell. He's going to be really miffed trying to get past his teammate, who's nowhere near the title fight. Meanwhile, Hamilton leads from the pole he was on, but here comes Leclerc. Speaking of teammates not in the title fight, maybe getting in the middle of this, Leclerc going for the overtake as we are defensive against Sainz. I was trying to get on Albon, but Sainz just came knocking, so now we're back down to 10. So far, it's been a bit of a difficult start to the race. I thought we were going to get past these 2 Williams and then go flying towards the pack that is, I can't believe I'm saying it, Behrman versus Norris and Gasly. And Behrman's overtaken the two of them ahead of us as we get both Williams. And I hope, fingers crossed, finally, but Ollie Behrman has got ahead of Norris and Gasly. Behrman's up in P5 for Haas. In the final race of the season, is Ollie Behrman trying to put himself in the shop window for the future here in Abu Dhabi. And Norris is going to be really annoyed at what he's looking at around him. He's got Behrman ahead of him, Gasly behind, and quite far away already from where he needs to be. Remember, Norris is in third. He's the one who needs to be outscoring well and truly compared to Hamilton and Antonelli. Antonelli could afford to maybe come behind Hamilton in a certain scenario, but we'll talk about that later. Right now, focusing on our race, and we completely squeeze out Sainz. I had enough. I had had enough of the Williams overtaking me again, so we just took a wide berth. And now, well, Behrman caught regenning completely into that corner. And we're up into P7, so it was a short-lived glory run for the Brits in P5, and now Gasly is up there, and in clean air is the Alpine going to start, you know, basically bringing Norris towards those guys, because the Alpine should have some very good pace around here. Oh, the fight's not done. Oh, brilliant. Okay, I thought maybe we'd seen the back of cars coming towards us, but no, this straight is proving just as difficult as the Vegas back straight. They're deploying so much through there, but conversely, I'm saving a lot of energy for this straight, and so I'm pulling away. So it's been this way this entire season. It's very, very tricky in the game, at least, where I'm consistently picking different places than the AI to deploy, and it's very, very apparent. So it only you only see which way's the best by the end of the race. You know, if I've not got it right, then I'm behind some cars. I think I could have been quicker then, and if I've got it correct, then I'm ahead of some cars. So it's yeah, it's a bit of a head scratcher. That as is that Russell? George Russell, P5. It's going to be P6 now. He's got no energy here. Are we going to go for a move on the Merc? Yes, we are. I mean, we're pretty close to them in the R&D chart now, so maybe we can go toe-to-toe with Russell, but what's happened here? Russell completely falling away, and it's important for his race, for Mercedes, of course, because Mercedes and Ferrari, only 4 points the difference, and right now Ferrari in a very dominant-looking 1-2 as it stands, but Russell is fighting me, someone he doesn't want to be fighting at all, but what you're about to see here now is the biggest illustration of what I just spoke about earlier, about the cat and mouse game, I'm going to say, or the chess game with the deployment, because Russell overtakes me. He's probably thinking, oh, I'm in a Merc. Just overtook this new team in F1. No, I can power right past him because I am consistently saving that energy. And you know what? It's going to happen all over again. Lap 7, we tried to deploy a fair amount, but then I stopped deploying halfway through the straight. You can see the bottom right. Naturally, the engine's harvesting now. Even Russell's harvesting, but he's clearly used a little bit more than me, and he's overtaken me. But we're just going to make sure we get the traction right. 97% on the battery. Dump it all, and we're going to fly past him like it's nothing. And this is going to be frustrating the man in the silver arrows, for sure. And meanwhile, his rivals, Ferrari, in the lead. And these two, let me tell you, been swapping basically every lap. Kind of like me and Russell, basically. But the difference is they're not losing too much time to Antonelli, who is still 3 seconds back. As, oh, guess what? Russell's by me again. This time, though, it's a little bit closer for comfort as he nearly nicks my front wing. And not as much battery, only 83% compared to the 90, but it's going to be enough. He goes defensive, it's no use. We get him for the 3rd time. It might be for a 4th time here on lap 9, although, saying that, this time, we don't have as much energy. We were at 30% compared to 50, and there's a snap of oversteer there. The tyre wear is kicking in. This is why I wanted new mediums, because if we have this, if we had to extend this, there's no way we could have done that compared to some other cars around us. But look at this. Because of that lack of energy, and maybe Russell finally learned, he actually stayed ahead of us. So fair play, I'll give him his roses fourth time of asking, he finally learned to maybe save some energy, but it was also maybe my fault because we just ended up with less on that straight prior to the chicane. So, yeah, overall, okay, he got us there, but can we try and come back at him in the second stint? I imagine there might be a tyre difference, though. Is there? Yes. Russell on a... Okay, so Russell did have a second medium then. Others, I'm pretty sure, don't. So Russell goes medium, so he might be quicker in this second stint. We're on hard, so it might be a little bit of a quieter second stint for us, biding our time, knowing we have that fresher medium at the end of the race on lower fuel. But Leclerc's pit, but look at all this traffic. I think Leclerc was leading when he pit in. He's just overtaken Hulkenberg, but there's plenty of traffic and fighting ahead. It's actually Audi engine versus Audi engine, Bortoleto versus Mini. This is that's a lot of cars. There's three there. Hadjar and Verstappen are actually going to be traffic for the Ferrari. Funnily enough, that's how poor Red Bull season's ending. That is maybe a concern for Leclerc. Hamilton's in now on the very next lap, though. So Antonelli continues. Gasly and Norris are in. So Kimi's the only one who carries on. Maybe seeing the traffic, wants to extend to maybe find a better pocket of clean air. Is this the Mercedes strategic magic working here? Because Hamilton pits in, and I imagine he is going to have the same amount of cars to overtake as they're all still going on. Colapinto, Verstappen, Hadjar. Who else? Okay, to be fair, actually, Bortoleto and Mini, they pit. So Leclerc will have... Okay, he's got a gap now. Leclerc's got a 4.7 gap to Hadjar. Hamilton comes out 1.5 seconds back. So, okay, not so bad now. But you can see Leclerc maybe could have been further down the road with the undercut compared to Hamilton. Someone who has undercut is Russell. Russell's jumped Norris and Gasly here. I've actually ended up behind them. So that's the difference of the medium then. A fresh medium on the undercut versus my hard. Yeah, Russell's back ahead of Norris and Gasly. So, I mean, good job for Russell. Not so great for these two. And they're with me on the hard compound. But Norris looks a bit racy here. Maybe finally waking up. Maybe the McLaren just enjoying the hard tyre more around here as he goes for the move immediately. So Norris has only got one car between him and Hamilton. Okay, is it game on? Is it game on for the McLaren side? So far, Hamilton's had to cover off Antonelli. He was 2 positions back, but now is Norris entering the conversation in this race as Colapinto is in. He's in off hards. Okay, that's a bit odd. Well, maybe he's one of those cars that has to use 2 hards to make this 2-stop work. But Antonelli carries on, extending by a fair amount. So is Verstappen. And they're still going on lap 12. And now Ferrari are catching the Red Bulls. Leclerc could be overtaking Verstappen. And he's not made a pit stop yet, which would be quite embarrassing for him and Red Bull. But now I'm thinking... Is Antonelli on a 1-stop? There wasn't a 1-stop suggested for me, personally, but that might just be because of where our tyre wear is as a team, you know? We only have 1 upgrade. It's one of the areas we're going to definitely focus on for Season 2. But, yeah, I think Antonelli and Verstappen and Hadjar, I think they're genuinely doing a 1-stop today, maybe. That could definitely get Antonelli back into this fight versus Hamilton. Because he's got track position already. If it's 1 stop to go for everyone, he's already ahead of Hamilton then, as we see Gasly now getting Russell and going for the double pass maybe on Lando Norris as the 2 Ferraris are fighting. Oh no, that's a bit tense. Oh, Fred Vasseur going to be wincing on the pit wall as Leclerc goes around the outside of Hamilton, but that was a bit too close for comfort. As this second stint for me, by the way, Antonelli's finally in. This second stint for me, by the way, you've not seen her on board because nothing's been happening with me. I'm not quick enough to gain on Russell yet. And behind me, I've got a good gap to Albon and Piastri, who I think I'm fighting today. Piastri especially, he is on a charge. So I think Piastri is going to be someone I need to be concerned by the end of the race. But Antonelli's pit, he's come out behind me. That's how far back he is. And obviously we're going until about lap 20, 21 for our medium compound. So Antonelli on a one-stop. You know, the Mercedes engineers, they might have thought, okay, on paper, this might get us ahead of Hamilton. But they're going to have to factor in traffic of me, of his own teammate, maybe, of Russell, depending on how quickly he gains on all of us. Maybe even the Williams might have a go at him on this straight. There comes Piastri, and this is what I'm on about. Piastri now up into P10. Surely he's going to get Albon, and then he's chasing after me with Antonelli. So that's why I think Piastri's probably in our race today. Hadjar probably not. He's ahead of us for now, but he's yet to pit, I still think, as... Look at this. What? Ferrari. Stop giving your pit guys on the pit wall a heart attack. Hamilton repasses for P1. They're trying to go for the Constructors' Championship win, and apparently doing it in style by fighting each other to the death for P1 and P2. And if they're not careful, the Frenchman might just close. Gasly's got some insane pace now. He's passed Norris and Russell, and he's actually pulled away from them as, oh, Lando Norris, a move into turn one. It's unusual to see a move into turn one from an AI on an AI car on the inside there, I've got to admit. And he just gets chopped out. We're not really gaining too much on these guys. Antonelli is closing, and Russell goes for it again on the outside. This is not helping Lando Norris, because now he's losing time to Hamilton as every corner he's fighting with Russell. So Russell doing him no favours whatsoever, because he comes back at him in the middle of the straight. This is painful for him. This is not good. They're side by side again. Oh no. Yeah, you feel like maybe... For a brief moment, I thought Norris was coming back at Hamilton. But I feel like his race is running away from him now with this fight. They're still side by side. They've been fighting for an entire lap and a half. And now you can see us in the background. We're kind of there, maybe. He's got ahead of Russell now, but yeah, I feel like the McLaren's race has maybe been undone a little bit. And it's going to be all about Antonelli's one stop versus the two for Ferrari and Hamilton. Leclerc leads, Hamilton second, Gasly third, and now Antonelli is gaining on us on lap 16. It's been a very quiet second stint here in Abu Dhabi. It might just get a bit interesting now, but the thing is, Antonelli is coming up against the exact same issue that Russell had in stint one. I go a bit defensive, as we're allowed to do. Moving once, we actually outbrake ourselves. We're very deep. I don't know why I've done that. I don't know why I tried to actually outbrake Antonelli, because I could have just let him by, because I was going to say Antonelli's got the same issue as Russell, where I can just outpower him on this straight and repass him. So we almost fluffed it by trying to outbrake a Mercedes car. We don't have the best chassis or aero, but we do have decent management on the battery side of things. So this time I learned my lesson. We stop deploying, just like with Russell. It's basically deja vu. A Mercedes flies by, easy does it. Don't go too wide, get to that apex, line up this pass, don't hit the sausage curb, power on, over 70% battery, straight line mode open. Antonelli starts regenning there, and it's like a textbook thing. I've seen it so many times now, I'm almost getting bored of it. We get up to P6 again, but this is not good for Kimi. Oh no, mistake there. Maybe the tyre wear finally creeping in, and this might be Antonelli's chance. He's overtaken me well before that straight. Another snap of oversteer for us. This might be Kimi's chance to pull away from us. You would think, but into this corner, we haven't overtaken him, but watch this. We get the traction. We've got 50% battery, and we just fly by him again like nothing. I think we are going to be enemy number one at Mercedes. It's a good thing we don't have their engine in the back of our car. We have an Audi. It's the other German supplier. as Hamilton is now in on lap 21. Oh, there's a mistake. There's a mistake on the front right. Hamilton, slow pit stop. He's onto another set of hards. So this is what I'm on about. 2 hards for the Ferraris, even on a 2-stop. Whereas Antonelli's making a 1-stop work, just maybe showing some crazy difference in tyre wear maybe between the Ferrari and Merc. But that could be a factor. Hamilton, slow pit stop. Could that be a decisive moment in the championship as we carry on ahead of Kimi? Because again, once again, he comes in for the overtake. Surprise, surprise. How many times is this now? I think we've done this, 6 times or 7. It might be 7 actually, as we go once again for the pass on the inside, and we're up into P1 as it stands, but we are going to pit now on this lap for the medium, and that is going to be a rocket ship, let me tell you, of a last stint, because the same's for Gasly. Gasly came on for a medium to end his race. He's already overtaken Verstappen because he came out behind, and actually, hang on a minute then, Hamilton's behind Gasly, sorry. With me, well, I didn't even clock that. Hamilton's now behind Gasly. Gasly is in a net P2 in this race compared to the Ferraris. Obviously, Antonelli ultimately is going to be in P1 because he's going to the end, isn't he? As we now come in, Antonelli leads, he's going to the end, but Leclerc is already up his gearbox. But Hamilton's nowhere to be seen right now. So even if Leclerc gets Antonelli, Hamilton's behind Verstappen. Is Verstappen going to do anything? Is he going to give Lewis a favour? You would think not. I mean, these two have had some very contentious races in Abu Dhabi. At this very corner, Verstappen goes defensive. Oh, lock up from Verstappen, but then he covers off and slams the door shut. Oh, Verstappen holding up Hamilton. Leclerc gets Antonelli. Leclerc's fighting for Ferrari's constructors, remember. But Lewis is fighting for himself. He gets past Verstappen. But now, can he pass the Alpine? Because that Alpine's bloody quick now. It's the second best team on paper, at least. If that means anything really, as we are now powering through on Albon. We're P10. I think we've got at least a P6 in our back pocket here. I reckon that's how quick we're going to be here on all these guys on hards. As Gasly sets a purple. That's who Hamilton's trying to overtake. Someone who just set a purple. That's concerning for him. Piastri sets a purple, which is... Actually, this is what I'm on about. That's why I kept saying Piastri's in our fight today, because he's actually got some pace. If he didn't have that awful quali and grid slot, he might have been a factor in this race from McLaren, but we are gaining on him. Our medium, much better. We now set a purple. We are the quickest man on track. What a way to end the season, eh? In the last stint, but with 5 laps to go, Gasly is overtaking Antonelli on the outside of the hairpin corner, up into P2. The Alpine is flying. He is definitely on for a podium here, but Lewis in the background. Okay. It's maybe game on. There might have to be a direct overtake if Hamilton wants to win this championship, and there might have to be a direct defense from Antonelli to win his. As we, speaking of defense, we go defensive on Piastri. Again, a frustrating sort of situation. As you gain on a car, you've got to look backwards, but we get Russell, not for the first time on this straight, and we're up to 7th. Verstappen surely is an easy overtake. He's going to the end on that 1-stop. He is so slow. So what did I say? P6 in the back pocket. I think this will be a really, really solid finish for us in P6. Nice aggressive 2-stop on the medium. It was a bit of a quiet middle stint, but I mean, look, it's worth it. It was worth it. Look at that ridiculous pace compared to the Red Bull on the hards that are very worn out now by now. Yeah, you know, a boring middle stint was worth it to set up this last stint for us. Now in P6 with the clean air, and now on lap 25, the 7-time world champion is catching up to the man looking for his first championship, and Norris is in the background. The 3 championship protagonists are on the same straight as each other in the last phase of this Grand Prix, but Hamilton has just overtaken Antonelli's got damage. Hamilton's overtaken him, and no wonder maybe. Antonelli has got damage. So not only now does he have bad tyre wear from this one stop, half a front wing. Oh, this is bad news for him, and this might just help Norris, because surely Norris overtakes him for P4, and then maybe is there still a final twist in this tail, because the McLaren does pass, and there's a 2.4 second gap, but the McLaren is now in clean air, and we have seen in this race that Norris has actually been flying in clean air on the hard compound. So now it is a case of, can the reigning champion chase down Hamilton to deny him his 8th world title? I feel like Kimi's out of this. I think he's out of it. It's heartbreak for him. It's going to be heartbreak for Mercedes, the strongest team entering 2026. But Ferrari have been the ones flying on the last lap. Leclerc leads, dominating 4 seconds. He's going to win the last race of the season. I think it's going to be the Ferrari Constructors' Championship they've been dreaming of for how many? 14 plus years? I don't even know. I've lost count how many years it's been since they've won. Gasly, though, one of the stars of the end of this season, in second place. An amazing podium for Alpine. But look at this. Norris now is creeping to under 1 second. He is now. Oh my word. Is there actually going to be a last lap overtake here? Is the reigning champ going to ruin the party? Well, you know what? He can't. He can't ruin the party. He was 5 points back from Hamilton. He's only going to gain 3 by overtaking him. So Hamilton, all he needs to do is stay cool, calm and collected and carry on as Piastri gets us on the last lap. No, can we try and get P6 back? Russell's actually closed. Maybe the tyre wear finally undoing us on this medium stint. We're going to save battery for this final stretch where we've got over 80%. Surely a slam dunk here. Yes, it will. Back up into P6. But let's focus on this man, because after a really turbulent last few races, Sir Lewis Hamilton is going to come through to become an 8-time F1 World Champion.
Let's go! Forza Ferrari! Forza Ferrari! Grazie a tutti. Hi Maranello, thank you so much. You've helped me achieve this dream, and I can't thank you enough. Thank you for everyone pushing so hard. Back at home, I'm so proud of you. And to my family, I love you. And to the fans, thank you for continuing to remind me who I am. Couldn't have done this without you. Grazie.
And so the celebrations begin, and well-earned they are indeed. It might have looked simple at times, but as any racing driver will tell you, competing at this level at the very top is anything but simple. There's no catching them now then. We have a new World Drivers' Champion.
What drama in the final race. Heartbreak for Kimi Antonelli. Frustration from Lando Norris. No longer the reigning champ. It is now Lewis Hamilton. 8 times he has done it. And Ferrari win the Constructors. Crazy, crazy. Well, that has been a thrilling end to Season 1. A strong P5 for us in the Constructors. And we've got it all to come in Season 2. Till the pre-season episode, guys. All to be revealed. Hope you enjoyed this one. Hope you enjoyed this first season. Till the next one, hit the like button if you have enjoyed it. I'll catch you guys around. Goodbye.